Wei Qingyan, disguised as a man since childhood, defended her kingdom and expanded its territories, yet met her demise on the road to victory. Resurrected, she became a ferryman for the grievances of the deceased. When the matriarch of a noble family was murdered and harbored resentment in death, she sought to clear her name and expose the family's sordid secrets. The Chief Justice, who cherished women's attire, was cursed by his wife's last wishes, leaving a legacy of suffering for his descendants. She meticulously unraveled the truth. A foreigner, who assumed another's identity to repay a debt of gratitude, struggled with an immovable coffin, while a prince, whose temperament had drastically altered after being possessed, and a young maiden buried in the nude, contributed to the unfolding tale of vengeance. Through her journey to alleviate the grievances, she gradually unveiled the truth behind the tragic deaths of the past. Always by her side was her imperial uncle, who suddenly pinned her against a corner, declaring, "I too have an obsession, to marry you." Wei Qingyan retorted, "Isn't the prince fond of men?" The imperial uncle replied, "If you are a man, I shall admire men. If you are a woman, I shall cherish women. In this lifetime, I desire only you." The general's war horses have been slain. Standing atop a mountain, Wei Qingyan clenched her fists, her expression betraying no emotion. After defeating the enemy, she was ambushed on her journey back to the capital by 80,000 troops of Biling. Half of her 2,000 loyal soldiers were lost, and the remainder retreated to the yellow sand ridge. Their rations had been exhausted 10 days prior. While the enemy feasted on meat, the aroma of their meals gnawing at her soldiers' morale. Yet, they awaited reinforcements in vain, hope dwindling. Kindle the fire at once. The loyal soldiers, steadfast and unyielding, prefer to die fighting rather than perish in disgrace. "General, the enemy is attacking once more." The horse meat was still uncooked when the deputy reported. The sounds of battle thundered across yellow sand ridge. Wei Qingyan's vision turned crimson as she fought through the haze of blood. Yet, the disparity between the two sides was insurmountable. An arrow pierced her body, and she was caught by her shadow guard, Abu, as the remaining soldiers quickly gathered around her. Abu swiftly removed her identity-bearing armor, smearing her face with blood to conceal her appearance. He then removed his mask, revealing a face strikingly similar to hers. "Master, let Abu be your stand-in one last time." He intended to hide her among the corpses, seeking a path to survival for her. "The general of the Great Way is a woman. Seize her alive, and the master shall reward you handsomely." The words of the Biling soldiers made Abu, who initially aimed to pressure Wei Qingyan's acupoints, instead seize her silver spear and charge fiercely at the enemy, shouting "Kill." Wei Qingyan jolted awake, the soft bedding beneath her reminding her of her current location. This was not the first time she had dreamt of these events. After a moment of silence, she regained her composure. 3 years prior, she awoke in the lotus dock of a plump monk, her body in ruins and her memory erased. As the lotus mark on her forehead deepened, her body gradually healed, and it was only 2 months ago that memories of her past returned. Indeed, after perishing on yellow sand ridge, she had been resurrected once more. Gazing at the pitch-black sky outside, Wei Qingyan gathered her belongings and left the inn. To her, the night was no different from day. She found her horse in the stable and galloped towards the capital. She must seek justice for the 2,000 loyal soldiers who had perished. With a thud, Wei Qingyan felt as though her insides had been shattered. Upon arriving in the capital at midnight, she discovered that the city gates were locked and decided to visit the hot spring she had found previously. However, while enjoying a soak in the open-air pool, a person fell from above. As she attempted to evade him, recognizing his face, she braced herself against the sharp stones at the bottom of the pool and caught him. Wake up," she urged, vigorously slapping his face. The man remained unresponsive. Wei Qingyan grasped his wrist, feeling a faint pulse. Above the hot spring was another pool. It appeared he had been swept down by the current and had nearly drowned. Dragging him to the shore, she pressed on his chest, and the man coughed up a couple of mouthfuls of water, but still showed no sign of awakening, his complexion as pale as a ghost. Was he dying? The general of the Great Way fell in battle, and the Bilings sought to desecrate his corpse. It was Prince Rong who led his troops to slay the remaining Biling soldiers. He then launched a fierce counterattack against Biling to avenge the general, forcing them to surrender 2 cities and request a ceasefire. Consequently, Prince Rong was gravely wounded, his hair turning white overnight. The officials criticized Prince Rong for acting without imperial consent, and the emperor stripped him of his military authority, commanding him to recuperate in the capital. Wei Qingyan had heard these words countless times, unaware that the general referred to by the common folk was, in fact, herself. The man before her, unconscious, was none other than Prince Rongshiyu, the emperor's full-blooded brother. He had gathered the bodies for Abu and slain the remaining Biling soldiers, thus safeguarding her secret. Yet, in doing so, he had lost his military power and suffered lasting injuries. Taking a deep breath, Wei Qingyan leaned down and pressed her lips to his, transferring her breath to him. Vengeance must be served, and gratitude must also be repaid. To her surprise, his lips captured hers, as if he intended to draw her whole being into his core. Just as Wei Qingyan prepared to push him away, a powerful force thrust her into the pool. Shiyu's voice was cold and commanding, "Get lost." Caught off guard, Wei Qingyan swallowed a couple of mouthfuls of hot spring water before resurfacing. "I save you out of kindness, and you repay me with enmity." Already in pain from his earlier impact, being pushed like this left her feeling as if her body would shatter. Anger surged within her, and she attempted to retaliate with a splash of water, but as she exerted herself, her face turned pale. She was utterly devoid of strength. Not only could she not summon her internal energy, but even the strength to swim had abandoned her. As she began to sink, the monk's words echoed in her mind. The mark remains while the person lives. Lose the mark, and the person perishes. The lotus mark was a symbol of merit. Her very existence depended upon it. But how could the merit mark, which had accompanied her for 3 years, simply vanish? Looking up, she saw the man standing at the edge, and her pupils dilated in shock. When she had transferred her breath to save him, a fleeting warmth had radiated from her forehead. He must have absorbed her merit mark. "You wretched fiend." Having lost her mark before even embarking on her mission, her body felt increasingly heavy, and the man on the shore showed no sign of movement. Wei Qingyan clung desperately to a large rock, trying to prevent herself from sinking. "Pull me up." "Who sent you?" Shiyu's cold gaze fixed upon her. Recently, the palace had sought to marry him off, sending women to his residence under various pretexts, all of which he had deftly sidestepped. Tonight, his mother summoned him for a meal, and something unclean had been slipped into his wine. He had used the hot spring water to expel the drug from his system, only to lose consciousness, waking up to find this woman violating him. Wei Qingyan felt her strength waning, struggling to hold on, and explained, "I came to the capital to seek my family, and happened upon this hot spring. When I saw you fall, I realized you were not breathing, so I tried to revive you. If you pull me up, consider a repayment for my earlier assistance." She subtly gathered his strength. He had not felt this ease in 2 years, unaware of what this woman had done to him. Yet he retorted, "You managed to find your way to a mountain hot spring in the dead of night. Surely you can swim to the shore." He had seen many women feigning weakness and seeking favors. Without making a move, he seemed unwilling to stain this place with blood. Seeing him turn to leave, Wei Qingyan's frustration boiled over. "You treacherous bastard," gurgle, "you scoundrel." Chapter 2. The Compassion of Buddha. Yet execution must proceed. A shiver coursed through Yu's heart. He recalled how Wei Qingyan had once scolded him in a similar manner. Her scolding was drowned by the sound of water, leaving only the bubbling echoes behind. Wei Qingyan was gambling. Yu, the favored youngest son of a late emperor, had an eccentric personality and enjoyed teasing her. Once, in a fit of anger, she had exclaimed a vulgar insult. Her father had hurriedly pulled her to her knees in apology, while the late emperor had merely laughed, approving of her outburst. With the late emperor's indulgence, she became the only person in the world to openly insult Yu to his face. Yu had taken it upon himself to lead troops to Huangsha Ridge to rescue her, and she wagered whether that insult might compel him to dive into the water. She could not perish yet. The truth of those past events remained obscured, and she had yet to avenge the 20,000 patriotic soldiers. As the water swirled around her, she opened her eyes and gazed upwards, meeting the stunning visage of Yu reflected in the translucent hot spring. Wei Qingyan grasped him tightly, entwining herself around him as if he were a lifeline, her lips drawing close to his. She sought to reclaim the merits she had lost. Yu's brow furrowed. Upon witnessing the woman submerging, an inexplicable panic surged within him, compelling him to save her. When he finally plunged into the water, her kiss jolted him into awareness. This was not Wei Qingyan. It was a completely unfamiliar face. He raised his hand to push her away, but the grip around his neck tightened. Indeed, her apparent frailty was a ruse. Yu's expression hardened as he clutched the nape of her neck. As Wei Qingyan pressed her lips against Yu's, she felt a surge of vitality coursing through her. The merit she sought truly resided within him. Yet, despite her efforts to absorb it, the merit remained immovable, as though it had acknowledged its master. Years of vigilance allowed her to sense Yu's murderous intent immediately, prompting her to release his lips and surface for air, gasping. "You injured me, and I choked on water. I could barely breathe just now." She fabricated an excuse to explain her kiss, knowing she would have to devise another plan to reclaim the merit. Turning to swim towards the shore, she felt Yu's hand seize hers. "Who are you?" he demanded. Wei Qingyan's expression stiffened. The fat monk had mentioned that he had taken her before the arrival of the Wang's army, and Yu had never seen her corpse. He must not know she was a woman. The mask she wore was so realistic that even submerged, it would not reveal her identity. He likely would not recognize her. "Chang Qingyan," she replied. "He Qingyan?" Yu tightened his grip on her hand, tumultuous emotions roiling within him. He had discovered a scar on the nape of her neck that he had stitched himself. And then there was the name, Chang Qingyan. Wei Qingyan's heart raced. Her father had shared a brotherly bond with the late emperor, pledging that the Wei family would protect the Shi family's reign for generations. It had given birth to 4 daughters in succession. After her biological mother passed away, the Empress Dowager had arranged for her father to marry her mother as a second wife, who then bore twins. At that time, her father was no longer young. The general's estate and the 100,000 loyal soldiers needed an heir, and she, born just moments before her sister, was deemed the son. Her father later apologized to the late emperor, who not only forgave him, but also bestowed upon her the name Qingyan, with the courtesy named Suifeng. He Qingyan signified peace and prosperity for the nation. The late emperor, while gravely ill, had informed the new emperor of her true identity, urging him to keep it a secret. At the age of 15, after her father's death in battle, she became the youngest general in the history of the Wei dynasty, earning the new emperor's trust. Yet ultimately, she fell into an ambush, her identity exposed to the enemy. Yu's inquiry suggested he knew more than he let on, or was somehow involved. Wei Qingyan lowered her gaze, smiling softly. "I am but a woman, merely a guest of the court, and a bearer of obsession. Why would you think otherwise?" The fat monk had given her a new lease on life, passing down his teachings to transform hatred into clarity, and named her Chang Qingyan. Yu released her hand, his expression cold. "I must have misheard. I thought your name was similar to that of a friend. I dislike sharing names, so you may leave." He retained the same domineering demeanor as before. But after nearly losing her life, Wei Qingyan dared not trust him easily. Emerging from the water, she donned her outer robe over her damp undergarment. The sensation was unpleasant, yet she had grown accustomed to bathing in her clothes over the past 3 years. Her numerous gruesome scars could discomfort those who genuinely cared for her. Upon the opening of the city gates, she sought refuge in an inn. After partaking in some food, she changed into men's clothing and ventured to the most bustling tea house in the capital, spending the day enjoying tea and listening to stories. At night, she visited the renowned brothel, Yinyu Tower. The following day, she strolled leisurely through the capital until dusk before returning to the inn, where she remained indoors thereafter. "You have been discovered," Yu remarked, his tone calm, upon receiving a report from his shadow guards. No need to follow her any longer. The shadow guards had initially tracked Wei Qingyan upon Yu's orders, having observed her remarkable skills while remaining cautious. Surprised by their master's declaration that they had been discovered, they dared not inquire further. Yu rose and paced to the window, the lantern light casting a warm glow upon his features, softening his otherwise cool demeanor. He pressed his fist against his heart. The tumult of the past 2 days had yet to subside. She had returned. It was truly her. After standing for some time, the curfew drum sounded, prompting Yu to don his night attire and leave the Wang residence. After pausing briefly, he headed directly to the residence of the Minister of War. Minister Wu Yuchu exited his study and proceeded to his legitimate wife's courtyard. He had been appointed back to the capital from his position as the governor of Ganzhou, largely due to his wife, despite her aging beauty. Although he had grown weary of her, he maintained a facade of marital affection. After leaving his wife's courtyard, he eagerly made his way to the rear garden. In an attempt to curry favor with her, his servants had sent the famed courtesan from Yinyu Tower to his quarters. After a night of passion, he felt an insatiable desire upon recollecting it. Entering the room, he found a graceful figure reclining behind the drapes. Outside, soft pink gauze enveloped the lampshade, bathing the room in an intimate glow. The women from brothel were undoubtedly more skilled in seduction than those raised in respectable households. and he had a penchant for such a lure. He waved away the attendants, swiftly unfastened his belt, and pounced upon the beauty as he had the previous night. A glistening dagger pressed against his throat. Beside the reclining beauty lay a cold-faced woman, the dagger gripped firmly in her hand. Wei Qingyan pressed the blade to Wu Yuchu's throat. 3 years ago, when the patriotic army was trapped at Huangsha Ridge, why did you not send reinforcements? Her expression was serene, her voice soft, yet it sent shockwaves through Wu Yuchu's heart. You, who are you? Wei Qingyan. Impossible. Wei Qingyan is dead. Panic gripped Wu Yuchu as his eyes darted to the woman's chest, noting her feminine form. But Wei Qingyan was a man. In moments of extreme fear, instinctual responses reveal the truth. Wu Yuchu was unaware of Wei Qingyan's true identity as a woman. Upon receiving the answer, Wei Qingyan continued in her calm tone. You have one last chance. Why did you not send reinforcements? Her icy gaze held Wu Yuchu captive. Yet, having been entrenched in officialdom for over a decade, he quickly regained his composure. I do not know who you are or why you inquire about events from 3 years ago. However, I did not receive any distress signals 3 years ago. His words were abruptly cut off. Wu Yuchu stared wide-eyed, unable to close them. This is not in accordance with interrogation protocol. He had intended to stall for time, but the woman acted decisively. She does not abide by the rules. Wei Qingyan gently wiped the blade, speaking softly. What I issued was a troop mobilization order, not a plea for help. Wu Yuchu's lies can now be relayed to my 20,000 patriotic soldiers. Having cleaned the dagger of blood, Wei Qingyan concealed it in her boot, then joined her palms together in reverence, her expression sincere. Amitabha, may the Buddha show mercy. As her words fell, a wisp of dark energy slowly drifted from Wu Yuchu's head towards her. Chapter 3. Day and Night. All thoughts are of you sure you had anticipated that Wei Qingyan would return to the capital to confront Wu Yuchu, but he had not expected her to execute her vengeance with such swiftness. He had investigated Wu Yuchu, yet, as Wu Yuchu claimed, there was no evidence to prove that he had received any distress signals. Approaching the bed, Sure Yu wrapped the unconscious courtesan in a blanket and carried her out of the minister's residence. The next day, Wei Qingyan sat in the inn's lobby, having breakfast. Have you heard the news? Last night, the Minister of War, Lord Wu, was murdered by his concubine. By the time the servants discovered the crime, the body had already stiffened, and the concubine had vanished without a trace. The city is now in an uproar, searching high and low for her. Why would the concubine commit such an act? The minister's residence is heavily guarded, and how could a mere woman escape? Some have countered this narrative, suggesting that the concubine is none other than the renowned courtesan, Ding Xiang, from the Misty Rain Pavilion. It is said that a wandering hero sought to redeem her. But Lord Wu preempted his efforts, inciting the hero's wrath, which led to the murder and Ding Xiang's abduction. But wait, I have heard that Ding Xiang was a gift from Deputy Minister Liu of the Ministry of War to Lord Wu. Could it be that Ding Xiang is? The speaker cast a significant glance around the room, implying that Lord Wu's death left the position of Minister of War vacant. Who stands to benefit? Naturally, the 2 deputy ministers of the Ministry of War. Wei Qingyan listened intently to the conversations of those present and ascended the stairs. Rumors abound, and it is evident that someone is orchestrating events from behind the curtain. Could it be Sure Yu? After she left the hot springs, Sure Yu's men followed her. Did he wish to avenge her by killing Wu Yuchu, abducting the courtesan, and sowing confusion with rumors? Upon learning of his discovery of Abu's corpse, Sure Yu was inconsolable, leading a campaign against Bailing, which only returned him to the capital after Bailing's surrender. The body had decomposed beyond recognition, which was one of the reasons for the official censure. It is said that he visits Abu's grave every month, sitting there for an entire day. The capital praises the deep bond between the Prince of Rome and the General of the Protectorate. Wei Qingyan chuckled softly, shaking her head. Surely, she had been influenced by too many of these tales, becoming deluded enough to believe that Sure Yu's actions had anything to do with her. At 16, Sure Yu had abruptly severed ties with her and requested to go to his fief. She wrote to him, but he never replied, completely cutting ties. This is why, when trapped in Huangsha Ridge, she sought reinforcements from nearby Ganzhou and appealed to the court for help, but did not turn to Sure Yu. Yet, he had gone to Huangsha Ridge. A cooing sound from the windowsill brought Wei Qingyan back to the present. She retrieved a letter from the pigeon's leg, and, after reading it, a smile graced her lips. Regardless of whether these rumors were instigated by Sure Yu or others seeking to stir the pot. She had no regrets about killing Wu Yuchu. Ganzhou borders Huangsha Ridge, and with 80,000 troops from Bailing invading, how could a general commanding thousands remain oblivious? How could she trust him to be so blind and heartless, allowing 2,000 valiant soldiers to perish? Not only did he escape unscathed, but he was also promoted back to the capital. What sordid affairs lay behind this? Wei Qingyan would eventually uncover the truth, but time was of the essence. She would first use Wu Yuchu's blood to comfort the spirits of the 2,000 fallen. As for the courtesan, her hands were also stained with blood. The death of Wu Yuchu implicated her as well, and she deserved her fate. Wei Qingyan ignited a match to burn the letter and, with her bundle in hand, descended the stairs, this time disguised as a woman. "My lord, I have investigated. Ding Xiang has taken lives in her quest to become the top courtesan." The guard Jingzhe knocked on Shi Yu's study door. Upon hearing this, Shi Yu replied sternly, "Then kill her." Jingzhe hesitated, "My lord, the palace has been keeping a close watch on you lately. If you aid that girl, and it leads back to you, wouldn't that give them leverage over you?" Shi Yu shot him a glare. "What can a sickly prince like me do?" Jingzhe fell silent, afraid to speak further. It was Dongzong who tentatively inquired, "My lord, are you feeling better?" The prince had ventured out alone the previous night and even returned with someone bound, unnoticed by the hidden guards, a feat he had previously accomplished with ease. Shi Yu dipped his brush into ink and wrote the character Qing in large strokes on the Xian paper. The monk's words echoed in his mind. If the old monk could bring her back to life, he would need to offer a ball of soul fire. Would you be willing? A person possesses 3 soul fires, located atop the head and on both shoulders. Their absence results in weakness or madness. "I am willing." The monk shook his head. "I will take her first. You still have a chance to regret. If you decide, follow my instructions. If she awakens, her life will be credited to you. Name her, so the monk does not have to worry. In this vast world, my love is solely for you, ever pondering you day and night. Shi Yu, do not disturb my training. I aim to become a victorious general who guards the nation and expands the territories of Dawei." In his mind, he envisioned her, furious and alive, and he said, "Let her be named Chong Qingyan." He dipped his brush again, the character Nian emerging elegantly on the paper. The bold, vigorous strokes conveyed his answer to Dongzong. Dongzong's face lit up with joy, and even Jingzhe, who typically lacked Dongzong's quick wit, grasped the situation, exclaiming, "My lord, you truly have recovered? But how did this happen so suddenly? What about General Wei?" Shi Yu himself did not comprehend how his frail body had healed after more than 2 years, but he suspected it was connected to Wei Qingyan. However, that night, she had not revealed her identity. When he mentioned Huqing Haiyan as a test, she did not acknowledge it, suggesting there were matters she could not reveal. He acquiesced to her wishes. Yet, he wondered if this sudden recovery would impact her. Thinking of this, he hastily instructed, "Dongzong, ensure she is guarded from a distance." This statement left the usually composed Dongzong wide-eyed, and he nodded vigorously. The young lady must be General Wei. Indeed, aside from his concern for General Wei, the prince had never cast a glance at anyone else. When the hidden guards of the Prince of Rong found Wei Qingyan, she was approaching the gate of the Yuan Marquis's residence. Standing before the grand door, Wei Qingyan knocked gently on the knocker. The heavy red door opened slightly, and the doorman peered out, sizing her up. "This is the Yuan Marquis's residence. Who are you?" Wei Qingyan looked at the doorman and stated her purpose directly. "I am looking for Du Shui. Please inform him that his sister has come to seek him." "Nonsense. Our Marquis has no sister." The doorman's reprimand was cut short as he remembered that their Marquis had indeed lost a sister at a lantern festival many years ago. He had searched for her in the past, but after years without news, he had likely given up hope. The doorman scrutinized Wei Qingyan more closely, and her exquisite beauty, moon-like eyes, and upright posture reminded him of their Marquis's demeanor. Could this person truly be their lady? Shocked, the doorman hesitated, for strange occurrences had recently plagued the residence. The Marquis had ordered the gates closed to guests, and he did not dare to let her in lightly. Yet, if she were indeed the lady, he could not offend her. His tone softened. "Please forgive me. I must report to the Marquis first." The red door closed, and Wei Qingyan stood quietly. Soon, the door reopened, revealing the young Yuan Marquis, Du Shui, standing before her. "Who are you, and where do you come from?" A man returning from the battlefield exuded an air of grimness, his brow furrowed as he regarded Wei Qingyan. Wei Qingyan met his gaze steadily, enunciating each word, Yuzhou, Ling County, Yulon Mountain. Boom! A thunderclap erupted in Du Shui's mind. Chapter 4. Strange occurrences in the mansion. The doorway was no place for conversation, and Wei Qingyan was led into the flower hall of the Du residence. Suppressing his doubts and shock, Du Shui regained his composure. Taking his seat at the head of the table, he glanced at Wei Qingyan with a neutral expression. You claim to be my sister. Do you have any proof? Wei Qingyan calmly seated herself in a chair, looking at the attendant beside her without speaking. The atmosphere grew tense for a moment before Du Shui dismissed the attendants, saying, Now you may speak. His sister was dead, and this woman's boldness made him suspicious. Wei Qingyan replied calmly, I do not. Do you have the audacity to deceive me, Lord Marquis? Do you not fear being reported to the authorities? Du Shui's expression darkened. This woman seemed too confident, raising his suspicions further. The true deceivers are elsewhere, Wei Qingyan replied, lifting her gaze. I am Chang Qingyan, here to speak on behalf of the late Lady Fong. Since the Marquis is busy, if we do not address this matter, it may be difficult to meet with you. Without the merit seal, her vitality could cease at any moment. She had no time to waste. Lady Fong? Duxui's beau-frère. Fong was his first wife, and they had married due to family arrangements. 2 months after their marriage, he had accompanied General Wei to the campaign against Wudong, where they fought for 2 years. After Wudong's surrender, he was stationed at the border until half a year ago when he returned to the capital to inherit his title after his father's death. Lady Fong had been unfaithful for years, and upon hearing that he was returning to the capital, she feared his wrath. Emotions could not be concealed, leading to a hasty elopement with a lover, taking her dowry along. Upon discovering this, her grandmother commanded the steward to search for her. But her paramour had vanished with her wealth. The young woman was brought back to the heartbroken and feeling unworthy of life. She chose to end her own existence with a white silk ribbon. To preserve the family's reputation, her grandmother publicly declared that she had passed away, making it all the more difficult to retrieve the dowry through official channels. When he returned home, she had already been interred, and he chose not to pursue the matter further. No man wishes to speak of a wife who has committed such acts, especially given that he was haunted by her previous words. Thus he inquired, Did you say you hail from Yulon Mountain in Ling County? His sister, having fallen into disrepute, cherished the Yulon blossoms. When he eventually found her, she was on the brink of death, beyond the help of medicine. Her last wish was to be buried in a place abundant with Yulon flowers, hoping to be reborn as a pure soul in her next life. The general, having a hill in Ling County where Yulon flowers thrived, granted him permission to lay his sister to rest there. This was a secret shared only between him and the general, yet the person before him was aware of it. Duxui narrowed his eyes. Wei Qingyan gently shook her head, saying she would explain later, but for now, they must discuss the matter of Fong. Her tone was soft, yet there was an undeniable authority in her demeanor that compelled Duxui to acquiesce, realizing that he, a noble of Anyuan, was being controlled by an unfamiliar woman. His tone grew impatient. Fong had been buried for half a year. What else could there be to discuss? Fong's unjust death had turned her into a vengeful spirit, haunting the Anyuan, refusing to depart. Wei Qingyan gazed at Duxui with her dark, steady eyes, stating, I have come to vindicate her and guide her to the cycle of rebirth. Preposterous, Duxui retorted. You speak of supernatural forces? What is your purpose in coming to my estate today? As a military general who had slain countless foes, he had always believed that death was final and devoid of lingering spirits. Moreover, a woman who had succumbed to shame due to an illicit affair held no grievances. Were it not for the consideration of her enduring solitude during his long absence, he would have dug her up to punish her posthumously. Can you explain why 3 have died and 2 are ill in the estate? Why do the ancestral tablets in the shrine fall to the ground every night? Why do servants sometimes go mad at night? Duxui faltered, then exploded with rage. Did you cause this? Who are you? Upon returning to the capital, he had brought many guards with him, yet someone had caused such disturbances in his estate without his knowledge. Whispers of ghostly hauntings circulated among the servants, with some cowardly enough to contemplate leaving. His grandmother and her elderly maid had inexplicably fallen into a deep slumber, and the physician could find no cause. Yet, did ghosts truly exist? If they did, he would welcome the chance to see the general and his fallen comrades once more. Wei Qingyan, perceiving his continued disbelief, was not surprised. Before encountering the portly monk, she too had dismissed such notions, but the people she had brought with her were a testament to her beliefs. Still, the truth needed to be spoken. Your biased perceptions led you to conclude that Fong was unfaithful, and upon returning home, you neglected her grave, failing to verify the authenticity of the so-called witnesses. This, too, contributed to Fong's lingering resentment. After 2 months of marriage, he had been absent for over 4 years. Fong had endured the pangs of pregnancy alone, giving birth to a daughter whom she cherished and raised, while he showed no concern for the child. This neglect was another reason for Fong's bitterness. Her voice grew somber as her fingers lightly tapped the table, chillingly asserting, unresolved grievances transform into malevolent forces over time, wreaking havoc upon the world. Now, your family faces calamity. Her words echoed like those of a wandering charlatan, and Duxi scoffed inwardly at the absurdity. Yet, the child was innocent, even if the girl were not his own, and her mere existence served as a constant reminder of Fong's betrayal. He refused to explain the child's lineage to an outsider. He slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising. Cease your deceptive theatrics. I offer you one final chance. Who are you, and how do you know of Yulon Mountain in Ling County? Such intimidation did not faze Wei Qingyan in the slightest. Instead, it prompted her to shake her head in exasperation as she slowly approached him. After all these years, you've grown taller but not wiser. With that, she lightly traced her finger along the hairpin in her hair, drawing forth a drop of blood. With focused intent, she began to sketch something on his brow. Duxi felt an unsettling familiarity in her tone, reminiscent of the general's reprimands. In that moment of distraction, he felt a firm grip on his shoulder, rendering him immobile. Shock coursed through him. This individual possessed formidable skills. Who could they be? But soon his thoughts were consumed by a more pressing matter, for he beheld Fong. She was being restrained by a stout woman, while a maid in a servant's garb viciously choked her until she breathed her last. They then hung her lifeless body from a beam. Fong's eyes remained wide open in death. Through her unblinking gaze, he glimpsed another scene. A small child huddled at the foot of a bed, observing a once docile nursemaid, now wielding a whip, mercilessly striking the child, who stifled cries of despair. These visions were alarmingly vivid, striking Duxi's heart with an intensity that threatened to burst forth from his throat. What have you done to me? What trickery is this? His voice, still laced with fury, now wavered. Wei Qingyan raised her gaze, her eyes deep and sorrowful. Those unjustly slain linger on, unable to find peace. The images of their final moments and unresolved attachments haunt their consciousness, cycling endlessly. The child remains within the estate. Whether true or false, you need only to look. Duxi's mind felt as if it would explode. The 3 who had mysteriously died were the very individuals he had just witnessed harming Fong and the child. A wave of disbelief washed over him. Fong had not taken her own life? How could this be? Wei Qingyan remained silent, quietly observing his reaction. Duxi abruptly stood, striding purposefully toward the door. Chapter 5. When did I teach you to be so foolish? When he wed Fong, Duxi had envisioned a life of shared happiness. His 15-year-old bride, shyly nestled in his embrace, her slender waist fragile enough to break with a mere squeeze. Out of compassion for her youth, he had taken precautions before their unions, intending to wait a couple of years until she matured before having children. However, after merely 2 months of marriage, he was called to war, never anticipating that Fong would conceive. He had never suspected her fidelity, attributing her pregnancy to a physician's incompetence in providing effective contraceptives. While he empathized with her plight of becoming a mother at such a tender age, he longed for the war to end so he could return home to his wife and child. Yet, what awaited him was Fong's betrayal. If she had become pregnant despite his precautions, could the child truly be his? The answer came from Fong's maid, revealing that Fong had been involved with another man before he left for battle. He exerted tremendous self-control to convince himself that the child was innocent. Yet, the anticipation of meeting his daughter quickly turned into aversion upon learning the truth. The most he could do was allow her to grow up within the estate, but he had no intention of acknowledging her. What he had not anticipated was the child suffering abuse. Countless needle marks marred her frail arms, and her back bore the crisscross of whip marks, her eyes filled with fear and unease. At his touch, her small frame trembled. Bring that wretched servant here. We shall interrogate who dared to lay a hand on my daughter. Lacking experience in handling children, Duxi turned and delivered a fierce kick to the maid. A chilling, murderous intent radiated from him. The nursemaid who had cared for the child had perished. This new maid had only just arrived. Yet the marks on the child were fresh. He loathed Fong, but he could not tolerate such cruelty inflicted upon an innocent child. Please spare me. The maid, drenched in cold sweat, had never imagined that the lord, who had shown no interest in his daughter for half a year, would suddenly appear here. The guards swiftly dragged her away. Moments later, the sound of the maid's piercing screams echoed from outside. The child, already curled in fear, looked on with even greater terror. Do not be afraid. Wei Qingyan, who had accompanied Duxi, knelt before the child, gently caressing her face. It is all over now. No one will dare to harm you again. Your father will protect you, and your aunt will too. Her voice was exceedingly gentle, causing the child's wariness to diminish slightly. Leaning down, Wei Qingyan cradled the small head of the child against her shoulder, tenderly stroking the nape of her neck. The child, who had held back her tears, emitted small, beast-like whimpers. Since her mother had passed away, she had not been held so tenderly by anyone. Duxues expression d'arconed. The whip marks on the child's back compelled him to acknowledge the reality of the scene he had just witnessed, though it was utterly unfathomable. That scene involving Fong was also true. She had not hanged herself. Rather, she had been suffocated to death by her maid and an elderly woman from her grandmother's courtyard. His grandmother had deceived him. Yet, in a family like theirs, what opportunity for survival could there be for Fong after such actions? His grandmother had always valued the reputation of the Marquis family above life itself. He closed his eyes and glanced at the child nestled in Qingyan's embrace, whispering, "If what you say is true, then all matters within the residence are tied to her grievances. If she eloped first, then the grandmother's order to deal with her is justified. She has brought this upon herself, so what grievances can she voice? I had previously overlooked this child, but such an incident will not occur again. My greatest mercy is limited to allowing her to grow up in the residence." He disregarded whether Qingyan's visit was genuinely due to Fong's ghostly request or merely a pretext to defend her. He hoped this matter would end here. Upon hearing this, Wei Qingyan turned to Du Shui, her gentle demeanor instantly replaced by an icy glare. In a swift motion, she positioned herself behind him and delivered a kick to his knee. Caught off guard, Du Shui collapsed to the ground. Ready to express his anger when he heard her say, "You claimed that if it were a daughter, you would cherish her in your hands, providing her with the best of this world, ensuring she would only laugh in joy and never shed a tear from grievance. You said that while fighting in battles, you could not witness her birth, but upon returning home, you would accompany her every day as she grew up. Is this truly how you have acted?" Fong's letters to Du Shui often centered around the child. He would frequently boast about her in front of her, even demanding a set of gold bowls and chopsticks from her, forcing her to become the child's foster father. After killing Wu Yuchu, she intended to visit Du Shui today, but upon returning to the inn, the room was saturated with resentment emanating from Fong. 3 years ago, she awakened with the ability to see things beyond the perception of ordinary people and acquired a new duty to clear the grievances of the wronged and guide them into reincarnation. Yet, she had not anticipated that the child, whom Du Shui once described as a sticky rice dumpling, would end up in such a dire state. Nor could she fathom how confused Du Shui could be. "But she is not my child." Du Shui roared within, the words remaining unspoken. Suddenly, he realized something, his mind buzzing with clarity. He had only spoken these words to the general. "Who are you? How do you know about Yulon Mountain? How do you know the words I exchanged with the general? Why does your reprimanding tone resemble that of the general?" Seeing that he was fixated on her identity rather than the child's plight or Fong's injustices, anger surged within Wei Qingyan, and she kicked him again, sending him sprawling on the ground. "When did I teach you to be this foolish? Believing one side of the story without seeking verification and hastily drawing conclusions? If you had set aside your biases and thought calmly, you would have discovered numerous inconsistencies. If you had merely taken a careful look at the child, you would know she bears a resemblance to the young you. Du Shui, have the peaceful days of these past years dulled your mind?" Disappointment flickered in Wei Qingyan's eyes. "I will take the child to Feng Shao courtyard for settling. You have half a day to uncover the truth before you may see me again." The child's resemblance to him? He had not scrutinized her closely before, but as he wished to look again, he found the child nestled against the woman. Who carried her out of the room? Why could a first-time visitor so naturally mention Feng Shao courtyard? That courtyard had been a refuge for the general during his childhood, a place to escape the sternness of Lady Wei. She claimed that this matter held many doubts, Yet he had hastily concluded without seeking the truth. Consumed with rage over the betrayal by Fong, he had no desire to revisit it. How could he investigate? In retrospect, could the words of a maid who had killed her mistress be trusted? A tumult of emotions surged through Du Shui, shock, joy, anger, and fear, leaving him perplexed about how to respond. He indeed needed to investigate thoroughly. As he rose from the ground, a guard approached to report, "My lord, that old woman has confessed, saying she was instructed by the young miss." Wei Qingyan paused mid-step in the courtyard. When had the Marquis of Yuan acquired a young miss? The small body in her arms trembled uncontrollably upon hearing the guard's words, prompting Wei Qingyan to hold her tighter, her gaze fixed on the sky. In a realm unseen by ordinary people, a mass of dark energy intertwined and expanded, seemingly poised to engulf the entire Marquis' residence, until within that darkness, a streak of crimson materialized. Wei Qingyan's heart sank as she strode purposefully toward Fengshan courtyard. Chapter 6. Striking back, the Marquis of Yuan's residence was no stranger to Wei Qingyan. In her childhood, her mother was strict, often punishing her with beatings, while her younger sister, Wan Yi, received entirely different treatment. Resentful, she had argued with her mother, only to be punished by kneeling in the ancestral hall for 3 days without any food. At the age of 7, with her father away at war and no one daring to defy her mother's orders, she suffered from hunger. Seizing an opportunity, she stealthily slipped out of the residence and encountered Du Shui, who was being beaten on the ground. She helped him drive off his assailants, and he led her into the Marquis of Yuan's residence in search of food. Thereafter, Du Shui trained alongside her in martial arts, joined the National Defense Army, and became her right-hand man. Wei Qingyan followed her memories to Fengshan courtyard. Pushing open the door, she noticed signs of recent repairs. Fengshan courtyard was the most secluded part of the Marquis' residence, and after staying there for one night at the age of 7, it had become her occasional refuge. Such a remote and unvisited courtyard would not be repaired without reason. It could only be attributed to Du Shui's return to the capital 6 months prior. Wei Qingyan felt a pang of emotion. "Miss Chong, the Marquis has ordered these to be brought to you." Du Shui's guard, Lu, arrived with 2 maidservants carrying bedding and the child's fresh clothing. "Thank you." Wei Qingyan nodded. The room was tidy yet simple, containing only a bed and a few pieces of furniture, just as it had been before. The 2 maidservants quickly made the bed, and Lu brought in hot water. "Miss Chong, do you require anything else?" Wei Qingyan tilted her head and requested, "Some ointment, please." It was no surprise that Lu had come here. Du Shui's suspicion of her identity meant that Lu was both serving and watching her. As Lu observed her undressing the child, he understood and quickly exited. The Marquis had instructed him to keep an eye on Miss Chong, but he must not neglect her. "Xiao, let us wash you up and change into fresh clothes, shall we?" Wei Qingyan spoke softly. Xiao was the nickname Du Shui had given the child, and only Fong had called her that in the past. Hearing Wei Qingyan use the name brought tears back to the child's eyes. She wondered how this woman, who claimed to be her aunt, knew her little name, yet brought her comfort. The small head nodded slightly, leaning into Wei Qingyan's embrace. "Miss Chong, let me help." The maid Lu stepped forward. She had heard from the gatekeeper that this woman claimed to be the long-lost, legitimate daughter of the family. And since the Marquis had not expelled her, but instead sent Lu to serve her, her identity must be genuine. If she made a good impression, perhaps she could secure a position as a senior maid beside her in the future. Before Wei Qingyan could respond, the small figure in her arms shivered, and Wei Qingyan coldly ordered, "You may leave." Lu, feeling embarrassed, shot a glare at the child before leaving the room awkwardly. Although Wei Qingyan lacked experience with children, having been cared for like a child herself over the past 3 years, made washing Xiao not particularly difficult. The challenge lay in the whip wounds on the child's back, some of which had scabs stuck to the inner garment. She had to dampen the garment with hot water before carefully peeling it away. Even so, the small bundle in her arms trembled several times, but made no sound. Wei Qingyan's expression grew colder. Her previous kicks had been too gentle. "Miss Chong, the ointment has arrived," Lu's voice called from outside. "Bring it in," she instructed. Even though the young lady was merely 4 years old and Lu was a man, it was inappropriate for him to enter. Green Willow delivered the ointment inside. Wei Qingyan accepted it, gently applying it to the child's wounds. He inquired of Green Willow, who had not left, about the identity of the young lady. "She is the grandniece of the old lady from her maternal family, Green Willow replied, keen to curry favor. The old lady is quite fond of her and intends to have her as the Marquis's concubine. Concubine? It has only been 6 months since the incident with the Fong family, and the old lady has already found a replacement? Or has she harbored such intentions from the very beginning? After applying the ointment, Wei Qingyan dressed the child and settled her in bed, casually asking when the young lady had arrived at the Marquis's residence. Just as Green Willow was about to respond, a loose voice came from outside. Young lady, there are guests of the Marquis inside. You must not intrude. I must entertain them well, as my great-aunt is currently unwell and my cousin is occupied, a soft, enchanting voice replied. Following this, the door creaked open. Wei Qingyan instinctively embraced the child, who had suddenly burrowed under the covers, gently patting her back in a soothing manner, while his gaze remained fixed on Green Willow, awaiting her response. Desiring to please Wei Qingyan, yet unwilling to offend the young lady, Green Willow hesitated, remaining silent. What is your name? Are you a relative of my cousin's? Guan Yuer approached Wei Qingyan, her gaze scrutinizing. She had heard that the Marquis had brought a woman to the back courtyard, who had taken away the illegitimate child. The specifics eluded her, as her people could not uncover anything, and the courtyard was guarded, rendering entry impossible. Feeling uneasy, she wished to ascertain the truth. Wei Qingyan cast a glance at her, then turned his attention to a Lu behind her. Previously, that old woman had claimed that she had beaten Xiao Xiao under the instigation of the young lady. Was the young lady in question the one before him? A Lu, infuriated by Guan Yuer's reliance on her gender to avoid repercussions, stepped forward to push the door open, unprepared for Wei Qingyan's forthright inquiry. It was her. What beating? What instigation? Guan Yuer's eyes brimmed with tears, appearing deeply wronged as she glared at Wei Qingyan. We have no enmity. Why would you accuse me so? Yet, internally she was alarmed. Her concern revolved around the child's injuries being discovered, prompting her to come here, seeking an excuse to take the child away. After all, the Marquis was indifferent towards the child due to the incident with Fong. If she could take her away, she could find a way to cover it up. To her dismay, she had arrived too late. Wei Qingyan seemed to ignore her words, looking down at the child in his arms and softly asking, Tell your aunt, did she have someone bully you? If so, I shall make it right. Xiao Xiao lifted her head, her eyelashes fluttering as if weighing the trustworthiness of the words, or contemplating whether this aunt, who treated her kindly like a mother, could indeed confront the one who harmed her. An unknown person dared to speak so boldly, and Guan Yuer found the woman before her exceedingly arrogant. Yet, sensing her imposing aura, she inexplicably felt that she would indeed carry out such threats. My great-aunt is ill, and she entrusted this child to me. I can hardly bear to let anyone mistreat her. Guan Yuer forced herself to maintain composure, aware that there must be some misunderstanding. She did not know who the young lady was, but she would eventually have to leave, and she and the child would need to coexist for the rest of their lives. You are sowing discord between us. How are we to get along in the future? Her words were more for the child's benefit than for Wei Qingyan's. With her great-aunt unwell, and with filial piety pressing the Marquis to agree to marry her as a concubine, she could not allow anyone to interfere. Blaming her impatience, she should have waited until after the marriage to eliminate this bothersome child. She lowered her gaze, concealing the killing intent in her eyes. Fortunately, this child was timid. Having heard her words, she would surely not dare to speak out. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief and reach out to embrace the child, she heard the frail voice say, She said, I am an illegitimate child, that my very existence steals the title of the firstborn, and that I should be beaten and starved. I understand now, Wei Qingyan murmured, rubbing the child's head. With a flicker of her brow, she seized Guan Yuer's outstretched wrist, and with a forceful twist, a sharp crack echoed as it broke. Guan Yuer's threats were unmistakable to her. The air caught in her throat from the child's words, and the sudden pain in her wrist made the rest of her breath catch as well. Her face flushed crimson. Whether from suffocation or pain, she could not tell. As Wei Qingyan covered the child's ears, Guan Yuer let out a chilling scream. Chapter 7. 23 strikes all transpired in a flash. No one anticipated that Wei Qingyan would act so violently as to break Guan Yuer's hand. Yet, this was not the end. With one arm cradling the child, she produced a soft whip in the other hand. Before Guan Yuer could utter any curses, a sharp crack resonated, followed by a searing pain across her back. You vile woman, how dare you? I will tell the Marquis to have you killed. The agony altered her voice into a piercing wail. The maid, wanting to shield Guan Yu, trembled at Wei Qingyan's fierce gaze and fled the courtyard in haste. She needed to find the old lady for help. No, that was wrong. The old lady was unconscious and could not assist her. So she would have to seek the Marquis. Alu, recovering from his shock, hesitated over whether to aid Guan Yu, for in contrast to the unknown Chong girl, Guan Yu was a relative of the old lady. However, his hesitation lasted only a moment. The Marquis had instructed him not to neglect Miss Chong. He would not admit that watching Miss Chong strike Guan Yu brought him unexpected satisfaction. The Yuan Marquis had been tumultuous in recent years, with the masters passing one by one, leaving only the old lady, the Marquis, and the young lady. Upon returning to the capital, the old lady mentioned her loneliness and had brought her maternal family's grandniece to stay with her. Guan Yu had previously feigned virtue before the Marquis and old lady. Yet behind the scenes, she had wielded the old lady's influence, flaunting her power in the residence. Not only did she covet the Marquis, but she even resorted to violence against the child. She deserved to be punished. Another crack, just as she was about to strike again. Wei Qingyan's garment was seized by someone. The child, who she thought would be frightened, looked up at her. Wei Qingyan lowered her gaze, releasing her hold on the child's ears. Aren't you afraid? She is a bad person. The child's gaze remained timid, but there was a glimmer of satisfaction on her face. Wei Qingyan lifted her eyes to the sky, bouncing the child slightly in her arms. Xiao Xiao is correct. She is indeed a bad person. Now watch closely how your aunt repays her. She struck Guan Yu 23 times. While cleaning the child's back, she counted carefully. The frail back bore a total of 23 scars, old and new combined. Guan Yu fainted from the pain. Wei Qingyan turned to Alu. Take her away and inform Du Shui that these lashes were for Xiao Xiao and also for her. The resentment of the Feng family lingered in the air, thicker than the previous day. If she did not relieve Xiao Xiao of this grievance, the resentment would soon involve Du Shui, having sullied the lives of others. The Feng family would find it difficult to reincarnate. Alu watched Wei Qingyan retreat into the room, mouth agape, ultimately saying nothing as he gestured for several terrified maids hiding nearby to carry Guan Yu away. He did not comprehend what Miss Chang's words meant, but the Marquis surely would. When Guan Yu's maid encountered Du Shui, he was busy interrogating the steward of the Marquis. The steward, who once held a position of esteem before the old lady, was now bloodied and battered. The Marquis's countenance was dark and foreboding, as though he were about to send the steward to his demise. The maid dared not disclose the situation, plagued by a nagging sense of dread, convinced that the day's events would bode ill for her young lady. Just as she turned to find Guan Yu, Du Shui's grim voice echoed, "Take her away." As Du Shui entered Feng Shao courtyard, Wei Qingyan had already lulled Xiao Xiao to sleep and was meditating with closed eyes. "Miss Chong, may I have a word with you?" Wei Qingyan opened her eyes, glanced at the sleeping child, and stepped outside. As she turned to close the door, a gust of wind swept toward her from behind. Wei Qingyan narrowed her eyes slightly and swiftly dodged to the side, employing her lightness skill to retreat into an adjacent empty room. Du Shui followed suit, instructing his companion, Alu, to guard the entrance and permit no one to enter. When he caught up with Wei Qingyan, she stood calmly with her hands clasped behind her back, observing him silently. Neither spoke. Du Shui immediately launched an attack. Outside, Alu could only hear the sounds of their exchange until, after a moment, the noise ceased. Concerned, he peeked inside only to find his lord subdued beneath Miss Chang's foot. He reached for his weapon, but Du Shui commanded him to withdraw. After a brief hesitation, he heard Du Shui instruct him to leave the courtyard. Upon hearing Alu's retreating footsteps, Du Shui collapsed to the ground, tears streaming from his eyes. After a long silence, he choked out the revelation that his grandmother had orchestrated everything. She had bribed a maid from the Feng family, promising her the position of a concubine in the Yuan Marquis household, and assisted in creating the illusion of Feng's elopement by selling her dowry. This deception had fooled both the Feng family and him. The Feng family, being merchants, had hoped that their daughter's marriage into the Marquis would elevate their status. Yet she had committed an act that betrayed the family. Fearing repercussions, they distanced themselves from her rather than investigate the truth. After his return to the capital, his father-in-law had lamented and reprimanded the Feng family, blaming himself for not raising his daughter properly, which only solidified Du Shui's belief in the authenticity of the events. He realized he had been foolish, as there was no man involved. The dowry had been converted to silver, and locked away in his grandmother's storeroom. But why had she done this? Why? Wei Qingyan remained silent. If Du Shui could deduce these truths, how could he not discern his grandmother's motives? The Marquise, though noble, was not wealthy. He had believed she valued Feng's character, only to discover her true desire was for the dowry. Over the years, the Du family had relied on the Feng dowry for sustenance. Feng had been dutiful, prioritizing his grandmother in all matters, lavishly supporting her, which only amplified his grandmother's greed. Not only did she drain the Feng family's resources, but she also subsidized her own family every year, even contemplating marrying her niece to Du Shui as a primary wife. To his astonishment, the usually compliant Feng had resisted this time. Envy and malice took root within his grandmother, leading her to plot treachery. Had he not learned of these sinister machinations from the trusted servants of his grandmother, he would never have believed that the once kind and gentle matriarch could be so shamelessly vile. He had been naive, too easily believing her words, so much so that he almost allowed his own child to fall victim to her schemes. Du Shui raised his head, tears streaming down his face. But, General, how could I have foreseen her malice? How could I have imagined that a doctor I found randomly on the street could be bribed to replace my contraceptive with a tonic? Had it not been for this, how could he have doubted that Xiao Xiao was not his child? The reference to General caused Wei Qingyan to ease her grip. Years ago, she had hidden a treasure of great allure on Yulon Mountain, and among those still alive who knew of it, only she and Du Shui remained. Before departing for the capital, she had sent someone to check on the treasure. The message she received at the inn confirmed that it remained untouched. Wu Dan was not far from Yulon Mountain. After her death, Du Shui had lingered there for years without disturbing the treasure, which solidified her trust in him. She needed an identity in the capital. Observing the long-abandoned Feng Shao courtyard, which was as pristine as if it had been cleaned daily, she felt assured that her decision was correct. He remained the same Du Shui, loyal and honorable, who had always held her in high regard. Seeing her not refute his words, Du Shui embraced her foot, curling up on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. He had committed a grievous error, one that could never be rectified regarding the Feng family and his child. Some individuals could never be forgiven, though the general was a year younger. He had always been both a mentor and a friend, a steadfast support, and now he was his last hope. Chapter 8. How the general became a woman. Wei Qingyan was unaware that Du Shui, a grown man, could weep so profoundly. After enduring for a quarter of an hour, his sobs showed no sign of abating. Unable to bear it any longer, she admonished him to release her and rise. Years of habit had ingrained in Du Shui an instinctual obedience to Wei Qingyan. He quickly loosened his grip, standing up with tear-filled eyes and asking, "General, is she here?" Having trained under the general for 3 years, he believed his skills were commendable, but when he attempted to best her, it was she who subdued him, the exchange mirroring their past encounters. Years ago, in this very empty room, he had found himself at her mercy, thereafter willingly acknowledging her as his superior. The general had truly returned, though he could not fathom why she had become a woman. If the general could return, how could he not believe that after Feng's death, her grievances lingered? Framed by his grandmother, his life had been endangered, his dowry usurped, and his daughter abused. Had he been in her position, he would have sought vengeance. Wei Qingyan did not look at his tear-streaked face but nodded. Du Shui suddenly felt a chill wash over him. He glanced around but saw nothing amiss. Rubbing his face, he spoke into the air, "Feng, I'm sorry for you and for the child. I did not trust you enough, believing my grandmother's words without investigation, doubting the child's lineage, allowing her to suffer. From now on, I will ensure she no longer endures hardship, and I will raise her well. As for those who harmed you," he paused, then closed his eyes, "I will turn them over to the authorities. Life for a life. Even my grandmother will not be sheltered." But she opposed reporting it to the authorities. Wei Qingyan gazed toward the door, her voice icy. Du Shui faltered, following her gaze. "Why?" Wei Qingyan shook her head. Without the merit seal, she could only sense this, but she could surmise the reasons. As the crimson hue of malevolence faded, Du Shui's admission of guilt alleviated some of Feng's resentment. Wei Qingyan sighed internally. She must retrieve the merit seal promptly. Du Shui assumed she could not disclose the general's return, which seemed rather enigmatic. He glanced at the ground, noticing a shadow, the living kind. Hesitant to press the matter of the general, he shifted the topic back to his own concerns. The general mentioned that Feng has become a vengeful spirit. She cannot reincarnate until her grievances are settled. Otherwise, she will become a demon. Now that you refuse to report her, do you intend to seek revenge personally? Would this not also affect you? How can I assist you? In this world, order must prevail. Those who do not belong here ultimately face a fate of disintegration. Merely a matter of time. Fong was innocent. She did not deserve such an ending. Wei Qingyan regarded him, pondering whether Du Shui's grandmother could perpetrate such acts, and if there were other matters he was unaware of. Have you investigated thoroughly? In the past, she had not understood the intricacies of the inner household, but years spent with the portly monk had broadened her perspective. Fong's resentment toward Du Shui's grandmother was for vengeance. Yet she might not wish for Du Shui to report out of fear that certain matters would be revealed, transforming the false into the true. With a mother suspected of infidelity, how would society regard Xiao Xiao? In this world, being a woman is challenging. Perhaps this was Fong's greatest fear. Thus, they needed to uncover other charges to hold Du Shui's grandmother legally accountable. I will investigate, Du Shui declared without hesitation. Once one perceives a hidden facet of another, countless thoughts arise. As he reached the door, he turned back hesitantly and asked, "General, will you leave?" He inquired cautiously. Wei Qingyan smiled gently. "I am your sister. This is my home. Once the truth is uncovered and vengeance is exacted, she would still have to depart." Yet, their initial encounter did not necessitate such discussions. Du Shui fervently nodded. "Yes, this is your home." Now that the general was a woman, she could no longer return to the protecting the nation general's residence. Thus, she had no home. But lacking a home was inconsequential. The general had saved his life on multiple occasions, and his home would always be hers. "Do not call me general any longer," Wei Qingyan said softly. "I am now Chang Qingyan. There is no longer a protecting the nation general." "Yes," Du Shui understood. "I will never disclose this to another soul." He wiped his eyes. "I apologize for the inconvenience, being a man confined in a woman's form. But at least you were alive." Wei Qingyan observed as he began to cry again, her lips twitching slightly. Previously, in an effort to conceal her identity, Abu had crossed the river alongside her comrades in the army. Disguised as a man, she donned specially crafted boots, presenting a stature indistinguishable from that of an ordinary male. In Du Shui's mind, she was indeed a genuine man. Given her current appearance, it was only natural that he harbored no suspicions regarding her true gender. Wei Qingyan chose not to elaborate further, but was reminded of another matter, Abu's appearance. Abu was a child she had rescued from the palace's punishment slaves, a time when he was nothing but skin and bones, bullied by a group of eunuchs. Unable to bear it, she had hidden him in her sedan chair and smuggled him out, nurturing him in her own courtyard. To her surprise, the now plump Abu bore a striking resemblance to her, nearly 7 parts alike. Once she dismissed it as mere coincidence, but now she dared not trust in coincidences any longer. Wei Qingyan glanced toward the palace. It was time to investigate. Before Du Shui departed, he visited Xiao Xiao. The more he looked, the more guilt he felt, prompting him to first look into the matter concerning the old madam. He instructed that Chang Qingyan, his long-lost sister and the legitimate young lady of the Anyuan Marquis, should be treated with the utmost respect by all the servants, akin to how they revered him. The servants dared not disobey, especially on this day when so many events had transpired, instilling fear among them. Guards were stationed at every entrance and exit of the Marquis. The old madam's favored cousin was knocked unconscious by the recently recovered legitimate young lady. Upon learning this, the Marquis not only refrained from reprimanding the legitimate young lady, but also forbade the cousin's maid from seeking a doctor. The butler and several elderly individuals from the old madam's courtyard were carried out bloodied from the Marquis's courtyard, having been discovered to have committed some transgression. The specifics were unknown to anyone. Therefore, when Du Shui summoned others for questioning later, it proceeded exceptionally smoothly, requiring little coercion as the respondents willingly confessed. However, the more they revealed, the darker his expression grew. That night, Du Shui's study remained illuminated, while Wei Qingyan found it difficult to sleep. The first half of the night was spent adjusting to the presence of a small child beside her, while in the latter half, her vitality began to wane gradually. Although not as severe as during her time in the hot springs, the situation was still far from optimistic. She needed to find Shiryu. Upon opening the door, she encountered the dark-eyed Du Shui sitting in the corridor. Realizing he had addressed her incorrectly, he corrected himself, stating, "I must leave the city to investigate some matters. Could I trouble you to keep an eye on Xiao Xiao?" The only person he could trust now was the general. Wei Qingyan cast a glance downward and then lifted her gaze to the little one. When she rose in the morning, Xiao Xiao had also awakened, seemingly fearful of her departure, and followed her step for step. After having dealt with Guan Yuer the previous day, she could not risk leaving Xiao Xiao alone in the marquise, lest Guan Yuer seek revenge. She nodded, agreeing, "Very well, I will take her out, you may rest assured." "You're going out?" "With Du Xue's company. Encountering Shi Yu would be easier." But seeing his gloomy expression suggested that the matters from the previous day's interrogation were significant, and he likely had much to attend to today. Wei Qingyan responded nonchalantly, "I am at ease." However, the Minister of War, Wu Yuchu, was assassinated, and today the streets are teeming with patrolling soldiers and officials. "You have not been in the capital for many years. I will have a Lu accompany you." He was weighed down by numerous matters and failed to notice the change in Wei Qingyan's expression upon hearing this. Nor did he contemplate the connection between Wu Yuchu and Wei Qingyan. Wei Qingyan did not refuse. The task she had set for herself would be cumbersome with a child in tow, so having a Lu assist was beneficial. Unbeknownst to a Lu, he had become a mere tool, carrying Xiao Xiao while following Wei Qingyan out of the marquise. Meanwhile, Shi Yu had learned from his shadow guards the previous night that Wei Qingyan had entered the On Yuan marquise, posing as Du Xue's sister. Upon receiving news from Dong Song that Wei Qingyan had taken a child to Yuan Tower, he pondered briefly before instructing Jingzhe, "Prepare the carriage." Chapter 9. Secrets of the Elegant Chamber. Yuan Tower is an establishment owned by Shi Yu. It was originally a venture he embarked upon on a whim, but it has since evolved into the largest tavern in the capital. It is the first tavern to offer breakfast to guests, featuring various attractions such as storytelling, singing, card games, and even complimentary cosmetic services for women. Patrons unwilling to depart after breakfast can linger until lunch or even dinner, contributing to its booming business. At present, it was still morning, and the place was already bustling with guests. Wei Qingyan had made an advance reservation for a private room during her recent stroll through the streets, ordering the tavern's signature breakfast. After the three had dined, they called in a master sugar artist to craft the 12 zodiac animals for Xiao Xiao. The old madam's strictness prevented Feng Shi from venturing out often, and Xiao Xiao had little opportunity to enjoy herself outside, quickly becoming captivated by the sugar figures. Wei Qingyan signaled for a Lu to stay with Xiao Xiao and quietly slipped out through the window of the inner room. She had been a frequent visitor to Yuan Tower and knew that the third floor housed a special elegant chamber designated for Shi Yu. In the past, whenever Shi Yu invited them for a meal, they would dine in that chamber. However, one day, it had become forbidden ground for her. To be precise, Shi Yu forbade anyone from entering that chamber again. The newly appointed manager, eager to curry favor with him, personally entered to clean it, but upon Shi Yu's knowledge, he rushed over from the Wang residence, ordered the manager to be beaten and expelled from the tavern. Those well acquainted with Shi Yu, including noble young men, were curious and dared to intrude upon that chamber, only to be summarily expelled. Du Xue was among them, who later complained that Shi Yu's elegant chamber must harbor unspeakable secrets. But if there were truly secrets, wouldn't they be safer hidden in the Wang residence? Wei Qingyan had no desire to delve deeper, as shortly after, Shi Yu had severed ties with her and departed to his fief, while she was commanded to lead a campaign. Now back in the capital, with the merits and rewards siphoned away by Shi Yu, she contemplated how to approach him and reclaim what was hers. Compared to infiltrating the Wang residence, it seemed easier to lure Shi Yu to Yuan Tower. When she made the reservation for the private room, she had probed and found that the elegant chamber remained off-limits to outsiders. Familiar with the layout, Wei Qingyan pushed open the window and entered, only to furrow her brow at the scene within. The familiar arrangement had remained unchanged, with no hidden passages or compartments. There was tea on the table, indicating that Shi Yu had visited recently. After surveying the area, she found no discernible secrets. She wondered why he was so protective of this room. After searching again with no discoveries, Wei Qingyan created the appearance of a burglary, then picked up a fire starter and ignited the gauze curtain at the entrance. As she watched the flames ascend, she realized she was still affected by the events of years past. After over a decade of friendship, even if he no longer wished to associate with her, he ought to provide her with an explanation. Yet, observing the state of the room, she felt uncertain whether Shi Yu would come. Perhaps the room itself was not of such significance. Shi Yu closed it off as a subtle hint for her to cease her visits. Was it her lack of perception that led her to misinterpret his intentions? prompting him to sever ties directly. Upon returning to the private room, she found Xiao Xiao enjoying her sugar figures. Seeing Wei Qingyan return, she offered her a small tiger-shaped candy. Wei Qingyan accepted it, but before she could take a bite, she heard someone outside exclaiming, "Water's flooding! Water's flooding!" Alu instinctively glanced at her. Wei Qingyan feigned ignorance, continuing to savor the candy alongside Xiao Xiao while attentively listening to the commotion outside. If Shiryu did not arrive, she would have to take advantage of her remaining agility to sneak into the Wang residence that night. However, she did not anticipate Shiryu's swift arrival. Before she had finished her candy, she heard the manager outside apologizing. "Your Highness, please forgive me. It was my negligence that allowed thieves into that room, and they even damaged the curtain." Fortunately, it was discovered in time. Wei Qingyan leisurely finished her candy, casting a glance at Alu, who seemed hesitant to speak. Having heard that Yuan Tower's roasted lamb chops were exceptional, she decided, "I will go take a look. You stay here with Xiao Xiao and do not wander off." Understood. Alu nodded, not daring to ask further. The Marquis had instructed him to follow the young lady's orders. As for whether Miss Chong was indeed the rightful young lady, it was not for a servant like him to dispute. If the Marquis said so, then it was so. Wei Qingyan ruffled Xiao Xiao's hair, softly saying, "Let us have lunch here before we head home, shall we?" "Okay," came the soft, shy response from Xiao Xiao, who looked up at Wei Qingyan. The notion of going home brought Xiao Xiao comfort. Her aunt would not abandon her, which alleviated her fears. Wei Qingyan first ventured to the place for the roasted lamb chops to order a leg of lamb, then proceeded to the main hall for tea and storytelling. Hiding behind the corridor pillars, she glanced at the third floor where the guards, Jingjia and Dongsong, stood watch outside the elegant room. Wei Qingyan turned and made her way to the adjoining chamber where the women were grooming themselves. Upon reappearing at the window of the elegant room, she found Shiryu with his back turned, tidying up the bed. A light flick of his fingers sent a colorless, odorless powder into the room, and soon after, Shiryu reclined on the bed. The warm spring had failed to draw back the merit seal, perhaps due to Shiryu's subconscious resistance while awake. This time, Wei Qingyan had prepared a sedative in advance. Aware that Jingjia and Dongsong were vigilant, she dared not delay. She lifted Shiryu's head and leaned in to kiss him. However, his forehead remained cold. Just as it had before, vitality was restored, yet the merit seal showed no inclination to return. Wei Qingyan's eyes darkened. The merit seal was a boon she had obtained, akin to flesh and blood for an ordinary person, destined to accompany its master for life. Why did her essence linger within Shiryu's body? The merit seal favored those with great virtue. Could it be that Shiryu had indeed performed grand acts of kindness? However, after losing his military power and being confined to the capital, he had shown only interest in commerce. She had not heard of him engaging in any charitable deeds. Or was it simply because he was of royal blood, bearing the aura of the imperial family? Coincidentally, the fat monk had also gone to Punglai after she left Lianhua Dock. She could not inquire further, not being able to retrieve it now. Should she seek out Shiryu for a kiss every few days to maintain his vitality? The feeling of having her fate grasped in another's hands was profoundly unsettling, and a flicker of irritation rose within Wei Qingyan's eyes. This was not a sustainable solution. Shiryu was not foolish and would eventually uncover the truth. Should she attempt once more? Wei Qingyan pride opened the man's lips, delving deeper and with greater force than before. The duration was prolonged, and reason warned her that Shiryu had once been skilled in martial arts, and the sedative's effectiveness would be halved on him. Besides, there were still 2 guards outside. She should leave promptly. Yet, the opportunity to connect with Shiryu was rare, and she felt compelled to seize it. Alas, her lips had grown numb, and still, there was no result. A voice from outside interrupted her thoughts. "Your Highness?" Wei Qingyan glared at the still slumbering Shiryu and angrily leaped out the window. "That little thief. Your Highness? Are you all right?" Jingjia's voice rang out again. Shiryu slowly opened his eyes, responding that he was fine, unwilling to let Jingjia enter and disturb his current mood. His index finger gently curled, tracing the slightly swollen lips, a reminder of the 2 kisses she had initiated. But why? Chapter 10. Creating an encounter. Sure, you would not be so narcissistic as to think that Wei Qingyan harbored affection for him. Now that she had regained her femininity, prompting her bold advances, could it be related to his restored health, that she was attempting to heal him in such a manner? Years ago, when he had offered his soul fire, he had not been foolish, yet his vitality had waned, often leaving him fatigued, unable to pursue many endeavors. He had truly been a frail shadow of himself. However, since their chance encounter at the hot spring, he had returned to his former self, even surpassing it. Otherwise, he would not have awakened prior to her second kiss. Grateful for Jingzhi's timely interruption, he reflected that her kiss had genuinely tested his self-control. He also felt a twinge of regret at Jingzhi's early arrival, which had startled her away. Pressing his lips together, he reined in his wandering thoughts and focused his inner strength, feeling as robust as he had before. If she was indeed trying to heal him, did she already know about the soul fire? Was she still troubled by his past aloofness, unwilling to acknowledge him, only seeking to repay a debt of gratitude and then sever all ties? The mere thought of this possibility sent a pang of pain through Shiryu's heart. Yet, he quickly brushed the notion aside. The monk had assured him that he would not disclose the matter of the soul fire to her, sparing her from any burden. A practitioner of the monastic life should not go back on their word. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Having sacrificed his soul fire had rendered him weak. Now that his health had been restored, could it be that the soul fire had returned? If so, what would become of Wei Qingyan? Would she perish without it? He hurried to the window, only to find that Wei Qingyan's figure had long since vanished. She had managed to slip past them unnoticed to reach the elegant room, indicating her skills had improved since their last encounter, and she did not appear to be in distress. What could be the reason behind this? For the first time, Shiryu felt his intellect insufficient, and yet he could not directly inquire of her. His gaze fell upon the burnt curtain. Though he could not fathom the reasons at present, he could facilitate her next approach to him, should she still desire it. With this thought, he summoned Dongsong and whispered instructions. Upon returning to the private room, Wei Qingyan found that the sugar figurines of the 12 zodiac animals were ready, and the master had left after tidying up. Upon seeing her return, Xiao Xiao eagerly divided half of the treats and presented them to her with a beaming smile. Noticing the remnants of sugar at the corners of the child's mouth, Wei Qingyan thought that consuming too many sweets was not good for her. So she accepted the offering and gently wiped her mouth. "Are you happy?" The little head nodded vigorously, displaying a hint of eagerness to please, which softened Wei Qingyan's heart. She instructed Alu to pack the sugar figurines, and then she took Xiao Xiao to watch a shadow play before returning to the private room for lunch. On the way home, perhaps exhausted from a day of play, Xiao Xiao's head bobbed as she dozed off. Wei Qingyan, with a sense of helplessness, lifted the child onto her lap, gently patting her back, encouraging her to sleep against her. The past 6 months without a mother had been filled with hardships for this child, who had endured neglect, yet she was so dependent and cautious in Wei Qingyan's presence. This reminded Wei Qingyan of her own childhood. Her mother often said that she was to be the future head of the family, the helm of the 100,000-strong national army, destined to grow into a formidable man. And how could she, like a girl, cling to her mother and act coy? What she received from her mother was strictness and disappointment when deemed insufficiently excellent. In front of outsiders, her mother would only reveal a hint of affection, which left her feeling anxious. She felt joy, yet also feared that this rare warmth could vanish at any moment, replaced by harsher reprimands. In her youth, she even suspected she was not her mother's child, but the first time she returned home injured from a campaign, her mother's tears had nearly drowned her. In her mother's swollen eyes, she saw the pain, and she felt shame for having such thoughts. Her mother was merely strict, not devoid of love. When news of her battlefield death reached the capital, her mother had fainted, and her health had since deteriorated. Wei Qingyan lifted the carriage curtain, addressing Alu. "Alu, take the route through Qingtai Alley." In Qingtai Alley stood the residence of the Protector General. Her younger sister, Wan Yi, had married Shiryu's 5th royal brother, King Jing, and had moved to his fief after their marriage. With their mother gravely ill, Wan Yi had come to the capital to personally take her mother to the fief. The doctor had given birth to several daughters, but they were not close, aside from the eldest sister who married in the capital. The other 3 had returned to their ancestral home with their grandmother to start families. Now, the Protector General's residence was left with only a few caretakers. Wei Qingyan did not instruct the carriage to stop, but peered through the curtain, gazing from a distance. The entire general's residence, apart from her parents and the loyal Chiyomomo who had accompanied her mother, as well as the Abu she had brought home, was unaware of her true identity. Chiyomomo was her mother's maid, fiercely loyal to her. Although the emperor was aware of her gender, the hearts of rulers are inscrutable. Throughout history, monarchs have feared generals who command armies. Should the secret be exposed, the literati and military officials might pressure the emperor to accuse the Wei family of treason, and it was uncertain how the emperor would respond. Her mother had often cautioned her about this, sternly requiring her to guard her identity with utmost caution. Wei Qingyan meticulously reviewed her 18 years masquerading as a boy, contemplating whether she had inadvertently exposed herself. Lost in thought, a sudden whinny from the horse jolted her back to reality, and her expression sharpened as she cradled Xiao Xiao and leapt from the carriage. "I truly apologize." The horse went wild unexpectedly. "Are you all right?" Dongsong's face was full of regret. Wei Qingyan glanced at the startled yet relatively calm Xiao Xiao and then at the fallen horse before turning to Dongsong. "This horse is no ordinary steed. How could it suddenly go mad? Please forgive me, young lady. I have yet to ascertain the cause, but this is not the first occurrence. I am truly sorry for the trouble it has caused you." He examined the broken carriage that had collided with the horse and produced a banknote from his pocket. "This carriage will require significant repairs. Please accept this as compensation." The implication in his words indicated that such incidents had occurred before. Who would dare harm the horse of the royal prince? Wei Qingyan cast a doubtful glance at Alu. Alu gently nodded in response. Wei Qingyan furrowed her brow. Was Shiryu's situation truly so dire? It seemed Dongsong had only just noticed Alu, exclaiming with delight, "Alu, what brings you here? And who is this young lady?" The two masters had previously interacted frequently, and naturally, Alu and Dongsong were well acquainted. Recalling the Marquis's instructions, he replied, "This is our young lady, the Marquis's biological sister." The disappearance of an Yuan Ho's sister was no secret in the capital. Upon hearing this, Dongsong once again clasped his hands in greeting and introduced himself. "I am Dongsong of the Rong Wangfu. It is an honor to meet Miss Du. My apologies for any offense, and if the young lady does not mind, we would be pleased to offer you a ride." The atmosphere of Do Wei was relatively open-minded. Given the circumstances and with Alu and Xiao Xiao present, Dongsong's invitation was not considered intrusive. Wei Qingyan turned her gaze towards the carriage of Rong Wangfu. The occupant inside seemed to have overheard and lifted the curtain to glance over. After a moment of surprise, he queried, "Are you searching for Du Shui?" This astonishment was genuine. Their first encounter had been at night, and he had kept his eyes closed in the private room, making this the first time he beheld Wei Qingyan in women's attire. She stood tall, lacking the usual softness of a woman, exuding a certain youthful vigor. Yet her delicate features and flawless skin softened her robust demeanor, coupled with her ethereal grace. It was no wonder that Shiryu still vividly recalled the shock and heart-wrenching realization when he had stitched together a corpse and discovered she was a woman. How astonishingly beautiful she appeared in female garb. Indeed, Wei Qingyan replied, also looking at him. "Did you not mention that you came to the capital to search for relatives at the hot spring?" Dongsong chuckled. "It seems the floodwaters have washed away the Dragon King's temple." Shiryu cast a sidelong glance at him. Having intended to create an opportunity for their meeting, but never anticipated Dongsong would notice someone tampering with their horse and resort to such a perilous tactic as a collision. Fortunately, she had come to no harm. He turned to her. "I am an old acquaintance of your brother. Allow me to escort you." Chapter 11. A Heart of a Viper. Wei Qingyan declined the silver note, leaving the damaged carriage of the Du family in Dongsong's care. She boarded the carriage of Rong Wangfu with Alu and Xiao Xiao. Having known Dongsong for many years, she trusted his steady demeanor. He had swiftly severed the reins of the rampaging horse to prevent the carriage from being dragged down, and he could have dispatched the horse in time. However, he had only acted when the horse charged at them. With the merit seal still on Shiryu, Wei Qingyan had no reason to refuse this fortuitous opportunity. Her gaze fell upon Alu, who stood hesitantly outside the carriage. Alu dared not sit with the heir of the Rong family, wavering whether to join Jing Zhou on the carriage's shaft. Meeting Wei Qingyan's probing gaze, he bit his lip, lowered his head, and entered the spacious carriage. For reasons unknown, he felt that the aura surrounding the young lady surpassed even that of the Marquis. Wei Qingyan remained observant, while Shiryu felt a twinge of guilt. The carriage ride passed in silence. Upon arriving at an Yuan Ho's residence, as Wei Qingyan prepared to disembark, Shiryu finally spoke. "I thank you for saving my life at the hot spring that day. I shall visit to express my gratitude in due time." Having failed to recognize her earlier, he had mistakenly assumed she was sent by the palace. Wei Qingyan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Buddhist says, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Your Highness, may you repay kindness with kindness." Shiryu smiled helplessly. There will be no next time. She had not explicitly revealed her awareness of Dong Song's ruse, and he took her words to mean the incident at the hot spring. Wei Qingyan's gaze swept over Shiryu's slightly swollen lips. She inclined her head in gratitude and, with Xiao Xiao in her arms, exited the carriage. Shiryu would seek her out again. This act was not merely to escort her home. Watching Wei Qingyan and her companions enter the gates of the Marquis's residence, Jingzhe hurriedly tossed the reins to the coachman and slipped into the carriage, whispering, "Master, it is rare to have an opportunity to converse with the General Wei. Why did you not speak with her?" Shiryu refrained from explaining that more words invited more mistakes, instead instructing, "You and Dong Song must remember. She is now Miss Chong." "Why?" Jingzhe's curiosity got the better of him. A shadow darkened Shiryu's eyes. "It is a hard life for General Wei." Upon hearing this, Jingzhe's expression grew serious. "Rest assured, I will remember." General Wei had borne heavy burdens since childhood. Following the old general into battles at 12 and assuming command of the National Defense Army by 15, overcoming the senior generals and navigating the treacherous court. The hardships he faced were not to be understated, and he ultimately met a tragic end. Had it not been for the Marquis abandoning his army to rush ahead, General Wei's remains would have been unrecognizable, enduring all this while being a woman. Even for a royal guard, recalling those scenes was heart-wrenching. Better to avoid such tricks in the future, Shiryu advised. Understanding the implications of his words, Jingzhe realized General Wei had seen through the ruse. It seems, too, that General Wei has always been astute. Fearing Dong Song might face reprimand, Jingzhe could not help but defend him. "Master, you have never pursued a lady before. This is Dong Song's first attempt. Please be lenient this time." Shiryu closed his eyes to rest, a faint smile gracing his lips. Seeing this, Jingzhe felt reassured and quietly exited the carriage. Meanwhile, as Wei Qingyan entered the estate, she saw Lu Lu hurrying towards her with several maids in tow. Upon seeing her, Lu Lu exclaimed, "The old lady has awakened and wishes to see you." Wei Qingyan's eyes flickered. "When did she awaken?" "I do not know," Lu Lu replied, "but you should hurry. The old lady is furious to hear that your cousin was struck by you." She added that the old lady claimed this Miss Chong was not truly a member of the Du family and wished to expel her. It was fortunate that she had previously sought to curry favor with her, but with the Marquis's recognition, it mattered little. The old lady held the highest authority in the household, and the Marquis had to heed her due to filial piety. Yet, fearing Wei Qingyan's ruthlessness when she struck, they dare not speak too harshly. Wei Qingyan disregarded Lu Lu's ulterior motives, leaving Xiao Xiao still unconscious. In a Lu's care, and signaling Lu Lu to lead the way as she proceeded to the old lady's quarters. Outside, the ominous aura had significantly diminished. Much to her surprise, upon entering, she was met with an enraged outburst from the old lady. "Who dares impersonate my granddaughter?" As soon as Wei Qingyan stepped inside, a teacup was hurled at her. The old lady glared fiercely, having awakened to find no one by her side. Summoning a servant, she learned that those attending her had been incapacitated by Du Shui. Without knowing the reason, she was only aware of an impostor in the residence who had struck Yuer. How could she not be enraged? The old lady's throw lacked force, and Wei Qingyan calmly evaded, leisurely stepping to the old lady's bedside. "On what basis do you assert that I am not a member of the Du family?" "You are not," the old lady affirmed with certainty. "Such confidence." Wei Qingyan's eyes deepened, and with a thought, she declared, "You must be disappointed. I have indeed returned as your granddaughter." "What do you mean?" The old lady's expression shifted. "What I mean, dear old lady, you surely know well. It is said that the matriarch of the Yuanhou residence is the kindest of all." Leaning closer to the old lady's ear, Wei Qingyan whispered a damning truth. "Who would have thought you would sell your granddaughter to a brothel?" The old lady felt a chill run down her spine, her complexion paling. "Do not speak nonsense. You are not my granddaughter. The girl entered the brothel at 3 years old. How could she possibly possess the commanding presence you see before you?" The old lady thought back to a portrait she had seen years ago, depicting a frail and sickly child, likely dead by now. But how could this woman know of those events? The old lady pondered their conversation, alarmed to realize she had been led into a trap. What a clever woman. She mused internally, relieved that the girl had not admitted to knowing anything. The old lady scrutinized Wei Qingyan, recognizing that while she possessed a certain grace, she was clearly not a refined lady raised in a noble family, but rather someone accustomed to the hardships of the world. impersonating that girl to gain favor in the Ho residence. You must be coveting the riches and status it offers. With this thought, the old lady adopted an air of authority, saying, "Very well, since you claim to be a child of the Du family, you shall learn to respect your elders. You have wounded Your and instigated Shui to act recklessly, creating chaos within a residence. Should these matters come to light, the repercussions on the reputation of the Ho residence would be tremendous. If the Ho residence suffers, what good could possibly come to you? Hurry and return the people from my courtyard and summon a physician to the estate. Your requires treatment. She has just awakened and needs a doctor. Stabilize her condition first. As long as she recovers, with filial piety on her side, Shui will not be able to escape her grasp. There will be ample means to deal with this impostor." Old Madame Du's thoughts are commendable, yet Wei Qingyan is disinclined to heed her incessant prattle and swiftly renders her unconscious with a blow. Du Shui discovered his sister in a brothel years ago. Upon seeing her, old Madame Du did not harbor a shred of doubt and hastily concluded that she was not a genuine daughter of the Du family. Coupled with her past actions against the Feng family, Wei Qingyan decided to test her. Now that the results are in, it is best to leave the matter for Du Shui to handle. However, the Du family has never been particularly prosperous, and the Du daughter is old Madame Du's sole granddaughter. What could her motives be for harming the Du daughter when her previous actions were driven by greed? Chapter 12. Your retribution has arrived. How could you treat the old madam in such a manner? Green Willow gazed at Wei Qingyan in astonishment, hesitating to intervene out of fear. The old madam awakened, finding herself unattended, and after weighing her options, she perceived this as an opportunity. Little did she expect the newly arrived young lady to possess such audacity to lay hands on the old madam. It appeared she had chosen the wrong side. Wei Qingyan's gaze was frigid, whereas the old nanny who had fallen ill alongside the old madam. "Bring her here." Green Willow yearned to assert her stance, but after a moment's hesitation, she turned and went to a side room, followed closely by several matrons. Nanny Guo awoke later than the old madam, and, being less well cared for, had not yet regained her strength when Green Willow's group dragged her over, having served beside the old madam her entire life. She had never been treated in such a manner, and in her fury, she shouted, "Let me go, you rascals! Are you plotting rebellion?" Green Willow could not afford a retort. She had resolutely chosen to offend Nanny Guo and firmly sided with the young lady. Yet when they arrived, where was the young lady? Upon returning to Fengshao courtyard, Alu was accompanying Xiao Xiao, waiting for her. "Just after you left, the young lady awakened and has been waiting here for you," Alu explained. Wei Qingyan knelt down, pinching Xiao Xiao's cheek. "Go back inside. I have matters to discuss with Alu." "All right," the child obediently replied as she turned to re-enter the house. "Interrogate Nanny Guo and ask her why the old madam wishes to harm her own granddaughter." Yesterday, Nanny Guo was in a deep slumber, and Du Shui was unable to question her. "Today, as he is not in the estate, I shall entrust this task to you, Alu." After a pause, she added, "Perhaps the deaths of the old Marquis and his wife are also connected to her. Investigate thoroughly. Moreover, before your master returns, ensure no one leaves the estate." Alu's mind reeled, her heart pounding, and she struggled to find her voice. The young lady's words sounded peculiar, but the implications were overwhelming. She suggested that the old madam had harmed the Marquis's sister, and even the deaths of the Marquis's parents could be tied to her actions. How could this be? Those were the old madam's son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter. Had she lost her mind? Despite having learned some troubling truths during the interrogation yesterday, Alu found it difficult to believe, yet her body had already moved towards the courtyard. An hour later, she emerged from the old madam's quarters, her face stricken with shock. When Du Shui returned to the estate in the evening, Alu recounted the revelations gleaned from Nanny Guo. "Marquis, what do you intend to do?" He had yet to process this information, and how was he to navigate his own feelings amidst such turmoil? Alu felt a pang of sympathy for her master. Du Shui's complexion shifted from ashen to pale, then to a sickly green, as he exhaled sharply, finally uttering a strained request for the young lady to join him in the old madam's quarters. He had believed he had uncovered sufficient truths, yet he had not anticipated the extent of the old madam's malevolence. Though she had harmed, unlike Feng Shi, had not transformed into vengeful spirits, did they die without ever knowing the cause of their demise? Contemplating this possibility, Du Shui was consumed by a tempest of rage and hatred, as if his chest would burst. Alu cast a worried glance at him, but as she turned, she saw Wei Qingyan approaching with Xiao Xiao in tow. Du Shui also spotted them, turned away, and took a few deep breaths to suppress his emotions. He then stepped forward, forcing a semblance of a smile as he knelt before Xiao Xiao. "Did you have a good time today with your aunt?" Xiao Xiao hesitated before nodding, her voice soft. "Yes." Du Shui raised his hand, intending to stroke her head, but quickly withdrew it, forcing a smile once more. "From now on, your father will often take you out." He did not notice the tremor in his voice. Xiao Xiao, feeling apprehensive, instinctively moved closer to Wei Qingyan. Wei Qingyan observed du Xue's face, which bore a smile more akin to a grimace, and a flicker of pity crossed her eyes. "It is not too late. You and your daughter have a lifetime ahead of you." "Yes." Du Shui quickly lowered his head, attempting to conceal the emotions that were increasingly difficult to mask. It was late, far too late. The family he had lost could never return. Now, his only remaining kin in this world was Xiao Xiao, and he had nearly lost her due to his misplaced trust in that demon. Wei Qingyan granted him a moment to regain his composure before instructing Alu to accompany Xiao Xiao while she and Du Shui entered the old madam's quarters. Du Shui had learned from Alu that the old madam had been rendered unconscious by Wei Qingyan. Approaching the bed with a teapot in hand, he gazed at the familiar figure of his grandmother, feeling an overwhelming sense of estrangement. Recalling her past misdeeds, he poured the cold tea over the old madam's face. "My dear grandson, you have returned. If you don't come back soon, your grandmother will be bullied to death." Upon awakening, the old madam, upon recognizing Du Shui, initially rejoiced, but as she noticed the teapot in his hand, her delight turned to fury. "Have you lost your mind? I am your grandmother." "You are not." Du Shui retorted coldly. "You're not my grandmother." A chill gripped the old madam's heart as she angrily exclaimed, "You wretched boy, have you lost your senses? Do you not remember that your mother passed away early and your father lay bedridden? Who nurtured you? Who sustained this family and made plans for your future? How could Shui forget?" Suddenly, he hurled the teapot to the ground with force, his emotions erupting. "But it is all your doing. What wrong has my sister committed? She is merely 3 years old. How could you bear to sell her to such a place? You are a woman as well. How could you manage to feign comfort to a grieving mother while masquerading as a benevolent matriarch, all the while secretly administering poison to hasten her demise? And while my father, even if he is not your biological son, he is unaware of his true lineage. In his heart, you are his birth mother. He respects and loves you, a dutiful son. Why would you poison him, causing him to suffer for years, his ambitions unfulfilled and dying in regret?" In Feng Shi's letter to me, aside from mentioning Xiao Xiao, she spoke of you as though you were her own grandmother. How dare you treat her so? How could you? From the interrogation yesterday, I learned that the medicine my father consumed daily was suspect, and the source of the issue lay with my grandmother. Shocked, I was left bewildered. My grandfather fought valiantly alongside the late emperor, earning numerous accolades, yet he perished a month before the founding of the nation. The late emperor, grateful for my grandfather's contributions, conferred the title of an Yuan Marquis upon my young father. Influenced by my grandfather, my father harbored aspirations to serve the nation. He was no fool. At 16, he earned the late emperor's praise. When the enemy invaded at 18, my father volunteered to fight, poised to realize his ambitions. But illness struck, leaving him unable to battle on the battlefield, reduced to a mere idle marquis. I cannot fathom why my grandmother would wish harm upon her only son. Today, I ventured outside the city to seek my grandfather's old comrades. Initially, the elder refused to speak, but when he revealed that my father's death was orchestrated by my grandmother, the truth unfolded. It turned out my father was born of a concubine and raised under my grandmother's name. To preserve her dignity, my grandfather had paid a substantial sum to dismiss the concubine, publicly claiming my father was born of my grandmother. Du Shui's expression twisted in rage as he gripped the old madam's throat. "You cannot bear your own offspring. Yet if my father were to succeed, would that not be better for you? Why must you harm him? Why harm my mother and sister? Why must you harm my wife and daughter? They have done you no wrong. Why would you act thus? Speak." The old lady was briefly choked, a momentary gasp for breath. The fear of her secrets being exposed was quickly replaced by a simmering rage. Since Du Shui was already aware of everything, he must have gathered sufficient evidence. There was no room for her to argue. Yet, when it came to that person, what did she have to fear? With this thought, she found herself laughing lightly. "So, I thought you would never uncover the truth." She turned her head to glance at Wei Qingyan, who sat quietly beside her. It was you who told him, wasn't it? My grandson is as foolish as his father, dutiful to me, and would never suspect me. Wei Qingyan's dark eyes met hers, calm yet turbulent. When the wind rises, waves follow. Without tides, the sea remains still. Do not assume that cause and effect go unseen. Guan, it seems your retribution has arrived. Retribution? The old lady laughed heartily. If this world truly had retribution, why do you think I cannot bear my own offspring? Upon hearing her words, Du Shui's first reaction was that the old lady's inability to conceive was caused by his paternal grandmother, a concubine of his grandfather. Otherwise, he couldn't fathom her malicious reasoning towards their family. Yet, he never anticipated that this matter would intertwine with the late emperor. I grew up alongside Brother Sure, and everyone believed I would be his wife, including him. He spoke of seeking a place in this chaotic world and asked me to wait for him, to which I willingly turned down other suitors. He raised the banner of rebellion and said that until his cause was accomplished, he could not marry me. I understood without a trace of resentment. He visited me near the battlefield, warning of the dangers of war, perhaps stating that he might lose his life on that very day. I willingly climbed into his bed, hoping to leave him a legacy. He did not refuse. 2 months later, I discovered I was with child and joyfully wrote to him, eagerly awaiting his reply. But what I received was a message urging me to abort. The child had already been in my womb for 5 months. Perhaps in 2 more, it could survive. Yet he claimed that bringing a child into such tumultuous times would be cruel, saying that if the enemy knew of my existence, it would become his weakness. I believed him, but how could I have imagined that as I drank the abortifacient, writhing in pain, he was merrily discussing marriage with a girl from the Xie family, while I was stripped of my right to be a mother. The old lady smiled bitterly. The Xie family from Wui Lane. How could a woman of my humble origin ever compete? With their support, his grand ambitions could be realized more swiftly. I compromised again. Unable to be his capable wife, I accepted the role of a tender and considerate concubine. Yet he married me off to your grandfather, simply because his grand endeavor required a valiant soldier like your grandfather, and because Du Chanyuan, who accompanied him home from the campaign, took a fancy to me. Du Chanyuan was the name of Du Shui's grandfather. At this point, the previously calm depths of Wei Qingyan's eyes stirred. The late emperor, as described by the old lady, seemed a far cry from the wise ruler she had envisioned. Was the late emperor a master of disguise, or was the old lady weaving lies? Duxues expression d'arconed. If you were unwilling, you need not have married, and what does this have to do with my family? Your grandfather said the same to me back then. The old lady replied with a sorrowful smile. Such hypocrisy. If he truly wished to spare me difficulty, he should not have allowed Brother Sure to discern his feelings for me. He knew I was Brother Sure's woman, and that Brother Sure would offer me to him to curry favor. As a woman who had lost her virtue, and with Brother Sure unwilling to marry me. Whom else could I marry but Du Chanyuan? So I did marry him. Though Du Chanyuan was a rough man, he had his merits. Upon learning of my miscarriage and my inability to bear children, he brought the children of his concubines to my lap. Though my husband was a brute, he treated me with great care, and the children, though not my own, were lovable and obedient. I resigned myself to this fate. However, Du Chanyuan, this short-lived man, passed away early, leaving me alone to witness the affection of others, to see them bask in glory, becoming the most esteemed woman in the land. And I became a widow, forced to care for the children born of another. Why should this be? Among the countless women, why was I chosen? He destroyed me. Why should his descendants live in comfort? Had it not been for him, I would have been a revered woman in the harem, not merely the old lady of the Yuan Marquisate. The old lady, barely in her 30s, had become the matriarch of the Yuan Marquisate. The children she had nurtured, now with wings of their own, sought to abandon her for their own futures. How could she bear to be cast aside time and again? Thus, she resolved to clip their wings, keeping them at home, preserving the title of the Yuan Marquisate. If he were to die in battle, like his father before him, the Marquisate would have no heir, and she would be left with nothing. The heavens were unjust to her. She had to scheme for herself. Do not seek excuses for your malice. Wei Qingyan replied coldly. If it were possible, would not your grandfather have wished to live? Would he not have desired to witness the peace he fought for? Your discontent stems solely from the belief that he died too soon, failing to bring you more wealth. This is no justification for your schemes. So who are you? The old lady inquired of Wei Qingyan. What is your purpose in coming to the Marquisate? Wei Qingyan's dark eyes held an eerie calm as he stated clearly, to seek justice for the wronged of the Fong family. The Fong family? The old lady paused, surprised. Is it because of the Fong family that you have uncovered other matters? No wonder the servants said that her people had been beaten by Du Shui. If she had not been in a stupor, with her presence, Du Shui would not have dared to harm her people, nor would he have uncovered the events of that year. No, had she been awake, she would never have allowed this woman to enter. Wei Qingyan, seeing through her thoughts, smirked with derision. So, I told you, your retribution has arrived. You conspired against the Fong family, and after her death, her vengeful spirit has ensnared you, leading to your current state. The old lady's eyes widened in momentary fear, quickly replaced by composure. Those three who died in the manner before. Was it your doing? Yes. It is your turn now, Wei Qingyan replied decisively, observing the dark aura surrounding the old lady. Had it not been for her noble status and the lingering influence of Granny Gua, they too would have met their end by now. The old lady smiled knowingly. No, you cannot do anything to me. Otherwise, you would not be here, and you cannot harm me either. To kill is to pay with one's life. You have harmed many in the Du family. I shall report you to the authorities, and you will face the consequences as dictated by the laws of the Great Way. Her indifferent demeanor incited Du Shui's fury. The old lady's murky eyes gleamed with malice. You cannot report me. If I am captured, I shall expose the late emperor's betrayal and how he used me to win over his subordinates, tarnishing his reputation, and the Yuan Marquis shall accompany me to the grave. In that case, the entire capital will know that your sister, Du Shui, is the lowest of harlots. You would not wish for her to be mocked in death, would you? You also cannot kill me in secret. Should I die, my family will demand to see my body. At that time, you will be condemned for murdering your grandmother, an act of treason, and you too will accompany me to the grave. She resumed her former gentle demeanor. Shui, your grandmother is old and will not live many more years. Let the past be bygone. Listen to your grandmother, marry Yuer, bear a few sons, and continue your grandfather's lineage. I promise you, the past grievances end here, and I shall not bring any further trouble upon you. How foolish am I to still heed your words? Du Shui's heart was filled with rage. The enmity of parents is an irreconcilable one, and the hatred for the murder of wives and the abuse of daughters can never be forgotten. My younger sister suffered and died. If I do not avenge her, how can I call myself her brother? With a mere flick of her hand, the old lady dismissed the lives lost in the Du family, igniting Du Shui's fury to its pinnacle. His hands once again tightened around the old lady's neck. Even if it costs me my life, I shall see you brought to justice. Yet, before he could exert his strength, Wei Qingyan intervened, pulling him away. Chapter 14. The Wicked Shall Die. Wei Qingyan shook his head slightly, casting a cold sneer at the old lady. You wish for him to marry Guan Yuer, and then incite her to murder Shi Xiao, the legitimate daughter, to clear the path for the child of the Guan family, do you not? Once Guan Yuer gives birth, you shall employ the same method to eliminate Du Shui, thereby regaining control over the Yuan Marquis. You speak nonsense, Guan retorted. Wei Qingyan disregarded her and continued. The granddaughter-in-law you initially favored was indeed Guan Yuer, yet the dowry from the Fong family was far too enticing. When this engagement was arranged, you had already resolved to pursue wealth through treachery, with Fong merely serving as a stepping stone. Ironically, she is a virtuous woman who treated you exceedingly well. Yet this did not evoke any compassion within you. You know that Shui values sentiment and would not easily suspect his wife, which is why you switch his contraceptive, leading him to believe the child was not his, thus falling prey to your deception. Am I correct? Old Madam Du shook her head, glancing at Du Shui. Grandson, do not heed her lies. Your grandmother altered the medicine to hasten your progeny. I was blinded by hatred and unjustly vented my wrath upon your parents and sister. But I never intended to harm you. Fong indeed behaved inappropriately. Otherwise, why would I have sought her demise only 6 months ago? It was because she was dutiful to you, and you relished her service, while Shui was far at the Yuden borders, unable to marry Guan Yuer. Thus, you waited until Shui returned to the capital to act. This time, you did not employ poison, but sought to ruin her reputation. For you wished not only to eliminate her, but also her daughter. Only if Shui believes that child is not his will he remain indifferent, allowing you to torment the child to death. Guan, as long as you draw breath, even a smile will not be safe. Yet, you have erred in your confidence. You believe Shui is powerless against you, but here Wei Qingyan swiftly drew a line across her finger, tracing it on old Madame Du's brow. Her voice chilling and measured. Evildoer, perish. Old Madame Du dismissed her words, feigning mystique. Before she could finish, she felt an invisible grip around her throat, rendering her voiceless. Wei Qingyan observed the dense black mist enveloping old Madame Du and declared, Fong, grievances shall be repaid and vendettas avenged. At the stroke of midnight tonight, I shall guide you to your rightful place. Do not linger in this world. Fong, old Madame Du believed in the supernatural, yet throughout her life, she had committed numerous wrongs without retribution, and her previous fainting spell had not led to any consequences, so she assumed that spirits could not harm her. However, at this moment, a chilling dread coursed through her, and she could almost hear Fong's mournful cries, though neither Du Shui nor Wei Qingyan touched her. It was Fong. She had come to claim her life. An indescribable terror surged from her feet to her head. Old Madame Du's pupils dilated, and her complexion turned ashen. The grip around her throat loosened at an unknown moment, but the coldness intensified, and her body felt as though it were being torn apart. Her mind slipping from her control, she tumbled off the bed, shouting, Do not come for me, Fong. I am not afraid of you. I could kill you once. I can do it again. I was wrong, Fong. I should not have coveted your dowry and plotted your demise, nor should I have deceived Shui. Du Shui's scalp tingled, his teeth clenched as he saw Wei Qingyan sway slightly. He rushed to support her. Elder sister, what is wrong? It's nothing, Wei Qingyan replied, shaking her head and swallowing the metallic taste in her throat. As the harbinger of this fate, she would inevitably face repercussions for her interference. Her words to Guan were meant to incite Fong's wrath. By employing sorcery to unravel the noble aura surrounding Guan, she ensured that Guan would not survive the night without Du Shui lifting a finger. She was correct in asserting that Guan could not be sent to the authorities, nor could she perish by his hand, if not for himself, then for Xiao Xiao's sake. If Xiao Xiao were to suffer, even Guan's death would not alleviate Fong's resentment. After years of brotherhood, she did not wish to see Du Shui sacrifice his future, or even his life, for Guan. I understand, Du Shui said, looking at Wei Qingyan's pale face, intuiting she had done something for him. What should I do? Wait, Wei Qingyan responded, settling into a cross-legged position as if entering a deep meditation. Meanwhile, Guan had already fled the courtyard, still shouting the same phrases in a maddened loop, racing towards the main gate. The gatekeeper, witnessing the previously ill old madam now sprinting as if possessed, was left aghast, unsure of how to react. When Guan burst open the Marquis's door and dashed out like a frantic monkey. At this hour, with the curfew yet to be enforced, pedestrians still roamed the streets. And Guan's cries quickly drew attention. My lord, the old madam has gone outside, a guard reported. Wei Qingyan slowly opened her eyes, gesturing towards Du Shui's head. Apply some chicken blood. You must have a reason for appearing now. Having known her for years, Du Shui swiftly grasped her intent. All right, I will do so. Shui, regarding the late emperor, the matter of your family's misfortune cannot be publicly disclosed just yet. Do you feel powerless? Powerless. Yet, under imperial authority, this was the best course of action. Once the truth was revealed, people would scrutinize Guan's motives for harming others, which could lead back to the late emperor. This was a matter of royal dignity, and neither the emperor nor the empress dowager would spare the Yuan marquis. Moreover, the general was still unaware of the cost incurred due to this. He could not fail them. Just as he was about to respond, Wei Qingyan added, as long as the Green Mountains remain, other possibilities will emerge. As the weight in his heart lifted, Du Shui nodded solemnly. Upon arriving at the Marquis's entrance, he found a crowd pointing and gossiping about Guan. How wicked, to scheme against a life for the sake of a granddaughter-in-law's dowry. I thought the late Marquis's funeral was managed by Lady Fong. How could she have died so soon? Turns out she was murdered. They say, when the Yuan Marquis returned to the capital, the old madam brought her niece to live with them, coercing him into marriage through filial piety. The Marquis even got drunk at Yuan Tower over this. Speaking of the Yuan Marquis, isn't he peculiar? The old madam has been out for so long, yet he still hasn't shown up. Just as someone posed a question, Du Shui stumbled out, bloodied. Grandmother, a life for a life. Do not think that feigning madness will allow you to escape justice. Even if you strike down your own grandson, you must face the law. So it was true that the Yuan Marquis had been beaten to such a state by the old madam. Look, As the individual speaking faltered, nearby onlookers gasped in shock, instinctively turning to follow his gaze. The deranged old Madame Du lay on the ground, blood pooling beneath her as crimson and white mingled. To the spectators, it appeared she had attempted to flee but lost her balance, striking her head on a sharp stone, struggling briefly before breathing her last. In the realm of illusions, a balding, portly man wore a sorrowful expression, muttering to the shattered mirror. How could she interfere in mortal affairs and not expect to face backlash? Behind him stood two young women. One remarked, "I believe the third sister acted rightly. Guanyuer has committed many evils. If she does not die, she will continue to harm others. Assisting Fong in her demise is akin to saving others. This is clearly a virtuous deed." "Xie, this is blatant favoritism," the middle-aged man whispered, casting a mournful glance at the other woman. "Changshi," the woman addressed, as Changshi nodded slowly. "The second sister is correct. The third sister is performing a virtuous act. Thus, the balance of merit and demerit can be restored, and the backlash may be averted." 2. Emissaries. The mortal realm has its order. If not for your negligence, allowing her to wreak havoc upon the world, the third sister would not have endured such suffering. Speaking of which, during my time in the mortal realm, your contributions were not insignificant. The man raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, exclaiming, "Please, spare me." Before the two ladies before him, along with the one currently training in the mortal realm, were the emissaries governing the merits of the three realms, known for their protectiveness and grudges. When Changshi was in the mortal realm as Yi Shaojin, he had impersonated a system overseer to manipulate her for restoring the order of the afterlife, and she had leveraged this to hold something against him, a matter brought up even after hundreds of years. Nevertheless, Wei Qingyan's demise in battle was indeed a burden he could not evade. Chapter 15. Grievances Resolved. Doubts arise. Wei Qingyan remained seated cross-legged in Guanyuer's room, her hands forming a meditative seal. A sudden gust of wind swept through the room, causing the curtains to rustle. A wisp of faint black mist drifted before her, and Wei Qingyan opened her eyes. She raised her hand, and the black mist coiled around her pale, cold fingertips, ultimately coalescing into a vivid image. Closing her eyes once more, the scene came to life. A man held a woman's hand, speaking of gold branches and the responsibilities of the world. "As I stand here today, I have no path of retreat. I can wait for you indefinitely." The woman lifted her tear-streaked face, gazing longingly at the man. Guilt marred his features, as he revealed, "The Xie family possesses both strategy and wealth to aid me, with the condition that I marry an Xie daughter. Until my grand ambitions are fulfilled, I must take a concubine to prevent them from turning against me. Your age is not insignificant. When will my aspirations come to fruition? I cannot bear to see you waste your youth. Du Changyuan is a man of loyalty. He will make a fine husband. Gold branches, I need a military commander. Du Changyuan excels in warfare, and you're the only one I can trust. Rest assured, I shall not treat you poorly in the future." The woman lowered her gaze, seemingly contemplating, before asking again, "Is it truly impossible for Brother Shi to marry me?" The man turned his face away. She closed her eyes, exhaling deeply. "Very well, I shall marry him, hoping Brother Shi will not forget today's promise." The name Gold Branch is the maiden name of the Guan family. The man, Wei Qingyan recognized all too well, was the young former emperor. This wisp of black mist was the unfulfilled obsession of Guan's heart as she faced death. What Guan spoke was true. The former emperor had wronged her. Unable to seek revenge on him, she redirected her resentment towards the deceased Du Changyuan, along with animosity towards the entire Du family. Wei Qingyan felt a moment of shock. To manipulate this woman and scheme against his followers, the former emperor gave her a false impression. Was the imperial favor bestowed upon the Wei family truly as harmonious as it seemed? She had perished. The voice of Du Shui echoed in her ears. The current rumors were that she had been greedy and harmed the Fong family, leading to divine retribution that drove her to madness. Those involved would be punished, some executed, others sold off, ensuring no tarnish fell upon the Fong family's name. And those ancient tales would remain buried. The officials had just come by, but she had died in plain sight, so they would not interfere further. In noble households, secrets and filth abound. Even if Guan revealed her plot against the Fong family before her death, with the culprit gone and the Du residents choosing not to report it, no one would suspect foul play, merely considering it a family disgrace of the Anyuan marquis. Wei Qingyan gazed into the sky. watching as the black mist slowly succumbed to the Fong family's influence, ultimately dissipating from the world. She had done all she could regarding the Du family, and now she trusted Du Shui to handle matters without her intervention. Shui, please copy some scripture for the Fong family. As a couple, they could offer her a farewell. They both proceeded to do Shui's study. Just as he picked up a brush, Du Shui stood up, stammering, "I will go fetch Xiao Xiao." The general had mentioned that at midnight, they would escort Fong away. When Fong passed, Xiao Xiao had not been present, and this time, he needed to bring their daughter to see her off. With Guan's death, the household servants were restless, inevitably sparking discussions. Xiao Xiao, being sensitive, would be frightened alone in the Fengxiao courtyard. Wei Qingyan had also intended to take Fong to see Xiao Xiao one last time, knowing it was good for Du Shui to have Xiao Xiao in his heart. She glanced toward the door. The once dense black mist had lightened considerably. Grasping her previously cut finger, she pressed out a drop of blood, mixing it with the ink, and began to write scriptures with focus and solemnity. Du Shui retournait swiftly, holding Xiao Xiao in his arms. Though not overly affectionate, she showed no resistance. As they approached, the swirling black mist at the door quickly dissipated, only to return once they settled at the desk. The grievances of the dead were of no consequence to the living, especially concerning children. Fong was fearful of harming her daughter. Wei Qingyan took the opportunity to let another drop of blood fall into the inkstone. Her blood glowed with virtue. With this blessing, Fong could be reborn into a good family in her next life. Xiao Xiao, would you like to learn how to write from your father? Du Shui gently coaxed. Perhaps that was Fong's wish. Xiao Xiao looked at Wei Qingyan and, upon seeing her nod, followed suit. Mother says father is a good man, a great hero protecting our home and country, and he is our hero too. Mother is gone, and the bad people bullied me. But I'm not afraid because I know my father is coming home to chase them away. Yet, her father had not protected her, and she had suffered more. The bad people said her father no longer wanted her. Alu said her father had not abandoned her. He had been deceived. Her aunt said her father had not been a good father in the past. But Xiao Xiao could observe her father's actions to decide whether to give him another chance to be a good father. Mother was a good person, and her aunt was a good person. She was willing to believe them. Du Shui held his child closely, grasping her hand and, with ink-stained paper before them, declared, "Rest assured, I was not a good father before, but from now on, I shall be a good dad. I will protect you as you grow and find you a good husband in the future, ensuring you lead a healthy and safe life. I may not have been a worthy husband, and marrying me may have brought you hardship. But if in the next life you do not despise me and would marry me again, I will make amends the child, still young." Made Du Shui cautious not to hurt her wrist, allowing her to copy only a few lines before placing her on his other leg, continuing to write the scripture silently. Xiao Xiao did not understand what he and Wei Qingyan were doing, but she grasped most of what he said. Biting her lip, she cautiously asked, "Will you protect me like Mother and Annie do in the future?" Du Shui was taken aback by Xiao Xiao's initiative to speak, hurriedly assuring her, "Yes. Father will protect Xiao Xiao and will not let any bad people bully you again." The little child pondered, nodding, her expression reflecting wisdom beyond her years as she reached out to touch Du Shui's face. Mother said that knowing one's mistakes and improving is of utmost importance. If father changes, he can still be my great hero, and I will still like him just as much as before. Du Shui felt a lump in his throat, understanding that Fong must often have embellished his image in their child's heart. Reminded of his own indifference toward Xiao Xiao over the past 6 months, guilt surged within him. He affectionately stroked the child's head, vowing never to let Fong and Xiao Xiao down again. The black mist at the door visibly lightened further. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao seemed to sense something. Gazing toward the door as she murmured, "Mother." Mother tears fell, staining the rice paper, indistinguishable as to whether they were Du Shui's or Xiao Xiao's. As the scriptures piled up, Wei Qingyan felt a wave of relief wash over her. The black mist had completely vanished. She set down her brush, softly declaring, "Her karma has been resolved. The grievances have been lifted." Du Shui also laid down his brush, holding the sleeping child closer. Wei Qingyan rose, knowing that Alu would handle matters outside. "Take Xiao Xiao and let her sleep well. The Guan family will surely visit tomorrow, and you have much to attend to." Du Shui saw her heading out. "But I still have things to do. Whatever promises you made to her, fulfill them. I have matters to attend to and shall return shortly." She intended to explore the secrets hidden within the private room of Yuyan Tower. During the day, sure you had left too abruptly? too quickly for her to uncover what secrets lay within that made sure you so concerned. Chapter 16. Secrets in the private room. Yin Tower had not fortified its defenses following the theft during the day. Wei Qingyan easily entered the private room. Such irregularity made her frown. Shiryu was becoming increasingly elusive. The former emperor had a dual nature, and as a son, could Shiryu also possess two faces? Or perhaps, after 10 years of friendship, she had never truly known him. Indeed, otherwise, how could she not comprehend why he would sever ties so suddenly, only to risk everything to save her at Huangsha Ridge? He could not be ignorant of the death penalty for a prince raising an army without permission. Standing in the room, she did not rush to search, but meticulously observe her surroundings. The items she had disturbed earlier in the day had been restored to their places. The entire private room immaculate and orderly. Finally, her gaze settled on the low couch by the window, the only disheveled spot in the room. Wei Qingyan approached, recalling that she had thrown the thin blanket from the low couch onto the floor earlier. Now, the blanket had been returned to the couch, but unlike the neatly arranged bedding, it lay haphazardly spread across the soft couch, with one corner lifted. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the act of casually tossing aside the covers upon waking. Had Shiryu rested upon this couch? Had he left in haste without tidying up? No, that could not be right. As a favored prince, Shiryu had been raised with utmost care. The blanket that fell to the ground could never have been left unwashed to be used again. He had always been particular, often lamenting her roughness. Speaking of which, she too had spent time on this low couch. During idle moments, Shiryu would call for gatherings, and on occasions when they indulged in wine. They would rest here for a while. Being acutely aware of her status as a woman, she would invariably seize this low couch, first to avoid being cramped with the men on the bed. Once the floodgates of memory opened, many previously blurred recollections began to sharpen. The last gathering in this elegant room had been on Shiryu's birthday. He had personally invited her to the Wei residence, and had pulled her and Du Shui into a raucous celebration that lasted well into the night. As the guardian general of the nation, drinking was unavoidable, and her mother, concerned about her getting inebriated and causing trouble, had trained her tolerance from a young age. That night, while Shiryu and Du Shui were thoroughly intoxicated, she remained only slightly aware. However, tending to several drunken men was no small feat, and after a long day of training in the camp, she had succumbed to a deep slumber on this very couch. Suddenly, Wei Qingyan felt her heart constrict. The memory surged back. It was the thin blanket she had tossed aside upon waking the next day. She hurriedly lifted one corner of the blanket, and as clarity washed over her, shock filled her eyes. There were bloodstains on that corner. It was during a drunken episode when Du Shui, in a fit of madness, had insisted on leaping from the window to showcase his lightness of skill. She had intervened, inadvertently injuring her hand, and blood had dripped onto the blanket. 5 years had passed, and although the blood had changed color, it still lingered. When had the esteemed Prince Rong fallen so low as to neglect even a stained blanket? Wei Qingyan sat in stunned silence. What was Shiryu keeping the couch and blanket she had once used for? Did this have any connection to their severed ties? Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she concentrated on meticulously sifting through her memories of that time. The following day, when she awoke, everyone was still asleep, and it was she who had roused them, by which time the sun was already high. No, Wei Qingyan's face turned pale. Since she had learned to walk, she had been practicing stances, devoting her days either to martial arts or to studying the various subjects her parents had insisted she master, often training tirelessly alongside the soldiers. Waking at the crack of dawn had become an unyielding habit. When had she ever slept in until the sun was high? Someone had tampered with her. This was Shiryu's territory, his scheme. The likelihood of him having drugged her was high. What was his intention? A surge of speculation flooded her mind. Forcing herself to suppress the rising doubts, she meticulously searched every inch of the elegant room. Ultimately, she uncovered 2 suspicious items. One was a hidden book on the shelf, and the other was a pair of small figures carved into the wooden board of the couch, one figure embracing the other from behind. Wei Qingyan gazed at the 2 figures on the couch for a long while, speechless. Was this the secret of the elegant room? Was this the reason Shiryu forbade them from entering again? Wei Qingyan closed her eyes, her expression not improving from before. Not long after returning to the Yuan Marquis, Du Shui came to visit. Elder sister, do you have something on your mind? Previously occupied with family matters, he had not been able to focus on Wei Qingyan. After she had left in the dead of night, he could not sleep, his mind racing. and thus inquired about Lu and the circumstances of the day. Although he did not know why Wei Qingyan had set fire to Yuyan Tower, he was certain there was a reason. He had long refrained from asking how the general had come back to life and acquired the ability to resolve grudges, fearing to intrude. However, he felt compelled to inquire about the general's intentions, certain there must be a way he could assist. Shui, do you still have contact with Shiryu? Do you know why he has not taken a wife? Du Shui's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting her to broach the topic of Prince Rong. Yet, upon reflection, it was not entirely unexpected, given the close relationship between the general and Prince Rong, who had done so much for him. I have encountered him a few times since returning to the capital, but we are no longer as familiar as before. As for why he has not married, some say it is due to his poor health, not wanting to burden anyone. Others claim that he does not wish to marry a lady of high birth, which is why he has only been presented with those of lesser status, making him uninterested. There are rumors he prefers men, which I find to be the most plausible explanation. Why? A shadow darkened Wei Qingyan's gaze. Duke Xue hesitated slightly, then cleared his throat and lowered his voice. A few years ago, I saw him visiting male courtesans. At the time, I thought it was merely a personal preference and did not inform the general, fearing it might irritate him. But now that the general has returned and poses such a question, I felt it necessary to elaborate. Upon receiving news of your death in battle, Prince Rong was deeply saddened. I believe his feelings for you seemed to exceed mere brotherly affection. Du Shui struggled to convey his thoughts. Upon learning of the general's demise, he too had been consumed by grief, wishing to avenge him on the spot. Yet he could not match the madness of Prince Rong. He had kept the General South corpse close for half a year. It was said that at night, the coffin had been placed inside his tent. On the day of the general's burial, he had turned white-haired overnight and remained in a coma for several days after awakening. This led him to question whether Prince Rong's feelings for the general were as superficial as the outside world claimed, rather than just brotherly love. Prince Rong harbored feelings for their general, feelings that ran deep. Seeing Wei Qingyan's composed demeanor, he could not help but ask, "Aren't you surprised?" "Surprised," Wei Qingyan replied, though her expression betrayed no hint of it. Du Shui regarded her with suspicion. "Did you already know?" "Shui, during the battle at Huangsha Ridge, Yanqing led my command seal and over a dozen shadow guards to break free from the siege at Beiling." "What?" Du Shui exclaimed, and upon hearing this, he could no longer ponder whether the general was aware of Prince Rong's feelings. Why did Yanqing not lead troops to assist? Chapter 17. The truth of the break. The late emperor had trusted the guardian general's household, granting the general the authority to command 20,000 troops during wartime. After the new emperor ascended, he did not revoke this privilege. Yanqing, the general's bodyguard, was second only to the general in skill. The other shadow guards were no ordinary fighters either. If they had broken free from the siege, they would have reached the nearest city, Ganzhou. The governor of Ganzhou commanded 30,000 troops, and he would not dare disregard the general's orders. Even if only 2,000 were dispatched, with the general's prowess, they could turn the tide of battle. At the very least, they would not have faced total annihilation. But wait. The news I received was that you and the 20,000 guardian troops perished at Huangsha Ridge, including the shadow guards. None survived. I never heard of Yanqing dispatching troops. What is going on? Who is trying to harm the general? Where is Yanqing? Is he still alive? His expression grew frantic as he fired off questions, forgetting that he had referred to Wei Qingyan as the general. Wei Qingyan pressed a calming hand to signal him to relax. "I have yet to ascertain who is behind this. I had a pact with Yanqing. Should he reach Ganzhou safely, he would signal me." She had witnessed the signal Yanqing released at Huangsha Ridge, yet had waited in vain for reinforcements. After Wei Qingyan recounted the circumstances, Du Shui shot up. "The governor of Ganzhou is suspect." At that time, the governor was Wu Yuqiu. He paused, his eyes widening, then slowly sat back down, looking at Wei Qingyan. "Wu Yuqiu is dead. He was assassinated in his concubine's chambers a few days ago. It was the general. The general killed him. The general cherishes his soldiers, treating them as kin. He would not let go of the revenge for the 2,000 guardian sons who died. He died well. He died well." Du Shui gritted his teeth. Could Yanqing have also been harmed by him? Otherwise, with Yanqing's loyalty to the general, he would never have stood idly by while the general suffered. "I do not know." A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Wei Qingyan's face. However, but discovered that Yin Qing appeared outside Yongzhou city. He has died. Upon regaining her memory, the first thing she did was report Yin Qing's birth date to the fat monk, seeking his counsel on auspiciousness. The results reveal that Yin Qing has long returned to the netherworld, yet his burial place remains unknown. Was there anyone to gather his remains? Yongzhou? ISNT that the fiefdom of your brother-in-law, the King Jing? Du Shuai speculated whether Yin Qing had arrived in Guangzhou city, failed to muster troops, and was subsequently pursued by Wu Yuchu, leading him to seek assistance from the King Jing in Yongzhou. Given Wei Qingyan's understanding of Yin Qing, Du Shui's conjecture could very well be the truth. However, Yin Qing did not have the chance to enter Yongzhou. He was attacked outside the city and then vanished without a trace. Wei Qingyan turned to Du Shui, realizing he was the only one left, and the commander's seal had disappeared with him. Du Xue's expression shifted dramatically. In a great way, the only authorities capable of mobilizing 100,000 National Guards are the Emperor's imperial token or the commander's seal. The National Guards, fiercely formidable, were established solely by General Wei, and in a sense, the troops recognized the commander's seal even more than the imperial token. Following the incident at Huangsha Ridge, the court publicly declared that the national commander had perished in battle and that the commander's seal had been lost amid the chaos. If someone with ulterior motives acquired the commander's seal, it could lead to turmoil, prompting the emperor to revoke the seal's authority to mobilize troops. At that moment, he thought the emperor was referring to Prince Rong, who had been the first to reach the battlefield at Huangsha Ridge and the first to encounter the general's remains. Yet, piecing together the general's revelations, Du Shui was struck by a terrifying thought. Was it he who orchestrated all of this? Historically, rulers have often betrayed their benefactors. Coincidentally, the Wu Dan kingdom, which had oppressed the Great Wei for years, had just been defeated by the general, only for the general to meet his fate shortly thereafter. For the one seated on the dragon throne, the National Guard's formidable strength, capable of matching 300,000 ordinary troops, was both a temptation and a threat. Wei Qingyan nodded, not dismissing the possibility that only someone of considerable influence could command the obedience of the governor of Guangzhou. She had regained her memories merely 2 months prior, and her knowledge was limited. Shui, if Shiryu holds leverage over me, do you think he would betray me? The abrupt shift in conversation momentarily left Du Shui lagging behind. After a moment of reflection, he shook his head, expressing that he did not believe so. He was unaware of what the general's leverage might be or why she posed the question. He merely shared his genuine thoughts. He prided himself on his loyalty to the general, yet in the face of the general's predicament, he could not match the determination to seek revenge. They dared only to plan secretly, but before they could act, Prince Rong had noticed and thwarted their efforts. He claimed the general would not wish to see the National Guard suffer a treasonous fate, and with the protection of the Empress Dowager, he would merely revert to being a wayward prince without risking his life. If he were to betray the general, why would he go to such lengths? The general was unaware, but he had encountered the general twice at her tomb, both times finding him in a faint state. Since the day of her burial, his health had deteriorated, with half of each day spent in a state of lethargy. Wei Qingyan recalled the day at the hot springs when she had checked Shiryu's pulse. He was indeed exceedingly weak. However, now that he possessed the merit seal, which harbored profound vitality, it should have aided his health. Why would the general doubt him? Did he discover something? Du Xue inquired. Having just experienced the Guan incident, Du Shui was also concerned that Prince Rong might not be as he appeared. Wei Qingyan shook her head. I am merely uncertain about a few matters. Now I'm certain. In the past, Shiryu feigned drunkenness to drug her into slumber, not out of suspicion of her identity. At that time, he had not realized she was a woman, which led him to be troubled by his feelings and maintain a distance. The book she found in the elegant chamber depicted the love and hatred between two men. Although the two figures carved on the low couch lacked features, Wei Qingyan recognized they represented her and him, merely her in male attire. This clarified why Shiryu abruptly chose to sever ties with her. He had discovered he was in love with a man, one who was also the national commander of the Great Wei, with whom a future was utterly unattainable. She recalled how Shiryu had often asked her, if in the future your feelings and your career were at odds, what would you choose? Certainly my career, she had replied resolutely. As a woman disguised as the national commander, she could neither take a wife nor marry. How could she entertain romantic feelings? This response prompted Shiryu to make his choice. He suppressed his emotions to allow her to pursue her career. She also remembered that on the day before their split, Shiryu had visited her at the Wei residence. She had just returned from the military camp and greeted him as usual. Yet he ignored her and directly boarded the carriage. That marked the beginning of their estrangement. Inside the Wei residence, her mother stood there. The glory and future of the National Commander's household were her mother's life. How could she allow Shiryu to destroy it all? Thus, it was not Shiryu who disclosed her identity as a woman to Bailing. Otherwise, upon encountering Abu's remains on the battlefield, he would have known it was not her. If he had leaked her secret, he would not have concealed it, allowing the world to remain unaware of her true identity. Shiryu was oblivious. But what about her mother? What role did she play in this entire affair? As a mother, it was impossible for her not to see her son one last time. Even if Abu's body was decayed to the point it could not be discerned, with a discerning eye, one could still differentiate gender. Her mother could have known that the corpse was not her daughter. Did her mother never question the identity of the body Shiryu mistook for her? Chapter 18. Encounter at the tomb. The general has returned to investigate the events of the past and to avenge his brothers, correct? Du Xue's words pulled Wei Qingyan back from her reverie, and she nodded slightly. What should I do? Du Xue lifted his garments, performing a martial salute, imploring the general for guidance, ready to lay down his life. Wei Qingyan's gaze was cold. Safeguard your title as the Marquis of Anyuan, seizing every possible opportunity to ascend. That is what your Du family deserves. She had often heard of Du Chongyuan's illustrious achievements from her father. The late emperor had highly valued Du Chongyuan, even going so far as to use Guanshi to win him over, demonstrating that his capabilities were extraordinary. After years of warfare and repeated victories, the stability of the Great Wei's realm owed much to Du Chongyuan's contributions. How could it be so coincidental that he perished in the final battle before the founding of the nation? Guanshi had once been the late emperor's consort. Did he truly not mind other men coveting his woman? In the past, she would not have harbored suspicions, but having witnessed Guanshi's obsession, she could not help but question Du Chongyuan's death. If her speculation proved true, the late emperor's betrayals extended beyond Guanshi to include Du Chongyuan. Is the general implying that I should enter the Ministry of War? Du Xue expressed his confusion. The general was not one to act impulsively, knowing Wu Yuchu was problematic. He would not simply kill him without uncovering the truth. There must be other motives at play. Wei Qingyan smiled. You made progress. Previously, Du Xue relied on me for everything. Now, you are beginning to think independently. With the Minister of War deceased, the two deputy ministers would surely compete fiercely for the position. Regardless of who ultimately claimed the ministerial seat, Xue, you should learn from the fisherman and seize a deputy minister's role. Once you become a deputy minister, the minister position will be within reach, or perhaps another opportunity will arise. Following Wei Qingyan's death, the remaining 80,000 National Guards were divided into three, with 30,000 stationed at the Yuden border under Du Xue's command. 6 months prior, the old marquis passed away, and the emperor dispatched someone to retrieve Du Xue's military authority, commanding him to return to the capital to inherit his title. Now 6 months had passed. Although he had inherited the title of Marquis of Anyuan, he had yet to be assigned any duties. Enlightened, Du Xue promptly stated in a couple of days, during the early court session, I shall petition the emperor to return to the Yuden border. The emperor had painstakingly sought an excuse to seize the 30,000 National Guards from him, and he was unwilling to allow Du Xue to return to the Yuden border, thus forcing him to assign Du Xue a position in the capital. With his grandfather, Du Chongyuan's past merits and his own contributions to the National Guards, the emperor could not assign him too low a position. If a vacancy in the Ministry of War arose, it would be much easier for him to gain entry. The deputy minister's position was neither high nor low, making it perfectly aligned with the emperor's intentions. Prudit commandable, général, du Xue mused en wardie. The truth behind Huangsha Ridge must be shared with the other brothers. With greater numbers, they could investigate more effectively. Not yet. Wei Qingyan shook her head. Human emotions are complex. Having not acted as a general for 3 years, she could not ascertain the loyalty of her former subordinates. Moreover, the truth of the matter and the identities of those involved remained uncertain. Too many aware of it could lead to alarming consequences. Du Xue, caught up in the moment, realized his words were imprudent. As the two conversed, dawn arrived, and the Guans came calling. Although Guan Yuer had been severely beaten by Wei Qingyan, she had initially harmed the legitimate young lady of the Anyuan Marquisate. Moreover, before her death, Guanshi had confessed to plotting against the Fong family. Du Shui took the initiative to question whether Fang's demise was a conspiracy involving the Guans and Guanshi, feigning the intention to report it to the authorities for a thorough investigation. While the Guans had not directly participated in Fang's murder, they were aware of many of Guanshi's schemes and had even been complicit in some. They could not withstand any in-depth scrutiny and, feeling guilty, dared not cause any trouble for the Du residents, taking Guan Yuero away that very day. The funeral for Guanshi was conducted rather simply. After a day of mourning, she was buried outside the city, not in the ancestral grave of the Du family. Thus, the public realized that the mad ramblings of Guanshi before her death were indeed true. No one blamed Du Shui for being unfilial or for the cruelty shown to his wife and daughter. That he had not reduced her remains to ashes was already a sign of mercy. However, Wei Qingyan understood that Du Shui would not allow Guanshi to be buried peacefully. That night, she heard from Lu that Guan Yuer had died. If Du Shui did not spare Guan Yuer, how could he possibly forgive the one who had caused his family's ruin, Guanshi? Wei Qingyan donned a set of dark garments and instructed, Lu, take Xiao Xiao to find her lord. I must step out for a while. Lu glanced at the pitch-black sky outside, then at Wei Qingyan, dressed in all black, and silently carried Xiao Xiao away. He realized that his lady was unlike any other. She preferred to venture out at night. Over the last 2 nights, Wei Qingyan had wandered through the streets, bustling with the affluent. In such a rich and alluring capital, countless souls perished daily, and with them, ample resentment was born. Yet, only the likes of Fang, who harbored deep-seated obsessions or grudges and encountered the right circumstances, could manifest as vengeful spirits. Ordinary grievances would fade with time, eventually dissipating. The memories that clung to the dying would also gradually blur and fade into nothingness. Wei Qingyan aimed to seize the memories of resentment before they faded. Some matters were far simpler to investigate from the deceased than from the living. This capital had become unfamiliar to her. She needed to learn more about it. As the first light appeared on the horizon, Wei Qingyan headed towards the city gate. According to custom, today was the day you would visit the tomb of the National Protector General to pay respects. She must also see Abu. When Yu arrived, Wei Qingyan was meditating by the grave. Why is Miss Chong here? Wei Qingyan performed a respectful gesture. Family matters have concluded. I came to pay my respects to an old friend. Yu was naturally aware of the old mistress of the Anyuan Marquisate situation, but was surprised she would come to pay homage here. Yu took the food box from Dong Tsang's hands, arranging the delicacies he had brought before the grave. As he examined the offerings, his hand paused slightly. The pastries were quite fresh, evidently just brought by Wei Qingyan, and were identical to those he had prepared. What he brought were Wei Qingyan's favorites, while she, clearly, had brought offerings for the one lying beneath the earth. Miss Chong and he are quite familiar? Upon discovering a male corpse that bore a resemblance to Wei Qingyan, he was taken aback. Judging by the attire, he surmised it was one of Wei Qingyan's hidden guards. She had several masked guards by her side. It was only upon seeing this male corpse that he understood why he had never doubted Wei Qingyan's femininity. The one he had soaked in the hot springs with was this substitute. How could he suspect that a genuine man was a woman? Wei Qingyan's gaze fell upon the pastries brought by Yu, and she nodded. Indeed, after years of companionship, even our tastes align. How could we not be familiar? Yet, I have heard that the prince severed ties with General Wei long ago. Why then does he do so much for her? A hint of bitterness crossed Yu's heart as he lit the incense paper and said softly, there has never been a severance. He feared that his emotions might endanger her. Thus he chose to distance himself. Now that she understood the truth, Wei Qingyan found herself somewhat embarrassed by his past choices. She had never considered that Yu harbored such feelings for her. However, upon reflection, there was indeed a trail to follow. She had once complained about the poor food in the military camp, and he opened a restaurant, naming it after their names. When a woman expressed her affection for her, Yu's reaction was the strongest. Within days, he had the Empress marry that woman off to someone else, claiming she was unworthy of the National Protector General. The Empress, knowing her son well, likely sensed his feelings and repeatedly hinted that both he and Wei Qingyan ought to marry. Yu often appeared despondent, while she remained oblivious to the reasons. Realizing her thoughts had wandered, Wei Qingyan quickly reined them in and inquired about pressing matters. How did the prince come to think of bringing the general's corpse to attack Bailing? Hearing that Madame Wei fell ill from grief after losing her son. Surely she hoped for her son to be laid to rest soon. The prince must have faced considerable difficulties from Madame Wei upon returning to the capital. No? Chapter 19. Shiryu reveals the truth aside from fearing that Wei Qingyan might recognize him. Shiryu did not wish to hide anything else from her. He stated plainly, it was Madame Wei who consented. She personally went to Huangsha Ridge to change him into burial garments. She instructed me to bring his corpse to Bailing so he could witness how I avenged him. Was it truly his mother who urged him to do this? Wei Qingyan's hands clenched tightly beneath her sleeves. How could Madame Wei go to Huangsha Ridge? Shiryu shook his head. After the monk took Wei Qingyan away, he was contemplating how to use this male corpse to deceive Madame Wei when she arrived. She never even tested whether he had seen the real Wei Qingyan or if he knew the secrets of the Wei family. He had always known that Madame Wei was harsh and almost indifferent towards Wei Qingyan. He just had not realized she could be so cruel. Worried that she might secretly search for Wei Qingyan's body and thus expose her identity, he had someone follow her to ensure a timely cleanup. However, he was surprised to find that she did not search at all. Madame Wei did not explain her reasons. The process of changing burial garments and sealing the coffin took merely a quarter of an hour before she rode back to the capital without looking back. A chill ran down Wei Qingyan's spine. Once the coffin was sealed, it would not be reopened. How could a quarter of an hour be sufficient to arrange the remains? The rumors that her mother fell ill from grief over her death were false. In truth, she had secretly left the capital under the pretense of recuperating. Fearing that her identity would be discovered by Shiryu, seeing a Bu's still intact face, her mother could deduce that it was her substitute. With her identity concealed, the Wei family was safe, allowing her mother to return to the capital without worry. Yet she had allowed Shiryu to take a Bu to Bailing. As time passed, the corpse would decay, making it increasingly difficult to discern, providing a reason not to open the coffin. Her mother had manipulated Shiryu's feelings for her, compelling him to carry the corpse with him. The result of this was that those unaware of her true identity speculated that the Rong Wang had a penchant for handsome men or believed that he shared a deep brotherly bond with the National Protector General. However, the emperor knew she was a woman. As an emperor with countless beauties in his harem, he likely would not entertain the thought that his brother favored men. He would only conclude that Rong Wang had known she was a woman all along, hence his deep affections. The prolonged delay in returning to the capital with the corpse was also a means to hide her identity from the world. The more Shiryu acted this way, the more the emperor believed that the corpse was indeed her, and he would not suspect that she was alive. Why did her mother feel the need to prove to the emperor that she was dead? Or was it that the emperor wished for her demise, and her mother, perceiving his intentions, had to affirm her death to protect the Wei family and the beloved Wan Yi? Thus, her mother had to confirm her death. Her mother had not sought her among the mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Had she never considered that perhaps she was still alive? Wei Qingyan recalled that before the expedition, her mother had given her a thunderbolt. Her mother hoped for her triumphant return, but for the sake of the Wei family, she had to prepare for the worst. This was something her mother had procured from the martial world. If she found herself in a situation where survival was impossible, she could pull the trigger, ensuring that no one would discover her true gender. The thunderbolt would explode, reducing her to dust, rendering gender indiscernible. Indeed, her mother understood her well, knowing she would never abandon the National Protector Army to flee alone but would fight until the last moment. And indeed, at the very last breath, she had pulled the trigger. The fat monk claimed that had he not arrived in time, her remains would have been obliterated. Wei Qingyan struggled to maintain her composure upon hearing that the prince had been impeached by the officials over this matter. Why did he not clarify that it was Madame Wei's directive? After ascending the throne, the emperor had always harbored a deep-seated apprehension toward Shiryu. Should he come to believe that Shiryu shared an intimate bond with her, the commander of the 100,000 loyal troops, to the extent of knowing secrets as personal as her gender, his wariness would only intensify. Even if the commander were to perish, there remained 80,000 loyal troops. Thus, the emperor would undoubtedly remain on guard against Shiryu, possibly even scheming against him. Astute as Shiryu was, he could not possibly be oblivious to these machinations. Yet, Shiryu wore an indifferent expression. Whether he spoke or remained silent, the circumstances would remain unchanged. Besides, it was his own desire. His father, the emperor, cherished him deeply, concerned that he might be bullied by his elder brother in the future. When bestowing upon him a fief, he also granted him an army of 100,000. This army had become a thorn in the elder brother's side. Without this matter, he would have found another pretext to reclaim it. Furthermore, Should he reveal the identity of Madame Wei, it would inevitably lead to numerous complications, and her status would no longer remain concealed. Wei Qingyan felt a pang in her heart. Her mother had met a tragic end at Huangsha Ridge, yet she had been left to perish without a grave to call her own. Shi Yu, on the other hand, had sacrificed everything for her. But he was, after all, of royal blood. Do you know, my lord, that there exists a Yulon mountain in Yuzhou, Ling County? Shi Yu regarded her quietly. He was unaware of this fact, nor did he comprehend why Wei Qingyan had posed such a query. She forced a smile and continued. The commander has stated that once he aids the emperor in pacifying the realm, he shall resign from his position and retreat to Yulon Mountain to live the life of a recluse, tending only to flowers and plants. She had never harbored aspirations for power. The treasures beneath Yulon Mountain had come to her through sheer chance, and she had intended to divide them between the soldiers and her mother for a peaceful twilight. Yet, the royal family had betrayed her, and her mother had forsaken her. Shi Yu's grip tightened, the veins on his hands bulging. He exerted tremendous restraint to prevent himself from stepping forward and embracing her. But he found himself at a loss for words. He understood how cruel it would be for Wei Qingyan to learn of Madame Wei's actions. Yet some truths were necessary for her to make the right judgments. The pain in his heart was akin to being sliced by a knife. He closed his eyes, unable to bear looking at her any longer. Silence enveloped the surroundings, but it did not linger for long. The sound of clashing swords echoed. Jingzong swiftly drew his sword, and Shi Yu instinctively shielded Wei Qingyan behind him. A look of astonishment flickered in her eyes. Before Shi Yu stood Chang Qingyan, a woman he had encountered no more than 3 times. He had never been one to indulge in the fragility of women. As Shi Yu shifted his stance, he realized the inappropriateness of his actions and silently explained, I do not wish for bloodshed here. Wei Qingyan cast him a deep glance before her gaze shifted to the distant commotion. Several men surrounded a woman, who appeared gravely injured, with crimson blood dripping from her presence as she fought against her captors. Jingzong stood by Shi Yu, while Jingzhe moved forward with his sword drawn. With Jingzhe's assistance, the woman managed to catch her breath, tearing the hem of her garment and using the fabric to bind her profusely bleeding arm. As she turned, Wei Qingyan caught a glimpse of her profile, and her pupils constricted. With a swift motion, she approached the woman. Zanlang, are you well? Wei Qingyan's eyes scanned the injuries on Yanlan's body, her hand deftly seizing a man who charged at her. With a sharp crack, she snapped his neck. Jingzhe, too, had taken down 2 men. The remaining ruffians, realizing the prowess of Jingzhe and Wei Qingyan, hastily discarded their weapons. One of them pleaded, Hero, spare us. This is my wife. She wished to flee, and I merely brought my brothers to pursue her. Thank you for your rescue. Yanlan expressed her gratitude to Wei Qingyan and Jingzhe, then turned to the man with fury. You lie. You are nothing but bandits. I am not lying. Your husband has sold you to us, the bandit jeered. You are already one of us, perhaps even carrying our child. The word us drained the color from Yanlan's face. Unbearable memories surged forth in her mind, and she raised her sword to stab the bandit in the heart. But someone was swifter. All the bandits fell with a swift slice to their throats, their eyes wide in disbelief at their sudden demise. Wei Qingyan's dagger dripped with blood as she casually wiped it with a handkerchief before sheathing it in her boot. With her hands clasped together, she bowed her head in reverence, reciting, Abstain from all evils, engage in all that is good. To eradicate evil is to promote virtue. As her words fell, a faint black mist drifted toward her. Chapter 20. Making a deal with Shi Yu after discerning the bandits' lingering resentment. Wei Qingyan opened her eyes to meet the gazes of several onlookers. Shi Yu was the first to react. Miss Chang, do you know her? Wei Qingyan certainly recognized Yanlan, but at that moment, she was Chang Qingyan. It could be a coincidence that Chang Qingyan knew the loyal commander, but for her to also recognize Yanlan would be to underestimate Shi Yu's intelligence. She maintained a calm demeanor as she turned to Yanlan. Yanlan was also studying her, certain she had never encountered this woman who had come to her aid. Yet, the debt of gratitude was real, and she bowed to the group, introducing herself. I am Yanlan. May I ask the names of my benefactors? I shall repay you in the future. Yan? Shi Yu mulled over the surname before exchanging a knowing glance with Jingzong. Jingzong understood. It was merely a case of injustice. There is no need for my lady to worry. However, your injuries seem severe. May I inquire which Yan family you belong to? I can send someone to inform your family to come and fetch you. A surname like Yin, which could garner such concern from the loyal commander, likely had ties to Yin Qing. A fleeting expression of sorrow passed over Yin Lan's face. Thank you for your kindness, brave sir. I have no remaining relatives. Her mother had passed away long ago, her father and the old general had perished in battle, and her elder brother and Qingyan had also died. Now, she was all alone. Seeing the pain in her eyes, Jing Zong felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, he knew that without this tactic, the loyal commander would grow suspicious. Unexpectedly, Jing Zhe's voice rang out. You are Yin Qing's sister? Yin Lan paused. Do you know my brother? Jing Zhe stepped closer, pointing to his face. I am Jing Zhe from the residence of Prince Rong. You once gave me a package of crispy meat when you delivered it to Yin Qing. He had only met Yin Lan a few years prior. Upon hearing her name, he scrutinized her features, uncertain, as memory painted her as a plump and lovely girl, while now her cheeks were hollowed and gaunt. Yin Lan had no recollection of Jing Zhe's face, yet she distinctly remembered delivering the crispy meat. Back then, she had been an unmarried maiden, too bashful to meet the gaze of the men beside her brother. The other three were taken aback, relieved to discover that Jing Zhe had indeed met Yin Lan before. With identities confirmed, there was no need for further pretense. Jingzong proposed, my lord. Since she is Yin Qing's sister, shall we take her with us? He sighed inwardly, wondering how long it would take for the loyal commander to recognize their prince. Otherwise, maintaining their act would prove challenging for both him and Jing Zhe. Though Yin Lan was exhausted from fleeing for her life, the prospect of returning home to face the inevitable humiliation caused her to shake her head. Thank you for your kindness. Since you are Yin Qing's sister, you are also my sister. How could I stand by and do nothing? Jing Zhe insisted. Besides, with these bandits dead here, an explanation is necessary. My lord has a close relationship with the loyal commander and will surely support you. Do not fear. He had heard the bandits' earlier words and guessed at Yin Lan's concerns. However, if Yin Lan were to be mistreated, the loyal commander would intervene. Whatever the loyal commander cared for, the prince would surely care for as well. Moreover, the loyal commander could not reveal her identity at this juncture, which meant it fell to the prince to take action. Sure, you nodded solemnly, stating, I came to pay my respects to the loyal commander. Having encountered an ambush, I am indebted to the lady for her rescue. I must escort her. Yin Lan's eyes reddened. It had been a long time since anyone had supported her. She understood that Prince Rong's willingness to involve himself in her affairs stemmed from his regard for Qingyan. To refuse further would be to show ingratitude. Thank you, Your Highness Rong, but please wait a moment. Previously preoccupied with escaping, she had not noticed the grave nearby until she heard Prince Rong's words. She had returned to the capital to pay her respects to her father, brother, and Qingyan. Yin Lan knelt before the tomb of the loyal commander, bowing deeply 3 times. Qingyan, I'm sorry for being late. From now on, I shall reside in the capital and visit you often. I wonder if you have seen my brother down there. If you do, please tell him that I am well and wish him eternal rest. The valiant soldiers who fell at Huangsha Ridge were hastily buried by King Rong. Yin Lan believed that her brother was also laid to rest there, which prevented her from paying her respects. Wei Qingyan's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. Having been offered to mountain bandits by her husband and subjected to their humiliation, how could she possibly be at peace? Yan Qing, Yin Lan's father, had once served as her father's guard before joining him on the battlefield, where he distinguished himself and became a vice commander. When her father selected a bodyguard for her, Vice Commander Yin brought Yin Qing before them. There was no need for the vice commander's son to serve as her protector, yet he insisted, stating that he was brought up by her father and must not forget his roots. Her father trusted the Yin family and held high hopes for Yin Qing, thus keeping it by her side. After Vice Commander Yin fell in battle, her father brought Yin Lan to the Wei residence, where she was raised as a daughter of the Wei family. When Yin Lan married, she did so as a lady of the Wei household, wed to Luo Qingzhou, the eldest son of the governor of Linzhou, whom her mother had chosen before her passing. On the day of their marriage, Luo Qingzhou promised in her presence, as well as Yin Qing's, to treat Yin Lan well. And he did so, or so it seemed. Wei Qingyan seized the kneeling man, stating that there was no need for him to enter the city for medical treatment. He could see his brother himself. Beneath her words lay an anger that was difficult to contain, uncertain whether it was directed at herself or Yin Lan. While Luo Qingzhou had already secured a place on her list of targets, Jing Zhe swiftly brought the carriage forward. Yin Lan, having reached her limits, fainted as she stood. Wei Qingyan carried her into the Yuan Marquis residence, claiming that it was easier to care for a woman. Shiryu also entered the estate, explaining that Yanlan was injured while saving him, and it was necessary to maintain the pretense, even sending Dong Tsang to fetch a royal physician. The elderly physician examined Yanlan, prescribed medicine, and noted that her injuries were external, requiring only time to heal. Yet, the years of worry had taken a toll on her health, and she would need to come to terms with it herself. Wei Qingyan thanked the physician, but her heart felt heavy. Yanlan had been married for only 5 years and had already succumbed to illness. Once the physician exited the Yuan Marquis residence, Jingzhe quickly gathered information. Luo Qingzhou had returned to the capital with Yanlan, not only to visit relatives, but also to seek a position in the city. However, they were ambushed by mountain bandits on the road. Seeing that the guards were no match for the bandits, Luo Qingzhou offered to give Yanlan to them in exchange for their departure. Yanlan, possessing some skills, resisted, but Luo Qingzhou took advantage of her struggle with the bandits to withdraw all the guards and escape with his mother and sister. Based on the bandits' words, it was feared that Yanlan had been overpowered and taken to their stronghold, though it remained unclear how she had managed to escape. Jingzhe's face bore a look of pity. The Luo family would likely not return. Anger soon followed. How could Luo Qingzhou abandon his legitimate wife? Who said they would return? Wei Qingyan's expression turned icy. Where's Luo Qingzhou now? At the Ministry of War, Jingzhe replied. Yanlan's mother-in-law is the younger sister of Lady Wu. Wu Yuqiu. Wei Qingyan softly uttered the name, finding the coincidence remarkable. Jingzhe nodded, explaining that Luo Qingzhou had intended to leverage Wu Yuqiu's connections, only to discover that she had passed away, leaving him to seek alliances in the capital. Wei Qingyan pondered for a moment before turning to Shiryu. Your Highness, shall we strike a bargain? What sort of bargain does Miss Chang wish to propose? Shiryu's tone remained calm, though his heart raced slightly. Wei Qingyan raised her gaze to meet his, stating directly, Your Highness must have a reason for approaching me. What do you wish for me to do? This straightforward inquiry tightened Shiryu's fingers momentarily before he relaxed them. His instinct to approach her was undeniable. He chose to regard her merely as Chang Qingyan, as long as she remained alive. Concerning Chang Qingyan, he indeed had a request. You are a wise young lady, so I shall be forthright. Your appearance at the hot spring was too coincidental, leading me to suspicion, hence my decision to follow you, which revealed your exceptional talents in the mystical arts. Wei Qingyan maintained a composed exterior while internally contemplating whether she should confront Du Shuai again. When she first mentioned the Fong family's matters to Du Shuai, she sent someone outside, yet when Du Shuai showed no reaction, she assumed it was merely his secret guards. To her surprise, it was Shiryu's men. Seeing that she remained silent, Shiryu continued, There is a matter I have been investigating for years without success. Many knowledgeable individuals are no longer alive, so I wish to seek your assistance. Wei Qingyan paused, realizing that understanding the truth behind the rift and her mother's schemes against Shiryu was essential. What is it? 24 years ago, a couple took their newborn son to Daju Temple, but left the child there and departed in the dead of night. I wish to know who they were and why they abandoned the child. 24 years ago, Wei Qingyan looked at Shiryu, realizing that she had not yet been born, nor had Shiryu been delivered from the Empress's womb. Why do you seek to uncover such an old matter? Is there any evidence or leads? What has become of that infant? Shiryu expressed slight regret, stating, I cannot disclose the child's identity at this moment, only that the couple were both in their 20s, dressed plainly, and the incident occurred likely in the latter half of the year. Now, it is your turn to express what you desire from me. It was not that he was unwilling to share, but recognizing her as Chang Qingyan made him cautious about revealing too much too soon, lest it raise her suspicions. Daju Temple is the most revered temple in the capital, frequented by many. It is not uncommon for families unable to support a child to leave them at the temple. So many years have passed. Even with Shiryu's status as a prince, he had failed to uncover the truth after years of inquiry, revealing the complexity of the situation. Yet it was not entirely insurmountable. Wei Qingyan accepted this task internally and felt emboldened to voice her own demands, to protect Yanlan's reputation and ensure that Luo Qingzhou consented to a divorce. Luo Qingzhou would eventually meet his demise, but she could not allow Yanlan to live as a widow for him. Shiryu's lips curled into a slight smile. Very well, such matters could be arranged through Du Shuai, even if Wei Qingyan's current identity made it difficult for her to intervene directly. However, she chose to use this as a bargaining chip. Little Yin, you harbor feelings for him, he mused. Understanding Wei Qingyan's intentions, Sure Yu added. I know that the Diju temple matter is challenging, but it is important to me. Please let me know if you require any assistance. Wei Qingyan suppressed her curiosity and nodded. As it is a transaction, I shall do my utmost. A silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, Wei Qingyan inquired, Your Highness, how did you know that General Wei was in trouble? I did not know, he replied. You did not know? King Rong's territory is not near Huangsha Ridge. Meeting Wei Qingyan's skeptical gaze, Sure Yu explained, before your expedition, there was a misunderstanding between us. Upon hearing of your triumphant return, I waited for you along your route to the capital. He had intended to catch a glimpse of her from afar, but, after a lengthy wait for her caravan, dispatched someone to investigate when it failed to arrive. Simultaneously, he received intelligence that northern Ling troops had crossed the border, leading him to suspect that she might have been ambushed. Wei Qingyan pressed her lips together tightly. Thus, Sure Yu had merely guessed that she might be in peril and had taken it upon himself to mobilize troops. A sudden wave of discomfort surged within her, and she stood abruptly, declaring, Your Highness, I must check on Yanlan. Observing her somewhat flustered demeanor, Sure Yu's expression dimmed. Outside, Wei Qingyan exhaled deeply, the weight on her heart easing slightly. Upon entering Yanlan's room, she found her awake, staring blankly into space. The Luo family treats you poorly, Wei Qingyan stated as she sat on the edge of the bed, not posing it as a question, but rather a declaration. Yanlan turned to her, You all know? She revealed her identity, acknowledging that it was not difficult for King Rong to investigate her affairs. She had no intention of hiding, but found it hard to articulate. The physician said you are ailing from suppressed emotions. What have they done to you? Wei Qingyan lowered her gaze, encompassing Yanlan's frail hands within her own. Perhaps it has been so long since she has received such kindness, or perhaps the grievances have been suppressed for too long. Yanlan felt an overwhelming urge to confide. Before my marriage, Luo Qingzhou already had a woman by his side. That woman was ostensibly his sister, but in truth, she was an adopted daughter of the Luo family. Unbeknownst to me, I treated her with the affection of a sister. On our wedding night, Luo Qingzhou drugged my wedding wine and, under the guise of our bridal chamber, slipped into his sister's quarters. After a year of marriage without a child, Luo Qingzhou presented me with 2 children, both 3 years old, claiming they were the result of a fleeting dalliance he had outside, and implored my forgiveness. My in-laws pressure me over my lack of offspring, forcing me to adopt those 2 children as my own. Only then did I begin to question the true nature of the Luo family. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that those twins were the offspring of Luo Qingzhou and his sister, Luo Qingyan. Yanlan's expression remained serene, the corners of her eyes dry. Those people were no longer worthy of her tears. When I uncovered these truths a year in my marriage, your brothers were still alive. Why did you not inform them? Wei Qingyan softened her tone. Yanlan was taken aback. Did the young lady know my brothers? After 5 years away from the capital, anyone who knew that her brothers were still alive a year after her marriage, especially one who could retaliate against those who insulted her, could not be a stranger. Yanlan had long understood that in this world, no kindness comes without a reason. Wei Qingyan nodded, affirming her acquaintance with them. I am friends with Qingyan, who regards you as her sister. Had she known your situation, she would not have allowed the Luo family to mistreat you. I knew they would stand by me. Tears finally glistened in Yanlan's eyes, but she understood the peril of the battlefield. Their struggle against the enemy was already challenging enough, and she could not bear to distract them with her own troubles. Wei Qingyan was torn between feeling sympathy for her understanding nature and scolding her for her naivety. Have you considered what you will do next? Yanlan bit her lip. From a moment, I decided to return to the capital with them. I resolved never to return to the Luo family. However, she never anticipated the events that would unfold along the way. Wei Qingyan grasped her hand. The prince will ensure that Luo Qingzhou grants you a divorce. This is the Yuan Marquis's residence, and I am Du Shui's sister, Chang Qingyan. For now, you shall stay here. We will address everything after the divorce. The past is in the past. Living is more important than anything. When Yanlan married, she declared she would be her own support. Even if she was unwilling to divorce, she would never again allow the Luo family to take advantage of her. Yet, knowing Yanlan as she did, she understood that Yanlan would ultimately choose to divorce. Du Shui frequently visited the Wei family, and Yanlan became somewhat familiar with him. Upon learning that Chang Qingyan was Du Shui's sister, she believed in the connection between her and Wei Qingyan and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. A shadow of melancholy crossed her eyes. However, I cannot trouble you further. Though the Luo family holds local authority, they possess connections in the capital as well. My situation is disgraceful. Why involve Miss Chong and the others, dragging them into misfortune? Wei Qingyan looked at her. Do you not wish to take revenge? Revenge? Of course, I desire it. I wish to eliminate the Luo family and those mountain bandits. Yet, more than anything, Yanlan wished to survive. Being the child of a military family, she had witnessed many around her perish in battle. She understood the preciousness of life more than most. After experiencing the mountain bandit incident, her desire to live grew even stronger. She had yet to pay homage to her brother at Huangsha Ridge. If the opportunity for revenge arises, I will seize it. She smiled faintly. Miss Chong, I have been trying to divorce for 2 years, yet the Luo family has consistently refused. Now that such matters have arisen, they hold leverage over me, making them even less likely to agree. I want to live well, to put my loved ones at ease. So what are your plans? Wei Qingyan's expression darkened. Her tone inscrutable. I intend to reside at the Qing Shui monastery under the pretense of praying for Luo's mother, waiting until the Luo family is less concerned about me before I make a secret trip to Huangsha Ridge. If the Luo family uses your abduction by the bandits as a pretext to annul the marriage, what will you do? Yin Lan fell silent. The Luo family was willing to proceed with the marriage only to establish a connection with the Wei family. Now that she no longer had the Wei family's backing, if Luo Chengzhou no longer needed her as a legitimate wife to shield their family's reputation, she would indeed lose her significance. Wei Qingyan gazed at Yanlan, as if seeing the smile from that day. They had both been worn down by suffering. Yanlan, living in a state of compromise will not grant your family peace. Knowing the Luo family's disgraceful secrets, have you considered that they might eliminate you to silence you? Wei Qingyan raised Yanlan's hand. Zanlan, these hands can be used to slay enemies or to protect yourself. Rest assured regarding the divorce, the prince will safeguard your reputation. Your task is to recover your health. In a few days, I will accompany you to Tiger Leopard Ridge. Tiger Leopard Ridge is where the bandits have established their stronghold, a 3-day journey from the capital by horseback. The bandits pursuing her had perished. When they intercepted Luo Chengzhou and his party, they had not revealed their identities, and Luo Chengzhou was unaware of the bandits' exact hideout. Just as Yanlan was about to inquire how Wei Qingyan knew the bandits were from Tiger Leopard Ridge, Du Shui's voice sounded from outside, declaring, I will go as well. Wei Qingyan tucked Yanlan's hand under the blankets, adjusting the covers for her. After a brief pause, Du Shui enterred. Yanlan, rest easy here. The Du family will be your support from now on. The prince has informed the Luo family that you are recuperating at the Yuan Marquis' residence. Luo Chengzhou knows you saved the prince's life and dares not ruin your reputation for the time being. But those bandits must be dealt with swiftly to prevent them from spreading rumors. Yanlan felt a surge of emotion. She had not expected that, even in her brother's absence, their friends would care for her so diligently. A simple thank you felt insufficient. She wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. I will recover as soon as possible. Miss Chong is right. I was too simplistic in my thinking. Seeing her come to terms with her situation, Wei Qingyan said no more and instructed a maid to prepare medicine. After taking her medicine, Yanlan fell asleep once more. When she awoke, her spirits had improved significantly. Yanlan, Luo Chengzhou has come to the capital to seek an official position with Wu Yuchu. What do you know about this matter? Wei Qingyan inquired casually. Yanlan shook her head. Since I proposed a divorce 4 years ago, our relationship has been quite strained. I did not know much about his affairs. However, Luo Tsongyun seems to have an extraordinary status. The Luo couple treats her with great courtesy, though I do not know why she was raised in the Luo family. Once, Luo Tsongyun boasted in my presence, letting slip that she could pave a path to success for Luo Chengzhou. I suspect their return to the capital is to facilitate Luo Tsongyun's return home. Does the Wu family have dealings with the Luo family? They maintain a close relationship, though I'm unaware of the specifics of their correspondence. However, the Wu family sends gifts to the Luo family several times a year. Previously, they did so in Ganzhou, and now that they have been transferred to the capital, the frequency has increased. Wei Qingyan pondered. Does the Luo family send gifts to the Wu family? Yanlan thought for a moment, as if recalling. Then she shook her head. It seems they have never sent anything back. When we came to the capital, we did not bring much. My mother-in-law said she would handle everything. Wu Yuchu's official rank has always been higher than that of the Luo governor. even his relatives. It would not be the elder sister sending gifts to the younger sister. Rather, those in higher positions tend to cling to those of lower ranks. Wei Qingyan decided to investigate the Wu residence that very night. Why is the prince here? On the street adjacent to the Wu residence, Wei Qingyan was slightly surprised to see Shiryu dressed in dark clothing. The merit seal has indeed improved his health. Shiryu smiled gently. I made a deal with the young lady, so I must do my utmost, hence my visit to the Wu residence. That is a reasonable excuse. However, for the prince to take personal action seems rather excessive. Just as she thought this, she heard Shiryu say, in matters of courtesy, when a young lady assists me in my inquiries, I will also do my utmost, correct? Indeed. Wei Qingyan rolled her eyes discreetly. He remained as he was, unwilling to suffer any disadvantage. Little did he know, he had already taken great advantage of her. Her life-saving merit seal was now his. Thief! Wei Qingyan silently scolded him. Yet, considering his concern for Yanlan, she decided to share information with him, quietly relaying what Yanlan had confided to her earlier that afternoon. Shiryu endeavored to disregard the warm breath she exhaled, steadied his mind, and quietly analyzed the situation. If indeed she was raised by the Luo family, there must be some proof. It was highly probable that Wu Yuchu and her husband acted as intermediaries in sending her to the Luo family. However, judging from interactions between the two families, it appeared that the Wu family was the one seeking favor from the Luo family. Did this imply that although Luo Qingyan held an extraordinary status, she was still shrouded in secrecy? While she might be in obscurity for now, she would surely prove useful in the future. Otherwise, Wu Yuchu and her husband would not have entrusted her to the Luo family. Wei Qingyan took over the conversation. She found it hard to believe that someone capable of disregarding the lives of 20,000 individuals would care for Luo Qingyan out of benevolence. Perhaps Wu Yuchu's ability to return to the capital was also linked to this matter. Could there be a connection to the mastermind behind the Huangsha Ridge incident? A smile crept on Shiryu's face. Have you decided how to divide the task for tonight? Wei Qingyan felt a moment of disorientation. Shiryu's current expression resembled his demeanor as a child when he encouraged her to sneak into the former emperor's palace to steal treasures. She bit her tongue to dispel the chaotic thoughts and declared, I will seek proof of Luo Qingyan's identity. Shiryu nodded. Then I shall visit Madame Wu and Mother Luo. Wei Qingyan retrieved a piece of black cloth from her bosom to cover her face. Noticing Shiryu's expectant gaze, she asked, what is it? It had been a long time since she ventured out at night, and she momentarily forgot the necessity of concealing her face. He looked quite vexed, which reminded Wei Qingyan that he had injured himself while avenging her, leaving him weak for a long time. Silently, she pulled out another piece of black cloth and handed it to him, originally intended for binding his trousers, but he could use it for now. Thank you, he said, suppressing a smile as he wrapped the cloth around his face. Wei Qingyan frowned at the sight of his silver hair exposed. It rendered the face covering somewhat futile. Crouch down, she instructed. After a brief hesitation, he complied and half-squatted before her. Wei Qingyan deftly gathered his silver hair and secured it with a black cloth. Subsequently, she produced another cloth from her bosom and placed it in Shiryu's hand. Curse this habit, she muttered to herself as she leapt onto the Wu residence's roof. Cursing under her breath, Shiryu followed, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Behind them, Jingzhe and Dongtsong whispered to each other. The prince has always liked to intentionally go without a black scarf since childhood. How could Miss Chong be so clever yet fail to notice? Dongtsong replied pensively. Perhaps she sees through it but chooses to indulge him. Habits are formed through indulgence. After all, the prince is the one who treats General Wei the best in the world. However, it wasn't too long before Dongtsong realized that he had spoken too soon. Chapter 23. Viewing the live spring palace together, Wu Yuchu had been assassinated, yet the true culprit remained undiscovered. With the case unresolved, the funeral arrangements were indefinitely postponed. Luo Qingzhou, as Madame Wu's nephew, was currently keeping vigil for his uncle alongside the Wu family as children. Luo Qingyan was also present, but after kneeling for a short while, she felt her back ache and sought an excuse to return to her quarters. Wei Qingyan was no stranger to the layout of high-ranking households and quickly slipped into the guest chamber, entering Luo Qingyan's room. After a brief survey, she understood why Yanlan had mentioned the couple's regard for Luo Qingyan. Linzhou was not a prosperous region, yet the possessions of a governor's adopted daughter, exquisite yun brocade and jewelry, were scattered about carelessly. This indicated that she had never been deprived of such luxuries since childhood. The fact that Luo Qingyan could express such sentiments to Yan Lan suggested she was aware of her identity and took pride in it. Any items that could verify her identity would likely be diligently safeguarded, most securely kept on her person. Yet, it was also possible that some items were not suitable for carrying and had to be hidden within the room. What ill fortune! I had hoped to enjoy a good life in the capital, yet here I am, mourning someone else, kneeling until my back feels broken. Wei Qingyan lamented as she rummaged through the boxes. Suddenly, a voice of complaint echoed from outside the door. She quickly restored the items to their original state and leapt onto the rooftop. "Miss, I shall prepare some hot water for you to soothe your discomfort and apply some ointment. It will alleviate your suffering," the maid coaxed. "What good will that do? Tomorrow, I'll still have to kneel," Luo Qingyan retorted as she entered, her voice tinged with impatience as she tore off the white cloth bound around her wrist. "My uncle could have died at any other time, but he chose to pass away when we arrived in the capital." "Miss, such words should not be spoken." The maid interrupted, frightened, as she knelt down, urging, "Walls have ears. This is the Wu residence. It would not bode well if Madame Wu overheard." "Umph. As if I care about her," Luo Qingyan huffed, her tone defiant, though her voice softened. "Once I reclaim my identity, she will surely cling to me." Seeing her voice diminish, the maid refrained from further persuasion and hurried outside to fetch hot water. Luo Qingyan languidly collapsed onto the bed. Just as Wei Qingyan was about to descend to pressure her acupoints and search for any tokens on her, she heard footsteps approaching. "Yinner, where do you feel uncomfortable?" Luo Qingzhou followed closely behind, a look of concern on his face. Upon seeing him, Luo Qingyan pouted and spoke pitifully. "My back hurts terribly, and my knees are also aching. Lie down. I will massage it for you." Luo Qingzhou gently patted her leg. Luo Qingyan wrapped her arms around his neck and pleaded, "Chenglang, let us move outside. I cannot bear staying here. It is difficult to even see you, and I must kneel every day. Bear with it a little longer. With your uncle's passing, we just so happen to be here. If we move out now, it will invite gossip, and moreover, we still have requests from Aunt." Luo Qingzhou leaned in and kissed her, continuing, "Just endure it for a while longer. It's not like she can't survive without her." Luo Qingyan persisted, still reluctant. "We can find our way to approach him ourselves. He cares for my mother so much. He will surely care for me too." His hands paused in their massage, and she turned to see Luo Qingzhou's expression darkening. He admonished softly, "Do not speak like that again. You must understand that the time for revealing your identity is not yet ripe. Do not act recklessly and jeopardize everything." "Are you shouting at me?" Luo Qingyan's eyes turned red. "Do you know how uncomfortable I've been these past few days? I only complained to you a couple of times, and you shout at me." Tears glistened in her beautiful eyes, and Luo Qingzhou softened, pulling her into an embrace. "It is my fault. I should not have taken my frustration out on you. Is it because of Yan Lan?" The man nodded, surprised that she had managed to escape and even rescue the crown prince. "So what? The crown prince is merely a sickly figure disfavored by the emperor. Can he truly advocate for her?" After a pause, she withdrew from his embrace and asked, "You wouldn't want her as your legitimate wife just because she saved the crown prince, would you? She is nothing but a fallen woman. If you touch her, do not expect to touch me again. I will leave with the child. I have my own place to go." Luo Qingzhou was displeased by her unrestrained words. However, considering her identity, he still patiently reassured her, "Yinner, this is the imperial city. There are some matters beyond our discussion. Be cautious to avoid trouble. I will not take Yanlan back, but if the crown prince is determined to protect her, I must give him face." "I am pregnant again." Luo Qingyan interrupted him. "You profess your love for me, yet you still married her. Had the Wei family not fallen, had she not stirred up trouble knowing our affair, perhaps you would be living happily with her, and I would be the extraneous one. Luo Qingzhou, I ask you, if my identity remains concealed, do you intend for me to live in ambiguity with you for the rest of my life? It was you who climbed through my window in the dead of night, who sneaked into my carriage on the way to the capital, resulting in my pregnancy, yet your heart still longs for that woman." As she spoke, tears began to flow. All right, do not cry. It is my fault. I did not know you were with child." Luo Qingzhou's eyes were filled with guilt and tenderness as he gently held her in his arms. "But you truly wronged me. If I had feelings for her, why have bribed bandits?" Before he could finish his sentence, his lips were sealed by her kiss. Wei Qingyan observed coldly from below as the two embraced in a passionate kiss. After a moment, Luo Qingzhou pulled back, saying, I will tell Aunt that you are ill. You shall stay in the back courtyard for the next few days and not go outside. Upon glancing at her attire, he hesitated momentarily before remarking, given the recent bereavement at the Wu residence, it would be prudent for you to dress more modestly. Are you leaving? Luo Songyun's eyes sparkled with a hint of reproach as she clutched tightly to his sleeve. Is it that you are thinking of her, and thus reluctant to draw near to me? With all sincerity, Luo Changzhou replied gently, I am merely concerned for your well-being. Yet beneath his soothing tone, a flicker of impatience lingered. His heart was not in it today, especially considering the mourning at the Wu household. You should go. I do not wish to jeopardize your future, Chenglang. Luo Songyun released her grip, covering her face with a quilt, soft whimpers emerging from beneath its folds. Luo Qingzhou let out a sigh, stepping outside to signal the servant and maid to keep watch, before returning to the room and slipping off his shoes to join her on the bed. Holding her close, he whispered, How could I not long for you? I only fear for your health and that of our child. In my previous pregnancy, I did not see you idle, she lamented, her hands deftly slipping beneath him. Luo Qingzhou, ignited by her allure, bit down gently at her full curves, teasing, You must not beg for mercy later. Her response was a soft gasp of pleasure. Soon, the room was filled with the sounds of their entangled bodies. Wei Qingyan stood with her arms crossed, observing coldly. When someone tugged at her arm, she turned to find Shiryu crouched beside her. She inquired with her gaze, What is it? He tugged at her sleeve once more, understanding his intent. Wei Qingyan shifted aside, allowing a glimpse into the room, and nodded at Shiryu, indicating, Look, what normal women would perceive as a warning against inappropriate viewing. She interpreted as an invitation. Yet, Wei Qingyan raised her chin defiantly at him. Shiryu felt a throbbing pain at his temples, and as the sordid sounds continued from within, he ultimately covered Wei Qingyan's ears, turning her head away from the opening. Chapter 24. An unexpected affair. Wei Qingyan felt a twinge of confusion. Did Shiryu seem so familiar with her? Earlier, he had shielded her at the graveyard, and now he displayed such intimate gestures. She recalled how he had previously loathed the proximity of noble women. Thus, upon witnessing those secretive moments in the elegant chamber, she was convinced Shiryu favored men. Yet now, she was a woman. Had he recognized her? The plump monk had assured her he took her away from Huangsha Ridge before the arrival of the prince. How could Shiryu know she was a woman if he had never seen her corpse, when she had disguised herself as a man? She had even altered her appearance to hide her femininity. Except for that one instance, when Shiryu had drugged her, she had always remained vigilant while sleeping. Although the monk often behaved absurdly and lacked genuine devotion to the Buddha, he had treated her with utmost kindness. Would he deceive her? Wei Qingyan turned her head coldly, her gaze scrutinizing Shiryu. Just as she was about to inquire, a cry broke the silence. Luo Songyun, pale as death, gasped, Chenglang, my stomach. It hurts terribly. Blood began to seep from beneath her. I will fetch the doctor. Luo Qingzhou, startled, scrambled to dress. The child, my child. Chenglang, do not leave. I am afraid. Luo Songyun sobbed, reaching out for him. Panic-stricken, Luo Qingzhou stumbled out of the room, only to return to reassure Luo Songyun, You must endure. Do not cry out too loudly, or we shall all be doomed. I will fetch the doctor immediately. He instructed the maid to help Luo Songyun dress quickly. Without waiting for her response, he dashed outside, his heart torn between fear and anger. He feared for Luo Songyun's life, worried that their indiscretion would be exposed, and was furious that she, despite her condition, would entangle him in such troublesome affairs. On the roof, Wei Qingyan tapped Shiryu's arm silently, signaling for a doctor. Shiryu understood, swiftly vanishing into the night. Luo Songyun's temporary abode had been staffed with numerous maids and servants, but Luo Qingzhou, concerned about their secret, had sent them away. Now, only she and her maid remained in the room. Wei Qingyan threw 2 stones into the room, targeting the sleeping points of both women. Noticing that Luo Songyun had not yet donned any identifiable tokens, she examined her for birthmarks. Subsequently, she awakened the maid, commanding, Do not move. The maid, startled to find herself threatened by a cloaked figure wielding a dagger, nearly fainted. Wei Qingyan's voice was low and gravelly. If you answer me truthfully, I shall spare your life. But if you dare to deceive me, I will send you to the underworld this instant. Do you understand? The maid nodded vigorously. What is Luo Songyun's true identity? The maid faltered, and Wei Qingyan pressed the dagger harder, causing her to exclaim, "She is a princess." A princess? Wei Qingyan's brows furrowed slightly. The emperor was not known for his lechery, and the number of concubines was limited. Currently, there were only 5 princesses. The eldest and second princess were married, while the remaining 3 resided in the palace. She had heard of no other princesses. Given Luo Songyun's apparent age of just over 20, what princess could she be? Who was her mother? I do not know. I only heard the young lady say she is a princess of noble lineage. Beyond that, I truly do not know. Wei Qingyan tightened her grip on the dagger, demanding, "Where's the proof of Luo Songyun's royal status?" The maid, feeling the cold steel against her skin, broke into a cold sweat and pointed towards a box on the bedside table. There, Wei Qingyan pried open the box with the dagger. Inside lay a pair of tiger head shoes and a small belly band, the latter adorned with a simple tiger head, poorly stitched and uneven. She scrutinized the contents carefully and asked the maid, "Is there anything else?" The maid shook her head. "That is all the young lady possesses." Wei Qingyan grasped the implication behind the maid's words. "Who else possesses proof?" "Madame Wu, but I do not know the specifics." Seeing the maid's honesty, Wei Qingyan contemplated for a moment, then produced a pill, forcing it into the maid's mouth. She pressed lightly on her back, ensuring the pill was swallowed. "This is a soul-silencing poison. Without an antidote, you will perish in 2 weeks. You must not disclose today's events to anyone. I will return for the items in this box, along with the antidote." Her tone was chilling. "However, if you dare to whisper a word of this, your family in Linzhou will not escape unscathed." She knew that, given Luo Songyun's significant status in the Luo family, her maid was likely chosen from among the family's own offspring. The maid, now under the influence of the poison and threatened with the safety of her family, knelt in supplication, "I dare not. I have never seen a hero." Wei Qingyan regarded her silently for a moment before sheathed her dagger, gesturing for the maid to assist Luo Songyun in dressing. After asking her a few more questions with limited results, she released Luo Songyun from her slumber and swiftly departed the Wu residence. As Luo Songyun stirred back to consciousness, she found her maid weeping softly. "Miss, you are awake. You just fainted from the pain. You frightened me to death." Not realizing that the maid was terrified by Wei Qingyan, Luo Songyun assumed her condition had alarmed her. As another spasm of pain gripped her abdomen, she could muster no strength to contemplate anything else. Meanwhile, as Wei Qingyan exited the street of the Wu residence, she encountered Shiryu awaiting her. "The doctor has already entered the Wu residence. I have instructed him to do everything possible to preserve the fetus. But did you perhaps misinterpret the young lady's intent?" "There has been no misunderstanding," Wei Qingyan affirmed. Shiryu inquired, "Have you considered how to persuade Luo Qingzhou to agree to a divorce?" It became evident that the bandits had been orchestrated by Luo Qingzhou himself. Their brazen actions in the carriage on their way to the capital, right under Yanlan's nose, illustrated their previously unchecked arrogance. Wei Qingyan's resolve hardened. Shiryu had already formulated plans regarding the divorce. Observing Wei Qingyan's fierce demeanor, he lowered his brow. "I am prepared at any moment. Does Miss Wei have any other schemes in mind?" He knew her to be fiercely protective and merciless towards her adversaries. Yet, her desire to preserve the fetus indicated a plan to expose the sordid entanglements of the brother and sister to the public eye. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Qingyan inquired, "According to the prince's perspective, when will Wu Yuchu be buried?" The current emperor is particularly concerned with appearances. The murder of his minister of war at home is far from a glorious matter. If the Dali Temple and the Ministry of Justice fail to uncover the murderer in a timely manner, it will be a further embarrassment for the emperor. Shiryu's lips curled into a subtle smile. "I predict the case will be resolved within half a month. As for whether the true culprit will be identified, that remains to be seen." Wei Qingyan nodded impassively, her thoughts aligning with his. Yanlan could rest for 3 to 5 days. A round trip to Tiger Leopard Ridge would take about 6 to 7 days, so there was ample time. Having formulated her thoughts, Wei Qingyan was about to speak when she heard Shiryu say, "Miss Chong, rest assured, I will ensure that Yanlan departs from the Luo family before his unsavory deeds are exposed." Wei Qingyan's dark eyes swept over him, pondering when he had become so attuned to her thoughts. A sense of confusion washed over her, causing her brow to furrow and then relax. Did Miss Chong gain any insights tonight? Shiryu's question interrupted her train of thought again. Considering Luo Songyun's status, her brow furrowed once more. Shiryu, suppressing his urge to smooth her furrowed brow, listened intently. Do you know if the emperor has any other daughters or women not residing in the palace? Wei Qingyan asked. Chapter 25. The Revelation of Hidden Truths. Shiryu's gaze darkened, his handsome features displaying intelligence and composure. Is Luo Songyun the emperor's daughter? The significance of this revelation struck Wei Qingyan, making communication with him feel remarkably effortless. She relayed the information she had gleaned from a maid. Shiryu pondered. Considering her age, she must have been born when the emperor was still a prince. He often left the palace, even traveling abroad, making it plausible that he fathered a child outside. However, she mentioned that the emperor was quite fond of her mother. To my knowledge, the emperor did indeed have someone he cherished when he was young, a favored consort of the crown prince, so the timeline aligns, though her subsequent disappearance remains a mystery. Disappeared? Wei Qingyan's brows knitted in concern. The scope of disappearance within the palace walls was alarmingly broad. Murder, suicide. Escape. Shiryu understood her implication and stated plainly. She took her own life with a sword pressed to her neck outside the palace gates, after which she vanished without a trace. I was still young at the time, and these details were conveyed to me by old palace servants. My mother disapproved of her and forbade the servants from discussing her. Wei Qingyan felt a weight settle in her heart. The palace is indeed a deep sea. Countless individuals strive to enter for wealth and status, even if it means perishing within those opulent walls. Yet, some venture in for love, and the fact that the crown prince's consort resorted to such extreme measures to leave the palace speaks volumes of her desperation. She couldn't help but recall her beloved aunt, who had also endured the bitter pangs of love after months apart. She found herself missing her aunt. Where is she now? And when would she return to the capital? Wei Qingyan exhaled slowly, gathering her thoughts. Was the consort pregnant at the time? Most likely not. Otherwise, my father and elder brother would never have permitted her departure, Shiryu replied. As for my elder brother's thoughts, I cannot say, but my father would never allow a royal bloodline to be lost outside the palace. Wei Qingyan considered this point. Regardless of whether Luo Songyun was indeed the child of that consort, why would Wu Yuchu and her husband secretly raise the emperor's child? Did the emperor know? How did the child come into their possession, and what did they hope to gain from this situation? Shiryu was unable to answer these queries. I will send someone to investigate. Thank you, Your Highness, Wei Qingyan replied, grateful for his assistance. However, she resolved not to place all her hopes on Shiryu. She intended to be more active in her nighttime outings in the coming days. Understanding how Luo Songyun came into the Wu household might reveal who was truly behind Wu Yuchu. It was peculiar. Someone as scheming as Wu Yuchu seemed devoid of any lingering desires at the time of her death, rendering her thoughts inaccessible. Miss, you are too polite. This falls within the scope of our agreement, Shiryu stated with a gentle demeanor that exuded warmth. However, I must regretfully inform you that I have no new information tonight. Both Madame Wu and Lady Luo have gone to the morning hall and did not converse. Wei Qingyan felt no disappointment. She had already gleaned significant insights. To raise a royal child without detection, Madame Wu must be quite astute and not someone whose words could easily be overheard. If this was indeed orchestrated by Wu Yuchu, Wei Qingyan might have considered her an ordinary woman of the household. Yet, from Luo Chengzhou's words, it seemed that even with Wu Yuchu's death, Luo Songyun's identity still relied heavily on Madame Wu, indicating that she was likely the true mastermind behind these events. Let's take this step by step, she said, glancing at Shiryu. Before the matter of the Luo siblings becomes public, I would appreciate it if Your Highness could keep an eye on the evidence and the people involved. You plan to leave? Shiryu was taken aback. Given Wei Qingyan's nature, she would never entrust her concerns to another. Wei Qingyan glanced at him, wondering if he was perhaps overly perceptive. She nodded, realizing she needed to inform him of her whereabouts after requesting assistance, and added, I will accompany Yin Lan on an outing. Before departing, she needed to gather a bit more vitality from Shiryu. Otherwise, the endeavor could become perilous if her energy waned mid-journey. What excuse should she use? Perhaps she could ask Du Shui to invite Shiryu to the Yuan Marquis' residence for drinks, hoping he might become intoxicated enough to act. However, she was uncertain about Du Shui's reliability and whether he could truly get Shiryu drunk. If necessary, she might have to resort to drugging his drink. And what about the next time? Thoughts of these matters stirred a sense of restlessness within Wei Qingyan. Shiryu, upon brief contemplation, understood that Wei Qingyan intended to take Yanlan to seek vengeance against the bandits. Resolute in his decision to accompany her, he assured her with calm composure, promising to fulfill her request without fail. With matters weighing on her mind, Wei Qingyan felt little desire to engage in further conversation with him. She nodded slightly, her toes barely grazing the ground as she vanished into the night. Sure, you watch her disappear, then turned to the two approaching guards. Prepare yourselves. My old ailment has recurred, and I shall need to stay at a temple for a few days to recuperate. The two guards exchanged glances and replied with a bow. Understood. The trio of master and guards melted into the night. Meanwhile, upon her return to the Yuan Marquis' residence, Wei Qingyan encountered Du Shui's resentful gaze. Elder sister, why didn't you take me with you? Wei Qingyan shot him a glance, feeling a bit more at ease. His willingness to complain indicated he was making an effort to move on from the troubles of the Du family. Aren't you supposed to be keeping a cheerful demeanor? Xiao Xiao should sleep well tonight, so she can grow quickly. Lu is guarding outside the door. Du Shui continued to follow her. Were we heading to Tiger Leopard Ridge? I have already petitioned the Emperor to return to the borders. He expressed his reluctance to let me go and should arrange a mission for me soon, he replied. Wei Qingyan paused, in 5 days then. Although Yanlan outwardly seemed unaffected by the bandits' insults, she was deeply troubled, fearing that the Luo family might use this incident against her. She hesitated to mention divorce and instead planned to stay at the temple under the pretext of praying for Lady Luo, which was a subtle concession to the Luo family. If she were not allowed to personally exact vengeance on her tormentors, the matter would remain a festering wound in her heart. Thus, despite her lingering weakness, she felt compelled to accompany Wei Qingyan on this journey. Physical recovery could be gradual, but emotional scars were more critical. Wei Qingyan regarded Du Shui. Your concern is appreciated, but suffices for you to keep Xiao Xiao safe in the capital. Yanlan and I can manage this ourselves. If Xiao Xiao wishes to join us, then let Lu take her to wait for us nearby, he insisted. Du Shui was not merely seeking excitement. He was genuinely concerned about the bandit situation and worried for their safety. Additionally, he felt a lingering guilt regarding the events at Huangsha Ridge, and assisting Yanlan was his attempt at atonement. Understanding his intentions, Wei Qingyan replied, there are only about 50 bandits, and the few who emerged have already been dealt with. Yanlan and I are more than capable of handling this. Xiao Xiao is still young and should not be subjected to the rigors of travel. If you truly wish to do something, find a way to invite Shiryu to the residence before we set off and ensure he gets drunk. Why? Wei Qingyan gritted her teeth. Do not question me. Just do as I say. When Shiryu received Du Shui's invitation, he was somewhat surprised. Initially, he had intended to visit in gratitude for Chongqing's assistance in rescuing her. But the recent morning affairs at the Yuan Marquis' residence had delayed that plan. Today, however, Du Shui had taken the initiative to extend an invitation. There was something amiss. As the sudden awakening of nature unfolds, Jingzhe excitedly proclaims, Your Highness, could it be that Miss Chong wishes to see you? In his hands, he holds a flamboyant crimson robe, exclaiming, Wearing this will surely captivate Miss Chang's gaze. Shiryu gazes at the gaudy hue, initially inclined to dismiss it, but hesitates upon hearing those words, turning to Dong Tsang. Although Dong Tsang does not share Jingzhe's optimism, he considers that it is always advantageous for the prince to present himself attractively. After all, many noble women in the capital were infatuated with the prince's ethereal charm, and General Wei, being a man of taste, would surely appreciate a handsome figure. Contemplating this, he nods in agreement. Upon arriving at the residence of the Marquis of Anyuan, Shiryu feels a pang of disappointment at not finding Wei Qingyan present. Du Shui, observing Shiryu's peacock-like attire and the large trunks he brought along, feels a sense of unease. Shiryu's elaborate preparations might suggest he has taken a liking to him, but he reassures himself, given his fondness for men. He touches his own face, and while he may not possess the delicate features of the general, he considers himself quite handsome compared to many men in the capital. Lost in thought, he shivers slightly and casts a wary glance at Shiryu. Shiryu's expression is as stern as the depths of water. After years of camaraderie with Du Shui, he can only guess at his thoughts, but he can discern enough to not let him dwell on it too long. He taps the table, inquiring, What brings you here? Nothing in particular, Du Shui responds quickly, but the general has entrusted me with a task. He straightens his demeanor, filling the wine cups before them. It has been half a year since I last gathered with Your Highness. I wish to catch up today. To drink? Shiryu smirks. Why would the Marquis think of reminiscing with me today? Upon hearing this, Du Shuai feels a pang of sadness. We have known each other for years. We are, after all, old friends. With a sigh, he adds, since the general's incident, I have felt uneasy. Seeing old friends often stirs painful memories. Hence I have kept my distance. These past few days, seeing Yanlan has reminded me of the general, but I understand I must not neglect the friends beside me due to those we have lost. After saying this, he shivers involuntarily, raising his cup to drink deeply. His reluctance to seek out Roan Wong stems from years of separation, where everything has changed. His emotions are complex, feeling grateful for Roan Wong's efforts for the general, yet guilty that his own contributions pale in comparison. He cannot bear to see the general's frail condition. Shiryu runs his fingers over the wine cup, mulling over Du Shui's words. Although the shadow guards were unable to follow into Feng Shao courtyard that day, he is certain that Du Shui revealed his identity to Wei Qingyan. He raises his cup to drink, feeling a twinge of sorrow. You speak wisely, my friend. We shall focus on the future. He repeats the words the future in his mind. Today's gathering is at the behest of Xiao Yan. Du Shui promptly fills Shiryu's cup again, inquiring, Is Your Highness feeling better these days? If not, you ought to be cautious. Shiryu raises his cup, downing another gulp. What do you think, Shui? His gaze casually sweeps over the 10 jars of wine beside Du Shui, realizing they are intent on getting him drunk. Du Shui observes Shiryu's expression closely before responding. You seem much improved, perhaps thanks to a good doctor? Shiryu shakes his head, not at all. Du Shui ponders why Shiryu has recovered and what Xiao Yan's intentions are in getting him inebriated. He continues, speaking of which, I ought to thank your sister for my recovery. My sister? Du Shui momentarily falters, unable to connect the dots. Shiryu's lips curve into a slight smile as he recounts the events at the hot springs, omitting the part where Wei Qingyan aided him, explaining, I intended to visit soon, to express my gratitude and apologies. I have brought some gifts for Miss Chong. I hope you can assist in delivering them. Du Shui offers polite words while internally questioning the large trunks meant for the general, feeling momentarily startled. The general had not mentioned anything about the hot springs. Observing Shiryu's evident vitality, he wonders if the general provided him with some miraculous remedy. It is not impossible, as the general despises being in debt to others and would not neglect Shiryu's condition. Is today's gathering merely for drinking, or is there something more? With these thoughts, he fills Shiryu's cup once more, raising his own. I toast to Your Highness's restored health. Cheers. Shiryu clinks his cup against Du Shui's, drinking deeply. Noticing that Shiryu has consumed several cups without touching the food, Du Shui urges, Your Highness, you should eat something first. Drinking on an empty stomach is harmful, especially now that you're recovering. Shiryu smiles, acknowledging that Xiao Yin values Du Shui precisely for his good-hearted nature. Despite his lack of sharp wit, Shui, please keep the matter of my recovery confidential. Du Shui, realizing that Roan Wong is currently confined in the capital by the Emperor, nods in understanding. Rest assured, Your Highness, if the Emperor learns of your recovery, he may become wary. As they toast, the unspoken understanding lingers between them. As they continue drinking, Shiryu directly lifts a jar, and they drink from one another's jars. With the wine flowing, their conversation becomes more animated, reminiscent of days gone by. Du Shui, feeling sentimental and wanting to keep Shiryu from growing suspicious, unwittingly drinks more than he intended. Nevertheless, he remains mindful of the general's task, striving to remain sober until Shiryu has indulged. When Wei Qingyan arrives, Du Shui, maintaining his remaining clarity, gestures towards Shiryu. He is intoxicated. Will he be all right with all this wine? Checking Shiryu's pulse, Wei Qingyan remarks, He is fine. You, however, have had too much. It is best you return home. Du Shui, curious yet compliant, exits the room. He indeed feels a bit tipsy, swaying slightly as he recalls that Jingzhe and Dongsong were taken to the kitchen by Lu. If the general intends to do something for Roan Wong, someone must be on watch, right? He shakes his head, recalling that the general had not expressly forbidden him from standing guard outside. Thus, he decides he can indeed wait outside. As he approaches the door, noticing it ajar, he instinctively peeks inside, only to be startled and let out a hiccup. The general is kissing Roan Wong. To be precise, the general is drawing energy from Roan Wong's lips. A flood of tales heard in the army rushes through his mind, tales of monsters that survive by consuming men's essence. Could it be that the general has found a way to revive himself in this manner? General, don't be reckless. He struggles to voice. This is Roan Wang. He is our friend. We cannot harm him. He is still a prince. He must not perish. Wei Qingyan chuckles at his reaction. What else should I do? I intended to replenish some vitality and leave immediately. Unexpectedly, sure you, like the first time, clings to her lips, making it impossible for her to retreat in time upon hearing footsteps. When Sure Yu finally releases her, she fears that the vitality she just gathered might be drawn away again, leading her to take 2 more sips, only to be caught by Du Shui. Observing Du Shui's expression, which resembles an inner conflict, she can easily discern his thoughts. The general is indeed a creature that consumes life. He grapples with the choice of whether to let the general survive or let Roan Wang be sacrificed. Ultimately, he selflessly decides, never mind, general, take my essence instead. Just leave me half a life to grow old with Xiao Xiao. Half a life to watch over Xiao Xiao should suffice. Wei Qingyan, exasperated, rubs her temples, unable to explain to a drunken fool, and drags him out of the room. Sure Yu, now awake and serious, is all too aware that Xiao Yin does not wish him harm. But what does Du Shui's statement imply? Is Xiao Yin kissing him to prolong his life? As chapter 27 unfolds, Sure Yu reflects deeply on the circumstances surrounding Wei Qingyan's repeated appearances in his life, recalling the incident at the hot springs, where he had pushed her into the water, and her plea for rescue. She was truly powerless. Only after kissing him did she regain her strength. At that moment, realizing her exceptional skills, he concluded that she had feigned weakness to lure him in for a kiss. It was his oversight. No wonder she had tried to lead him to the Yuyin building last time. There must have been something unusual about her then. It seemed that Sure Yu had finally pieced it all together. The fat monk had mentioned that in order to resurrect Xiao Yin, not only his soul fire was necessary, but also some other crucial elements. Either the essence or his soul fire was lost when he saved her in the hot spring, or it had transferred to him. Hence, she needed to sustain her life in this manner. He had previously thought the opposite. Sure Yu gradually leaned back against the chair, a chill creeping down his spine. Filled with dread, if his speculation was correct, and if Xiao Yin had not managed to reach him in time, she would be in grave danger. 2 guards entered, startled by his deep contemplation and solemn expression. Dong Song softly called out, Your Highness. Sure Yu raised his gaze. Dong Song, issue a decree to establish 10 more benevolent clinics within a month. After a moment's thought, he added, these clinics should be situated in impoverished areas, and the free consultations should be increased from 3 times to 4 times a month. For patients under 6 and over 60, treatment shall be free of charge. Let the apothecary cultivate more medicinal herbs. If the supply is insufficient, then procure them. Dong Song's expression turned grave. The benevolent clinics throughout Dawei had been established by the prince as a charitable act for General Wei, and now, with this command, it seemed there was an issue concerning the general. He promptly responded, understood. Yet, it was General Wei who had sent for them to care for the inebriated prince. Observing that she appeared untroubled, it was clear that the prince was the one facing a predicament. Dong Song hesitated. Your Highness, has something occurred? Sure Yu shook his head. Return to the residence. The monk had said that doing good for Xiao Yin would be beneficial, so he would exert himself to amplify his efforts. Having feigned drunkenness earlier, it was naturally Dong Song who would carry him out afterward. After Wei Qingyan entrusted Du Shui to a Lu and returned, Sure Yu had already departed. She opened the box he had brought, revealing some fabrics, elegant yet refined, reminiscent of what she currently wore. It was evident he had put thought into it. She opened the rest and found 2 exquisite headpieces, as well as cosmetics and some snacks. Wei Qingyan took out a pack of preserved fruits, opened it, and savored a piece, chewing thoughtfully. No matter how convincingly she had disguised herself as a man in the past, she was still a woman at heart, and her fondness for snacks was innate. However, her mother had always said that men should not indulge in such treats. Thus, she refrained from revealing her cravings, yet secretly envied her younger sister, one E, who could openly enjoy the treats and even coax their mother into indulgence, receiving gentle satisfaction in return. She popped another piece in her mouth. It was so sweet. Who would have imagined that, as the protector general of the nation, trapped in a yellow sand ridge, with an empty stomach before dying in battle, her dying wish would be for a piece of preserved fruit. That would be delightful. Over the past 3 years, Aunt Gu had cared for her like a child, ensuring she was never deprived of food. Yet, who would ever complain about having too many delightful things? Wei Qingyan took several packs to Yanlan's courtyard. Xiao Xiao was also present. Ever since Wei Qingyan had brought her here the day after, she had developed a bond with Yanlan and would come over to spend time daily. Wei Qingyan unwrapped the snacks, inviting the two to enjoy them together, and asked Yanlan, "Shall we depart tomorrow?" After a few days of rest, Yanlan appeared much revitalized. All right. Wei Qingyan had not concealed her plans regarding the Luo family from her. Yanlan was sincerely grateful for her efforts, feeling as if her heart, which had fallen into an icy abyss, was now lovingly cradled in a sunlit warm room. In recent days, she often recalled the moment after her father's death when she was taken in by the Wei family. The Lady Wei and Wei Wan each treated her as a guest, neither harsh nor overly familiar, leaving her feeling uneasy within the household. It was Wei Qingyan's thoughtful nature that taught her to accept kindness from others and, as much as possible, to reciprocate it. Miss Chang, like Wei Qingyan, possessed a compassionate heart. All she could do now was to restore her health, eliminate those who deserved it, and truly live well to honor this kindness. A few days prior, Du Shui had successfully entered the Ministry of War and could not accompany them. He had prepared horses for them early on. The next morning, as Wei Qingyan stepped out of the courtyard, she found him waiting outside. "Elder brother, I have selected 10 capable guards to accompany you." He could not personally follow. Still feeling uneasy, noticing the frown on his brow, Wei Qingyan did not refuse. Yanlan was also ready, and after they all had breakfast together, they rode out of the city. To her surprise, just outside the city at the 10-mile pavilion, Shiryu was waiting, accompanied only by Jingzhe. The man, clad in dark silk robes with narrow sleeves and his silver hair tied high, sat majestically on horseback, resembling a celestial being. Upon seeing her, he smiled warmly. "May I accompany the two of you?" Before Wei Qingyan could respond, he continued, "Having been ill for so many years, it wouldn't be wise for people to know of my sudden recovery. I must adhere to the custom of residing in a temple for some time. However, the temple is quiet and dull, and the days are hard to bear. I have not ventured out of the capital for a long time and wish to see the world beyond." Wei Qingyan pressed her lips together. Indeed, his health had improved, and he was not hiding it from her. Yesterday, he had been carried onto the carriage by Dong Tsang after returning from the Yuan Marquis's residence. Before long, news of the prince's old ailment resurfacing and his retreat to the temple for recuperation spread. Why he feigned illness, Wei Qingyan could surmise. With an army of 100,000, he had compelled Bailing to seek peace, and the public praise for him outweighed the criticism. Now that the military power had shifted to the emperor, yet the Wei had only been established for 30 years, the throne was far from secure. If the warlike prince were to recover and harbored ambition, he would undoubtedly carve out a place for himself in the court. The emperor would harbor suspicions. After all, he had once dared to wage war against Bailing with his troops. Would he not one day rise against the palace for the dragon throne? In ordinary families, the eldest son often harbors jealousy towards the favored youngest, let alone in a royal family. Looking at the man with a smile on his lips, Wei Qingyan ultimately nodded. They were already stuck here. It was not as if she could refuse him. A free protector, who could also rejuvenate her if needed, she might as well accept his company. Shiryu was wise enough to know when to withdraw. He did not impose further, trailing behind her and Jingzhe at a respectful distance, leading Wei Qingyan to feel a peculiar sense of security, as though Shiryu's purpose in joining them was to safeguard their journey rather than merely for leisure. Chapter 28. Captivated by Shiryu indeed, they were on a mission of violence, and Wei Qingyan's party kept a low profile. After nightfall, they sought a nearby inn for rest and set out again before dawn. Thus, by the afternoon of the third day, they arrived near Tiger and Leopard Ridge. "I will scout ahead. You all stay here and prepare some food for when I return," Wei Qingyan instructed Yanlan and the guards. "Zanlan, Ansi Osut, Insit, I will go with you." Wei Qingyan gazed at Yanlan's worried expression and gently replied, "Be obedient, eat well, rest enough. They cannot harm me." Though Yanlan was 2 years older, Wei Qingyan had always regarded herself as a man, believing it natural for men to protect women. In Yanlan's presence, she had grown accustomed to the role of protector. Yanlan wanted to say more, but Wei Qingyan had already leaped far ahead, with Prince Rong following closely. The words she had yet to utter lingered unspoken, her gaze still filled with concern. Jingzhe, noticing this, softly reassured her, "Miss Chang's skills surpass those of Yanqing, and my master is with her. Do not worry." During their time at the Yuan Marquis's residence, Xiao Xiao had repeatedly praised Miss Chang's prowess in front of Yen Lan, who was unaware that the prowess meant Miss Chang's skills surpassed those of her brother. Upon hearing Jing Zhe's words, her worries eased somewhat. Miss Chang is a good person, and you all are good people. Jing Zhe nodded in agreement. They were indeed good people. Wei Qingyan quickly located the mountain bandits' hideout, driven by her resentment towards them. Shi Yu, suppressing his surprise, landed beside her and whispered, "This hideout does not appear large." Wei Qingyan no longer pondered why he had followed her. She spoke softly, around 50 individuals, most of whom have fled here after committing crimes. They frequently engage in robbery, highway theft, and the humiliation of virtuous women. Did they collude with the officials? Shi Yu suppressed his curiosity and refrained from asking her how she knew such details. Wei Qingyan nodded. Were it not for the officials' indulgence, such a band of brigands would not dare to be so audacious. Without an intermediary, how could Luo Qingzhou from Linzhou have found them to enact such a robbery? On that day, amidst the bandits' obsession, she perceived a harmonious picture of collusion between the officials and the outlaws. These brigands served as instruments for local officials to amass wealth, as well as their executioners. Did the girls still wish to slay those who conspired with the bandits? Yes. To eradicate evil is to promote virtue. The portly monk often claimed her reasoning was flawed, yet he never truly obstructed her, even covertly enabling her. Only by exterminating the wicked could more innocent lives be spared from suffering. She answered with silence, not inquiring whether Shi Yu would intervene or counsel her to act according to the laws of Wei. Even if Shi Yu attempted to dissuade or advise her, she would understand. The once loyal general, Wei Qingyan, had wholeheartedly trusted the court, but after journeying with the portly monk, she realized that sometimes the law does not protect the common people. Many truly innocent souls never receive justice in their lifetimes, while the wicked continue to roam free. Would you allow me to accompany you? Shi Yu's dark pupils glimmered with coldness. If the local officials were indeed colluding with the bandits, they deserved to be punished. Wei Qingyan turned to him, pausing for a moment before replying, "I will devote myself to the matter at Daju Temple, but it will require time." His excessive compliance made her suspect he had ulterior motives. Shi Yu seemed taken aback, then smiled lightly. In that moment, beneath his picturesque exterior, a breathtaking allure poured forth. Wei Qingyan found her thoughts momentarily adrift. She had always known Shi Yu was handsome, yet she had never considered him in such terms during his previous incarnation as a man. She averted her gaze, internally scolding herself for being so unaccomplished. A familiar face she had known since childhood should not elicit such astonishment. She then swiftly entered one of the rooms. Shi Yu observed her demeanor, an amused smile gracing his features as he stood outside, keeping watch. The bandit lair was neither large nor intricate, yet assessing the enemy before battle was a habit she had always maintained. After surveying the surroundings, she returned to where Yen Lan and the others rested. Upon seeing her, Yen Lan hurriedly offered a roasted rabbit leg. Wei Qingyan accepted it, took a bite, swallowed, and then relayed her findings to everyone, primarily addressing Yen Lan. This act of vengeance was her domain. As night fell, the bandit den was illuminated by numerous torches. Dozens of bandits were sharing lewd jokes, drinking, and engaging in rowdy revelry. Suddenly, two piercing screams cut through the noise, silencing the merriment. After a moment of silence, a one-eyed man at the head of the table sprang up, shattering his bowl against the ground. "Brothers, someone has intruded into our mountain. Grab your weapons." The other bandits, their faces twisted with malice, followed suit, smashing their bowls. Before they could arm themselves, a figure was kicked inside, crashing heavily onto the table laden with roasted lamb, splintering it apart. Moments later, a dozen armed individuals surged in, leading a woman with her hair styled in a traditional manner, the only one among them unmasked. The one-eyed man narrowed his gaze, recognizing her visage, then glanced at the lifeless body of the third-in-command on the ground. His eyelid twitched as he angrily exclaimed, "You vile woman, how dare you bring people here? I will kill you." The remaining bandits quickly regained their senses, seizing their weapons and charging at Wei Qingyan and her companions. While there were skilled fighters among the bandits, Du Shui had intentionally selected the 10 most capable individuals from his household to accompany Wei Qingyan. The bandits were fierce, but they were no match for the guards who had fought alongside Du Shui. Wei Qingyan remained protectively behind Yen Lan, while Shi Yu strolled leisurely behind her, fending off the bandits' attacks, his gaze fixed on Wei Qingyan. The one-eyed man was more adept than Yen Lan, but despite exchanging dozens of blows, he could not inflict any harm upon her, and was instead sent flying several times by Wei Qingyan. The once mighty bandit, accustomed to bullying others in the mountains, could hardly bear such humiliation, and his words turned foul. "You wench, now that you found allies, you act so arrogantly. I had you pinned down before, and the brothers had their way with you. But now I shall make you suffer even more once I finish off these fools. Beast, I will take your life first." The one-eyed man's words ignited Yan Lan's fury, dredging up nightmarish memories she dared not revisit. A tempest of anger, shame, disgust, terror, and pain surged within her, transforming into a fierce resolve. She launched attack after attack, with Wei Qingyan shielding her from behind. And soon the one-eyed man was pierced through the heart. Pulling her sword out, she struck again and again, one thrust, two, three. The lone wolf's chest felt like a pile of muck, devoid of breath. Yanlan gripped her sword tightly, swinging it with force, severing his head from his shoulders. Along with the hatred and shame that gnawed at her heart, she swiftly turned and charged at another target. In less than half an hour, all the villains lay slain, save for the second-in-command held by Jingzhe, who begged for mercy. "Spare me. Hero, spare me." A foul scent filled the air as the captured second-in-command soiled himself. Jingzhe, with a flash of insight, dragged him out, while two guards from the Yuan Marquis' residence followed. Soon, Jingzhe and his companions returned, reporting that half of these men were indeed death row inmates, secretly released by the county magistrate, turned into bandits, and acting under his orders. It was as she suspected, and Sure Yu turned to Wei Qingyan. Chapter 29. The truth of the past. Wei Qingyan then looked at Yanlan. Yanlan's bloodied hands trembled uncontrollably, her expression vacant, as if her soul had departed. It was her first time taking a life, and so many at that. But were they even human? They were not. They had committed heinous acts, worse than beasts. They had destroyed her. A trembling hand was grasped. "Yanlan, you avenged yourself with these hands. In the future, they will also protect you and allow you to live well." The future? Yes, her life remained, and there was a future, perhaps fraught with thorns and challenges. Compared to her fallen kin, at least she was still alive. In the face of life and death, what did her past misfortunes and honor amount to? When she resolved to ascend the mountain without a veil, she prepared herself to confront everything. She should not be timid. Yet when Wei Qingyan's hand gently patted her back, she could not help but cling to her, tears streaming down her face. Jingzhe, along with the other guards, found the wine cellar, pouring wine over the tables, chairs, and corpses before finally holding the torch before Yanlan, setting the place ablaze. Once cleansed by fire, the past would be forgotten. Jingzhe was not one for words, but Yanlan understood the comfort and encouragement in his eyes. She wiped her tears and took the torch, igniting several corpses. She intended to burn away her shame and suffering. Though Miss Chong and the others were strangers to her, they accompanied her on this journey. She had encountered misfortune and malice, yet she also found warmth and kindness. This kindness was sufficient for her to be reborn from the ashes. In the glow of the flames, her back gradually straightened. As the entire bandit lair blazed, the group descended the mountain. Upon reaching their previous resting place, Wei Qingyan instructed Yanlan and the guards, "You should return first. I will catch up with you by noon at the latest." Sure Yu also instructed Jingzhe, "You go with them." Jingzhe had heard the earlier conversation and guessed that Wei Qingyan intended to slay the county magistrate. Having personally witnessed Miss Chang's prowess in the bandit stronghold, Yanlan realized that her current strength and mental state would only be a burden, and she nodded in agreement. Jingzhe dared not disobey orders, handing the torch to Sure Yu before following Yanlan and the others. He was not overly concerned. With the skills of the prince and General Wei, infiltrating the county office to eliminate a mere magistrate would pose no challenge. As Jingzhe had anticipated, Wei Qingyan and Sure Yu easily found themselves before the bed of county magistrate Wu Xingyuan of Yun County. The cold blade of the dagger roused the sleeping man. Wu Xingyuan's expression changed dramatically. "Who are you to dare to attack an official?" Wei Qingyan replied calmly, "The one who wants your life." With one hand, she pressed on Wu Xingyuan's mute point, while with the other, she forcefully plunged a dagger into his thigh. As the magistrate of Yuxian, he colluded with bandits and oppressed the common people, committing heinous acts. "I wish to die." Wu Xingyuan turned pale and shook his head desperately. He had no desire to die. Wei Qingyan twisted the dagger and said, "Why did Wei Yuchu transfer you to Yuxian? What have you done for him?" Upon seeing the bandits' obsession in the capital, she had instructed Du Shui to investigate the county magistrate Wu Xingyuan from the county where Hubeling was located. To her surprise, he had been transferred from Ganzhou 2 years ago. They both bore the surname Wu and had both come from Ganzhou. Coincidentally, Wu Yuchu had returned to the capital 6 months prior, and shortly after, Wu Xingyuan was also transferred to Yuxian, not far from the capital. How fortuitous! As the dagger twisted in his flesh, the pain made Wu Xingyuan want to scream, but Shiryu held a soft sword against his neck. He gasped for breath as the dagger continued to torment his thigh, feeling as though his flesh was being ground to pulp. He could only utter, "Whatever my lord instructed." I complied, primarily for financial gain. 3 years ago, what did you do for him? Think carefully. I have little patience, yet you need only a moment to suffer. Wei Qingyan warned. With that, as she lifted her hand holding the dagger, Wu Xingyuan's left ear was severed. The pain instinctively made him cry out. But Shiryu pressed down on his mute point again. The unexpressed emotions intensified the pain, and beads of sweat formed on Wu Xingyuan's forehead like rain. Suddenly, he recalled the assassination of Wu Yuchu. Could it be that this person before him was also responsible for his death? Realizing that this person was capable of killing him, he moved his lips. Shiryu's soft sword tapped lightly, releasing the mute point. After a few hurried breaths, he stammered, 3 years ago, I was a county official in Ganzhou. My lord instructed me to secretly recruit a group of people to act as bandits, intercepting merchants on their way. Think harder. His right ear was also severed, and the dagger was pressed against Wu Xingyuan's lips, slicing through the corners of his mouth. Wei Qingyan's expression darkened. Wu Yuchu, as the Minister of War, had no shortage of personnel under his command, yet he transferred Wu Xingyuan to a location closer to him just 6 months later. It seemed less about utility and more about keeping him under close watch. During the time of their transfer from Ganzhou, the significant event was the Battle of Huangsha Ridge, where Yin Qing went to Ganzhou to mobilize troops. The daggers slowly pressed deeper, and Wu Xingyuan's eyes bulged in terror as he truly felt the approach of death. I will speak. 3 years ago, my lord had me host General Wei's guards. I was ordered to drug their food. The dagger halted its advance, but did not withdraw, and Wu Xingyuan understood that the visitors sought information about this matter. He continued, those men were too vigilant. They noticed after the first bite. However, they were unprepared for the powder I sprinkled on the door frames and windowsills. During the scuffle, our men shook the door frames and windowsills, causing the powder to rise into the air, and they were caught unaware. Wei Qingyan gritted her teeth and urged, and only 2 escaped. We pursued them out of Ganzhou, killing one along the way. The other one was not found, but he was severely injured and likely would not survive. My lord, fearing detection, ordered us to return. Please spare my life. I was merely following orders. Why kill them? Wu Xingyuan felt the murderous intent in Wei Qingyan's eyes, and a sudden realization struck him. He hurriedly said, my lord did not specify. If you spare my life, I promise to uncover the reason for you and will serve only you from now on. A swift sound of steel entering flesh echoed. Shiryu's soft sword pierced Wu Xingyuan's back as he coldly demanded, why kill them? He had roughly guessed the reason from their conversation. A shock surged within him. Anger flared. Wu Xingyuan had already lost half his life. He gambled that if he spoke, he might soon lose it all, while if he remained silent, he might have a chance to live. But he had overestimated himself. The soft sword withdrew, its blade glinting, and an excruciating pain shot through his back as flesh fell away. Just as he felt himself slipping into unconsciousness, the dagger pressed harder against his lips, forcing blood to flow from the gashes in the corners of his mouth. For the first time, Wu Xingyuan understood what it meant to suffer worse than death. If his lord refused to mobilize troops, he would have to erase any traces of them coming to Ganzhou. Wei Qingyan was well aware of this reason. Yet the answer she sought was not this. The dagger pressed again. How did you know someone would come to mobilize troops? Shiryu questioned. I do not know the specifics, Wu Xingyuan replied, fearing they might strike again. But I know that Biling sent my lord 50,000 taels of silver. It was with this money that my lord was able to return to the capital. Did Madame Wu have any involvement? Wei Qingyan inquired. Each word was painful, and Wu Xingyan instinctively shook his head, the gash touching the dagger, causing tears to stream from his eyes. Madame usually stays in the inner courtyard. I rarely see her. Please spare my life. I will never commit evil again. Spare you? How could that be possible? Wei Qingyan thought. Her people did not die on the battlefield, but at the hands of vile schemers. If she spared him, how could she face them? Lowering her gaze, she turned her arm, and the dagger plunged into Wei Qingyan's throat. The next day, at noon, Jingzhe and his companions waited anxiously in the mountain pass by the official road. He had been riding back and forth on the road, his expression fraught with worry. The time agreed upon with General Wei had long passed, yet the prince and the others had not returned. After waiting another half an hour, he mounted his horse again, declaring, "I must return to Yushin to see if something has befallen the prince. We shall go together." Yanlan and others rose to follow. Just as they mounted their horses and exited the mountain pass, they spotted two riders approaching from afar. "Miss Chang, it's Miss Chang and her group," a guard shouted. Jingzhe urged his horse forward. "Prince, are you all right?" "All is well. Let us return to the capital," Sure you replied, shaking his head slightly. Yanlan also scrutinized Wei Qingyan, noting her lack of injuries, though her complexion was rather poor and did not dare to inquire further. Wei Qingyan lowered her eyes, saying quietly to everyone, "Let us go," before spurring her horse forward. Sure you followed closely behind, and the others hurried to keep up. Due to the delay during the day, they missed the inn at night and sought a flat area by the water, lighting a campfire to rest. Some roasted rations, while others gathered firewood, and silence enveloped them. Suddenly, a dry heave broke the stillness. Yanlan, with her back to everyone, crouched down, covering her mouth. "Miss Chang, Yanlan hasn't eaten since yesterday," Jingzhe noted, crouching beside Wei Qingyan. She smelled the food and vomited. She must have been frightened. Concern for Yanlan was genuine, as was the wish to converse with Wei Qingyan. Though the silent General Wei instilled fear, the orders were absolute. Wei Qingyan glanced at Yanlan and stepped into the adjacent forest. Shortly after, she returned with a bamboo segment as thick as an arm. Jingzhe understood her intention and hurried to take it. "Miss Chang, let me handle this." She fashioned the bamboo into 3 tubes, washed them, and filled each with half a tube of water. A clever guard had already built a simple stove from stones, and the bamboo tubes were placed atop it. Before long, the water boiled. Wei Qingyan tore the dry cakes into pieces and tossed them in, stirring with a bamboo skewer until it became a paste. "Drink this. It will ease your stomach," she said, offering a cooled bamboo tube to Yanlan. "I'm sorry for the trouble." Yanlan expressed a regret. It was not her intention, but every time she thought of food, images of the bandits' faces before death and the smell of charred flesh filled the air, causing her stomach to churn uncontrollably. It had been the same last night at the inn and again today. The others, mindful of her, tried to avoid meat, and she recognized their good intentions. She had kept her distance, yet the aroma of the roasted cakes wafted over, and she could not help but vomit. Wei Qingyan grasped her hand, discreetly checking her pulse. It was not slippery, and she secretly exhaled in relief. "No one blames you. Everyone has their first time. However, under any circumstances, one must ensure sufficient stamina, for one never knows when danger may strike or whether the next meal will be available." Yanlan instantly recalled Yin Qing and Wei Qingyan. When the news of their demise reached Linzhou, there were several versions, but the one that left the most profound impression on her was, "It is said that the National Protection Army was trapped on the mountain, starving to the bone, and our great Wei's heroes perished as wraiths of hunger." "Miss Chang, is the feeling of an empty stomach excruciating? They say my brother and Qingyan left this world with empty bellies." After asking, she felt it was impolite. Miss Chang seemed to be a capable person. How could she have experienced hunger? Yet, the person beside her answered, "Yes, it is a feeling of anxiety, weakness, and a burning, twisting pain in the stomach." Yanlan was slightly taken aback, quickly realizing that Miss Chang, having been lost in her youth, must have endured hardships. Not knowing how to console her, and thinking of the suffering her loved ones endured before their deaths, she lifted her head and drank from the bamboo tube, the gruel in her stomach churning. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to swallow. Wei Qingyan silently patted her back. After the first mouthful did not come back up, she drank the second. When the bamboo tube was empty, Yanlan's eyes were filled with tears, both from choking and from the heartache. "After the Luo family matter is settled, I will visit Huangshaling to see my brother and bring him many, many delicious foods." "Very well," Wei Qingyan replied. At night, everyone took turns to keep watch. After Yanlan fell asleep against the tree, Sure Yu sat beside Wei Qingyan. "Why did you not tell her that Yin Qing is not at Huangshaling? Let her take it slowly." Wei Qingyan bit into a dry biscuit, chewing it slowly. Wu Yuchu pursued Yin Qing to erase the traces of her troop movement to Ganzhou, but he withdrew Wu Xingyuan and others without finding Yin Qing's body, indicating that he was certain Yin Qing had no chance of survival. Who was behind him? And who was the one who killed Yin Qing? These were things she had not yet ascertained. She did not even know where Yin Qing's remains were, so how could she bear to tell Yin Lan? Yin Lan's heart was already filled with sorrow. At least let her have a few more days to process the present. Miss Chong, your next step is to uncover the person behind Wu Yuchu, correct? Sure, you handed her a water pouch. Wei Qingyan turned to look at him. Your Highness, do you not suspect how I know about the events of 3 years ago? She had remained silent along the way, unwilling to fabricate lies. After killing Wu Xingyuan, she also eliminated several officials in the county office who had been involved in the evil deeds. He had cooperated all along, never asking a question. Wei Qingyan did not believe he was not curious. I trust Du Shui. Sure, you extended the water pouch to her again, his voice soft. What you do is not harmful to me, and we are not enemies. Nothing else matters, and I should even thank you. If I had not followed you to Yushin yesterday, I would not have known the truth. A hint of self-reproach crossed his composed face. I did not know about Yin Qing's troop movement. Why did I not find Yin Qing's body by Xiao Yan's side? I should have been more vigilant. It was my negligence. Yin Qing was Xiao Yan's close guard. Even in death, he would have died by Xiao Yan's side. Wei Qingyan took the water pouch from him, drank a mouthful, and swallowed the dry biscuit. 2,000 National Protection Army. 1,000 perished in the ambush at Bailing. When Shiryu arrived, the bodies were unrecognizable. The other 1,000 died at Huangshaling, mixed with the bodies of the Bailing army. The battlefield was a sea of blood and severed limbs. As a prince, Shiryu not noticing a guard's body was understandable and not his fault. However, did Shiryu not suspect anything about Huangshaling? She returned the water pouch to Shiryu. When your highness arrived at the battlefield, did you notice anything unusual? Chapter 31. The royal concealment. Shiryu met her suspicious gaze with a composed demeanor. He was certain that Wei Qingyan's suspicion did not lie in whether her true identity as a woman had been discovered. For the rest, there was nothing he could not say. He stated solemnly, when I arrived, the key leaders of the Bailing army had already been slain by Xiao Yan. The others only followed orders and were unaware of the details. The Bailing army surrendered, and the Bailing emperor himself admitted that the old General Wei had killed the Bailing emperor's predecessor. He believed in the principle of a father's debt being repaid by his son and wanted to kill Xiao Yan to avenge his father. This was the first reason. The second was that the Bailing emperor had a confidant named Su Fu, who analyzed that after years of war with Wudong, the Great Wei, though victorious, had suffered significant losses in military and financial strength. Su Fu incited the Bailing emperor to ambush the Great Wei's National Protection Army and then launch an invasion. The Bailing emperor, though mediocre, was easily swayed by flattery and agreed to let Su Fu lead 15,000 Bailing troops to the Great Wei. Su Fu, believing that 8,000 Bailing troops could easily annihilate 2,000 National Protection Army, left 7,000 troops at the border, intending to coordinate and seize Wei territories. However, he was instead defeated, with 6,000 Bailing troops being killed by the 2,000 National Protection Army. He looked at Wei Qingyan. If not for the bravery of a National Protection Army, my campaign against Bailing would not have been so smooth. The late emperor often praised the National Protection Army for their valor, calling them a true force that could protect the Great Wei. He also knew that their training was far more rigorous than that of ordinary troops. It was only when I personally witnessed the battlefield at Huangshaling that I truly understood the extent of their courage and fearlessness. Almost all the soldiers, even in death, held their weapons tightly. Some, with their bellies cut open, dragged their intestines and bit the throats of the enemy. Others, embracing the enemy, impaled both of them, and some, with their arms severed, still pinned the enemy beneath them. Wei Qingyan pondered, where was Su Fu at that time? Shiryu's face was shadowed by the night. His eyes cold, he was stationed at the border. Upon hearing of the annihilation of the 8,000 troops, he retreated with the 7,000 troops to a Bailing border city. I captured the city and executed him. He is dead. Wei Qingyan's lips pressed into a straight line. The Bailing army had once boasted of capturing her alive and presenting her to their master. Was the master they referred to Su Fu? The Bailing soldiers who knew she was a woman at Huangshaling were dead, and Su Fu was dead. Was this the reason her identity had remained concealed? But when they were killed by Shiryu, did they not reveal anything to him? Shiryu continued. Su Fu was a remnant of the previous dynasty. He gained the trust of the Bailing Emperor to use Bailing to restore the previous dynasty, not truly aligning with the Bailing Emperor. A remnant of the previous dynasty? Wei Qingyan's thoughts were pulled back. The Great Wei's territory was half won by the National Protection Army, passed down from father to son. If Su Fu was a remnant of the previous dynasty, it made sense that he would target the National Protection Army. But why do the common people not know this? Even Du Shui was unaware. Sure you, as if understanding her thoughts, explained. The emperor did not want Su Fu's identity as a remnant of the previous dynasty to be exposed, to avoid causing panic, so he concealed it. The Bailing Emperor, deceived by Su Fu, was even more unwilling to make this public. Wei Qingyan looked at him. Why did the court not explain the silent infiltration of the 8,000 troops into Ganzhou? Wu Yuchu at the time promoted a county magistrate surnamed Qi, who led the 8,000 troops into Ganzhou. Shi Yu's eyes were deep. Qi was a scholar from the year of the emperor's ascension, one of the first students of the new emperor, personally appointed to Ganzhou. Shi Yu's lips curled in a mocking smile. Qi's true identity was a Bailing spy. The first batch of the emperor's students included a spy from another country. Such a disgraceful matter. He naturally had to conceal it. So it was like this. Wei Qingyan lowered her eyes. No wonder Shi Yu raised an army against Bailing to avenge her, but did not suspect any collusion between the Great Wei and Bailing. Miss Chong, now that I know the truth, please include me in the investigation of the mastermind behind Huangshaling. Shi Yu's expression was earnest. Wei Qingyan raised her eyes. Regardless of who it is? Shi Yu met her gaze. Regardless of who it is. Only now did he truly understand why she had returned to the capital without revealing her identity. She was here for revenge. Her enemy was likely the royal family, and he was a member of the royal family. Whoever could conceal the truth of Huangshaling so thoroughly, who could command Wu Yuchu, and who ultimately benefited from the battle. The royal family, even if not the mastermind, was at least an accomplice or a facilitator. Shi Yu suddenly felt grateful. Grateful that when Wei Qingyan did not want to reveal her identity, he had agreed, not impulsively telling her that he had recognized her. Otherwise, even such a meeting as this would not have been possible. However, as he contemplated the future, a surge of complex emotions welled within him. He both yearned for her to swiftly uncover the truth and exact her vengeance, while simultaneously dreading the day that would inevitably come. Shi let out a soft sigh. Whenever matters concerning her arose, his tranquility was difficult to maintain. The harrowing images of Xiao Yin and the guard's tragic demise were etched deeply into his mind. Their blood debts demanded retribution. All right, Wei Qingyan responded succinctly, her thoughts equally intricate. She felt she could never repay Shi Yu's kindness. The two fell into silence until a guard arrived to take over the watch. Wei Qingyan then moved to Yalin's side, leaning against the tree trunk to rest her eyes. Upon their return to the capital, Shi Yu's predictions came to fruition. The case of Wu Yuchu had reached a resolution. This outcome echoed one of the rumors Wei Qingyan had overheard at the inn. A wandering hero, enamored with the courtesan Dingxiang, had been driven to murder Wu Yuchu when his affections were usurped. Consequently, the hero now languished in prison. As for Dingxiang, the hero deemed her unworthy due to her past ties with Wu Yuchu, leading to her demise, her body subsequently discovered by the authorities. Wei Qingyan recalled her father's private admonitions. Although the current emperor was not as formidable as the late one, the world had changed. The late emperor had emerged during a time of chaos, walking a path of absolute victory, which had sharpened his intellect to its utmost. The current emperor's duty lay in preserving the realm. Yin'er, the late emperor treated my family with kindness. We must likewise serve with utmost loyalty. Not confused, Wei Qingyan scoffed inwardly. For the sake of appearances, the truth behind the Bailing troops deployment was concealed. For appearances, the murder case was hastily resolved, unbeknownst to the populace. Who could fathom how many absurdities he had committed for the sake of his image? Eldest brother, regarding Dingxiang's corpse. Duxue hesitated. Wu Yuchu had been killed by the eldest. Could it be that Dingxiang had likewise met a similar fate? Was it possible that the general had deliberately exposed the body? Wei Qingyan discerned his unspoken inquiry and replied candidly, "It was not me." Yet, her suspicions grew clearer. Considering the individuals behind Wu Yuchu, who might also be observing this matter, Wei Qingyan paused before addressing Du Shui. The Prince Rong's illness has worsened. You shall visit him at the temple tomorrow. Worsened? He accompanied them to Huobao Ridge. How could it be serious? Du Shui's confusion lasted only a moment before he promptly agreed. understanding that the general intended to fabricate a pretense of the prince's grave illness. Although he was uncertain of the general's motives, Du Shui set off the following day in a state of concern, hastening to the temple where Shi Yu was recuperating. To his surprise, he encountered Luo Chengzhou there. Chapter 32. This prince is delicate, and ailing Du Shui was aware of the transaction between Wei Qingyan and Prince Rong. He had contemplated various strategies Prince Rong might employ to persuade Luo Chengzhou to agree to a divorce, yet he had not anticipated such a direct approach. In the courtyard, Shi Yu reclined on a sandalwood chaise, propping his head with one hand, his silver hair cascading around him, his pallid visage imbued with a serene brilliance. Setting aside the fact that Yalan had saved his life, out of respect for the bond between him and the guardian general, he would not allow the Luo family to bully her any further. Incestuous relations among siblings, collusion with bandits, and the plotting against a legitimate wife, Luo Chengzhou, any one of these transgressions could cost you your life. I have summoned you here today for Yalan's sake. You shall draft the divorce papers, and thereafter, you two shall go your separate ways. Luo Chengzhou was taken aback by Yalan's audacity in disclosing their family matters to a man like Prince Rong, even revealing the incident of her abduction by bandits. Vulgar, wretched, he inwardly seethed, yet he maintained a facade of respect. Your Highness, I am truly wronged. How could I conspire with bandits? Their ferocity forced us to flee with our families. When Yalan was taken, I was heartbroken, but thinking of her reputation, I dared not report it, hoping to seek help from my uncle upon reaching the capital. Little did I know. Shall I send someone to Huabao Ridge to capture a few bandits for questioning? Shi Yu interrupted with a scoff. I am delicate and ailing. I have neither the strength nor the inclination to listen to your excuses. I ask you, will you draft the divorce papers or not? Had it not been for the need to keep Xiao Yan's identity hidden, he would not have wasted his breath on such trivialities. Luo Chengzhou had always regarded Deputy General Yan as a mere servant of the Wei family. Even after ascending to the position of Deputy General, he believed his daughter unworthy of him. However, he had never considered the possibility of divorcing her. He could lose a wife. He could dismiss a wife. Divorce? What made her worthy? He clenched his teeth, maintaining his smile. Your Highness, Yalan has lost her virtue. If she truly wishes to leave the Luo family, I can grant her a divorce. The word please from Prince Rong had emboldened him, allowing him to feel less intimidated. Shi Yu shot him a glance. It seems you're not only cruel-hearted, but also hard of hearing. What I said was divorce. If you hesitate any longer, I shall send someone to Huabao Ridge, and your misdeeds will be common knowledge in the capital by tomorrow. If that were to transpire, not only would he lose his prospects, but his very life would be at stake. Luo Chengzhou felt a knot in his throat. Your Highness, you are abusing your power. I am indeed. Shi Yu chuckled coldly. This laughter revealed the arrogance and dominance that could no longer be concealed. The previously sickly countenance now radiated a chilling light. As long as I am here, no one shall tarnish her reputation. Should she desire, I can find her another husband. If you refuse to divorce, I can arrange for her to be a widow before remarrying. Before Luo Chengzhou could react, Shi Yu languidly reclined again, stating, Jingzhe, Luo Chengzhou has offended me, causing my ailment to worsen. What punishment does he deserve? Jingzhe replied coldly. According to the laws of the Great Wei, offending the royal family warrants execution. Shi Yu waved his hand. Then what are you waiting for? Take him away and execute him. Luo Chengzhou, a mere scholar, stumbled as Jingzhe forcefully let him out. When Jingzhe raised his sword to his neck, the fa-ade of calm he had maintained crumbled, fear engulfing him as he cried out, I will write it. The divorce papers, I will write it. If he were to die here, who could testify that he had not offended a prince? Luo Chengzhou gritted his teeth in resentment. The table had already been prepared with ink and paper. As he picked up the brush, Shi Yu's icy voice interrupted. Write it well, or you may as well lose that hand. Luo Chengzhou's trembling hand hesitated, gritting his teeth before firmly inscribing the first stroke. Once finished, Jingzhe dried the ink and presented it to Shi Yu, who inspected it before ordering, accompany him to the magistrate's office to seal it with the official stamp. Jingzhe complied, taking Luo Chengzhou by the arm and escorting him out. Luo Chengzhou struggled in vain, his lips quivering with rage, feeling as though he might explode. Shi Yu turned to the archway. Have you not grown weary from watching this spectacle for so long? Is such coercion effective? Du Shui emerged from the archway. Sitting beside him on the stone bench, pondering whether Luo Qingzhou might retaliate against the prince. However, he understood that Shi Yu wished to keep their visit to Huabao Ridge a secret, along with the general's involvement in the deaths of Wu County Magistrate and others. There was no opportunity for retaliation. Shi Yu straightened, discarding the appearance of illness, and looked at Du Shui. "What brings you here?" "To pay a visit," Du Shui replied, pouring himself a cup of tea. Shi Yu seemed contemplative, his previously rigid jaw softening slightly. "Did Miss Chong send you?" Du Shui realized that Shi Yu was feigning illness. His visit was merely for show. Why would he want others to believe he was unwell? Connecting to recent events in the capital, he quickly surmised the truth. Wei Qingyan had deduced that the rumors following Wu Yuchu's death originated from him, and that Dingxiang's body was located through a scheme he had orchestrated. She wished to prevent anyone from suspecting him. The ailing Prince Rome would divert attention and lessen the public's wariness towards him, much like how he feigned weakness to bully Luo Qingzhou, serving the same purpose. Du Shui was taken aback. "How did you know?" A smile danced upon the delicate features of Shi Yujun, yet words eluded him. Du Shui, feeling a swell of frustration, recalled the unspoken understanding he once shared with the general when he was still a man. Their conversations often felt like a game of charades, leaving him utterly perplexed. Now, with the general having transitioned into a woman, their interactions had been sparse, yet the unspoken bond remained, rendering him somewhat foolish. Irritated, Du Shui shot a glare at Shi Yu, but soon remembered that Shi Yu was yet unaware that Chongqing was indeed the general. Furthermore, the general was now his sister, deepening their connection and easing his heart considerably. In a buoyant mood, Shi Yu chose not to dwell on Du Shui's irritation and poured him another cup of tea, chuckling. "After I met with Luo Qingzhou, I spat blood and fainted. As my former friend, what should you do?" Instinctively, Du Shui replied, "In a rush, summon the doctor." "Indeed." Shi Yu nodded in agreement, patting his shoulder. "Hurry, but try to appear even more flustered." With a mix of resentment and resolve, Du Shui made his way to the courtyard gate, only to return and drink the tea Shi Yu had poured him. Having been sent on a rather confusing errand to check on the general's health, he felt compelled to consume the tea offered by the Prince of Rome. He then huffed. "There are plenty of capable doctors in the capital. Do not falter in your performance." Shi Yu discerned the concern laced within his words and smiled. "Rest assured, Shui, my ailment, a result of soul offering, is unlike any ordinary illness. The imperial physicians and local healers have examined me for years without discernment. What more can they reveal now? Nevertheless, this pulse must be weakened through some means, lest I disappoint Xiao Yan's kind intentions. However, to assist Xiao Yan in the future, I cannot remain in poor health." He then instructed Dongzong, "Send word to the pharmacy, requesting Jingyang to come to the capital." Chapter 33. Seeking trouble at the Wu family after dispatching the message to the pharmacy. Dongzong promptly ventured into the palace and requested 2 imperial physicians to attend to the Prince of Rome. By the time the physicians arrived, the doctors that Du Shui had summoned had already completed their examinations. The difficulty of the prince's illness was no longer a secret in the capital, and the physicians, having previously treated him, were less apprehensive this time. They examined the pulse, noting some differences from previous examinations. Yet, to be cautious, they prescribed tonics and restorative remedies, fulfilling their obligation. With no effective treatment at hand, they sought to avoid fault rather than pursue success. Having finished his role in the affair, Du Shui returned to the Yuan Marquis residence, bringing back the divorce papers for Yanlan. Struggling to believe she had truly obtained the papers, Yanlan trembled as she examined the thin sheet of paper, folding it carefully before tears cascaded down her face. The disgrace and suffocation brought on by the Luo family were now severed from her life. "Whatever important items remain, we shall accompany you to retrieve them tomorrow," Wei Qingyan assured. Yanlan shook her head. "There is nothing of importance left. The significant items were destroyed by bandits on the road. The rest hold no value." Yet Wei Qingyan countered, "You do have something important. The day after tomorrow marks the funeral of Wu Yuchu, and tomorrow, friends and relatives from the Wu family will come to pay their respects. You must let everyone know that you have divorced Luo Qingzhou and that you are no longer associated with the Luo family." In addition to not wanting Yanlan to live in widowhood, there was the matter of Luo Songyun's lineage. As the emperor's daughter, her identity must remain concealed, for it surely harbored great schemes. The sooner Yanlan distanced herself from the Luo family, the better. having witnessed the origin of the divorce papers. Duc suis qui respect de Wei Qingyan et intention. However, noting Luo Qingzhou's defiant demeanor that day, he expressed concern. Will the Luo family not speak out of turn tomorrow? They will not. Today, you scoured the capital seeking doctors for the Prince of Rome. The entire city knows of his illness. Luo Qingzhou will be too preoccupied to let anyone know of his conflict with the Prince of Rome, for he cannot bear the blame of angering a royal. Wei Qingyan cast an encouraging gaze at Yanlan, recognizing that he could not afford to be tarnished with the stigma of abandoning a legitimate wife. I will not allow him the chance to bully you again. Do not fear. Yanlan nodded, overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you all. I have something to retrieve. My brother's memorial tablets are in their possession. In truth, those tablets were in the carriage she had been taken away in when the bandits abducted her. They had stolen all valuables from the carriage and burned the rest. Understanding that Miss Chang's intentions were for her own good, she sought a legitimate excuse. That night, Wei Qingyan once again entered the Wu family estate. Upon seeing her, Luo Qingyun's maid did not appear frightened, but rather sighed in relief. With the deadline approaching, she feared the poison within her might activate. Wei Qingyan handed her a small package, urging her to exchange the contents. The maid eagerly opened a bundle, revealing a pair of tiger head shoes and a belly band. However, a closer look revealed subtle differences. She understood that the young lady had been preoccupied with the young master lately and would not scrutinize the details. Stealing a glance at Wei Qingyan, she realized he had crafted a near replica without meticulous detail, evidently anticipating that the young lady would examine them closely. He seemed to understand her character well. He then presented her with a pill, which the maid hastily accepted and swallowed, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will not disclose this matter." In high society, the fate of a servant who betrays their master is death. From a moment the maid chose to conceal the truth, there was no turning back. Even if she confessed her misdeeds to the Luo family, she could not escape death, potentially endangering her family as well. The maid would never be foolish enough to betray them. Wei Qingyan was acutely aware of this fact. The following morning, Du Shui took leave from the office, and the three of them made their way to the Wu residence. As the newly appointed vice minister of war, it was only natural for him to pay respects to Wu Yuchu, the former minister of war. The Wu family members received him without suspicion, assuming he had brought family with him. Yet, they were unprepared for Yanlan to demand the memorial tablets of the Yin family and Wei family. Realizing something was amiss, the Wu family hurriedly sent someone to summon Luo Qingzhou. At that moment, Luo Qingzhou was in Luo Qingyan's quarters. Ever since she exhibited signs of miscarriage that night, she had been recuperating in the back courtyard. Being a man, Luo Qingzhou found it inappropriate to frequently visit the back courtyard, complicating matters for Luo Qingyan when she wished to see him. After several days of frustration, she called for Luo Qingzhou to visit. Seizing the moment while the Wu family was preoccupied, just as they met, Luo Qingyan had yet to express her feelings of longing when she heard that Yanlan had arrived. That wretched woman dares to return. Anger flared in her eyes as she ordered Yanlan to leave. A woman sullied by bandits should not dare to tarnish the Luo family's reputation. Begone. Having been coerced by the Prince of Rome the previous day, Luo Qingzhou was irate and intended to report to Madame Wu, yet upon learning of the prince's grave condition, he hesitated. Reflecting on the prince's earlier demeanor, he recognized the signs of someone at their limit. Contemplating the threat he had received, he wondered if the prince were to perish today, would his aunt assist him in avoiding punishment? Uncertain and aware of the Wu family's ongoing funeral preparations, he decided to observe the situation for now. However, Yanlan had arrived first. I will go take a look. I have matters to attend to today, so I will not linger. Take care of yourself. Luo Qingzhou suppressed his anger, soothing Luo Qingyan for a moment before following the servant to the front courtyard. Upon arrival, he overheard Luo's mother reprimanding, "Do not speak foolishly. How can we bring your father and brother's memorial tablets into the Wu residence? This is your uncle's funeral. Do not cause a scene." Having learned of the divorce the night before, Luo's mother was incensed and planned to confront Yanlan when she was no longer shielded by the prince. Yet Yanlan had come to confront them first. "Madame Luo, the tablets are within my luggage," Yanlan insisted. "I have divorced Luo Qingzhou and will forfeit my dowry. However, I kindly ask for the return of those tablets, especially for my brother, who lies far away at Huangsha Ridge. As a woman, I may never have the chance to pay my respects in person, and thus I wish to honor his memorial tablet." Who would desire such a cursed item? Luo's mother gritted her teeth, barely refraining from voicing her disdain. Yet unexpectedly, Luo Qingyan exclaimed, "A few dead tablets are not priceless treasures. Who would want them? How can you not feel ashamed? Those matters lie firmly within your own chariot. You merely seek an excuse to meet your brother. Having been dismissed by him, how dare you persist?" She followed out of concern, and upon overhearing their intention to part ways, her heart soared with joy. Yet she feared that Yanlan, undeterred, might pursue Luo Qingzhou, prompting her to interject hastily. As for the divorce mentioned by Yanlan, she perceived it merely as a fade, a desperate attempt by Yanlan to maintain her dignity in the face of rejection. Luo Qingzhou, caught off guard by her presence, shot her a look that implored silence. Yet, Luo Qingyan would not heed it. "Be silent," Yanlan's voice thundered. "My family and the old general are heroes who protect our homeland. You have no right to insult them. Return the ancestral tablets, and I shall leave at once." Luo Qingyan, accustomed to indulgence, had rarely faced such rebuke, especially from someone like Yanlan. Angered, she retorted, "What are you to dictate terms? I declare it does not exist, so be gone." Just then, a solid object struck her mouth, silencing her. Chapter 34. Excessive affairs. Sure Yu's arrival was unexpected, both to Wei Qingyan and to everyone present. He reclined on the soft palanquin, looking down upon Luo Qingyan. "Yanlan is a benefactor of the prince. How dare a lowly creature like you presume to offend her?" Luo Qingyan, spoiled and arrogant, had never truly encountered formidable figures. Under Sure Yu's disdainful gaze, her bravado evaporated, leaving her to gaze pitifully at Luo Qingzhou, seeking his support. Though he was vexed by her foolishness, the grim countenance of Madame Wu warned him that allowing this ruckus to continue was unwise. He addressed Yanlan. "The ancestral tablets are not here. You should return. We can discuss matters in a few days." His tone bore a commanding and condescending quality, typical of his interactions with Yanlan. In the past, she would acquiesce, yet today, she stood resolutely, unyielding. Duxue gesture toa Luo Qingyan, expressing disdain for the implication that they held the honor of the national general and the vice general in contempt. "I have reason to suspect that you have destroyed the tablets. If that is indeed the case, I shall report to His Majesty and seek justice for the old general." While Luo Qingyan feared the prince, she held no fear for Du Shui. "We did not. You and Yanlan are in cahoots. You did not come to retrieve the tablets, but to provoke trouble. You desire Yanlan to return to the Luo family. Dream on. She is merely—" A resounding slap silenced her once more. Wei Qingyan's eyes were icy. "This slap is for your past transgressions against her. Both Lady Luo and Luo Qingzhou are present. When did it become your place to leap about like this?" She underestimated the indulgence of the Luo family towards Luo Qingyan. Had it not been curtailed, Luo Qingyan would have recklessly revealed details about the bandit incident. "Who are you to strike me?" Luo Qingyan's eyes blazed with fury, her reason slipping away. "You, like her, are a wretched being." Another slap landed, this time from Yanlan. Luo Qingzhou, a mere scholar, could not intervene, and the other Wu family members, seeing Madame Wu remain silent, did not stop it either. Yanlan retaliated with another slap, this time aimed at Luo Qingzhou. "Your family has gone too far. It was the Luo family that initiated the proposal to my Yin family. You disapprove of our union, deeming my status unworthy, yet you dare not oppose your parents. So you unleash your resentment upon me. On our wedding night, you drugged me and fled to your sister's chamber, begetting a pair of children before our marriage. The Luo family deceived me into marriage. When I sought a divorce, you refused. Fearing I might inform my family, you threatened my maid's life. After my brother and Qingyan perished, you knew I had no protector, and you flaunted your tyranny with Luo Qingyan in my sight. You threatened me, saying if I dared to speak of your vile deeds, you would desecrate my parents' graves. When I resisted, you had my maid murdered and left me severely injured, chaining me in the courtyard to prevent my escape. Had you not brought Luo Qingyan to the capital, needing me as your legitimate wife to serve as a cover, you would never have released me. Luo Qingzhou, you are shameless. Your family is utterly despicable." She turned to Luo Qingyan, speaking rapidly, "And you, with your corrupt morals and venomous thoughts, disrespecting your elder sister-in-law, repeatedly attempting to poison me. You treat Luo Qingzhou as a treasure, believing others share your regard for him. To me, he is nothing but a heartless scoundrel, a beast. She could not allow Miss Chang to be insulted by Luo Qingyan, for the Luo family had leverage over her due to her abduction by bandits. If she showed no fear, what could they do to her? Yin Lan's words stunned the assembly, their gazes scrutinizing the three members of the Luo family, filled with contempt. Even Madame Wu regarded Luo Mu and Luo Chengzhou with disfavor. She had urged them to raise the princess properly, yet they not only failed to teach her wisdom, but also dared to let her engage in illicit relations. Luo Mu, unable to explain herself to Madame Wu, was blocked by Jingzhe and could only roar in anger. You are outrageous. How dare you strike your own husband and besmirch their reputations? They are merely siblings with a good relationship. You resent Qingzhou for seeking a divorce. So you deliberately spout nonsense. They are not as you claim. Yin Lan scoffed. The divorce decree is already registered at the magistrate's office. He is no longer my husband. Whether I speak falsely, you are well aware. And what are you then? Luo Qingzhou interjected hastily, attempting to prevent the mention of the bandit incident. For while it could tarnish Yin Lan's reputation, if the truth emerged, it would also ruin him. Luo Mu comprehended her son's intent, her words caught in her throat, staring furiously at Yin Lan. You wish to speak of my abduction by bandits? Yet Yin Lan seemed to have cast aside all restraint. Luo Chengzhou brought me to the capital not to shield his family's disgrace, but because he feared I would expose the truth. He plotted with the bandits to feign a robbery, abandoning me in their hands while he fled with all his guards. Fortunately, Yin Lan, born into a family of warriors, possessed some skill and managed to escape back to the capital, even rescuing the prince, who had fainted before the general's grave. Dong Zong interjected. This serves to inform all present that although Yin Lan was abandoned by Luo Qingzhou, she was not harmed by the bandits. People often sympathize with the weak, and now that Yin Lan is a solitary woman, persecuted by her in-laws, whether she was abused by the bandits matters little to them, for they hold no personal stake. Instead, they are more intrigued by the Luo family's peculiar circumstances. Dong Zhang's expression was one of mockery as he continued. The prince, grateful for Yin Lan's life-saving act, aided her escape from her plight by having Luo Qingzhou draft the divorce decree, which could have allowed for a peaceful resolution. Who could have imagined that your Luo family would be so shameless as to parade a woman who would become a concubine for her brother? I am not a concubine. Luo Qingyan, under the scornful gazes of the crowd, felt her face burn with shame, desiring to pull Yin Lan down with her. She too was not a paragon of virtue, having been abducted by bandits. Are you implying that you watched her being taken by the bandits from your hidden vantage point? Or did the bandits inform you afterward? Wei Qingyan's piercing gaze bore down on her. At that moment, Luo Qingyan grasped the gravity of the situation. The bandit incident could serve as leverage against Yin Lan in private. Yet, if made public, it was a double-edged sword, capable of wounding both Yin Lan and Luo Qingzhou. If she claimed to have witnessed it, it would paint Luo Qingzhou as an unworthy husband, lacking in responsibility. To assert that the bandits had informed them would imply they had colluded with the bandits. No matter how she responded, she was ensnared. In her confusion, she noticed Luo Qingzhou's face darkening, and she resorted to covering her mouth and weeping softly in a feeble attempt to evade the matter. Then Shi Yu coldly commanded, strike her for slandering Yin Lan's honor. Jingzhe stepped forward, his broad hand descending forcefully. Luo Qingzhou attempted to shield her, but Jingzhe's hand struck Luo Qingyan's face, then redirected to Luo Qingzhou's face before he halted. He raised his hand again, intending to strike once more, but an elderly physician beside Shi Yu interjected. You must not strike again. That woman is with child. A few days ago, she had excessive intimacy, showing signs of miscarriage. If this continues, the fetus will surely be lost. As the old doctor spoke, a collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. Those who had previously harbored doubts were now utterly convinced. If Luo Qingyan were not pregnant, how could the doctor dare to speak so recklessly? Observing Luo Qingyan before Luo Qingzhou, her pitiful and clingy demeanor resembled that of a concubine seeking favor, having engaged in impropriety before marriage with none other than her own brother. The looks exchanged among the gathered crowd, including those from the Wu family, were filled with disgust as if they were gazing upon something vile. Silence. Luo Qingzhou snapped at the doctor, his voice laced with fury. The doctor, seemingly startled, replied, as a healer, I act out of benevolence. I merely wish to offer a warning. Your revelry that night was excessive. Had I not intervened, this girl might have lost her life. Luo Qingzhou, now fully aware, realized he had fallen into a trap set by Prince Rong, who had long sought to ensnare them. That night, when Luo Qingyan began to bleed, he had concealed it from the Wu family and stealthily sought a physician, fortuitously encountering one with a medicine box whom he led through a side door. Today, this doctor, arriving with Prince Rong and uttering such words, was clearly part of a premeditated scheme. He had been careless, observing the pointing fingers of the crowd. He turned to Wu Madam for help. Luo Mother also looked to Wu Madam, her thoughts racing. She had never anticipated that an affair kept secret in Linzhou would be exposed upon their arrival in the capital by Yin Lan. Initially, knowing Yin Lan was alive had not troubled her. A woman's reputation was paramount, and she was confident in having a hold over Yin Lan's vulnerabilities. Zan Lang, concerned for her own honor, would not dare to divulge anything about the Luo family. Otherwise, how could Prince Rong have so shamelessly coerced Qingzhou into agreeing to a divorce? Yet today, Yin Lan had gone mad, seemingly disregarding her own virtue. If nothing was done, her son's future would be irreparably damaged. However, Song Yun was entrusted to their family by her elder sister. Without her sister's consent, she could not easily reveal Song Yun's status as an adopted daughter. The disruption of Wu Yuchu's funeral, coupled with the scandal of the Luo siblings' indiscretions during this mourning period, incited a fury in Wu Madam that made her wish to strangle the 3 members of the Luo family. Yet, with them all present in her household, any harm would affect them collectively. With a glint of anger in her eyes, she addressed the 3 from the Luo family, then moved to bow before Prince Rong. Your Highness, given that this is the mourning period of my Wu family, let the Luo family resolve their own affairs. As for the memorial tablet, I shall send someone to search the rear courtyard. If found, my son will personally return it to Yin Lan. The implication of her words was clear. Sure, you understood why Wei Qingyan and the others had come to the Wu residence. Their purpose had been fulfilled, and they had no need to linger. Yet, Wu Madam then addressed Yin Lan. Aunt knows not the truth of your words, but if you have been spurned by your husband shortly after marriage, have you reflected on your own actions? A woman must regard her husband as paramount. Yet I see you have shown little regard for him or your mother-in-law. Having escaped from bandits, why did you not promptly reunite with them, lingering instead outside, even seeking Prince Rong's aid for a divorce? Such behavior is indeed contrary to a woman's virtue, casting doubt on your claims. Wu Madam's meaning was clear to Prince Rong. Sure, you looked at her, his expression cold and composed. And has Wu Madam reflected on the numerous heinous acts that led to this outcome for Wu Darren? You reproach Yin Lan for her disrespect towards those who harmed her. Yet where is your concern for visiting the prison to confront the murderer of Wu Darren? Wu Madam's face changed, her eyes narrowing with malice, quickly replaced by a facade of grievance. Wu Darren's son could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, Your Highness, this is my father's funeral. Do not be so overbearing. Sure, you laugh coldly, his pale visage as frigid as ice. It seems that both you and Luo Qingzhou share a penchant for deflecting blame. Today, I have witnessed the tribulations of Yin Lan. The Yin father and son died in defense of Wei, loyal subjects and their families. Yet they are subjected to such humiliation. Should the nation be in peril, who would dare to sacrifice for Wei, considering their own families? I am not a virtuous man. I have little interest in your trivial disputes. However, let be known that from this day forth, anyone who dares to mistreat Yin Lan shall find themselves at odds with the Prince Rong residence, and I shall show no mercy. He then turned to Yin Lan, advising her not to argue with such small-minded people, suffering indignities in vain. I will ensure that your brothers have their memorial tablets recarved. Now go. His earlier assistance to Yin Lan had been out of respect for Wei Qingyan, but her willingness to expose her own wounds to defend him had elevated his regard for her. She was indeed a woman of conscience, worthy of Wei Qingyan's affections. Perhaps, for those who commit evil deeds, heaven does not turn a blind eye. As Shiryu's group stepped out of the hall, a sudden cry of pain escaped Luo Songyun's lips, and she clutched her belly, soon staining her garments with blood before fainting. Bloodshed in the morning hall was a grave omen, causing Wu Madam's heart to churn. Yet, given Luo Songyun's status, she could not allow her to perish in the Wu household. Time was of the essence. Calling for a physician from outside might be too late. Wu Madam halted the old doctor who was following Shiryu out, imploring him to assist. The old doctor glanced at Shiryu, who nodded, and reluctantly replied, "To save lives is the duty of a healer." However, upon checking her pulse, he frowned and shook his head. "I previously warned that the fetus was unstable. She must avoid emotional upheaval and remain in bed." His words indicated a complete disregard for the physician's advice. The old man felt powerless to assist. Wu Madam, having borne children herself, understood the gravity of the situation and solemnly requested the doctor to ensure her survival. The old doctor, slightly displeased, replied, "I can only do my best." Wu Madam attempted to instruct her servants to carry Luo Songyun to the rear courtyard for treatment, but the old doctor interjected. "Her condition is critical. Moving her will only delay necessary care. If you insist, I cannot take responsibility for the outcome." With the matter laid bare, Wu Madam had no choice but to allow the old doctor to treat Luo Songyun in the morning hall. Yet, considering he had arrived with Prince Rong, she dispatched a guard to summon another physician from outside. Observing the unfolding drama, some officials of standing felt it inappropriate to linger and began to take their leave, either leaving family behind or servants to witness the scandal that had transpired at Wu's residence. Shiryu and his party also departed. After the old doctor managed to stop Luo Songyun's bleeding, the physician summoned by Wu's household arrived. The old doctor expressed his desire to leave and bid farewell. With the situation stabilized, Wu Madam quickly ordered that Luo Songyun be taken back to the rear courtyard. Once inside, she raised her hand and struck Luo Qingzhou across the face, seething, "You are courting death." "Elder sister, this is not Qingzhou's fault," Luo mother rushed to explain, her heart aching at her son's punishment. Smack! Wu Madam struck Luo mother again, exclaiming, "Fool, do not presume, I am unaware of your schemes. Consider whether a person you have ruined still holds any value. Even if they do, once they learn of your deception regarding their daughter, how might they choose to deal with you?" Luo mother fell silent. When the engagement with Yan Lan was arranged, it was due to the favor held by Deputy General Yan, a trusted aide to the national protector. Yet her son had fallen for Songyun, whom she had painstakingly raised, believing that when she reclaimed her identity, she would rightfully carry the Luo family's honor. However, Qingzhou was merely the son of a local magistrate, a stark contrast to the princess's status. This leniency toward their relationship was driven by hopes that their affection would lead Songyun to marry Qingzhou, thus aligning the Luo family with the royal family. They had never considered the emperor's potential displeasure with their family. Qingzhou had pondered that if the emperor truly cared for Songyun, he would support her, and since Songyun was devoted to him, she would surely advocate for him before the emperor. The emperor's guilt towards Songyun could serve as a ladder for the Luo family's rise. Yet now, with their affair exposed, their reputation was tarnished. "Aunt, when will Songyun's true identity be revealed?" "When the time is right, it shall be revealed. Should you dare to act on your own volition again, do not blame me for disregarding familial ties." With that, Wu Madam left. "Son, what shall we do now?" Upon witnessing her sister's vague response, Luo Mu left in a state of bewilderment, casting a glance at Luo Qingzhou. Similarly agitated, Luo Qingzhou offered a perfunctory reply, suggesting they wait until the funeral of their uncle was concluded, expressing confidence that their aunt would not abandon them. At the very least, she would not allow Songyun's reputation to be tarnished. However, he remained uncertain about the course of action or how Madame Wu would assist in restoring their honor. Seeking solace, he found an excuse to retreat to his quarters for some peace. Just as he settled at his desk, he sensed movement behind him. Turning, he was met with a pair of chilling eyes, and in the woman's hand glinted a dagger, poised against his heart. After departing from Luo Songyun, Madame Wu returned briefly to her quarters. She sipped on ginseng tea to quell her simmering anger and, after a moment's respite, proceeded to the morning hall. The turmoil that had erupted today, while Luo family merely relatives, nonetheless reflected poorly on the Wu family. Within the confines of the capital, reputation held paramount importance. Furthermore, with the patriarch's recent passing and the son showing no promise, it was imperative for the Wu family to navigate these treacherous waters to maintain their standing. As she relayed her grievances to the remaining matriarchs, a frantic maidservant from Luo Songyun rushed in, exclaiming that her young master had taken his own life. "What did you say?" Madame Wu could hardly believe it. How could Luo Qingzhou commit suicide? Instantly, she recalled the assassination of Wu Yuchu and, disregarding the others present, rushed toward the guest quarters with a bold few trailing behind her. Luo Qingzhou lay sprawled over his desk, a dagger clutched in his hand, blood oozing from his neck. Luo Mu arrived just moments later, and upon seeing her son in such a state, she was paralyzed with fear. Doctor! Doctor! Sister! Hurry and fetch a physician for Qingzhou. Madame Wu stepped forward, her fingers trembling as she checked for Luo Qingzhou's breath. He was already lifeless. Staggering back a step, she heard Luo Mu's frantic pleas for a doctor, her cries of despair echoing. My son, how could you be so despairing? A man seeking to elevate himself through Luo Qingyan could not possibly resort to suicide. Madame Wu gritted her teeth, striving to maintain her composure. Someone pointed to a garment hanging on a rack, suggesting it might be a blood-stained note. Servants quickly retrieved the garment and presented it to Madame Wu. She unfolded it, and upon reading a few lines, her expression shifted dramatically. Hastily, she crumpled the garment and instructed her guards that this was no suicide. Someone had infiltrated the estate to commit murder. Quickly investigate. Addressing the others who had followed her, she continued, I sincerely apologize, but a murderer has entered the residence, and it is unsafe here. You should return to the morning hall. As she spoke, she tightened her grip on the bloodied garment, intent on destroying it without delay. Luo Mu, still in tears, suddenly turned to Madame Wu, her voice laced with accusation. Could it be that Prince Rong killed my son? Though suspecting as much. Madame Wu refrained from voicing her thoughts in front of the crowd. Seeing the distress on her face, Luo Mu lunged forward, attempting to seize the garment from her. Madame Wu held on tightly, and the maid from Luo Qingyan cried out, Madame Wu, please show some compassion for my mistress's loss, and at least allow her to see what words her son left behind. With the maid's assistance, Luo Mu quickly wrested the garment away, opening it to reveal its contents. Those who had not seen the note before now took the opportunity to read the bloodied words. Madame Wu closed her eyes in despair. The note revealed Luo Qingzhou's confession of breaching propriety, having lived as a husband with his own sister for years. His arrival in the capital was to leverage Wu Yuchu's secret for personal gain, but with Wu Yuchu's death and their affair exposed, he saw no hope for the future and chose to end his own life. The secret he had spoken of was related to the events of 3 years prior at Huangsha Ridge, where General Wei had dispatched the guard Yanqing to Ganzhou to summon troops. Yet Wu Yuchu had refused, leading to Yanqing's pursuit and subsequent demise. What does this mean? Luo Mu looked at Madame Wu, who was equally bewildered. She was aware of the events at Huangsha Ridge. The deaths of a national general and Yanqing had left her with grievances, as she had hoped the Wei family would elevate the Luo family, only to gain nothing but loss. Was it possible that her brother-in-law was responsible for these deaths? How could Qingzhou possess knowledge of his brother-in-law's secret? Realizing that her son had insisted on coming to the capital, she pondered whether Qingzhou truly felt hopeless, leading to his desperate act. Madame Wu, acknowledging her sister's lack of insight, attempted to reassure her. Qingzhou would not take his own life. He was murdered. We cannot take the contents of this note at face value. Our priority is to find the killer. Her words faltered. To seek justice would necessitate reporting to the authorities, which would inevitably lead to the exposure of the note's contents. The truth of the past could no longer remain concealed. In her panic upon reading the note, her instinct had been to deny Luo Qingzhou's suicide, thereby discounting any message left behind. She only wished to incinerate the garment. She had erred. Even by concluding that Qingzhou had committed suicide, the contents of the note could not remain hidden, especially with so many witnesses and a sister who lacked understanding. Had the murderer aimed to strike today as part of a vendetta for the events of 3 years ago? Might the patriarch have also fallen victim to this assailant? Considering this, Madame Wu felt her legs weaken, a chill creeping down her spine. Following her sister's train of thought, Luo Mu, too, concluded that her son could not have taken his own life, crying out for justice, reported, "We must find the murderer and avenge my son." Madame Wu did not intervene. The note had already been seen by too many, and it was too late to stop the inevitable. Was this part of the murderer's scheme? She concealed her growing panic and leaned against a servant for support, knowing she must not lose her composure. Even if the authorities were to investigate the events of the past, she was merely a woman of the inner chambers, ill-equipped to comprehend the patriarch's dealings, especially now that he was deceased. In the Yuan Marquis residence, Du Shuai stood with his back to a screen. The Wu family has reported to the authorities, and the contents of the blood note have spread. Indeed, Wei Qingyan emerged from behind the screen, holding a blood-stained garment. the very one that had accidentally absorbed the blood when she had gripped Luo Qingzhou's hand, directing the dagger towards his throat. Duke Xue, noticing, produced a fire stick from his person and handed it to her. Wei Qingyan tossed the garment into the fire pit, igniting it with the flame. As the garment caught fire, Du Shui asked through the flames, "Why reveal the events of 3 years ago? Won't that alert the enemy?" "It will," Wei Qingyan acknowledged. "But they're too deeply entrenched. Our findings are limited. It would be wiser to provoke them into action. It is far easier to speak through the dead." Should anyone doubt whether Luo Qingzhou truly knew Wu Yuchu's secret, they will have to consult him directly. Du Shui hesitated, wanting to voice his thoughts, but refraining. After a moment, Wei Qingyan scrutinized him and asked, "Shui, do you think my mother will return to the capital upon learning of my death?" "You wish for her to come back." Suppressing the why that lingered in his mind, he maintained a calm and objective demeanor. "Your mother values her reputation above all. If her son has died unjustly, she, as a mother, cannot turn a blind eye. Therefore, she surely will return. Indeed, she values her reputation above all. For the sake of maintaining her image as a good mother, she would undoubtedly return." The emperor, too, prioritized reputation, although he had resisted investigating the past. He would be compelled to do so now. Wei Qingyan smirked inwardly and rose, saying, "The matter concerning Yin Qing cannot be concealed from Yin Lan any longer. I must speak with her properly." Du Shui followed her as they exited Feng Shao courtyard, only to be met with news from Alu that the young official from the Dali Temple, Lord Gong, had sent an invitation, wishing to visit with his wife. Wei Qingyan was taken aback. Elder sister and brother-in-law? The invitation had indeed been sent, but the Gong couple was already waiting at the entrance of the Yuan Marquis residence. Du Shui proceeded to the front courtyard to greet them. Wei Qingyan had anticipated that news of the public revelation would prompt former friends and acquaintances to seek information from Du Shui. But she had not expected the first to arrive would be her elder sister and brother-in-law. Her sister, being of similar age to her mother, had already married by the time Wei Qingyan had begun to form memories. The mother harbored fears of her identity being uncovered, disapproving of her sister's closeness to her, while the grandmother also held disdain for her as a stepdaughter, extending this sentiment towards her and Wan Yi. During her childhood, the grandmother took her 3 elder sisters back to their ancestral home. Although the eldest sister married in the capital, she seldom returned to her maternal home. Only during festivals would they meet briefly, but due to the significant age difference and the distinctions between genders, their interactions remained polite yet distant. Despite knowing that her elder sister's visit was likely related to her affairs, she, now a daughter of the Yuan Marquis, felt it inappropriate to accompany Du Shui to meet them. Upon arriving at Yin Lan's courtyard, she found her staring blankly at the windowsill with reddened eyes. Upon seeing her, Yin Lan quickly rose to greet her. Wei Qingyan sat beside her and had just begun to speak when Yin Lan interjected, "Miss Chang, did you kill Luo Qingzhou?" Simultaneously, Yin Lan spoke up. They had just exited the Wu residence when, taking advantage of the Wang residence's carriage as cover, Miss Chang leapt from the vehicle. Not long after arriving at the Yuan Marquis, Miss Chang did not return to the carriage. Soon after, news spread that Luo Qingzhou had taken his own life, leaving behind a blood-written letter. Wei Qingyan did not deny it. "Yes. Then, did you compel him to write that letter? You are aware of what transpired 3 years ago, aren't you?" Zanlan Vets. On his journey to the capital, Luo Qingzhou had been rather pessimistic about finding employment. Though she and Luo Qingzhou had a strained relationship, she understood him to some extent. If he truly held leverage over Wu Yuchu, he would not have been anxious about securing a position. Rather, he would have been confident and even boastful. If Luo Qingzhou was unaware of Wu Yuchu's secret, it could only mean that his killer was responsible for that letter. Yin Lan, agitated, grasped Wei Qingyan's hand. "My brother did not die at Huangsha Ridge. Wu Yuchu harmed him, didn't he? Where is he?" "I do not know," Wei Qingyan replied apologetically. "I've been searching for him and investigating those who wronged him." She briefly recounted how Yin Qing had been drugged in Ganzhou and subsequently pursued by cloaked figures in Yongzhou, eventually disappearing. "No," Yin Lan shook her head. "You need not apologize. I know you all wish to spare me pain. I understand. But," she slowly crouched down, "I must know where my brother is and what he endured before his death." Her voice quivered, struggling against tears. "He said he would one day become an exceptional vice-general beside the national protector, just like our father. He told me that dying on the battlefield is a soldier's fate, and if that day ever came, I should not grieve but rather feel proud of him. Upon hearing of the horrors at Huangsha Ridge, I tried to convince myself that my brother died for his country, that his death held meaning. Wei Qingyan also crouched down and patted her back. Zanlang, I promise you, I will find him, and the true culprit will pay in blood for their deeds. Miss Chong, how do you know the truth? Yanlan lifted her tear-streaked face to Wei Qingyan. After asking, she quickly clarified, please do not misunderstand. I do not doubt you. I simply wish to know more. Wei Qingyan paused for a moment. Have you ever wondered how I know about Hubeling? Zanlan not that. Wei Qingyan pointed her eyes. What I see is this. If a person dies with a lingering attachment, I can glimpse certain scenes. That is utterly astonishing, Yanlan exclaimed in shock. Wei Qingyan continued. Qingyan's attachment is to uncover the truth, avenge the national army, and protect those she wishes to safeguard. Yanlan suddenly broke into tears. No wonder you, having never met Miss Chong, treat her so well. It turns out, it is Qingyan. Sister Lan, if you do not wish to marry, I and Yin Xing will help you annul this engagement. If you wish to marry, then hold your head high and live joyfully. You have Yin Xing and me behind you. We will protect you. Years ago, the Luo family had come to the capital to fulfill a marriage contract. Linzhou was far from the capital, and she hesitated slightly. Qingyan discerned her thoughts and shared this encouragement. It was she who remembered that their mother had arranged this marriage for her. She did not want to disappoint her mother. I have betrayed Qingyan's kindness. Yanlan lamented, striking her chest. I should not marry. Had she not wed into the Luo family, she would not have felt trapped and might have discovered the truth sooner. Wei Qingyan recalled that incident from years past and softly said, you did nothing wrong by obeying your mother's wishes. The fault lies with their ulterior motives and their mistreatment of you. That is now in the past. Qingyan hopes you will live well. Yanlan nodded earnestly. She would not betray those who truly cared for her. Miss Chong, thank you. Yanlan wiped her tears. Rest assured, I will keep your matters confidential. Being different from others was not necessarily a blessing. She dared not inquire further, especially considering that Miss Chong had killed many for her sake. Reflecting on what Miss Chong had done for her, she felt that mere words of thanks were insufficient. In the future, if there is anything I can do, please do not hesitate to ask. Wei Qingyan smiled gently, offering her a cup of water. Very well. Should you need anything, I will not hesitate to reach out. Yanlan accepted the cup, took a sip, and after a moment of respite, suddenly asked, Miss Chong, did Luo Qingzhou have any lingering attachments? High official and great wealth, Wei Qingyan replied. This was also a point of doubt for her. The Dao Wei dynasty adhered to the previous dynasty's rules, forbidding the prince's consort from participating in politics. Luo Qingzhou could not have been unaware of this, yet he still developed a relationship with Luo Qingyun, suggesting he aimed to become a prince consort. Being a prince consort brought considerable wealth and leisure. Yet how could he attain high official status? Luo Qingzhou's ambition seemed to place him beneath one man, yet above 10,000. Could there be other reasons behind this? Wei Qingyan could not shake the feeling that uncovering Luo Qingyun's origins was of utmost importance. She wondered how things were progressing on Shiryu's end. Meanwhile, outside the city at a temple, Shiryu furrowed his brow. A pair of monstrosities were born. After his previous visit to the Wu residence with Wei Qingyan, he had instructed Dong Zong to investigate the missing concubine from years ago. Yes, Dong Zong reported softly. It said they were grotesque, resembling animals rather than humans. At birth, they were lifeless. One midwife died from fright on the spot, and the other soon suffered a heart attack as well. The noble consort became deranged, killing everyone around her, and was later confined to the rear courtyard by the then crown prince, who is now the emperor, having grown up in the palace. Shiryu immediately sensed a conspiracy. How could a human give birth to an animal? Someone must have tampered with it. Likewise, the emperor would not overlook this possibility. But have you discovered the origins of the noble consort? Dong Zong shook his head. I only found that she was a daughter from a martial arts sect, severing ties with her family to marry the emperor. Even the name on the jade disc was given by him. The emperor must have genuinely cared for her, as he lavished her with affection. It remains unclear why he eventually released her from the palace. Aside from the noble consort, have you found any other women associated with the emperor? None so far, but the emperor has never been one to indulge in women. It is likely that Luo Qingyun is a child of the noble consort. Shiryu pondered, investigate the Wu matron further. If Luo Qingyun is indeed one of those monstrosities, why was he placed in the Wu matron's care, and where is the other one? Chapter 38. Eldest sister Wei Qingyan within the Yuan Marquisate. Wei Qingyan had just consoled Yanlan and was engaged in conversation with her when Du Shui approached. Yanlan, Madame Gong wishes to see you. Are you willing to go? He then turned to Wei Qingyan. Perhaps you might accompany her. Madame Gong has been weeping for the general and could use your help in comforting her. Wei Qingyan understood that he was indirectly revealing Madame Gong's state, prompting her to consider whether to meet her. In her memory, the eldest sister Wei Qingyan had always been a plump, well-maintained woman. Yet the woman before her now had no makeup. Her complexion was sallow, and she appeared emaciated, with puffy eyes betraying her exhaustion. Beside her, brother-in-law Gong Mingqiang still maintained an elegant demeanor, though the weariness in his eyes was unmistakable. Wei Qingyan discreetly assessed the two before she and Yanlan performed their respects. Wei Qingyan looked at Yanlan, saying, I have heard about your situation. You were brought to the Wei family by father, and having spent many years with us, I consider myself your sister. Now that the Wei family has dwindled to just a few servants, would you be willing to return with me to the Gong residence? Wei Qingyan and Yanlan were taken aback by Wei Qingyan's unexpected invitation. For a moment, neither of them responded. Wei Qingyan glanced at her husband and continued. This was a mutual decision we made on our way here. In the past, when you were in Linzhou, I couldn't look after you. Now that you have returned to the capital after parting ways with the Luo family, I cannot neglect your well-being. Her voice softened. Otherwise, my brother and father would surely blame me. Gong Mingqiang nodded in agreement. Although Yanlan had no prior acquaintance with Madame Gong, she could not remain indifferent to this invitation, whether it was sincere or feigned. Recently, she had been fortunate to receive much kindness and wished to regard Madame Gong's words as genuine. Nevertheless, she bowed slightly and said, I appreciate your sisterly kindness, but I have developed a bond with Miss Chong and feel quite at home here. In a few days, I plan to tidy up the Yin household and return there. She still wished to collaborate with Miss Chong and others to investigate matters concerning her brother and Qingyan, as she was not destined to lead the life of a typical woman in the inner chambers. Miss Chong? Wei Qingyan inquired, her expression slightly surprised. Du Shui hurriedly introduced Wei Qingyan. This is my younger sister, the one who went missing years ago. She has returned home now. Wei Qingyan cast another glance at her husband, who nodded in affirmation, and she apologetically responded, I was remiss. I had no idea your esteemed daughter had returned. I sincerely apologize. Du Shui observed her dazed demeanor and reassured her, it is of no consequence. Wei Qingyan then scrutinized Wei Qingyan closely and noted her clear and refined features. She nodded and addressed Yanlan. In that case, I shall not press you. If there are matters to discuss in the future, simply send word to the Gong residence. No need for formalities. Initially, she had considered that since Du Shui had lost his wife and Yanlan was recently divorced, it was inappropriate for a solitary man and woman to share a roof. However, now that Du Shui's sister was present, the situation was more acceptable. She understood that Yanlan was unfamiliar with her and would likely feel uncomfortable returning to the Gong residence. The topic shifted as they inquired about Yanlan's circumstances. Finally, Wei Qingyan remarked, You are a good girl. Even in such difficult circumstances, you think of honoring my father and brother with memorial plaques. I am grateful to you. Fortunately, that scoundrel still possesses a modicum of shame. He knows how to end his own life. It is despicable that Wu Yuchu has caused my brother to be isolated and perish young on the battlefield. Had I known, I should have gone to the Wu residence today to spit on his coffin. Enough, enough, do not dwell on it. Your husband may suffer from a headache later. He has promised you that tomorrow, at the funeral, he will take care of it. Gong Mingqiang gently consoled, placing a hand on his wife's shoulder. Wei Qingyan raised a hand to her temple and shook her head. No, merely spitting at him would be too lenient. I will curse Wu Yuchu and his family. For the harm done to my brother, even in death, he and his descendants shall not find peace. Curse, 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 Gong Mingqiang repeated, his gaze filled with concern for his wife. Wei Qingyan clenched her fists against her temple, her teeth gritted. Gong Mingqiang realized she was in great pain and turned to Du Shui and the others, saying, My wife's old ailment has flared up again. I must take her home. As for the matter we discussed earlier, I hope the Lord will keep in touch with me. He glanced at Yanlan, adding, What your sister said was sincere. She has no family in the capital now, so if you have time, do visit her often. Without waiting for a response, he bent down and scooped her up, hastening towards the exit. What happened to her? Wei Qingyan watched the hurried couple leave, her brow furrowed. She was not skilled in medicine, but could tell that her elder sister was unwell. "Tu es si gaie?" explaining. "I heard that after her youngest son nearly drowned 2 years ago, her health has been frail. Perhaps she is worried about the child, which soon affected her own health. She has rarely ventured out or socialized in these 2 years." Noting the general's distant relationship with the Gong family, he had refrained from mentioning this earlier. Wei Qingyan shot him a glance and asked, "What did Lord Gong discuss with you?" Du Shui, perceiving the general's displeasure, promptly replied, "He is aware of Luo Chengzhou's blood-written letter. They are investigating evidence of Wu Yuchu's wrongdoing to avenge the national general." Wei Qingyan fell silent. She prided herself on her insight into people. The demeanor of her elder sister and brother-in-law did not seem deceitful. She could sense the kinship and pain of losing a brother from her sister's repeated references to him. Yet, her elder sister had never been particularly close to her. "We should find an opportunity to visit her household," she suggested, having noticed the dark aura surrounding the couple. With Yen Lan still present, Du Shui chose not to press further, merely taking note of the matter. Wei Qingyan then instructed him to keep an eye on Madame Wu before returning to Feng Ziyuan. Later that evening, she changed into night clothes and left the Yuan Marquis' residence. Upon arriving at Qingtai Alley, she encountered Shiyu. "Luo Chengzhou is dead. The prince will be the first suspect. Aren't you afraid of being caught while out at night?" Wei Qingyan observed the figure whose hair and face were obscured. This time, he appeared to have taken precautions. Shiyu smiled. "Who has the evidence?" He gestured towards the Wei residence. "Let us find a secluded spot. I have matters to discuss with you." Both were familiar with the Wei residence and quickly settled in an empty courtyard. Shiyu proceeded to inform Wei Qingyan of his findings regarding potential threats to the noble consort. She inquired, who might wish to harm the noble consort? Those who sought to harm her during childbirth were likely the ones who had switched the 2 children. Shiyu's eyes lit up. She always grasped the crux of the matter. He elaborated, "At that time, the prince's courtyard was already crowded with people, and the others had no offspring. Anyone could have had a motive to harm the noble consort. The most likely culprits, who also had the means, would have been the then princess consort and another noble consort. Since the noble consort was favored, the birth of the 2 children would pose the greatest threat to them. However, that noble consort is no longer alive, and I have sent people to investigate from the queen's side. The current queen is the niece of the Dowager Empress, and thus Shiryu's cousin. Given that many years have passed, uncovering the truth regarding her involvement would not be an easy task." Wei Qingyan lowered her gaze, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." Shiryu's lips curled slightly. "Are you going to the Wu residence again?" He had a strange intuition that he would accompany her. Wei Qingyan chose to be honest. "Lord Gong and his wife seem to be acting strangely. I wish to investigate further." Shiryu immediately understood. It was likely related to the matter of supernatural phenomena. "Is Sister Shiran unwell? You're quite familiar with Madame Gong?" Wei Qingyan asked, surprised. She had never heard Shiryu refer to her elder sister in such a manner before. Shiryu's gaze deepened as he nodded slowly. "I became acquainted with her after Qingyan's death." Chapter 39. The eldest sister collides with a wall upon hearing of her demise. The eldest sister fell into deep sorrow and suffered a miscarriage. She sent her youngest son, Gong Jin, to Bailing to perform rituals for her, all the while escorting her spirit back to the capital. The eldest sister was grateful to Shiryu for retrieving her remains and avenging her, often visiting him in secret. However, when the elderly matriarch of the Gong family discovered that Gong Jin had performed the rituals, she punished the eldest sister by making her kneel at the ancestral hall for 3 days, never forgiving her until her death. Listening to these accounts from Shiryu, Wei Qingyan sat in silence under the night sky for a long while. After returning from the dead, she suddenly felt that many people had become strangers to her. The unfamiliarity enveloped her. She felt she hardly knew them at all. This included Shiryu, her mother, the late emperor, and even her elder sister. Wei Qingyan was engulfed by a sense of confusion and disarray. She was not afraid of how others treated her poorly. Rather, she feared the notion of perceived injustice, which ultimately stemmed from her inability to reciprocate kindness. She felt no trace of gratitude from her elder sister. Thus, after her rebirth, she chose not to seek out her elder sister or inquire about her life. Their past was akin to that of strangers. Yet, her elder sister had lost a child because of her, and had even sacrificed her own youngest son to fulfill the role of a filial son for her. When she learned of the conspiracy surrounding Wei Qingyan's death, Her first instinct was to confirm it with Du Shui. As Wei Qingyan observed her elder sister's ailment, she felt a flicker of sympathy, but was more curious about why they were entangled in such resentments. Having grown up alongside her, sure you understood her current feelings all too well, but she was now merely Chong Qingyan, with no connection to Wei Shiran. There is no need for comfort, she stated. Miss Chong, is Sister Shiran's ailment related to supernatural grievances? Sure you shifted the topic, asking if she had any remedies. He recalled the earlier mention of the term supernatural grievances by the Dark Guards. Wei Qingyan collected herself and replied softly, I was just contemplating that matter. But I have no leads. I will go and take a look. May I accompany you, miss? Sure you requested. The prince truly hopes for her swift recovery. Sure you lowered his gaze upon her, his expression calm. Wei Qingyan anticipated this, nodding in understanding. Thus, it was because Madame Gong treated Wei Qingyan well that the prince reciprocated her kindness? Sure you nodded, affirming her thoughts. This assertion held merit. At least it was due to Wei Shiran's kindness toward Xiao Yan that they had any interaction, and, compared to Wei Madame, her half-sister had evidently done much more. Was it worth it? Wei Qingyan silently questioned. Am I deserving of such devotion from you? Sure you seem to have heard her unspoken sentiment, and added, Xiao Yan is worthy. Wei Qingyan wondered if it was an illusion, for she perceived a fleeting tenderness in Sure Yu's eyes, a momentary glimpse that brushed against her heart. A strange feeling coursed through her, and she quickly gathered herself, leaping over the wall towards the Gong residence. Above the Gong residence loomed a shroud of dark energy, with the backyard bearing the brunt of its intensity. As Wei Qingyan entered the courtyard steeped in resentment, she intended to ascertain its owner when Sure Yu's whisper reached her ear. This is the courtyard of old Madame Gong. Aware of her unfamiliarity with the Gong family affairs, Sure Yu continued, Old Madame Gong passed away 2 years ago. Now, this courtyard is likely only attended by servants. His knowledge of the layout of the Gong residence indicated his closeness to the eldest sister. Wei Qingyan did not dwell on it further and quietly inquired, aside from Madame Gong and the young master, have there been any peculiarities among the other members of the Gong family? The resentment here had long been established, and the images of the deceased's obsessions had grown vague. Coupled with the merit seal within Sure Yu, Wei Qingyan could only sense the lingering resentment from the father of Gong Mingxing after his death. If she could not discern its origin, Sure Yu let out a soft sigh, recalling the shadowy figures he overheard. The Gong couple had gone to the Anyuan Marquise, leading him to suspect that she would come here tonight, prompting his early arrival to scout the way. Noticing Wei Qingyan glancing at him, he pondered aloud, upon reflection. The Gong family has indeed faced considerable misfortune over the years. Weaving Sure Yu's words into her thoughts, Wei Qingyan rapidly pieced together the situation of the Gong family. Compared to other families, the Gong family's structure was relatively straightforward. Gong Mingxing's father, Gong Changjing, once served as the Minister of Justice, with only one wife and 2 sons. Gong Changjing passed away 3 years ago, followed by old Madame Gong's death a year later. Gong Mingxiang, as their eldest son, had only one elder sister as his wife, with no concubines, and they had 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, Gong Jun, had married and currently had only 1 son, who, once vigorous, was now quite frail. The eldest daughter had her marriage prospects altered and eventually married outside the capital to a man of lower status. The youngest son, Gong Jin, had suffered in near drowning, leaving him with lingering ailments that confined him to his bed. Gong Mingxing's younger brother, over a decade his junior, had 1 wife and 3 concubines, with a son who met a tragic fate 3 months after Gong Changjing's death, dying from a horse-riding accident, leaving behind only 3 daughters. As she processed this information, Wei Qingyan felt a weight settle in her heart. The family home was in turmoil, and the descendants were unsettled. The source of resentment was considerable. It also clarified old Madame Gong's anger towards the eldest sister. Originally 3 grandsons, only 2 remained, and of those 2, one had to assume the role of her filial son towards Wei Qingyan. The elderly often succumbed to superstitions, perceiving such circumstances as inauspicious, especially given the Gong family's tumultuous history. Yet, she could comprehend her sister's intentions. Folklore suggested that if a filial son were absent during the funeral rites, it would signify a family's demise, making it difficult for the deceased to find peace. The eldest sister, compassionate by nature, could not bear the thought of her passing without someone to bid her farewell. Reflecting on her sister, Wei Qingyan recalled her suffering from headaches earlier in the day, wondering if she had since found relief. She then asked, "Where is Madame Gong's courtyard?" Previously, she had accompanied her father to the Gong residence, but had never entered the backyard. Shiryu, having just visited Wei Qingyan's courtyard, expertly guided her in that direction. Before they arrived, they observed a commotion within the courtyard. Distressed voices echoed, "Hurry, summon the doctor. The lady cannot endure the pain and has crashed into the wall." Wei Qingyan's pupils constricted, and she grasped Shiryu's sleeve, urgently stating, "Find a reason. Take me to see her now." After a moment of contemplation, Shiryu responded decisively, "Follow me." Today, Wei Qingyan fell ill at the Anyuan Marquise, and Gong Mingchen would certainly be by her side, along with the dutiful Gong Jun. However, the frail youngest son, Gong Jin, would likely remain uninformed of Wei Qingyan's condition unless absolutely necessary. As anticipated, when they entered Gong Jin's room, he was reclining against the headboard, listlessly flipping through a book. Upon seeing them, he was initially startled and instinctively prepared to call for help, only to be silenced by Shiryu's hand over his mouth. As Shiryu removed his face covering, Gong Jin recognized him, exhaling in relief and smiling. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Before Shiryu could respond, Gong Jin continued, "You're dressed for night travel. Have you come secretly? Are you feeling better?" His eyes sparkled with joy and a hint of envy. Shiryu nodded. "This is a secret. It cannot be disclosed to others." Gong Jin's eyes shifted, as if grasping the implication, and he eagerly agreed, "I shall not speak of it." Then, "Your Highness, have you come to see me tonight?" He had traveled to Bailing to retrieve his uncle's remains, and Prince Rong had shown him much kindness, fostering their acquaintance. Uncertain of Wei Qingyan's current state, Shiryu did not wish to delay, and candidly stated, "Your mother has fallen ill, and I have brought someone to see her. But we cannot approach recklessly at this moment. I'll guide you." Upon hearing of his mother's ailment, Gong Jin hastily threw off his blankets, declaring, "I have a hood in my room. You are the doctors I summoned." Chapter 40. Hand in hand, Wei Qingyan was adept at concealing her presence, making it difficult for others to take note of her. Thus, when Gong Jin pulled down his face covering and donned a hood, he only then realized she was not one of Prince Rong's guards. Though he was concerned for his mother, seeing a young woman accompanying the prince, he could not help but ask, "Your Highness, is this young lady the doctor you mentioned?" Gong Jin was 6 years younger than Wei Qingyan. When he journeyed to Bailing to attend to her funeral rites, he was merely 12. Wei Qingyan had little impression of a younger Gong Jin from years past. But gazing at the frail boy before her, it was hard to envision how he had managed such a journey. She softened her tone. "Perhaps I can cure your mother's headache." The rotund monk advocated for seizing the moment, and during the 3 years spent with him, aside from memorizing his writings, her medical training was minimal, as he primarily indulged her in life's pleasures. Should her sister's condition be one of physical ailment, she might be powerless. However, if it stemmed from resentment, she could certainly assist her. Based on her observations that evening, it was highly likely to be the latter. Gong Jin glanced at Shiryu, who nodded solemnly. He then clasped his hands in gratitude towards Wei Qingyan, expressing, "I would be deeply grateful for your assistance." Numerous doctors had attempted to treat his mother's ailment without success. Even the slightest hope warranted a trial. This individual was brought by the prince, and Gong Jin trusted that even if his mother were not cured, she would not be harmed. The servant, Donghua, stood watch at the courtyard entrance. Today, the lady's condition was more severe than usual, and the eldest son, unable to bear the thought of the youngest son worrying, had specifically instructed Donghua to ensure the incident did not reach Gong Jin's ears, lest it exacerbate his ailment. However, when Gong Jin appeared with 2 hooded figures late at night, Donghua was startled, exclaiming, "Bold intruders, do not attempt to abduct my young master." "Donghua, do not shout, cough cough." Gong Jin quickly interjected. His hasty exclamation triggered a fit of coughs, and he continued, "I have invited them to treat my mother." Cough cough. As Donghua assisted him, gently patting his back, he realized that the two posed no threat to his young master. He relaxed slightly, only to remember something, and whispered, "Young master, if you're being abducted, cough 3 times so I may call for help." He had remained vigilant at the door, fearing that the two, dressed as they were not up to any good. Gong Jin was coughing so hard he could hardly control himself. In response, Shiryu spoke up, "Donghua is I, the prince, here to provide treatment for your lady mother." When Gong Jin journeyed to Bailing, Donghua had accompanied him, and he remained notably loyal to Gong Jin. However, he is also an exceedingly loquacious individual. If he does not reveal his identity, he will certainly ensnare one for some time. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Donghua abruptly turned to look at him, his face a mask of astonishment, and then, as if seeking confirmation, glanced towards Gong Jun Wang. Wang, Your Highness? Gong Jun nodded, clearing his throat. Do not speak of this outside. Ahem. Donghua hurriedly covered his mouth with both hands and nodded, glancing around to ensure there was no one else. Everyone had gone to the ladies' courtyard tonight. He turned his gaze back to observe Shiryu, while the other three had already begun to walk forward. Prince Rong moved with steady steps. Donghua rushed to support Gong Jun, whispering, Young master. The prince has recovered from his illness. The doctor who cured him must be remarkable. Surely you and the lady can also be healed. Donghua brimmed with confidence. When a young master was unwell and unable to go out, he had been tasked with visiting the Prince Rong's residence to check on his condition. Prince Rong's fainting spells had been far more severe than his young master's. Now, he was able to come to their residence at night and climb through windows. His thought made him chuckle, but soon he was reminded of the lady still suffering, and his smile faded into a frown. He could only hope that the prince brought someone capable of healing her. Gong Jun had been so preoccupied with his mother's illness that he had not considered other matters. But at Donghua's reminder, a glimmer of hope began to sprout within him, prompting him to quicken his pace. Unfortunately, his body betrayed him. He gasped for breath after every few steps, panting like a fish out of water. Young master, do not rush. Take your time, Donghua urged, anxiously smoothing his back. Wei Qingyan, with her eyes half closed, looked upon him with compassion. Ultimately, she bit her fingertip and pressed the blood onto his forehead, then used it as ink to draw a protective talisman on his back. She had initially intended to draw the talisman for Gong Jun after treating her elder sister, as protective charms were quite taxing on one's spirit. Remarkably, Gong Jun's coughing began to subside. The others looked at her in astonishment. With no explanation given, Wei Qingyan urged, let us hurry. Her steps were imperceptibly unsteady. Shiryu, his attention solely on her, sensed her unusual state and gently grasped her wrist, cautioning, be careful. Wei Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, but did not pull away. Such physical contact could indeed siphon the energy of merit, albeit not as rapidly as before, yet it was better than nothing. She did not withdraw. Shiryu felt a fleeting touch, but he quickly regained his composure. Her willingness to hold his hand must have been for a reason. Did touching him sustain her as their previous kiss had? If that were the case, it indicated that she was indeed unwell. A sense of worry washed over Shiryu. He tightened his grip on her hand and offered an excuse. The path is dark. Be cautious, Mississippi. The two trailing behind nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. First, they were shocked to see that Wei Qingyan's few strokes had evidently improved Gong Jun's condition. Then, they were utterly astonished to witness Prince Rong voluntarily holding a woman's hand. The two exchanged glances, contemplating their thoughts. Donghua mused, Prince Rong is fond of women. Gong Jun reflected, I nearly believed he truly fancied my younger uncle. It seems I was mistaken. Donghua wondered, who is this sister? A celestial being? Gong Jun replied, you may ask her. Donghua hesitated, I dare not. You should inquire. Young master. Wei Qingyan sensed the heated gazes of the two behind her and could only manage a wry smile. As they approached Lady Wei Shiran's courtyard, she moved her arm, and Shiryu promptly released her hand. Due to the numerous patients in the residence, Gong Mingsheng had invited a physician to stay long-term. When they arrived, the physician was tending to Lady Wei's wounds. Jean, what brings you here? Gong Jun's elder brother was the first to notice them and rushed forward to support his brother. Upon seeing the red mark on his brother's forehead, he immediately grew anxious. What happened to you? He raised his hand to wipe the blood away. Do not touch it. Wei Qingyan interjected. Gong Jun then turned to Wei Qingyan and Shiryu, inquiring, who are you? Elder brother, Gong Jun replied softly. This is the divine physician I have brought for our mother. You have been bedridden for so long. How could you possibly summon a divine physician at this hour? Before Gong Jun could respond, he added, the divine physician has treated me as well. Do you not see that I am much improved? To his own surprise, he realized he had not been wheezing or felt overly fatigued during their journey. The young master is indeed much better. Donghua nodded vigorously in agreement. Gong Jun's elder brother, who cared deeply for him and visited daily to check on his condition, could hardly believe his eyes at the sight of his brother, who usually needed to catch his breath after speaking, now appearing stable. He regarded the two newcomers with suspicion. "May I ask how to address you?" Hearing his sister's pained groans from within, Wei Qingyan strode into the room, followed closely by Shiryu, both ignoring his question. Gong Jun did not intervene. Instead, he dismissed all the servants. Gong Jun's elder brother sensed something was amiss, although his brother was young. He was not one to trust strangers easily, and hurried to follow. Before they reached the inner room, they heard a woman's cold voice commanding everyone out. Chapter 41. The roots of resentment. Lady Wei Qingyan was ensconced in Gong Mingqiang's embrace, seated on the edge of the bed. Dark tendrils of energy were seeping into her from her temples, causing her to close her eyes tightly, drenched in sweat, desperately shaking her head. Upon seeing that her forehead wound was minor and had ceased bleeding, the physician held up a silver needle, intending to administer acupuncture for pain relief. But her struggles made it impossible to proceed accurately. He too was sweating profusely. Wei Qingyan stepped forward, smearing the still wet blood from her fingertips on her forehead. The dark energy hesitated momentarily before surging back with renewed vigor. "It hurts so much." Lady Wei gasped in agony. Gong Mingqiang was consumed with worry for his wife, and only then realized the presence of the unexpected visitors. Just as he was about to speak, he was forcefully pulled aside, a cold voice instructing everyone out. Seeing his wife in the arms of the cloaked figure, he attempted to approach, only to be restrained by another person. "Gong to run. We must leave," came Shiryu's familiar voice. How could the prince be here at this hour? And who was the one holding his wife? His youngest son tugged at his other arm, whispering, "Father, it's the physician. Let me explain outside." Concurrently, the residence's physician discreetly followed Donghua out of the room. He had no effective means to treat Lady Gong's head ailment and was secretly relieved to be excused. Gong Mingqiang was led outside by Shiryu and Gong Jun, where no one remained. She will do her utmost to save Lady Qingyan. "Which physician is this?" Gong Mingqiang inquired, still unconvinced, as the pained cries of his wife echoed from the next room. Shiryu's eyes reflected her concern, not for herself, but for Wei Qingyan. He understood her. If she had asked everyone to leave, she must have had a way to help. He was merely uncertain of the cost she would have to pay. He replied softly, "The Yuan Marquis' residence." Chang Qingyan, the Yuan Marquis' residence? Gong Mingqiang recalled that earlier in the day, Yanlan had mentioned a Miss Chang, the sister brought back by the Yuan Marquis. Did she possess medical skills? Whether she truly had skills, Shiryu did not know. Everything would have to wait until Wei Qingyan emerged. Observing Shiryu's silence, Gong Jun hurriedly added, "Father, she is indeed a remarkable female physician. The prince has recovered, and I feel much better too." Outside, Gong Jun recounted to his father the events that had transpired with Wei Qingyan, even jumping a couple of times to demonstrate his improved condition. Gong Mingqiang instinctively reached out to catch his son, ready to prevent him from fainting. Inside, Wei Qingyan discarded her hood, tugging at Lady Wei Qingyan's garments, pressing down firmly with one hand while concentrating on drawing blood symbols on her back with the other. Perhaps due to the proximity of Lady Wei Qingyan's courtyard to that of the old matriarch Gong, coupled with the inherent fragility of women, Lady Wei Qingyan had been more severely affected by the dark energy, rendering the blood on her forehead nearly ineffective. The figure sprawled on the bed gradually grew quiet. After completing the final stroke of the talisman, Wei Qingyan felt the world spin around her and quickly closed her eyes. Propping herself up with her hands to regain her bearings for a moment before adjusting Lady Wei Qingyan's clothing and softly calling, "Come in." The individuals outside had been anxiously listening to the commotion within. Upon hearing her words, they rushed in one after the other. Gong Mingqiang and his sons saw that Lady Wei Qingyan's expression had relaxed, her breathing deep and even, and their previously anxious hearts finally steadied. "Miss Chang, are you well?" Shiryu promptly positioned himself beside Wei Qingyan, grasping his wrist as if to take his pulse. Wei Qingyan cast a downward glance at the hand he held. The three members of the Gong family turned their heads, noticing Wei Qingyan's pallid visage, beads of perspiration adorning his forehead. Gong Mingqiang initially intended to inquire about Wei Qingyan's condition, but instead asked, "Shall we summon a physician?" "No need," Wei Qingyan replied, lifting his gaze to meet him. "The talisman on her back cannot be removed for now." He had already heard from his son about the treatment Wei Qingyan had provided. Though he found it hard to believe, his wife indeed slept peacefully, and their youngest son remained lively before him. Gong Mingsheng was compelled to reconsider his previous beliefs. Ailments that the court physicians could not remedy had found a solution in this young lady's methods. As long as his wife did not suffer further pain, he resolved to accept even the most absurd of circumstances. However, he soon heard the young lady mention that this blood talisman would only protect them for 7 days. This was a pact between the fairy and the vengeful spirit. She would absorb the resentment, granting her 7 days. After 7 days, should she fail to dispel Gong Qingyang's grievance, it would equate to a unilateral breach of contract. Wei Qingyan succinctly informed the 3 members of the Gong family of Gong Qingyang's transformation into a vengeful spirit after death, the lingering malice plaguing the Gong residents, and the necessity of resolving this grievance within 7 days. During this time, she withheld the fact that she had already entered into a pact with the vengeful spirit, as the concept of dispelling such malevolence would be too unfathomable for ordinary people. She believed that disclosing this would only complicate matters further. The Gong family men felt as though they were listening to celestial scriptures. They understood each word, yet struggled to grasp their collective meaning. How could their father or grandfather, who had passed away with a smile, harbor resentment? A man so upright and kind to his descendants could not repeatedly harm his family due to his own grievances. The expressions of the 3 men of the Gong family were a mix of pallor and greenish hues, a sight most distressing. This was the 2nd time Shiryu had heard of the vengeful spirit, and though he remained shocked, his greater concern was the consequences if the grievance remained unresolved. Wei Qingyan's gaze darkened as she looked at Gong Mingsheng, stating that the Gong family would continue to suffer under the vengeful spirit's wrath until they were utterly destroyed. With none left alive, Shiryu continued to stare at her. What will you do? Wei Qingyan partially closed her eyes, affirming that she too would perish. Gong Mingsheng's face drained of color, a chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. He was not a stubborn and inflexible man. After several significant events had transpired in the residence, and his wife had speculated whether they had attracted malevolent forces, he disregarded the peculiar gazes of his colleagues and summoned Taoists and monks to his home. Yet, those afflicted continued to suffer, and the misfortunes persisted. Trembling, he asked, "Do you know what grievance my father harbored to bring such calamity upon his descendants?" "Come closer." Wei Qingyan, feeling utterly fatigued, leaned against Shiryu. The phrase family destroyed struck Gong Mingsheng's heart like a thunderclap, shattering his spirit. Whether it was because Miss Chong had secured 7 days of peace for his wife and children, or due to her connection to Prince Rong, Gong Mingsheng was willing to believe in her abilities. Weak in knees, he stood before Wei Qingyan. Gong Yun, noticing her frail appearance, assisted his father while swiftly bringing a stool for him and turning to offer a cup of ginseng tea to Wei Qingyan. His mother often fell ill, unable to eat, and they kept ginseng soup warm for her at all times. He had been momentarily stunned by the mention of the vengeful spirit, and only now realized that the young lady who treated his mother and younger brother also appeared unwell. Apologetically, he said, "I have neglected you." Wei Qingyan glanced at her elder nephew, who was slightly older than herself, accepted the cup of ginseng tea, and drank it all. Then, she began to trace a pattern on Gong Mingsheng's forehead. Moments later, Gong Mingsheng stood up in shock from the stool, staring intently at Wei Qingyan. After a long pause, he stammered, "Is this my father?" Chapter 42. Breach of Promise in a Dark and Desolate Space. An old man with unkempt hair and a face lined with deep crevices, clad in a dark red robe, bent his back and approached a sturdy tree, climbing it with both hands and feet. The tree's trunk was covered in sharp thorns, and as the old man ascended, crimson droplets of blood fell, quickly staining the dark red with vivid scarlet. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the dark red was merely the color of dried blood. The old man's brow was furrowed, as if he were enduring great pain, yet he did not cease. Once he reached the treetop, he retraced his steps, muttering incessantly. Upon returning to the ground, he continued to climb the tree, then descend, repeating this cycle tirelessly. His garment, torn and bloodied by the thorns, were the marks of his torment, yet he seemed unable to stop. Wei Qingyan discerned his mutterings. "You do not keep your promises. You do not keep your promises." Without the merit seal, it was unclear how the vengeful spirit manifested, but through the eyes of the concerned parties, the current state of the grievance became evident. Gong Mingsheng was the present representative of the Gong family, while the elderly figure in the vision was his father, Gong Qingyang. He had long since lost his consciousness. leaving only an unconscious resentment. No one could fail to recognize a father with whom they had lived for decades. Gong Mingqing's question did not require a response for Wei Qingyan. He simply could not accept it. Seeing him as though his soul had been extracted, Wei Qingyan spoke coolly. Did your father mention any requests before he passed? Gong Mingqiang remained in a daze, his eyes fixed vacantly. Father. The Gong brothers simultaneously voiced their concern, uncertain of what Miss Chong had done to their father or what their father had witnessed, but they were deeply worried about his current state. Gong Mingqiang was pulled back to reality by the calls of his two sons, his mouth agape, his eyes wide open, struggling to hold back the tears that threatened to overflow. He took a moment to gather himself, stating, "My father passed away peacefully. We were all present, and he bid us farewell without any final instructions." Gong Jun, witnessing his father's anguish, gently patted his back and added, "Before grandfather's passing, he told me to treat my wife and children well and not to take a concubine lightly. Would that count as a request?" "It does," Wei Qingyan responded. Looking at Gong Jun quickly clarified, "I have no intention of taking a concubine. With grandfather and father as my examples, I wish to live in harmony with my wife." Wei Qingyan nodded, recognizing that the Gong family's principles were upright. Otherwise, their father would not have married his eldest daughter into the family. She then turned her gaze to Gong Mingqiang. Gong Mingqiang shook his head, his eyes reddening. "My father once said he was very satisfied to have a son like me. He served as the Minister of Justice for many years and led a simple life. He seldom engaged in socializing, believing that too much interaction could compromise fairness in his judgments. His lifestyle held few demands. He mostly ate vegetarian, avoided alcohol, and preferred comfortable, clean clothing. In his leisure, he either accompanied family members or engaged in reading, painting, or playing chess. I do not recall them ever arguing, nor have I witnessed my father losing his temper. He always appeared calm, steady, and free of desires." Suddenly, Gong Mingqiang covered his face with his hands, bowing his head in anguish as he wept, asking, will his unresolved resentment cause him to remain in that state forever? The father he remembered was as elegant as a gentle breeze under a bright moon, his hair meticulously groomed, his back always straight, and a faint smile gracing his lips. He seemed nothing like a person who enforced laws or judged cases, but rather a scholarly gentleman. No one knew that this scholar had a profound fear of pain. Even if he sustained a minor injury while riding, he would groan for half a day after returning home, opting for walking or a carriage instead of riding again. Yet now, he was repeatedly pierced by the iron-like thorns. How much agony must he endure? A tsunami of suffering crashed over Gong Mingqiang, causing his shoulders to tremble, tears streaming through his fingers and falling to the ground. Drip, drip, drip. The tears flowed faster and faster. Wei Qingyan's gaze was somber. Indeed, therefore, for the sake of Gong Changjing and the Gong family, they must urgently uncover and resolve Gong Changjing's grievance. Did he have any communication with your mother before he passed? Perhaps she failed to fulfill a promise she made to him? He wiped his face in a daze, and the eldest son handed him a handkerchief. Gong Mingqiang accepted it, pressing it to his face. My mother never mentioned anything to me. However, the father holds a significant place in the mother's heart. She prioritizes him in all matters. And if he had any last wishes, she would undoubtedly comply. Wei Qingyan had resolved many grievances. She was acutely aware that what one hears or sees may not necessarily reflect the truth. Leaning on Shiryu for long, while revived her spirit somewhat, she slowly rose, recalling his words. You have heard them too. Someone from the Gong family has betrayed him, leaving him restless in death, which has led to the current predicament. To uncover his grievances, one must meticulously unravel the threads, for human nature cannot withstand scrutiny. Even those whom you perceive as perfect may reveal their true selves, be it in beauty or ugliness, or perhaps a blend of both. There might even surface some undisclosed secrets. Contemplate your decision to resolve these grievances. If necessary, you may send someone to the Yuan Marquis residence. Remember, you have only 7 days. Should the grievances remain unresolved after this period, the Gong residents will surely raise the mourning banner. After a pause, Wei Qingyan gently reminded, do not forget about the second master of the Gong family as well. Perhaps the youngest son is closer to the father and might recall something. As if summoned, the voice of Gong Minglu emerged from outside. Elder brother, I heard that sister-in-law is unwell today. Is she all right? Wei Qingyan glanced at the still, slumbering figure on the bed, picked up the hood from the floor, donned it, and turned to exit the room. Gong Mingxing rose. "I will escort the young lady." "Stay your step," came the reply. Yet the one addressed did not halt, signaling his younger son to watch over his wife while he, the elder son, followed closely behind Wei Qingyan. His legs still felt weak. Upon reaching the courtyard entrance, Wei Qingyan encountered Gong Minglu and his wife, who were being halted by the guards. "Are you the doctors summoned by Jean?" Gong Minglu inquired as soon as he spotted them. "How is my sister-in-law?" The father-in-law was unwell, and today he accompanied his wife, Qin, back to her family home. Upon receiving news that their daughter had sent for them, he hurriedly returned. "Second brother, your sister-in-law is asleep. Wait here for a moment while I discuss matters in my study," Gong Mingsheng interjected. Hearing the change in his elder brother's voice and noticing his need for assistance while walking, Gong Minglu felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. Is sister-in-law in danger? He understood the implication of his elder brother's words, indicating that he should not inquire further. The couple exchanged glances, and after Qin slightly inclined her body towards Wei Qingyan and the others, they proceeded towards Wei Shiran's room. Gong Minglu stood still, watching his elder brother escort them away. After a brief moment, when his elder brother returned, he hurried forward. "Elder brother, how is sister-in-law?" His voice was urgent, anxiety evident in his expression. The brothers were a decade apart in age, and with the Gong family being simple and devoid of other children, their bond was exceptionally close. When Wei Shiran married into the family, he was still a small child. She had cared for him as a mother would. And Gong Minglu held deep affection for his elder sister-in-law. Gong Mingcheng placed a hand on his younger brother's shoulder, speaking solemnly, "Let us go to the study." He then turned his gaze to his eldest son. "Stay with your mother and ask your second aunt to join us in the study." The father's grievances concerned every member of the Gong family. He could not conceal them. Moreover, he felt at a loss for direction. Perhaps discussing it together would yield some insights. "What?" Gong Minglu exclaimed, leaping from his seat upon hearing his brother's words. He touched his elder brother's forehead. "Elder brother, have you lost your senses due to sister-in-law's illness? How could our father harbor grievances? How could he harm us? Surely you are not being deceived by wandering sorcerers?" Their father was a man of great affection for his children, a truly benevolent father. Even during his teenage years, he would often climb onto his back to playfully tease him. When his son was born, their father beamed with joy, personally teaching him when he turned 3. Now, to say that the death of his son was due to their father's grievances was something he found impossible to believe. Chapter 43. Carrying her, Gong Mingqing understood his younger brother's feelings well. He too struggled to accept the notion. Yet, the revelation by Miss Chong and the events that had transpired within the family over the years compelled him to believe, and he dared not dismiss it. He patted his brother's back, speaking gravely, "Second brother, the Gong family cannot suffer any more calamities." But Gong Minglu began, hesitating, when suddenly Qin interrupted him. "I believe," she said, looking at Gong Minglu. "Second master, Zhe could easily leap over fences on a pony at 6, yet at 7, he fell on level ground. He broke his neck instantly, losing his life on the spot. The pain of losing a child is akin to having one's flesh torn and bones crushed," Qin said, tears brimming in her eyes. That was on flat ground. 3 years later, the image of her son falling from the horse remained etched in her mind, causing her such anguish that breathing became difficult. She still could not accept that her son was gone. With a man's strong hand upon her back, she endeavored to steady her emotions and continued, "I just saw sister-in-law and Jean. They seem better than usual, indicating that Miss Chong possesses some skill. What has transpired in the past cannot be undone, but I always hope for the best for our family. Second master, heed your elder brother's advice and uncover our father's grievances. We still have our daughter. Losing one son has already cost me half my life. If anything were to happen to you or our daughter, I would have no reason to live." Qin was the wife Gong Minglu had chosen for himself, and they had shared a loving marriage. However, since the loss of their son, she seemed to have aged a decade. Her smile vanished. During the birth of their daughter, Qin's health had deteriorated, making it difficult for her to conceive again. With their only son lost and her husband's lineage at stake, Qin endured the pain of allowing Gong Minglu to take concubines to carry on the family name. Despite taking in a concubine for a year with no pregnancy, Qin allowed him to take in 2 more, each bearing a daughter. The bond that once flourished between the couple was now tainted by the presence of others. And unable to bear her husband's closeness with other women, Qin chose to turn a blind eye, further distancing herself from Gong Minglu. Yet, both held affection for one another in their hearts. Seeing Qin weep in sorrow, Gong Minglu's resolve began to waver. However, their father had never confided in them. And with their mother gone, how could they investigate? If their inquiries attracted too much attention, not only would it invite external scrutiny, but what if they were to uncover something? No one is infallible. He revered his parents, and when viewing them through the lens of his son, he often unconsciously idealized them. Yet, should they delve deeper, he did not wish to tarnish the image of his parents in his heart, nor did he want to discover unsightly truths that could mar their reputation after death. Ultimately, he did not believe in the concept of ghostly grievances, and thus was reluctant to risk his parents' honor. Yet he could not bear to refuse his wife. The study fell into silence. It was rare for Qin to speak up today. As a mere woman, she could not shoulder the responsibility of the Gong family's reputation. Gong Mingqing wished to investigate. The memory of their father climbing a tree pierced his heart like a dagger, and the phrase family broken and lives lost left him trembling with fear. However, the Gong family and their parents were not solely his to bear. Despite being the eldest, he needed to respect his younger brother's wishes, especially after Miss Chang's remark that no one could withstand deep scrutiny in this world. He pondered how to persuade his brother when suddenly a knock sounded at the study door. The urgent voice of a servant followed. "Master, second master, the second young lady has fallen on her way here." Hitting her head on a stone and bleeding profusely, the second young lady of the Gong family was Qin and Gong Minglu's eldest daughter, now 7 years old. The death of their son had cast a shadow over Qin's heart. Without waiting for the servant to finish, she instinctively flung open the study door and dashed out. The Gong brothers hurried to follow. By the time they arrived, the second young lady had already been carried back to her courtyard, where the doctor was tending to her. A gash marred the corner of her left eye. Had it been just a fraction closer, she would have lost her sight. Even in her current state, healing would be difficult, and there was a genuine fear of scarring. In this world, a woman with a scar on her face would find her future irrevocably ruined. Upon seeing her parents, the second young lady burst into tears. "Father, mother, it hurts." Qin bit her lip hard, trembling uncontrollably, engulfed by the immense fear of losing another child. She fell to her knees before Gong Minglu, choking back a sob. "Second master, let us investigate." In that moment, upon witnessing his daughter's injury, Gong Minglu's heart was entirely swayed. He pulled his wife close, embracing her tightly. "Yes, we shall investigate." The sound of his daughter's pain rendered all concerns about reputation trivial. 2 flowers bloom, each representing a branch. It is said that Wei Qingyan and Sure You have just exited the Gong residence. As Wei Qingyan was about to demonstrate her lightness skill, her sleeve was caught by someone. Sure You, squatting before her, spoke. "I apologize, my lady. You have endured much this evening. Allow me to carry you a part of the way as a token of gratitude for your treatment of Sister Shiran. The Gong family will certainly seek your assistance tomorrow. It will be wise for you to rest while you can." Indeed, considerable energy had been expended. From Gong Mingqing's demeanor towards the elder sister, it was evident that the Gong family would agree to resolve the grievances, which would not be an easy matter. This was a moment to replenish one's vitality. Wei Qingyan cast a deep gaze at Sure You, and then climbed onto his back, murmuring her thanks. Sure You lifted her up, and, employing his lightness skill, swiftly traversed to another street, then slowed his pace to walk forward. "Do you have any confidence regarding the Gong family's affairs?" he inquired. "Not yet," she replied. "Not all reconciliation dates are the same. Gong Changing has given me 7 days, suggesting that if one truly puts in the effort to resolve matters, 7 days would suffice. Considering they might have matters to discuss, Sure You refrained from using his lightness skill, allowing her to remain on his back longer and regain some vitality. Wei Qingyan casually initiated a conversation. "How much do you know about Lady Wu?" This was precisely what Sure You desired. He too wished to prolong the moment. He adjusted her slightly and began. "Lady Wu's maiden name is Liu. She hails from a family of former officials from the previous dynasty. When the last emperor established the Great Wei, some of the former officials were not dismissed, but their significance could not compare with the new officials who followed the last emperor. The Liu family thus fell into decline. The daughter of a fallen family could not expect a good marriage. When she wed Wu Yuchu, he was merely a county magistrate. In just a few years, he ascended to the position of governor of Ganzhou and later became the minister of war. Wu Yuchu held her in high regard during his life. However, I have yet to observe any remarkable qualities in Lady Wu. She seems to be like most women, content with the domestic sphere, raising children and supporting her husband. Much of what Shiryu mentioned, Wei Qingyan had already gathered in recent days. In fact, through the events surrounding the death of Wu Xingyuan, the county magistrate of Yin County, she had uncovered more than Shiryu was aware of. Wu Xingyuan's true master was not Wu Yuchu, but rather the hidden figure of Lady Wu. Wu Yuchu's smooth career was attributed to the influence of Lady Wu's connections. Who that person was remained unknown, which is why Du Shui had sent someone to keep watch over her. The sudden revelation regarding Huangsha Ridge raised suspicions. If Yanqing was not killed by the couple, she would doubt whether Yanqing was truly dead and would seek out those who had previously conspired to kill him, thus following the trail. If she did not pursue the matter, it would indicate her certainty of Yanqing's demise, thereby implicating her in the circumstances of his death. Wei Qingyan's icy gaze gleamed with a chilling intent, yet as Shiryu's words trailed off, she rested her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes. Perhaps it was the merit seal's effect on Shiryu that made her feel inexplicably secure in his presence, transitioning from feigned sleep to genuine drowsiness. It was not until Shiryu carefully placed her on the bed in Fengshao courtyard and turned to leave that Wei Qingyan slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 44. She could marry Prince Rong. Du Shui emerged from the shadows, glancing intermittently toward Shiryu's departing figure and then at Wei Qingyan's room, his brow furrowed. "What are you doing in there?" "Come in." Wei Qingyan's voice came from within. He entered and took a seat across from her. "Should I find you 2 guards?" "My lady?" "The general dislikes a crowd. This courtyard currently has only a few cleaning women, and they would be unaware if someone arrived." Wei Qingyan glanced at him and replied, "No need. My people will arrive in a few days. My aunt is attending to the treasure at Yulon Mountain and will soon come to the capital to find me." Upon hearing she had someone, Du Shui did not press further, but hesitated to ask, "My lady, do you need to get closer to Prince Rong?" Upon seeing the prince carry the general back, his initial reaction was concern for her injury. However, observing Prince Rong's gentle demeanor and slow pace, he steadied himself and refrained from revealing himself. Connecting this to the incident where the general had instructed him to intoxicate Prince Rong, he began to speculate. In his mind, the general was as strong as iron. How could she be so weak as to need someone to carry her unless there was a purpose? Could that purpose be akin to the previous incident of drawing energy from Prince Rong? Wei Qingyan had not intentionally concealed the truth from him. Rather, he had not inquired. So she said nothing. Now that he had taken the initiative to ask, it was evident he was intensely curious, having undoubtedly rehearsed his thoughts numerous times. Wei Qingyan then disclosed the matter of the merit seal to him. After hearing this, Du Shui blinked, realization dawning on him. So Prince Rong is thus revitalized. Does that mean your life is now in his hands? Wei Qingyan poured herself a cup of tea and took a sip, replying softly, "I suppose so." The civilized act of drinking tea struck Du Shui as somewhat peculiar, yet he was too preoccupied to ponder it deeply. "Is there truly no way to reclaim it?" he asked anxiously. Wei Qingyan toyed with the teacup in silence. He sprang to his feet, pacing the room. "This won't do, my lady. You must think of another plan. Prince Rong cannot always be by your side. What if one day your vitality wanes and you cannot find him? That would be far too perilous." He paused, considering. "But if you do manage to get it back, will Prince Rong revert to his previous half-dead state?" Wei Qingyan's hand, playing with the teacup, stilled. "It is likely. He will." Understanding her expression, Du Shui grew anxious and scratched his head. "My lady, I know you are loyal and compassionate. You cannot bear to see him return to that state, but we cannot afford to leave it as is. He has barely survived. We cannot let him lose his life again. Besides, Prince Rong is not merely a decorative figure. When his vitality is depleted, he cannot just sip from a flask. He is a royal prince and may yet return to his fief, and the general cannot accompany him to his domain." Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, his eyes lighting up. "I have it. My lady, you could marry him." Cough, cough, cough. Wei Qingyan, who had just sipped her tea, was caught off guard by his words and began to cough violently. Du Shui rushed forward to pat her back, his hand poised to strike. But then he recalled that the general was currently in a woman's form and moderated his strength. Continuing his analysis, he suggested, "My lady, you are now a woman, the legitimate daughter of the Yuan Marquis' residence. Becoming Prince Rong's consort is not out of the question. You share a life now. If the merit seal cannot be reclaimed as husband and wife, it would be more convenient for you to recover your vitality. Though this may be a bit of a sacrifice for you. The thought of a great man transformed into a woman. Marrying a man who had long desired him caused Du Shui to envision a scene of the general pinned beneath Prince Rome, with the general depicted as Wei Qingyan's former striking self. The juxtaposition of the two men sent a shiver down his spine. Then, concern struck him. What if Prince Rome preferred men? The general, now a woman, might not wish to marry him. He would need to think of a way to facilitate this marriage. Du Shui's words caused a sudden, inexplicable tremor in Wei Qingyan's heart, a fleeting sensation that left her somewhat unsettled. She quickly interjected, "Do not speak nonsense. You may know of the merit seal, but I will devise another plan. For now, your task is to compel the emperor to investigate the matter of Huangsha Ridge. With the serious matter at hand." Du Shui promptly dismissed his earlier thoughts of matchmaking and replied solemnly, "Tomorrow morning, I will reach out to the ministers who have previously maintained close ties with the Protectorate General's residence to jointly submit a petition." Wei Qingyan responded gravely, "There's no need for that. You should focus on your own affairs." Everyone in the capital knew that Du Shui was affiliated with the Protectorate General. It would be entirely reasonable for him to demand a thorough investigation into the issues surrounding Huangsha Ridge, given their past camaraderie. Any lack of response would only raise suspicion. As for the others, it depended on their intentions. Wei Qingyan could also take this opportunity to discern the true nature of certain individuals and events. "Very well. I will heed your words," Du Shui nodded. Wei Qingyan sighed. "Shui, if there are matters you are curious about or do not understand, feel free to ask." Without hesitation, Du Shui replied, "The general would not err. I shall follow your lead. I know the general would never harm me. Everything else is inconsequential." Since his first day in the Protectorate Army, this had been his approach. Unconditional obedience was the first rule of the Protectorate Army. Though this condition seemed harsh, the soldiers bore it without complaint, because whether they are seasoned generals or commanders, they will never disregard the lives of their soldiers. They truly cherish their troops as if they were their own children. Even though the general has been deceased for 3 years, the families of those who fell in battle still receive a pension each year, a provision arranged by the general in the second year after he took command of the National Defense Army. Upon learning of the actions taken by the Guan family, he felt fortunate to have encountered the general. Otherwise, he might have become the second Duke Anyuan, languishing in illness. Wei Qingyan also understood that habits formed over a decade cannot be changed overnight. After discussing some matters concerning the Gong family, he dismissed him. The following morning, Wei Qingyan became aware of the situation in the morning court. After more than 2 years away from the court, Shi Yu attended the morning assembly, with intentions similar to Du Shui. What surprised Wei Qingyan was that Gong Mingsheng did not take a leave of absence today. Instead, he honored his promise to his elder sister by attending the Wu family meeting. He pointed out that even though Wu Yuchu had died, his wife and children should be treated as suspects and imprisoned for investigation. However, some officials argued that it would be difficult to convict the Wu family based solely on Luo Qingzhou's bloodletter. The emperor then instructed the Ministry of Justice to investigate the matter. If it indeed corroborated the claims made in the bloodletter, the Wu family would be apprehended and imprisoned. Such a case should have been entrusted to the Dali Si, yet the emperor assigned it to the Ministry of Justice. Wei Qingyan realized that the emperor was unwilling to investigate thoroughly. The Minister of Justice was a member of the Xie family, the maternal family of the Empress Dowager, and they were loyal to the emperor. A deep investigation would inevitably reveal the remnants of the previous dynasty and the spies from Bailing. Yet was the emperor truly only concerned with his reputation? A cold smile tugged at the corners of Wei Qingyan's lips. Some matters cannot simply be ignored because the emperor wishes it so. She instructed Shui, discreetly contact the families of the brothers who fell in battle with the National Defense Army. At that moment, Duke Anyuan's aide, Lu, rushed in, interrupting Wei Qingyan. Madame Gong is leading the families of those who perished at Huangsha Ridge to the Wu family to demand justice. Du Sui glanced at Wei Qingyan, opened his mouth, but ultimately only remarked, "It seems that Madame Gong truly cares for you, but why did I never notice it before?" Yesterday, plagued by a splitting headache, she had been forced to deal with a haunting incident at home, yet she still managed to think of the general. Wei Qingyan lowered her gaze, contemplating why her elder sister had never shown her kindness before. Thus, when the Gong brothers appeared at the Duke Anyuan's residence, her first question was why Madame Gong, still unwell, would venture to the Wu family. Chapter 45. Witnessing the brutality of Huangsha Ridge, Gong Mingsheng had not slept a wink last night. meticulously recounting their father's past with his brother, but to no avail. Before dawn, he attended the morning assembly and, after it concluded, made his way directly to the Duke on Yuan's residence, looking haggard and weary. In response to Wei Qingyan's inquiries, he clasped his fists and expressed his gratitude for her timely assistance. His wife had improved significantly today. Qingyan was his only younger brother. If they did not confront the Wu family, he would be simmering with frustration, which would only worsen his health, so it was indeed time to act. Is Dr. Gong not afraid of being implicated? Wei Qingyan raised her eyes to meet his. After years in the bureaucracy, Gong Mingsheng was not oblivious to the emperor's reluctance to investigate deeply. Allowing his elder sister to cause a ruckus might earn the emperor's displeasure. A gentleman knows when to act and when to refrain. The National Defense Army protects the people of Dawei, and my Gong family has also benefited from their protection. Even without familial ties, my sister should go. If that blood letter is authentic, then Wu Yuchu is indeed contemptible. Gong Minglu spoke up on behalf of his brother, stating that heroes may perish on the battlefield, but to be harmed by petty individuals is truly tragic. He worked at the Guozijian, engaged in the noble pursuit of teaching and nurturing, carrying the essence of a scholar. Wei Qingyan nodded, acknowledging the truth of Gong's words. She then turned her attention to Gong Mingsheng, asking, "Have you both come today with a definitive purpose? Please, I implore you, assist my father in resolving his grievances." Gong Mingsheng rose and bowed deeply. Last night, his wife had managed to sleep soundly for the first time in ages, and upon waking, she appeared significantly better, which was why he had not hindered her from going to the Wu family. Wei Qingyan regarded him with inscrutable eyes. "But have you considered what price you are willing to pay for this? I do not resolve grievances without compensation. Please, state your terms clearly." Gong Mingsheng responded without surprise. Even when he previously sought the monks from Daju Temple, it was not without recompense. However, the Gong family was not from a prominent lineage, and he and his father were not avaricious. Their savings were modest, and he hoped they could afford the compensation that Miss Chang desired. As for his wife's dowry, he had not contemplated that. Wei Qingyan smiled lightly, realizing he had misunderstood her intentions. "What I seek is not material wealth. No money?" Both brothers felt a sense of foreboding. If not money, then her demands must be of greater consequence. Though the Gong family was not powerful, one held a position in the Dali Sea while the other worked at the Guozijian. There were many things they could do, yet they feared Miss Chang might require them to engage in unsavory deeds. Gong Minglu, having never fully believed in the haunting incident, grew more suspicious of Wei Qingyan's motives, suspecting she was intentionally conjuring something mystical to deceive his elder brother. He spoke solemnly, "Then what do you desire?" Wei Qingyan could easily discern his thoughts. Rising, she stood before him, her fingertip pressing gently against his brow. The image of Gong Changing climbing a tree flashed vividly in Gong Minglu's mind. Hearing about it from his brother was one thing. Witnessing it firsthand was another. He stared at Wei Qingyan with wide, horrified eyes. "What have you done?" Wei Qingyan's dark eyes were as deep as an ancient well, and she remained silent. Gong Minglu turned to look at Gong Mingsheng, murmuring, "Brother, why did our father become like this?" The reason had already been articulated by Gong Mingsheng last night, so he remained silent. He had expected Gong Minglu to ponder for a long time before reaching a conclusion or perhaps harboring other doubts. Yet unexpectedly, he bent down and bowed, pleading, "Please, save my father." He did not believe in ghosts or deities, yet he could not bear to see his father suffer. Wei Qingyan's gaze was still heavy upon him. She indeed needed the Gong family to assist her with a task, and only Gong Minglu was capable of fulfilling it. "Whatever you wish me to do, as long as it does not involve murder or arson, I shall do my utmost," he vowed. He explained that since childhood, his father had taught him to conduct himself with integrity and righteousness in society. If his assistance in resolving grievances required him to commit wrongful acts, his father would never find peace. "Indeed, you are a principled man. You need not commit any crimes. Simply speak to the students at the Guozijian about the deeds of the National Defense Army," Wei Qingyan stated, articulating each word with precision. "Speak of the plight of the 20,000 soldiers trapped at Huangsha Ridge." Gong Minglu's eyes widened in shock. All who had survived the battle at Huangsha Ridge were now deceased, and the young lady before him was asking him to recount it, which could only mean. Once again, her icy fingertip pressed against Gong Minglu's brow. A sandstorm raged. The starving adjutant, with sunken cheeks, tenderly caressed his horse, murmuring, "Old friend, forgive me. The vile soldiers of Bailing lured the young recruits with cooked meat and occasionally launched attacks to incite them. The recruits had gone days without proper food and lacked the strength to fight. They had followed him for many years, and he felt obliged to ensure they had a hearty meal before confronting the Bailing scoundrels. "Forgive me, old friend. In our next life, I will cook for you." With those words, he thrust a dagger swiftly into the horse's neck. As the horse collapsed, tears brimmed in the adjutant's eyes. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly on the yellow sands. And soon, horses lay strewn upon the ground. The soldiers remained silent, either sharing the meager rations or lighting fires. Their faces betrayed no joy at the prospect of meat. In the flickering firelight, the sounds of clashing weapons resonated as a young soldier hurriedly reported, "Bailing has launched another attack." Gong Minglu beheld the general of the National Defense Army, wielding a silver spear, leading a group of men to confront the enemy. He heard the general instructing the adjutant, "The rest must eat quickly and replace these 1,000 men." He witnessed the 1,000 men who fought until death without ever being replaced, tasting the barely cooked horse meat. He saw the Bailing army surge forward, trampling over the fires, devouring the raw and half-cooked horse meat beneath their feet. He witnessed the fierce struggle between the National Defense Army and the Bailing forces, hearing their battle cries of "Protect away! Kill! Kill! Kill!" Despite their frail appearances when armed, they exuded a formidable presence. He saw severed arms, broken legs, and hollowed-out intestines, yet their eyes remained fiercely fixed on the enemy until their last breath. He observed piles of corpses and a solitary figure, upright and resolute, brandishing a silver spear atop the mountain of bodies, pierced by countless spears, yet standing firm between heaven and earth. He recognized the man as the guardian general of the Great Wei, the younger brother of his sister-in-law, Wei Qingyan. He had heard countless accounts of the tragic battle at Huangsha Ridge, yet none had ever impacted him as profoundly as witnessing it with his own eyes. His blood surged. His eyes glowed crimson, and tears streamed down his face. He fell to his knees with a thud, declaring, "I shall recount every detail of what I have witnessed to the scholars of Great Wei, ensuring they understand the unyielding spirit of the Guardian Army and the despicable nature of the schemers lurking behind the scenes." Wei Qingyan lifted him gently and performed a martial salute, saying, "I represent the 20,000 Guardian soldiers in expressing our gratitude, Mr. Xie." The literary man possessed both valor and integrity. Although Gong Minglu was the youngest in his family, he had been well-versed in literature from a young age and held considerable influence among the scholarly students. The pen of a scholar is akin to the sword of a warrior. She desired that the scholars of the realm wield their pens in place of weapons, seeking justice for the Guardian Army they cherished. However, this endeavor would undoubtedly incite the true culprits lurking in the shadows. Wishing to spare the Gong family from trouble, she bowed once more to Gong Minglu, stating, "There is no need to announce this matter publicly through your voice. Once it becomes known, I request you to recount the deeds of the Guardian Army and the battle at Huangsha Ridge to the students." As for how to ensure the truth of the battle at Huangsha Ridge was known far and wide, she had devised a plan. Gong Mingsheng, unaware of what his younger brother had witnessed, could surmise some details from their conversation. He was troubled about how to explain the situation to the world, particularly how Gong Minglu, residing in the capital, knew of the events at Huangsha Ridge, and he worried that without evidence, the proclamations made by Gong Minglu might bring calamity to the Gong family. Upon hearing Wei Qingyan's words, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was also curious about how the young lady had learned of the events at Huangsha Ridge. Gong Minglu's gaze turned toward her as well. Wei Qingyan slightly lowered her eyes. What she envisioned was the scene just before her death. However, Gong Minglu was unaware that the figure holding the silver spear atop a mountain of corpses was not the true Guardian General, but Abu. After witnessing two scenes, Gong Minglu was thoroughly convinced that General Wei harbored grievances as well. Indeed, she had her own resentments. Not wishing to engage in further conversation with the Gong brothers, she smiled gently and suggested, "You two should return first. I will accompany Yanlan to visit Madame Gong shortly and stay at your esteemed residence for a few days." Today marked the day of Wu Yuchu's funeral. Although her elder sister had taken people to the Wu family to demand an explanation, she would not truly prevent anyone from burying the deceased. It was already a stretch for the official's wife to publicly confront the Wu family. She could not obstruct the burial. At most, she would return home by the hour of the snake, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. The matter of appeasing her father's grievances was not something she wished to be widely known. Seeing Wei Qingyan shield them from scrutiny, the brothers expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, young lady." Wei Qingyan did not respond, and the two tactfully refrained from asking further. Yet, Gong Mingxing's heart sank again. If his brother had wept so bitterly, the battle at Huangsha Ridge could only have been more brutal than imagined. He wondered if his sister, Shiran, could withstand the news. After the others departed, Wei Qingyan went to Yanlan and instructed her to pack some belongings, as they would be staying at the Gong residence for a few days. Afterward, she returned to her own chamber. Spreading out a white cloth, she dipped her brush into ink with her left hand while elegantly rolling up her sleeve with her right. As she inscribed flowing cursive upon the cloth, "At the hour of the snake, 10 a.m., Du Shui came to inform her that Wei Shiran and the others had left the Wu residence." Without pausing in her writing, she asked in a calm voice, "What of Luo Congyan?" Du Shui replied, "It is said that Luo Chengzhou has died, and his mother is wailing for justice, demanding the emperor capture Prince Rong to avenge him. Luo's mother is rather foolish and has joined in the uproar, prompting Madame Wu to have them confined. Luo Chengzhou's body now lay in the Wu residence, having been examined by officials, confirming that the wounds were indeed self-inflicted. However, both the Luo and Wu families insisted he had been murdered, leaving the authorities to take on the case symbolically, questioning Prince Rong's residence and ours without any evidence, likely stalling until the victim's family withdrew the case. When Madame Gong's group visited, Madame Wu only brought her children to cry and lament, claiming that someone had framed the Wu family, first by assassinating Wu Yuchu, and then fabricating a blood letter to incriminate them. Du Shui's eyes sparkled with admiration as he spoke. The general's assassination was executed so cleanly, leaving no trace behind. Could Luo Congyan really be a royal child? Moreover, it seems Madame Wu has yet to reveal her true identity. Never mind. A fox will eventually reveal its tail. Wei Qingyan completed her final stroke, set down her brush, and fanned the ink dry. She was eager to see how long Madame Wu could maintain her composure. Du Shui nodded in agreement, moving closer to her side. Upon discerning the content on the cloth, his expression shifted dramatically. But before he could speak, Wei Qingyan interrupted, "Do not inquire. This matter does not concern you." Understood. Du Shui's agreement was less resolute this time. He recognized the general's desire to shield him from trouble. The general had her own considerations, and he complied. After witnessing the emperor's attitude during the morning court, he understood why the general had directly killed Wu Yuchu without leaving him as a witness to the events at Huangsha Ridge. The emperor was disinclined to investigate deeply. Even if Wu Yuchu were apprehended, as a mere pawn, he would either become a scapegoat or deny everything, or perhaps implicate others. The general's resurrection was too extraordinary. Whether others would believe it was another matter, yet those behind the scenes would certainly not let the general off easily. With 80,000 guardian soldiers so hard-won, the emperor likely did not wish for the general's return. The general had to forge a new path. As they conversed, a guard reported that the carriage was ready. Wei Qingyan gathered her belongings, rolled up the items she had previously written, and brought them to the carriage. Upon returning to the Gong residence, arrangements were made for the guest quarters. Regarding the matter of resolving grievances, aside from the two brothers and their wives, only Gong Jun and Gong Jin knew, and even Gong Jun's wife was not informed. Externally, it was stated that relatives of Wei Shiran's family had come to stay for a few days. When Wei Qingyan arrived at the Gong residence, several individuals aware of the situation awaited her in the flower hall. "Thank you, young lady, for saving my life." Wei Shiran expressed her gratitude. The excruciating headache, as if her head would explode, truly made life unbearable. If it were not for Miss Chang's intervention, she might not have survived. Wei Qingyan observed the white bandage on her forehead, noting that she appeared somewhat better than when she had visited the Anyuan Marquis's residence the previous day. She nodded slightly. "There is no need for thanks. This is what I ought to do. And I thank you, elder sister." Gong Jin smiled and clasped his hands. "Elder sister?" Wei Qingyan felt a lump in her throat. The generational hierarchy had been misaligned. Just as members of the Gong family were about to approach her, Wei Qingyan handed her luggage to Yanlan and said to Wei Shiran, "Please assist Yanlan in settling in." After a moment, she added, "Your health is frail, and you must take care of yourself." Meeting Gong Jin's sparkling, cheerful eyes softened her tone. The young master should also take care. Since learning that Gong Jin had become her filial son, The sight of his smiling eyes inexplicably stirred a sense of affection within her. Perhaps this was the essence of familial bonds? She steadied herself and turned to Gong Mingqiang, saying, "Take me to see your father's courtyard." The members of the Gong family understood the urgency of the situation and dispersed accordingly. The Gong brothers guided Wei Qingyan to Gong Changjing's courtyard. The courtyard was pristine, devoid of the usual greenery and artificial hills found in official residences, only a grove of bamboo. Beside the bamboo, a pavilion had been constructed, containing a long bench and a small table. Gong Mingqiang explained as Wei Qingyan approached the pavilion. "After our father's passing, we burned some of his clothes and beloved books, leaving the rest as mementos. This pavilion was where he often spent his time, reading, playing chess, brewing tea, or chatting with us. We truly cannot fathom what our father might have desired. Simple and unadorned." That was Wei Qingyan's impression of the courtyard. She wandered through several rooms, each reflecting the owner's modest desires. What kind of demands might an apparently ascetic person make before death? And what overwhelming resentment might arise if those demands were unfulfilled? Observing the bewildered expressions on the brothers' faces, Wei Qingyan said, "You both must be exhausted from last night. Please rest. I will wander the residence alone and shall seek you out tomorrow if I have any inquiries." Having placed their trust in her, the two brothers dared not entertain further thoughts and obediently exited the courtyard. At noon, Gong Mingqiang had his eldest son deliver lunch, then waited at the courtyard gate. Wei Qingyan spent the afternoon in Gong Changjing's study, and only when the sky darkened did she leave the courtyard, seemingly wandering aimlessly around the Gong residence, with Gong Jun following at a distance. After their stroll, it was already midnight, and Wei Qingyan signaled to Gong Jun to escort her back to the guest quarters. Once Gong Jun departed, she swiftly returned to her room to don a human skin mask and took a piece of white cloth inscribed with words. Leaping out of the Gong residence. Chapter 47. Unspoken suffering that morning. Chaos erupted in the capital. When the patrons of the Misty Rain Tower left at dawn after a night of revelry, they noticed a white cloth fluttering above them, which bore ominous writing. Those who frequented the establishment were known for their love of entertainment, and they assumed it was merely a new spectacle. Curiosity piqued. They urged the Turtle Man to remove the cloth. As they gathered to read its contents, their initially jovial expressions gradually turned grave. The black characters on the white fabric detailed the harrowing account of 20,000 national soldiers trapped at Huangsha Ridge and their subsequent deaths, as well as General Wei's orders to summon troops from Ganzhou, only to be pursued by the then Ganzhou military governor, Wu Yuchu. The reactions of these individuals drew the attention of others, and soon, a crowd had gathered, yet silence fell over them. How despicable! Even a mere uneducated brute like myself knows that the national soldiers protect our great way, yet treacherous scoundrels stab them in the back, bringing harm to those who safeguard them. They deserve to be punished 1,000-fold. Suddenly, a loud shout shattered the eerie stillness. Another voice chimed in, recalling the rumors of a blood letter left by a relative of the Wu family who had committed suicide. Now, the vivid recounting made it seem all too real. The Yuden had sought to swallow our great way since the founding of the previous emperor, and it was only through the bravery of generations of national soldiers that they were repelled, only to perish at the hands of their own inaction. How infuriating! Countless heroes fell needlessly, and treachery disrupted the world. The patrons of the Misty Rain Tower were incensed, and even more so were the students from the major academies of the capital. Indeed, similar white cloths were not only hung at the Misty Rain Tower, but also at the entrances of academies, in bustling morning markets, at the busiest city gates, and even at the marketplace where criminals were executed. This was no ordinary white cloth. It was a harbinger of tragedy. The truth of Huangsha Ridge swiftly spread to every corner of the capital, inciting public outrage. Students gathered at the palace gates, demanding the emperor investigate the truth and severely punish the treacherous, to bring peace to the souls of the 20,000 fallen national soldiers. A crowd formed at the Wu residence, and it was unclear who led the charge, but soon a rotten egg was hurled, followed by an onslaught of spoiled vegetables and even feces at the front door. An elderly woman cried out in despair, mourning her grandson, one among the 20,000. An old soldier, eyes ablaze with hatred towards the Wu family, recalled how he had been injured on the battlefield, only for his son to take his place in the national army. The boy had just earned merit on the Yuden battlefield, yet before he could even reunite with his family, he had met a tragic end at Huangsha Ridge. There were also women holding their children, gritting their teeth, urging their offspring to remember their father's blood feud. Madame Wu's complexion paled to match her white attire, drained of all color. Mother, have the guard drive them away. Her eldest son, filled with rage, was about to storm out. Foolishness. Madame Wu halted her son, cautioning against rash actions. She understood that without evidence, they were resorting to these tactics to force the emperor's hand, to unsettle her. She could not fall into their trap. Fortunately, the children had not participated in these events and could withstand questioning, and since her husband was deceased, as long as she did not acknowledge it, no one could trace it back to her. Few remained who knew of that incident. Her gaze shifted to her personal maid, the capable Chen Mama, who was well acquainted with her secrets and likely to be interrogated. She had to die without raising suspicion. Moreover, she needed to uncover who orchestrated this and whether there were survivors from the Huangsha Ridge battle. If there were indeed survivors, they would undoubtedly seek vengeance for the 20,000. How could she lure them out and eliminate them? Madame Wu slowly closed her eyes, her mind racing with calculations. At the Gong residence, Gong Mingxing had taken a day off, but news from outside reached him early in the morning. He quickly summoned his eldest son, asking, "Did you accompany Miss Chong yesterday? Did she go out?" "Father, I followed her until midnight. I saw her room go dark before I returned." The father and son shared a close bond, and Gong Jun had learned from his father about Wei Qingyan's intentions for Gong Minglu. Upon hearing this, he expressed his doubts. "Do you believe those events are connected to Miss Chong?" "It undoubtedly has ties," Gong Mingxing replied, "but whether she was directly involved remains uncertain. To appear in several locations unnoticed requires remarkable skill, perhaps even beyond that of my young brother." The thought of his brother made his brow twitch. "Very well, you may return. I will see your mother." This matter could not be concealed for long. However, before they could step outside, they were met by Wei Qingyan, who rushed in disheveled, her eyes red. "Is what they say true? Who is advocating for my brother? Is there a survivor from the Huangsha Ridge battle? Is it Yin Qin?" She bombarded him with questions, and after a moment of silence, Gong Mingxing shared what had transpired at the On Yuan Marquis's residence yesterday, along with his suspicions. "Miss Chong? She knows my brother? Is she seeking revenge for him?" Wei Qingyan was taken aback. "Madam, it seems Miss Chong is reluctant to speak on these matters." Gong Mingxing gently reassured his wife, settling her into a chair and smoothing her hair. "What she is doing aligns with our intentions, and she has already made arrangements with your second brother regarding what is needed from the Gong family. We must not interfere with her plans. We will act as circumstances dictate, all right? I promise you, I will not shrink from avenging the national soldiers in Qingyan." No one knew the sacrifices her brother made for Great Wei. The thought of his unjust death gnawed at Wei Qingyan's heart like 1,000 ants, tormenting her. Yet, she understood that she was not only a Wei but also a Gong, and her actions could not disregard the Gong family. Reflecting on the seemingly aloof Miss Chong, she finally nodded. Since she was seeking revenge for her brother, it would not be wise to repay kindness with enmity. "It is my inadequacy, failing to live up to my father's expectations, and I owe a debt to Qingyan." Wei Qingyan wept bitterly. By the time Wei Qingyan encountered her, her eyes were nearly swollen shut. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Qingyan understood the cause of her distress. She had revealed the events at Huangsha Ridge to Gong Minglu, and it was no surprise that Gong Mingxiang could guess her involvement. Noticing Wei Qingyan's tears, she finally voiced her curiosity. "Does Madame Gong hold great regard for me? Yet I had not heard of your siblings' closeness before." Wei Qingyan offered a bitter smile. "He is my only brother. Our blood ties are undeniable. How can I not care? But please, understand that there are matters I cannot disclose. I have heard my husband mention that you and Qingyan are friends, and I thank you for everything you have done for my brother. Thank you for your kindness towards my brother." With that, Wei Qingyan did not press further. She called for them to discuss the matter concerning Gong Changing. "Is the steward in the house?" "The steward is waiting outside," Gong Jun replied, soon bringing him before them. "Is the steward your father?" Wei Qingyan inquired. The steward, having grown up in the Gong household, had followed Gong Mingxiang since childhood. Upon his father's passing, he took over the position, adept at reading his master's sentiments. Knowing his master valued this young lady, he promptly answered, "Yes." "What did your father say before he died? Was it something pertaining to my master?" Chapter 48. Secrets. The steward's scalp prickled, and he abruptly looked up. Indeed, his father had said those words before his passing, and it had been only the two of them present. How could this young lady know? Panic surged through him as he glanced at Gong Mingxing. Could the master also have learned of it? This was the one matter he had kept from his master. Gong Mingqing's face reflected astonishment, and he hurried to deny. Miss, my father did not. My father has never done anything shameful in his life. The only person he wronged is the master. However, my father is merely a servant, and how could a servant defy his master? All he could do was seek forgiveness from the master in the afterlife. Wei Qingyan interrupted him, but her tone was not her own. The steward's mind raced. He recognized this as the voice of his father on his deathbed. Exactly the same words. He was so shocked that his knees buckled, and he knelt, his face pale with fear. He quickly explained, Master, my father did indeed say such things before he passed. But I truly did not comprehend the rest, which is why I failed to inform the masters. Gong Mingqing's fists clenched tightly. Gong Minglu abruptly rose from his chair and approached the steward, gritting his teeth. Then tell us everything you know. The old steward had served by his father's side for a lifetime, earning his trust. 2 years after his father's death, the steward himself fell ill. The implication of his words suggested that his father had indeed left behind instructions. Realizing the two masters were furious, the steward broke into a sweat and bowed deeply. In the days before my father passed, he was a bit confused, often mistaking people, and he even spoke to the air as if addressing the deceased. At one moment he would say, My mother has come to fetch me, and at another, my grandmother is scolding me for soiling my new clothes. Focus only on what pertains to Gong Changing. There is no need to elaborate on the rest. Wei Qingyan interrupted him sharply. And what about the old lady? The steward looked up at Gong Mingqing, who concealed his anger and coldly instructed, Do as Miss Chong says. He never expected the steward would withhold information from him. If this concealment had led them to overlook his father's wishes, resulting in resentment after his death and calamity befalling the Gong family, it would indeed be a grave sin. The steward, although unaware of Wei Qingyan's identity or purpose in the Gong residence, recognized that the two masters were seething with rage. He feared that his omission might bring disaster upon the Gong family. A chill ran down his spine, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He strained to recall what the old steward might have said regarding the old lady, hoping to make amends. The more anxious he became, the less he could remember. He slapped his own face twice to calm himself, and after a moment, he trembled as he spoke. My father said, Young master, I have inquired, and the Yu family girl is a good match. You should heed the old master and marry her. The Gong brothers exchanged glances. Their mother's surname was Yu, so the young master the old steward referred to must have been their father, who had not wanted to marry their mother. Young master, the lady has not eaten for 3 days. If anything were to happen, what would you do? And if the Yu family finds out, it would be disastrous. My young master is exceedingly handsome. No woman in the world could compare to you, even 1/10,000th. The steward wiped his sweat again, pounding his temple with his fist, finally looking mournful. Master, I dare not omit anything. That is all. Is that all? The revelation was enough to unsettle Gong Mingqing and his brother. They dared not delve deeper into their thoughts and turned their attention to Wei Qingyan. She too was digesting the steward's words when she felt the brother's gaze upon her. She looked deeply at the Gong family's steward and said, Your father claimed he could not defy his master. That master is none other than the old lady. It was not a question. The Gong brothers, knowing nothing of their father's instructions, could not defy his last wishes. Thus, the only master in the Gong residence whom even the old steward had to obey was the old lady. What Wei Qingyan contemplated was clearly mirrored in the minds of the Gong brothers. It was their mother. It truly was their mother. Gong Minglu suddenly grasped his brother's arm, an unexplainable fear arising within him. The steward, trembling with fear, looked at the faces of the two masters and replied, Yes, but I truly do not know what it was about. In those days my father was confused, yet he kept his lips sealed. No matter how I asked, I could not pry it from him. You two masters and the old lady have always been close. I would not dare to speak carelessly and jeopardize your relationship. I did not intend to conceal anything. Intention or not, it has caused a grave mistake. Wei Qingyan turned to Gong Mingqing. I have finished asking what I needed to know. Gong Mingqing's arm was firmly grasped by his brother, and unable to break free, he glanced at his eldest son, Gong Jun, who understood and led the steward away. Wei Qingyan then addressed Wei Shiran and Gong Jin. You may return. There is nothing more to inquire of you. Once only the Gong brothers remained. Wei Qingyan spoke again. You mentioned your father enjoyed reading, playing chess, and painting with no other hobbies. Have you ever thoroughly examined his bookshelf? Our father seldom worked in his study. As he would say, there were no secrets to speak of, and we brothers could read at any time, Gong Mingsheng replied. Wei Qingyan nodded. Typically, a nobleman's study is primarily used for official duties, and it would be more accurate to refer to it as an office rather than a study, as it tends to be quite private. However, Gong Changjing's study was genuinely a sanctuary for books, with shelves lining all four walls, filled with volumes, a long desk in the center, and a few chairs. Nothing more. Wei Qingyan spent an entire afternoon there, eager to discover the nature of the books owned by such a well-arranged study. She led the two brothers into the study, lightly stepping forward, pulling several books from the shelves, and presenting them to the brothers. Have you seen these? Gong Mingsheng shook his head. Gong Minglu commented. I glanced through them, but as they pertain to women's clothing, hairpins, and cosmetics, I did not examine them closely. Indeed, the books Wei Qingyan extracted were all of interest to women. Yet, what was the issue? For some reason, Gong Minglu felt uneasy and explained. There are many miscellaneous books in our father's study. I previously asked him why he collected such works. He said, if one cannot travel 10,000 miles, one should read 10,000 volumes. No book lacks value. Their existence is justified, and broadening one's horizons requires diverse reading. It was due to my father's influence that I have delved into various texts since childhood and thus possess a wealth of knowledge at such a young age. Even serving at the Guozijian, the old master's reasoning was sound, and Wei Qingyan agreed with a nod. However, she pointed to the selected books and said, now, take a closer look. What is peculiar about these? As the eldest son, Gong Mingsheng faced stricter expectations from his parents and had read primarily books concerning knowledge and career prospects, seldom indulging in miscellaneous literature. After hearing Wei Qingyan's words, he hurriedly flipped through the books one by one, and after a moment, observed that while they appeared normal on the surface, the insides bore signs of frequent handling, especially the book on women's skirts, which showed signs of folding. Gong Minglu noticed this too and shook his head, saying, that is not me. He paused, struggling to articulate, our mother does not enjoy reading. With so few members in the Gong family, if it were neither he nor his brother, nor their mother, then it must be their father. A 7-foot man, why would he harbor an interest in women's skirts and cosmetics? Yet, they had never perceived it. Their father had a secret. The brothers simultaneously entertained this thought. What could his secret be? Chapter 49. Discovery. Whatever the secret, they must continue to investigate. Gong Mingsheng steeled himself. Miss Chong, are there any further discoveries? Perhaps their father perused these women's items for their mother. He reassured himself. Wei Qingyan surveyed the study, contemplating a visit to the old lady's quarters. If even his two sons were kept in the dark, the only ones privy to Gong Changjing's secret would likely be the old steward and the old lady, along with her closest attendants. The reason she had managed to uncover clues in the study was likely due to the old lady's disinterest in reading, which had caused her to overlook those books on the shelves. In other areas, any traces had probably been meticulously erased by the old lady. Thus, it was imperative to investigate the old lady's secrets first. Why would Gong Changjing, who had initially not desired a wife, appear to have a harmonious marriage afterward? What kind of person was the old lady? Contrasting with Gong Changjing's quarters, the old lady's courtyard was lavish. The courtyard was adorned with a myriad of flowers, flourishing splendidly even in her absence. Despite her passing, these blossoms continued to be tended to, yet a palpable aura of gloom lingered, thickened by resentment. Yesterday, she had wandered through the estate but found no trace of the late Lady Gong's lingering spirit. It seemed to have been consumed by the vengeful ghost of Gong Changjing. From the conversation, it was clear that Lord Gong and Lady Gong had shared a deep affection in life. But what led them to believe this? Wei Qingyan inquired, gazing at the vibrant blooms surrounding her. They had never quarreled. Her father treated her mother with utmost kindness, spending his private funds not on trivialities but on books and gifts for her, including garments and jewelry. Her mother, too, was wholly devoted to her father, having sewn most of his clothes herself, only seeking assistance in her later years when her eyesight waned. Gong Mingsheng, reflecting on this, asked Miss Chong, does such a couple not exemplify a good marriage? Wei Qingyan had never truly witnessed the affection between a husband and wife. Her mother was a stepmother, considerably younger than her father, and while they rarely argued, their interactions always bore a hint of formality and distance. However, observing the rapport between Gong Mingsheng and his elder sister had stirred something within her. Instead of answering, she countered, What of Lord Gong and Lady Gong? Did they ever quarrel? Gong Mingqing's expression tightened. He cherished Shiran, and throughout their years of marriage, his feelings had never wavered. Yet, they were not immune to disagreements, whether over child-rearing philosophies or differing habits. Occasionally, when he was drawn away by colleagues for social engagements, Shiran would sulk, sending him to the study to reflect. He believed his relationship with Shiran was as strong as that of his parents. Yet, he recalled that his mother had endured a long wait of 12 years after his birth before giving birth to his younger brother. Was it possible that privately, their bond was not as close as it seemed? Gong Mingqing's expression cracked slightly as he pondered whether his parents' affection was perhaps not as he had imagined. Gong Mingluo's countenance mirrored his own, both being astute individuals who had never before contemplated their parents in such a light. Wei Qingyan observed their expressions closely, and an answer began to form in her mind. Even teeth and tongue may clash. How could two people who live together daily never have disagreements? Even her own relationship with Shiryu, once so harmonious, had its share of minor quarrels. In contrast, she had never quarreled with Du Shui, as he had always regarded her as the elder and obeyed her without question. Suddenly, she halted, realizing how absurd it was to compare her relationship with Shiryu to that of a married couple. She composed herself and stepped into the house. After exploring the interior, she found herself in the late Lady Gong's chamber. The most prominent feature was a grand wardrobe, occupying an entire wall. Upon opening it, she discovered two sets of garments still inside. At this juncture, Gong Mingqing, recognizing the gravity of the situation, spoke candidly. My mother loved to acquire clothing and jewelry, disliking how dresses would crease in storage. Hence, she ordered this large wardrobe. Upon her passing, the jewelry was distributed among her daughters-in-law and granddaughters as keepsakes, while she instructed us to burn her clothing and shoes. These remaining two sets were delivered from the tailor shop after her death, long past the mourning period, and I kept them as a memory. The tailor shop, known for its bespoke garments for noble women, was familiar to Wei Qingyan. In the past, many of her mother's and Wan Yi's dresses had been made there. The shop's popularity stemmed from its craftsmanship, innovative designs, and punctuality. Why had the garments arrived only after the mourning period? To her knowledge, Lady Gong had suffered for 3 months before her demise, making it improbable that she had commissioned the attire in her final days. What kind of garments required several months' preparation? Wei Qingyan reached out to touch the fabric. Gong Mingqing recalled, the material is rare, brought by Persian merchants to the Wei. Many noble women desired it, and my father used his connections to purchase it at a high price for my mother. Shortly thereafter, he passed away, and my mother, consumed by grief, lost the desire for new clothing. Later, when Mingluo's eldest son encountered tragedy, the fabric remained in storage at the tailor's. I remember that as well. The tailor had once visited to inquire whether the fabric should be returned or if the garment should be made as previously agreed. Gong Minglu added. At that time, I happened to be visiting my mother, and she remarked that she would have the garments made according to her measurements when she was near death. The tailor could not monitor Lady Gong constantly. The garments were only initiated after her passing. However, she had specified Sue embroidery, and the embroiderer skilled in that technique had fallen ill, resulting in a delay that caused them to miss the mourning period. He had listened to his mother's words, feeling both dismal and sorrowful, which left a lasting impression. To have them made according to her measurements, Wei Qingyan had unfolded the garments, confirming they were indeed tailored for an ordinary woman's size. When the tailor received the order, the buyer's measurements would accompany the fabric. So why did Lady Gong insist on that particular instruction? Furthermore, the fabric and style did not align with the late lady's age. Moreover, the garments had not yet been completed when Gong Changing passed, implying that Lady Gong had ordered a dress while knowing her daughter-in-law was nearing death. Wei Qingyan's mind began to form a shadowy image. Gong Minglu nodded. That is what my mother said. At that moment, he too recognized the discrepancy. Could it be that the measurements sent earlier were not those of his mother? Gong Mingqing was taken aback and quickly stated, I will send Gong Jun to the tailor shop right away. The tailor shop would certainly have records. While waiting for Gong Jun's return, Wei Qingyan continued to examine every corner of Lady Gong's chamber, finding nothing else of note. What had become of the elderly servants who had attended her? Gong Minglu explained. The ones who served my mother closely were Yuma and Wuma, both of whom had been her maids from her family and accompanied her when she married. Before her passing, my mother had returned their contracts to them. Yuma passed away about half a year after my mother, while Wuma returned to her hometown to enjoy her old age. Had she arranged for them before her death? Or was it simply a dismissal? Wei Qingyan raised her eyes and inquired, "How far is it from the capital?" "Approximately half a month's journey," he replied. "A round trip would take a month. Time was of the essence." Wei Qingyan seated herself on a chair. Only an elderly steward had attended Gong Changjing, who had died. Of the two women who had served Lady Gong, one had passed, and the other had distanced herself from the capital. The two sons, close to them, remained oblivious to their secrets, indicating a deliberate concealment. As for the other servants in the estate, they would be even more guarded. If her conjecture held true, what had compelled them to marry in the first place? Chapter 50. The man who loved to dress in women's clothes. Gong Jun returned in the evening, his face pale as he handed a note with the measurements to Wei Qingyan. "I have confirmed repeatedly. This is indeed the size given by my grandmother." The Gong brothers leaned in a look. Their expressions turned ashen. They bore a striking resemblance to their father, and the dimensions were all too familiar. They were their father's. Astonishing. The garments commissioned by their mother were tailored to their father's measurements. What could be the reason for her to order women's clothing for him? Please recall, during your interactions with Lord Gong, did he exhibit any traits that diverge from the norm for a man? Wei Qingyan's voice, cold and clear, jolted the brothers from their stupor. Gong Minglu stared intently at Wei Qingyan. His father was the epitome of masculinity. Though refined and cultured, he was never effeminate. He was the minister of justice, feared by criminals, and privately reviled as a living Yama. How could such a man have an affinity for women's attire? "Miss Chong, you must be mistaken. After my father's health began to decline, my mother often worried about him, and it must have been a moment of confusion in reporting the measurements. She cared for him throughout her life. Surely she remembered his size better than her own. If it were truly a mistake, why did she emphasize that instruction to the tailor?" Wei Qingyan scrutinized him. In her youth, she had met Gong Changjing, whose appearance was decent but not particularly striking. However, the old steward praised him as more beautiful than countless women in the world. Why would the steward extol a man in such a manner? Could it be that at that time, Gong Changjing was dressed in women's attire, prompting the comparison to females? Suddenly, a heavy thud interrupted Wei Qingyan's thoughts. She turned to see Gong Minglu seated on the ground, looking as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. "Second uncle, what happened?" Gong Jun hurried to help him. Gong Minglu, however, twisted his neck slowly toward Gong Mingsheng, stammering, "Elder brother, do you recall over 20 years ago when a certain aunt visited our household? She bore a striking resemblance to father and was of similar height in mother's chamber." He faltered, unable to continue. At that time, he was around 7 or 8 years old, unable to sleep due to excitement from reading a captivating travelogue. He ventured into his mother's room to discuss it with his father, but father was absent. Only mother and a woman were present. Mother explained that the woman was a distant cousin visiting from afar and was to leave the next day, hence the desire to catch up. Preoccupied with thoughts of the travelogue, he did not linger. The next day, when he returned to mother's courtyard, the aunt had already departed. Mother mentioned that she had come secretly due to a quarrel with her husband and instructed him not to speak of it to outsiders. He promptly dismissed the matter from his mind until the recent events unearthed those buried memories. No longer a child of 7 or 8, but now a 28-year-old scholar from the National Academy, he began to discern the inconsistencies in his recollections. The Gong family had no distant relatives. Otherwise, others in the household would surely have known. The woman in mother's chamber was clearly father dressed in women's clothing. His revelation struck Gong Mingsheng like a thunderbolt. Another thud echoed as Gong Mingsheng sank to the ground, forehead damp, looking toward his younger brother. What do you mean?" "It was father," Gong Minglu managed to say. "I once saw father applying lipstick when I was young, but the old steward smilingly told me it was a gift for mother, as he worried she might not like it, so he tried it first." He recalled how mother was always particular about such things, leading him to never question it, and even believe that father was considerate toward her. Gong Mingqing's chest heaved with fury as he glared at Gong Minglu. "Why didn't you say anything sooner? Why not earlier?" His voice trailed off, knowing full well how to articulate it. Who would have thought that their imposing father had a penchant for women's attire? He was 12 years older than his younger brother, and if he had never suspected anything, how could he blame his brother, who was just a child at the time? In retrospect, it was precisely because father enjoyed purchasing women's items that led them, and even the people in the capital, to assume those were gifts from mother, believing that father adored her. Once this notion took hold, father's actions appeared less peculiar, instead presenting him as a caring husband. And what of mother? Why did she aid father in concealing this? From his steward's words, it was revealed that father had initially been reluctant to marry mother. Did he marry her later because she supported his peculiarities? What had been father's last wish regarding mother before his death? Mother had concealed such an inclination of father for a lifetime, yet ultimately defied his wishes. Despite being mentally prepared, neither brother anticipated such a revelation, leaving them somewhat at a loss. Wei Qingyan observed the two wilted brothers on the ground and softly remarked, "That fabric was purchased by the elder Gong for himself." A thunderous shock coursed through the brothers' hearts as Gong Minglu grasped his elder brother's arm, inching closer. The elder gentleman who adored women's attire had purchased this fabric at a high price for himself, and before his demise, sent it to the tailor for custom garments. What could he have intended? Wei Qingyan's dark, enchanting eyes seemed to guide the brothers further into contemplation. Gong Mingcheng's body tensed as he swallowed hard. Did father wish to be buried in women's clothing? After 40 years of life, this was his boldest conjecture. Yet, he still found it hard to accept. Wei Qingyan then turned to Gong Minglu, who appeared as if struck by lightning, eyes wide with disbelief, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Perhaps what his elder brother suggested was correct. Would burning 2 garments for father suffice to resolve the grievances? It was unlikely to be that simple. Wei Qingyan shook her head. If this were indeed the elder gentleman's dying wish, combined with the resentment he harbored in the old steward's words, it suggested that Gong old madam had acquiesced to his request. Given the speed of the tailor, it would have been feasible to have the garments ready in time for burial. Perhaps all of this was calculated by the elder gentleman. Yet, the ever-compliant Gong old madam failed to act according to his instructions. The elder gentleman trusted her enough to delegate this task. A betrayal by old madam would equate to treason, which could be a reason for his lingering resentment. Gong old madam's family, the Yu family, was of the Ministry of Revenue's secretary, and her marriage was considered a low match. Perhaps it was necessary to investigate why your mother married your father. At this moment, it was merely speculation, requiring further verification to truly resolve the grievances. Time was of the essence. Gong Mingcheng understood the gravity of the situation, inhaling deeply. The Yu family still has 2 uncles. We shall pay them a visit tonight. Wei Qingyan nodded. I will disguise myself as your servant and accompany you. As for how the Gong brothers would inquire about their father's secrets without revealing his privacy, Wei Qingyan chose not to involve herself. They had their own methods. After finalizing their plan, Wei Qingyan returned to the guest courtyard, where Yanlan had just returned as well. She had accompanied others to the palace gates today, urging the emperor to thoroughly investigate the matter of Huangsha Ridge. The demands of scholars and commoners compelled the emperor to respond, ultimately ordering the crown prince to oversee the Ministry of Justice in this matter, while the Wu family was taken in for questioning. The Luo mother and daughter, worried about their own safety with the Wu family imprisoned, had decided to take Luo Chengzhou's body back to Linzhou. Hadn't they been clamoring for revenge? Wei Qingyan was slightly surprised. She expected Madame Wu would not readily reveal Luo Songyun's identity, yet she never anticipated that Luo Songyun, who always prided herself on her status, would endure this. An instinct told Wei Qingyan that something was amiss. Just as she contemplated investigating the Wu residence before the Gong brothers set off, Du Shui hurriedly approached. Elder brother, Prince Rong has been poisoned, and it was the Empress Dowager's doing. Are you unharmed? His mind was overwhelmed, struggling to comprehend why the Empress Dowager would poison her own son, and worried that Wei Qingyan might be implicated due to the marriage seal. Chapter 51. The Heart's Desire. Is it the public or the mother? Wei Qingyan felt a momentary panic, but quickly regained her composure, asking, I am fine. What of him? He is not in danger of death, but he is in excruciating pain. Du Shui examined Wei Qingyan, relieved to see her unharmed, but soon his brow furrowed again. Why would the Empress Dowager, who once cared for Prince Rong so dearly, resort to such poison now? After all, the fact that Prince Rong was recovering was something to be concealed from the emperor, and it certainly would not be shared with the Empress Dowager easily. What could have driven her to inflict such torment on her already sick son? How did you come to know? It was the Empress Dowager's doing. During this return to the capital, Wei Qingyan had also sensed a shift in the Empress Dowager's attitude toward Shiryu. During Shiryu's recent feigned illnesses, it was unheard of for the Empress Dowager to send someone to inquire after him, which was a stark contrast to the past. Although the Empress Dowager's affection for Shiryu was not as intense as for the late emperor, she still treasured her youngest son, who had been born at an advanced age. She would never allow him to suffer illness without intervention, nor would she permit the emperor to usurp his military authority, confining him to the capital. Du Shuai replied, I heard he was poisoned, so I went to see him. Jingzhe informed me. Wei Qingyan shot him a glance. Did Jingzhe not tell you why the Empress Dowager would do this? While Jingzhe was not as composed as Dongsong, he was fiercely loyal to Shiryu and always cautious regarding matters involving royal family dynamics. He would not casually disclose information to Du Shuai. Du Shuai hesitated, au quart de seeing. Seeing him in such agony, I thought about the merit seal on him and wondered if it might affect you. As Jingzhe conveyed these thoughts to me, I neglected to inquire whether it was intentional on his part to reveal such matters. It finally dawned upon me. Wei Qingyan slightly curved his lips. Why did he choose to confide this information to me? Du Shuai gazed at Wei Qingyan with suspicion, realizing that he might have anticipated my visit. Was this meant to inform me that, due to my investigation into the Huangsha Ridge incident, Rongwang wished for me to understand that his rapport with the imperial family was rather tenuous? To prevent me from being overly wary of him? Shiryu, however, was not the kind of person to harbor such suspicions. Yet, the specifics eluded Wei Qingyan, who had no intention of pondering further. He suggested that if Du Shuai had no pressing matters, he should directly inquire with Jingzhe about the reasons behind the Empress Dowager's poisoning of Shiryu, for he would likely provide the answers. Perhaps he was merely waiting for Du Shuai to pursue the inquiry. To my surprise, upon hearing this, Du Shuai hurried off, nearly bounding away in excitement. Wei Qingyan observed the fervent individual with a helpless smile. The fact that Jingzhe had taken the time to speak with Du Shuai indicated that Shiryu was indeed unscathed. As for the pain, she cast her gaze towards the direction of Rongwang's residence, clenched her fist, and after a moment, turned back inside to change into male attire, joining the Gong family brothers on their way to the Yu residence. Although the Yu family were also former officials of the previous dynasty, they had covertly pledged allegiance when the late emperor first rose in rebellion, and after his ascension, they were granted significant favor. The current Minister of Revenue was the nephew of the old Madame Gong, who happened to be the cousin of Gong Mingxiang. The two elder brothers of Madame Gong had grown old and relinquished their responsibilities. It was unclear what methods Gong Mingxiang employed. But shortly after his arrival at the Yu residence, the Minister of Revenue summoned the two elderly gentlemen into the study. As a mere servant, Wei Qingyan could not follow them inside, so she seized the opportunity to explore the Yu residence under the pretense of needing to use the restroom. The rapport between the Gong and Yu families was amicable, and the servants of the Yu residence assumed she had merely lost her way, harboring no suspicions. After wandering through the Yu residence, she formed a general assessment that it was a respectable household, with few servants having met untimely ends. By the time she returned to the study's entrance, the Gong brothers were still inside and had not yet emerged. After another half hour, they finally exited, their expressions grave, and without uttering a word, they departed from the Yu residence. In a shadowy alley, Shiryu observed the three of them boarding a carriage before stealthily slipping away. Wei Qingyan, sensing something, cast a piercing glance in their direction, where only two lanterns at the small door of the Yu residence swayed gently in the wind. Frowning, she felt a long-standing instinct tell her that someone had indeed been there moments ago. Her mind involuntarily recalled earlier instances of night outings, during which Shiryu had appeared. She shook her head. How could Shiryu, having been poisoned today, possibly be present here? In another dim alley, Dong Tsong supported Shiryu, whose lips were stained with blood, filled with concern as he urged, Your Highness, let us return to the palace. With the shadow guards following. Should anything happen to Miss Chong, she will report to you immediately. Shiryu wiped the blood from his lips, leaning against the wall, listening to the sound of the carriage wheels rolling over the bluestone pavement in the adjacent street. He exhaled softly, murmuring, I am fine. Fearing discovery by Xiao Yin, he suppressed the pain within him using his inner strength, which resulted in internal injuries manifesting as blood. Dong Tsong, realizing he could not dissuade him, ceased his pleas. Ever since the prince deduced that General Wei might require his proximity to sustain his life, he had become like a startled bird, unwilling to stray too far from her. He was anxious that, should General Wei need him, he would not arrive in time. You cannot allow the Empress Dowager to continue harming you, Dong Tsong said, his eyes filled with worry. If you are poisoned again, Your Highness, you may truly lose your life. Shiryu responded with a soft grunt. As if in acknowledgement to Dong Tsong, or perhaps to himself, declaring that this would be the last time. From now on, he would owe her nothing. The sound of the carriage wheels gradually faded away. Shiryu leapt onto the wall, once again following from a distance. Dongsong observed his master, who was clearly in agony yet appeared unaffected, and he sighed deeply, leading the shadow guards to follow suit. Witnessing the carriage enter the Gong residence, they finally returned to Roan Wang's residence. Jingzhe was kneeling at the entrance of Shiryu's chamber. Upon seeing him return, he softly called out, "Your Highness." Jingzhe acknowledges his mistake. Shiryu ignored him, striding into the room, and as he reached the bedside, he collapsed, unconscious. Dongsong rushed forward, checking his pulse and exclaiming, "Jingzhe, summon the physician." A commotion ensued within Roan Wang's residence. The elderly physician, pointing at Dongsong and Jingzhe, was livid, his beard bristling. "Do you have any idea what bone-cracking poison is? Do you even know? Bone-cracking poison causes excruciating pain, as if each bone is being shattered inch by inch. And in such agony, you let him run amok? He is a frail creature, lacking power and espouse. What could possibly warrant such a risk? To venture out in the dead of night while the poison ravages him? And to make matters worse, he forcibly suppressed the pain with his inner strength, resulting in internal injuries and blood loss. Do you not wish for him to recover? Old Jing, please calm down. My master truly has urgent matters, Jingzhe said, rubbing his ears, which felt as if they might burst. Please help him with the antidote. A bitter pang gripped his heart. He understood all too well what bone-cracking poison entailed, yet the prince bore his own burdens. Old Jing shot him a glare, huffing, "Do you think I need you to tell me?" The old lady is kind-hearted. She is not someone with a heart of stone. If it weren't for her being in the capital today, he would have had to endure the pain for 49 hours before the poison could disperse. Yes, you are as handsome as Pan and possess the heart of a bodhisattva. You treat our prince the best, Dongsong flattered. What could your master have done to upset his elderly mother? This is the second time he has been poisoned. Receiving such flattery, old Jing's mood lifted, and curiosity sparked within him. Initially, it was because he acted impulsively for the sake of a man, deploying troops to Bailing without permission. What could this time be for? Pausing, he added, "Wait a moment. You say he went out tonight for a reason? Could it be another romantic interest?" Previously, it had been for a romantic interest that he committed such an outrageous act, and this incident had left Shiryu with a reputation as a lovesick fool in old Jing's eyes. The thought that he could act so recklessly must surely relate to love. The two guards knew all too well the old man's penchant for gossip and his obstinacy. If they did not provide an answer, he might continue questioning until dawn. Exchanging glances, they finally nodded in agreement. General Wei was indeed the object of the prince's affections. Upon hearing this, old Jing leapt 3 feet into the air, his face alight with excitement, his eyes sparkling with the flames of gossip. "Is it true? Quickly tell me. Is it a man or a woman?" The terminology of man or woman made Jingzhe uncomfortable. Rubbing his aching knees, he gritted his teeth and replied, "A young lady." He could endure kneeling for another couple of hours. "Oh, my dear mother. Has he changed his ways? Which family does this young lady belong to? Is she exceptionally beautiful, graceful, and enchanting? So stunning that one cannot tear their eyes away?" Old Jing bombarded them with questions, while the two guards exchanged glances, realizing they could not divulge more about General Wei. Fortunately, the person on the bed slowly opened his eyes, remarking, "Your taste has always been rather pedestrian." Such mundane terms could never encapsulate his Xiaoyan. "Then tell me, what manner of person could compel you to risk your life?" Old Jing darted to Shiryu's bedside, eagerly awaiting an answer. What he received, however, was Shiryu's warning. No curiosity, no inquiries, and certainly no divulging a single word outside. Otherwise, I shall sever your supply of medicinal materials. "Ah, you heartless wretch, I just saved your life," old Jing exclaimed, his face portraying the look of a scorned lover. He had no particular passions in life, save for concocting and crafting poisons, but this required significant funds, and he was loath to sell his own creations. Thus, the wealth left by his parents had dwindled over the years. The medicinal materials he could use were all provided freely by Shiryu, and the prince's warning effectively curtailed his impulse. Not sensing any willingness from Roan Wang to relent, he sheepishly declared, "I shall not ask any further. Every ugly bride must eventually be seen, and I shall have the chance to see her." Suddenly recalling something, he added, "I see your pulse has returned to normal. Are you feeling better? Who treated you?" Without sure you needing to respond, old Jing realized it was that young lady, wasn't it? I received word from Qingyan, stating that you summoned him to the capital. He was concerned about your health and feared he wouldn't arrive in time to assist you. Knowing I was nearby, he urged me to come quickly. Wait a moment. Your health has improved, yet why summon Qingyan? To treat others? No, you already have those capable of healing you by your side. What purpose does it serve to bring in Qingyan, who cannot cure you? His expression suddenly turned aggrieved. You wish to attribute the credit for your recovery to Qingyan, which seems quite biased, young man. We have known each other longer. Have you not considered me? He arrived in the capital this morning, knowing that Prince Rome was no longer in danger, so he spent the day enjoying the city. The fact that he has not heard of Prince Rome's recovery indicates that this lad is hiding the truth from everyone. Thus, the only reason for Qingyan to come to the capital must be to utilize his medical expertise to protect that young lady from public scrutiny. Sure, he glanced at Dongsong before closing his eyes. Understanding his intent, Dongsong hurriedly interjected, Your Highness is considering your well-being. If you were to gain notoriety, the palace would surely summon you for even minor ailments. Would you go or not? Jing Lao was momentarily speechless. He harbored a deep-seated animosity toward certain individuals in the palace and would never treat them. With an exasperated huff, Dongsong added with a smile, We have recently acquired some fine medicinal herbs. The prince has set them aside for you. Would you care to see them? Jing Lao, ever the lively character, loved to show off. If he were not distracted, he would cling to the prince incessantly. Indeed, Jing Lao's eyes lit up, of course. Let us go, let us go. He no longer cast a glance at Shiryu, urging Dongsong to lead the way. As Dongsong passed by Jingzhe, he exchanged a knowing glance. Once they departed, Jingzhe knelt abruptly, My lord, I was wrong. I shall refrain from speaking out of turn in the future. I only wish for Miss Chong to feel concern for you as well. Your indiscretion may sow doubt in her heart and drive her away from me completely. Shiryu kept his eyes closed and replied softly, Rise. Once Jing Lao has selected the herbs, ensure he is escorted out of the capital. Jingzhe promptly complied. Yet he felt the prince was overly cautious. General Wei would not treat the prince so coldly. Meanwhile, Wei Qingyan and his companions had just entered the Gong residence. Gong Minglu addressed, Miss Chong, please accompany us to my elder brother's study for a discussion. He was eager to inform Miss Chong of the reasons behind his father's fondness for red attire, asserting that his father was not of a lecherous disposition. Wei Qingyan nodded, and as the three settled in the study, Gong Jun arrived, serving them tea and then standing guard outside. Gong Minglu began, Miss Chong. When my maternal grandfather arranged for my mother to marry my father, he was aware of my father's peculiarities, even encouraging the union for that very reason. It was simply kept from my father. How so? Wei Qingyan raised an eyebrow. Gong Mingchang glanced at his brother, urging him to continue. It turned out that before the establishment of the Great Wei, the previous dynasty's emperor was inept, leading to chaos and rampant banditry. When Gong Changjing was 8, the Gong family lived in a county town. One night, a group of bandits invaded the Gong household, pillaging and committing atrocities. Young and terrified, Gong Changjing was hidden away by his concubine, Aunt Hua, who sought refuge in his quarters. The bandits, intent on thoroughly ransacking the Gong residence, would not leave without searching every corner. Fearing for Gong Changjing's safety, Aunt Hua took the bandits to the family storeroom. After the storeroom was stripped bare, Aunt Hua was subjected to unspeakable horrors and left bound to a beam. As is often the case in tales, officials only arrived after the chaos had subsided. In such turbulent times, the few constables in the county were more concerned with self-preservation. Even when they learned that the bandits had departed, they dared not act recklessly, waiting until dawn to fulfill their duties. During this period, only Gong Changjing and the severely injured Aunt Hua remain alive in the Gong household. Having been raised on the teachings of sages, Gong Changjing had always looked down upon the flamboyant Aunt Hua, often ignoring her attempts at affection. Yet, he never anticipated that the one to save him would be the very person he had never regarded. He stepped over the body strewn across the floor and found the storeroom, trembling as he untied her. Aunt Hua squatted on the ground, drawing herself closer and smiling at him. Young master, could you kindly fetch me some cloth from those boxes? I feel a bit cold. Gong Changjing's eyes burned with tears at her smile. At 8 years old, he understood what Aunt Hua had endured. Among the scattered boxes, the good items had long been taken by the bandits. Only a few worthless pieces of fabric remained. He held back his tears, selecting what he deemed the most beautiful piece and draping it over Aunt Hua. He knew she cherished beauty. Though Aunt Hua feigned disdain, she quickly wrapped herself in it. Observing the frightened Gong Qingyan, she smiled again and pulled him closer, saying, "Do not be afraid, young master. The officials will arrive soon. Today I saved you. So will you promise to send me a beautiful dress in the future?" Gong Qingyan, encouraged by her gentle words, sat beside her, feeling her body tremble. He leaned closer, saying, "All right, a gentleman's word is his bond." Aunt Hua maintained her smile, revealing that she had a daughter. If she had given birth, the child would have been about the same age as the young master. While pregnant, she envisioned how she would dress her daughter beautifully, making her beloved. As a concubine, having a daughter would prevent any disputes over inheritance with the legitimate heir. The matriarch was kind-hearted and had no daughters of her own. If she found Aunt Hua's daughter attractive, she might even arrange a good marriage for her. Gong Qingyan's terror gradually subsided in the comforting presence of Aunt Hua. They huddled together, waiting for dawn when the officials finally arrived. "Young master, do not be afraid. The officials are here. Go with them," were Aunt Hua's last words to him. She returned to her quarters to change clothes and then leaped into a well. She had long resolved to die, fearing that Gong Qingyan would be terrified facing the corpses alone, and stayed with him until the officials arrived. It was from that moment onward that his father developed a fondness for red attire. Uncle claimed it was out of guilt, remorse for not treating Aunt Hua well in life. Having received such a life-saving grace, yet never having the chance to repay it, he would often dress as a woman and visit her grave, playing the part of her daughter to win her favor. Eventually, perhaps out of habit or emotional entanglement, this practice became an obsession. Gong Minglu wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes, mourning for both his father and the grandmother who had saved him. His maternal grandfather deemed it admirable that his father had cherished Aunt Hua's kindness for so many years, marking him as a person of deep feelings and loyalty, which is why he arranged for his mother to marry him. Wei Qingyan shook his head slowly. "No, your mother has her own reasons." Chapter 53. The Secret of the Old Lady Gong. The brothers exchanged glances, their faces paling. "Miss Chong, the union was arranged by your parents, as your maternal grandfather wished." Gong Mingxing replied. "Was there a prior connection between the Gong family and the Yu family?" Wei Qingyan countered. "None." Gong Mingxing shook his head. The Gong family had only moved to the capital later. As the saying goes, daughters are often married to those of higher status, and the Yu family had been a sought-after match during the previous dynasty. Even if your maternal grandfather did not wish for his daughter to enter the royal family, there must have been many honorable suitors amongst those who were a match for your mother. Your father, being a minister after the establishment of the Great Wei, was merely a commoner at the time of his marriage to your mother, and he had a penchant for wearing women's clothing, which was frowned upon by society. How could such an unconventional matter be accepted by the most status-conscious families? Yet your maternal grandfather accepted it and allowed his legitimate daughter to marry beneath her status. Wei Qingyan mused. "Do you not find this matter rather peculiar?" "What is so peculiar?" Gong Minglu's voice trembled. After finally accepting their father's eccentricity, they dare not ponder what unspeakable secrets their mother might hold. "What exactly it is, I do not know," Wei Qingyan sighed, "but it may relate to your mother's half-brother. Tomorrow, you must visit the Yu residence again. However, if they were to do so, the matter of the ghostly grievances would be difficult to conceal. The Yu family had endured through 2 dynasties. They were certainly not fools. The Gong brothers' repeated inquiries about old affairs would surely raise suspicions. The 2 uncles of the Yu family could truthfully disclose Gong Qingyan's peculiarities, yet they chose to remain silent about the matter concerning the venerable Madame Gong, perhaps out of embarrassment. This evening, within the confines of the Yu residence, she unearthed a significant revelation. The Madame Gong had a half-brother who, due to her influence, garnered the disdain of the elder Yu patriarch. He accomplished nothing in his lifetime and harbored resentment towards Madame Gong until his death. In his moments of unfulfilled ambition, he lamented, "It was you who strayed into that room. What concern is it of mine? My father ruined my life because of it. Mingzhu, it is your fault, yet I bear the consequences. You are already married, enjoying the affection of your spouse, and have children. Why must I be punished? I only wish to achieve something noteworthy. What wrong have I committed?" Yu Mingzhu was the maiden name of Madame Gong. The discord between legitimate daughters and illegitimate sons is not uncommon in a society that distinguishes between the two. However, the rationale behind the Yu family's decision to marry their daughter into a lower status seems rather implausible, from the fact that Gong Qingyan continued to don women's attire post-marriage. It is evident he never intended to relinquish this penchant. The elder Yu patriarch must have been aware of this. Both the name Ming Zhu and the elder Yu patriarch's disfavor towards the illegitimate son revealed that Madame Gong was exceedingly cherished during her time at her natal family. A doting patriarch would undoubtedly inform his daughter about Gong Qingyang's idiosyncrasies prior to her marriage, to prevent any untoward incidents after the wedding. Madame Gong was aware of these matters before her marriage, yet chose to wed and collude with Gong Qingyang to keep the truth hidden from the world. It is possible that she harbored genuine affection for Gong Qingyang and disregarded his peculiarities. However, how many opportunities would a young lady from a prominent family have to interact with men of no reputation before her marriage? Coupled with the words of her half-brother, Wei Qingyan surmised that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. Madame Gong must have endured some significant experiences in her youth. The quickest way to uncover the truth of the past was to inquire with the elder uncles of the Yu family. The two brothers spent a sleepless night. Early the next morning, they returned to the Yu residence, looking haggard and worn, only to come back with a stern-looking elder. Wei Qingyan recognized him. He was the biological elder brother of Madame Gong, now the Minister of Revenue, formerly a cabinet minister, Yu Liangji. In the past, he had often seen this elder while playing in the study of the late emperor alongside Shiryu, who had greatly valued him. Yu Liangji turned his gaze towards Wei Qingyan, questioning, "Is it true that you have encountered the ghost?" Gong Mingqiang cast a remorseful glance at Wei Qingyan. The first time they could pry information from the two uncles was a stroke of luck. The second time proved more challenging as they were instead pressed for information about their own family. The elder's arrival was anticipated by Wei Qingyan. She leaned slightly forward and replied, "Yes." This elder maintained a good relationship with her father. The elder squinted at Wei Qingyan, scrutinizing her for a while before speaking in a deep voice. "You were the servant who accompanied the brothers to my residence last night, correct?" "Indeed." Wei Qingyan met his gaze directly. "What did you observe during your time at my residence?" Yu Liangji inquired casually, yet there was a penetrating sharpness in his eyes. Otherwise, the Gong brothers would not have faltered under his scrutiny. However, Wei Qingyan, having stood in the court since the age of 15, was unfazed by such a gaze. She gestured for the elder to take a seat and continued in a similarly casual tone. "What was in the room that you Mingzhu mistakenly entered? How did it involve your half-brother? What experiences did she endure that rendered her unable to marry normally?" Before Yu Liangji had fully settled into his seat, he gripped the armrest tightly, suppressing his emotions. The only living souls privy to those past events were himself and his second brother. Thus, if this young lady knew of these matters, it would not be through the means of the living. The path of the dead, perhaps? He pondered, for he indeed knew of such a person. He quelled the shock within and maintained a fade of calm. "What is your relationship with Master Ilian?" This time, it was Wei Qingyan who felt a stir within her heart. Ilian was the monastic name of the fat monk, who had distaste for femininity and thus introduced himself as such to the outside world. Few were aware of his true name. Why did the elder inquire so? You did not deny it. Thus, it seems you are acquainted. Yu Liangji stroked his beard, finally appearing at ease. In my decades of life, I have only witnessed extraordinary talents in him. Are you perhaps his disciple? Wei Qingyan did not conceal the truth. Ilian was indeed her master. What connection does the elder have with him? Yu Liangji chuckled lightly, an old friend from my youth. Coincidentally, it was Ilian who provided direction regarding your sister's marriage. The fat monk. Wei Qingyan lowered her eyelids slightly. The fat monk had never mentioned his acquaintances in the capital, meaning those who knew his monastic name were certainly not commonplace. She couldn't help but wonder what the connection between the two might be. Upon his mention of Madame Gong's affairs, the Gong brothers bowed deeply to Yu Liangji, pleading for him to divulge the truth of the past to aid Miss Chong in alleviating their father's grievances. Yu Liangji gestured for his two nephews to take their seats and sighed. Years have passed, and there is little that cannot be spoken of. However, your sudden inquiry into this matter raises my suspicions. I must remain vigilant. Now that I know you are a disciple of Master Ilian, there is nothing further to conceal. He regarded Wei Qingyan. When my sister was 10 years old, a prince from the previous dynasty was invited to our residence by her half-brother. This prince was quite fond of wine. After indulging, he took rest in the guest room of my half-brother. A kitten raised by my sister wandered into that room, and unaware of the presence of a guest, she followed the cat inside. Ultimately, it was her own mother's experience. The Gong brothers instinctively clenched their fists upon hearing this. Noticing Yu Liangji's prolonged silence, Wei Qingyan interjected, "That prince harassed Madame Gong?" Yu Liangji shook his head, his expression darkening. My sister was lively and charming from a young age. On one occasion, she accompanied our mother to a temple for prayers and caught the eye of that beast, who orchestrated this scheme using my half-brother's ambition. He was never truly intoxicated. My sister was lured there at his command. Fortunately, my half-brother arrived in time to intervene. Although the situation did not escalate, my sister became terrified of men's proximity thereafter, even recoiling from our brothers and father, trembling in fear. That man was of royal lineage, and given the implications for my sister's reputation, we had no choice but to suffer in silence, unable to seek justice for her. The Yu family held a respectable status, and my sister was beautiful. Suitors came knocking before she even reached maturity. However, whenever a matchmaker arrived, my sister would fall ill with fright. The most severe incident saw her bedridden with a high fever for 2 or 3 days without waking. Our parents were frantic, and my second brother and I were equally distressed. We even contemplated keeping her at home for life, thinking that when we were gone, our children could care for her. He sighed, a hint of self-mockery evident. In truth, we were naive. When that beast's third wife passed away, he set his sights on my sister, who was now grown. Upon learning this news, she threatened to take her own life. Our father, now graying with worry, and I, consumed with anxiety, sought out Master Ilian. I did not dare to disclose my sister's past, only mentioning her struggles. Master Ilian then guided me to uncover Qingyang's secret. I reported this to my father and secretly brought my sister to meet Qingyang, who was disguised as a woman. My sister understood that if the royal family issued a marriage decree, refusing to wed would bring calamity upon our family, so she could only acquiesce. Wei Qingyan understood. This was likely a desperate measure. While Madame Gong might have been somewhat self-deceiving, marrying a man who cherished feminine attire was certainly preferable to marrying the terrifying demon she could not resist. Gong Qingyang did not consent to this union, did he? Yu Liangji nodded, affirming yes, but Qingyang, at 25, still refused to take a wife. The Gong family was quite anxious and employed various methods to compel him. My father countered their efforts, stating plainly that my sister bore psychological scars and that the marriage was merely a means to alleviate the pressure on Qingyang, facilitating his political aspirations in exchange for marrying her. Qingyang, being inherently proud, did not require my father's assistance. However, he indeed needed a wife to fend off his parents' coercion, and he also disdained the prince's despicable behavior. Thus, this arrangement came to pass. How was their relationship post-marriage? Wei Qingyan inquired. Yu Liangji replied, to outsiders, they appeared to treat each other with respect, yet in truth, both regarded it merely as a transaction. That is precisely right, Wei Qingyan applauded inwardly. Madame Gong harbored no affection for Gong Qingyang, thus she would not concern herself with his penchant for women's attire. Perhaps due to her own fears of men, she might even prefer him in female garb, making her willingness to assist him in concealing this understandable. Yet, they ultimately bore 2 sons. How long after their marriage did they share a bed? Such a direct inquiry rendered the 3 older men somewhat embarrassed. Yu Liangji cleared his throat, revealing that they had not consummated their marriage for 2 years. Upon discovering this, Madame Gong resorted to fasting in vain, eventually instructing someone to lace their meals with a love potion. In response, the younger sister, incensed, returned to the Yu residence for over a month and only returned to the Gong household upon realizing she was with child. Wei Qingyan inquired, did she make the decision to return on her own? During her time at her maternal home, did Gong Qingyang visit the Yu residence? Yu Liangji affirmed that his sister had indeed made the decision independently. During that time, Qingyang had visited once to apologize and to discuss a potential divorce, feeling remorseful for having hurt her and wishing to terminate their arrangement. Did Madame Gong consent to the divorce? Wei Qingyan pressed further. Yu Liangji shook his head, explaining that after returning home, his sister became reclusive, seldom leaving her room, and he had not seen her. Their mother merely stated that whenever Gong family matters were mentioned, she would weep. Wei Qingyan pondered, does her silence on the matter imply a desire to remain married? After a lengthy moment of contemplation, he requested that the 2 ladies join him, as he wished to inquire further. Wei Shiran and Qin promptly arrived, having been attentive to the unfolding events. What kind of person do you perceive Madame Gong to be? Wei Qingyan asked straightforwardly. With my uncle still present, are we to comment truthfully on the matriarch? Qing glanced at her elder sister, Wei Qingyan. As the head of the household, Wei Qingyan was accustomed to addressing matters directly for the sake of her younger siblings. Aware of the significance of the situation and concern for her husband's well-being, she did not hesitate. Mother is a good person, showing great affection to us. The younger generation. However, she is also quite introspective, keeping her thoughts hidden. Wei Qingyan's eyes brightened. How shall we express this? For example, mother enjoys savory and spicy flavors. Yet it is customary for women to avoid such strong tastes. Perhaps the cooks interpreted her preferences as such, resulting in rather bland dishes. I, however, have a penchant for bold flavors, and upon marrying into the Gong family, I advised the kitchen accordingly. It was only then that I realized mother shares my tastes. Yet the kitchen staff and my husband remained unaware of this. Despite years in the Gong family, she never articulated her desires. However, upon my discovery, she did not deny it, her face reflecting the joy of being cared for. In essence, she desires certain things but does not voice them, hoping someone will notice and present them to her. Indeed, Madame Gong is likely such a person, perhaps shaped by her childhood experiences. Although she was the legitimate daughter of a prestigious family, her early life instilled in her a sense of timidity and inferiority, making her reluctant to aspire for more. Wei Qingyan nodded thoughtfully and continued, "What do you believe about the relationship between the elder and Madame Gong?" "Neither entirely good nor entirely bad." Wei Qingyan hesitated, searching for the right words. After years of married life, familiarity comes naturally. Yet, I often perceive a certain formality between my parents, perhaps due to the elder maintaining his status in front of the younger generations. The Gong brothers exchanged glances. Their parents' marriage was a transaction, inherently distant and formal. Yet, having been sons for decades, they had failed to notice the signs. Wei Qingyan understood Wei Qingyan's implications, even if they detected some peculiarity in their parents. They attributed it to the elder's desire to uphold their dignity in front of the younger generation. She then turned her gaze to Qin. Qin agreed, as my sister mentioned. Our mother treats us exceptionally well. That's rather vague. Wei Qingyan rephrased her question. What do you consider to be her greatest virtue? Upon hearing this, Qin's eyes welled with tears. After my son encountered difficulties, I could no longer conceive. My maternal family worried I would be unable to establish myself in my husband's family and urged me to take a concubine. Upon learning of this, mother strongly opposed it, saying, she said, "You and Ming Lu cherish each other. Why should you tarnish such a rare bond? Even if you have no sons, you have daughters. I will support you. No one can criticize you. Ming Lu is my son, and I understand him. He will never neglect you due to your lack of children." Yet, unable to overcome her own emotional hurdles and succumbing to my family's nagging, I still took a concubine. What was her attitude upon you disregarding her counsel? Wei Qingyan inquired. Wiping her tears, Qin replied, "Mother seemed quite disappointed with me, merely stating, 'I hope you do not regret this in the future.' Miss Chong, does this relate to your father's grievances?" "Indeed," Wei Qingyan responded, gazing at the assembled individuals. "I believe I comprehend why Madame Gong chose to breach her promise." "Why?" Several voices echoed in unison. Chapter 55. No voice. Wei Qingyan turned to Yu Liangji, Gong Changjing, and Madame Gong, recognizing that both were, due to their early experiences, bound by emotional knots. One harbored a socially unacceptable inclination, reluctant to marry and burden another woman, while the other, fearful of men, felt compelled to wed despite her reservations. Could it be that these two individuals, brought together, serve as each other's salvation? Indeed, Yu Liangji affirmed. My father remarked upon their union in such a manner. Wei Qingyan then addressed Wei Qingyan, a woman who fears men. When encountering a man who delights in masquerading as a woman, would her defenses not begin to falter? If this man is upright, kind, and treats her with respect, could she not, over time, open her heart and develop feelings for him? Wei Qingyan contemplated, nodding. Human beings are not mere plants, who can remain devoid of emotion. It is entirely possible. Exactly. Thus, when Gondaran was merely 12, they welcomed Gong Eryi. Was there someone orchestrating this? Wei Qingyan shifted his gaze back to Yu Liangji. No, Yu Liangji replied. 3 months after she conceived Ming Lu, my sister specifically returned to her maternal home to share the joyous news. Yu Liangji reminisced. On that day, she was exceedingly happy and even engaged in conversation with me. My second brother, and I breathed a sigh of relief. In the days that followed, observing her and Qingyan grow increasingly like a genuine couple, we accepted their relationship as truly flourishing and ceased to inquire further. With their parents deceased and his sister distant from her sisters-in-law as an older brother, he felt it inappropriate to pry into her private matters. From Madame Gong's contrasting attitudes towards the two pregnancies, could we deduce that she had developed feelings for Gong Qingyan? He scanned the room, and Yu Liangji was the first to nod, followed by Wei Qingyan, Qin, and the Gong brothers. Based on your understanding of your father, who married your mother through a transactional arrangement, would he breach his marital promises? Wei Qingyan inquired of Gong Mingsheng. Gong Mingsheng, realizing Wei Qingyan's line of reasoning, shook his head. My father values promises above all. He would not. Precisely, he would not. Thus, after being compelled by your grandmother to consummate the marriage, he went to the Yu residence to discuss a divorce, believing he no longer deserved to continue this arrangement. Am I accurate in my analysis? Gong Mingsheng nodded affirmatively. Yes, that is indeed my father. Yet he is also a normal man. His affinity for wearing women's clothing due to Aunt Hua does not render him a woman. He possesses desires. Otherwise, why would he hold on to the memory of Aunt Hua, saving his life? He would not forget such a kindness. His wife not only respects him, but also assists in concealing his secret. Such devotion is rare in this world. Over time, and with their physical intimacy, might he not also develop feelings for his wife, yet remain unable to express them due to Madame Gong's emotional knots? Ironically, Madame Gong is also one to keep her feelings bottled up. Are you suggesting that although my parents married as part of a transaction, they eventually found affection through their prolonged companionship, yet remained unaware of each other's feelings? My father, cautious of my mother's emotional burdens, refrained from revealing his own, while she, due to her insecurities, dared not hope for more. Waiting for him to take the initiative, Gong Minglu appeared somewhat perplexed. If mother harbors feelings for father, should she not be more inclined to honor his wishes? Deep down, you are reluctant to take a concubine for the second master, yet the need for lineage compels you to do so. You wish to wait for him to declare that he desires only you in this lifetime, that having no sons would be of no consequence. You need this affirmation from him to withstand the scrutiny of society, but when those words remain unspoken, what will you do? Wei Qingyan did not respond to Gong Minglu. Instead, she turned her gaze to the Qin family, taken aback by the public nature of her inquiry. Qin's face flushed crimson as she struggled to compose her thoughts on the matter. Feelings of sorrow, disappointment, petulance, and even resentment welled within her. Wei Qingyan regarded her with a deep, penetrating glance. Gong Minglu, pale as a ghost, abruptly rose from his seat, only to awkwardly return to it upon meeting Wei Qingyan's cold stare. Resolving grievances took precedence. His personal matters could wait. Yet, his gaze involuntarily drifted toward Qin. The loss of his only son had devastated him, yet he had never entertained the notion of taking another woman to bear him children. The Gong family maintained harmonious relations. His elder brother had 2 sons who could be relied upon to care for them in their twilight years. However, he had yet to communicate this to her before she hastily arranged for a concubine to be brought in. Confounded, he felt her disregard for their relationship. Watching her personally usher another into his chamber, he begrudgingly accepted the situation. He had intended to ignore her for a few days until his anger subsided, yet she avoided him, regarding him with disdain. It was she who had abandoned their feelings first. He was too incensed to speak further, but he had never touched that concubine. Unexpectedly, a year later, she introduced 2 more into his life. It seemed she had completely forsaken him. Their once fervent promises and declarations of love had been mere figments of his unrequited longing. He accepted those concubines, only to discover that she too was unwilling, waiting for his stance. Wei Qingyan's voice resonated once again. In the old matriarch's perception, Gong Qingyan relished dressing as a woman, adhering to his own reasons. And for this reason, he was even reluctant to marry. Did the self-conscious old matriarch worry that once she expressed her feelings, her husband might regard her as a burden and terminate their arrangement? She dared not take the risk, even internally comparing her worth in Gong Qingyan's heart to his peculiar inclinations. Yet she still hoped he harbored feelings for her, even if it meant discovering her affections on his own, which prompted her to speak those words to the second madam. For she yearned, but received nothing in return. Qin's complexion turned pale. She had, with her own hands, pushed away what she possessed. Wei Qingyan sighed deeply. The purpose of speech is communication. Suppose the matriarch had developed feelings for Gong Qingyan while pregnant. Then upon his passing, she would have waited a full 25 years. 25 years. What an interminable passage of time. Not only had her hopes gone unfulfilled, but her beloved was also to be separated from her by death. Having lived a life of timidity and inferiority, would she summon a surge of courage only after the old patriarch's departure? What she had not attained in this life, did she hope for in the next? That he might truly be her husband? The mother did not wish for the father to dress as a woman, hence the change of his funeral garments. Qin, in a daze, recalled something and excitedly looked at Gong Minglu. Second master, do you remember when mother was laid to rest? I mentioned that her and father's funeral garments were made from the same fabric, in both male and female styles? Gong Minglu nodded, recalling the envy he had seen in her eyes regarding her parents' affection. He silently hoped that should she agree in the future, they too would wear garments made from the same fabric. Indeed, I remember, Wei Qingyan chimed in, and both father and mother stated they wished to be buried together. Wei Qingyan had already learned about the burial arrangements before her arrival. She continued, based on our previous deductions, Gong Qingyan procured Persian fabric to tailor his own funeral garments. Why, then would there be two sets? Chapter 56. The young master has passed away. Father and mother had aligned in thought, donning matching burial attire. In truth, he had requested two sets of garments, one tailored to his size and the other to his mother's. Gong Minglu pondered, uncertain whether his expression was unclear or if his mother had misunderstood, leading to both sets being crafted in men's sizes by the tailor. Wei Qingyan shook her head. Given how much they valued the matter, the likelihood of such a mistake was slim. Now that she understood the reason behind the old matriarch's change of funeral garments. What of Gong Qingyan? She inquired of Yu Liangji, Master Yu. Did the old matriarch ever engage in needlework in her chamber? The Yu household employs dedicated seamstresses. Mother merely required my younger sister to have some knowledge of embroidery, and could hardly bear to let her craft garments herself. When my sister wed, mother provided her with a seamstress as part of her dowry. Wei Qingyan furrowed her brow, looking toward Wei Qingyan. Please investigate the household accounts to ascertain how frequently Gong Qingyan and the old matriarch crafted garments together. Understood. Wei Qingyan turned to leave, with Qin hurriedly following behind. She felt a bit flustered under the second master's gaze. Wei Qingyan, slightly frowning, fell into contemplation. In her natal family, where she was not required to sew, upon arriving in the Gong household, she found that despite the presence of seamstresses, she personally crafted garments for Gong Qingyan. They had entered into a marriage of convenience, rendering such efforts unnecessary to win her husband's favor. Hence, it was likely that the garments she made for Gong Qingyan were meant to remain undisclosed to outsiders. Moreover, within that unusually large wardrobe, could it be that it contained more than just the old matriarch's garments? Had Gong Yi seen the elder Gong dressed in women's attire in the old matriarch's chamber? Did this imply that during their shared nights, Gong Qingyan had always donned feminine attire? Initially, for concubine Hua, and later, due to his wife's trepidation towards men. He sought to draw closer to her by adopting a woman's guise. Thus, his request to be dressed in women's clothing for burial. Was it not also for this reason, as he wished to be interred alongside his wife, fearing she might disapprove of him being laid to rest in men's garb? If the old matriarch acquiesced to his request for a female burial attire, did Gong Qingyan perceive this as her consent for them to remain together in the next life? Consequently, did the old matriarch's replacement of the funeral garments signify, in Gong Qingyan's mind, a rejection of his feelings? Wei Qingyan felt as if countless threads were intertwining in her mind, and a sense of restlessness arose within her. Why, with mouths to speak, could they not have a proper discussion, leading to a lifetime of wasted opportunities and consequences for their descendants? With this thought, she cast a disapproving glance at Gong Minglu. As Gong Minglu was about to speak, he was caught off guard by her gaze, his heart inexplicably racing. What have you recalled? Wei Qingyan was the first to break the silence. In the days leading up to my father's death, concern for my mother's health, my brother and I took turns keeping watch at night. Gong Minglu reminisced. That night, my father looked at me with a smile, and upon seeing my eyes open, he gestured for me to lie beside him. When I did not move, he said, "Come up and rest. The bed is clean. Your mother is the most fastidious. And though I am old, I would not dare to soil it, lest your mother scold me." I had never shared a bed with my parents before, and felt somewhat uneasy, But fearing he might misinterpret my hesitation as disdain, I complied. I caught a whiff of powdery fragrance. Noticing my nose wrinkle, he chuckled. The fragrance calms your mother. I have grown accustomed to it over the years, he continued. It is well. In the next life, your mother will follow the scent to find me. We shall live again. And next time, your parents will ensure you were born a bit earlier, so our little second son does not always complain about being younger than his brother. Previously, unaware of the truth behind my parents' marriage, I mourned my father's impending departure. Reflecting on it now, he had indeed hoped for a future with my mother, truly caring for her. He wished to have me born sooner, regretting the late affection he had shown her in this life. But why then the feminine attire? Speaking of which, I also remember something. Yu Yangji suddenly interjected. That Persian fabric is difficult to procure, coincidentally. My son works in the Ministry of Revenue and has some connections with a Persian merchant. Qingyan sent someone to convey a message to me, asking for assistance. And when the fabric was acquired, it was the old steward of the Gong household who came to retrieve it. Qingyan seldom asked me for help, yet he requested assistance for a piece of fabric, which piqued my curiosity, leading me to take a glance. Noticing that the floral designs did not align with his sister's preferences, he inquired further. The old steward chuckled, remarking that the master intended to conclude matters from the past to please the mistress. Conclude matters from the past? For Gong Qingyan, the most profound influence in her past was concubine Hua. Wei Qingyan's mind suddenly cleared, and she urgently stated that the two sets of garments were meant, one for concubine Hua and the other for the old matriarch of the Gong family. She strode towards the matriarch's quarters, laying the two sets of garments on the bed. Both sets were of identical fabric, yet their styles were entirely different. One was distinctly feminine, conforming to the attire of women in the Great Way, with a cross-collared, low-neck design. The other, though also a skirt, featured a square high collar and narrow sleeves, resembling the style Wei Qingyan frequently wore. The choice of a more masculine design for Wei Qingyan was to conceal her scars. Gong Qingyan, of course, had no scars to hide. He sought to emphasize masculine traits. The three men accompanying her were not foolish. Having heard her earlier remarks and observing the two outfits, they concurred with Wei Qingyan's conjecture. However, their mother was unaware, assuming that their father still wished to be a woman in his next life, thus unilaterally deciding to dress him in male attire. Gong Minglu muttered softly. Wei Shiran and her sister-in-law hurried over, with Wei Shiran stating that the household accounts were settled every 5 years. Their father had passed 3 years ago, and she had examined the account from his last 2 years, discovering that the public funds had only provided him with the customary outer robes. Meanwhile, their mother had procured a substantial amount of fabric, particularly fine cotton and silk for inner garments, nearly equal in quantity to the outer robes. Their mother had entrusted the management of the household to her 2 years after Wei Qingyan's marriage into the Gong family. Yet the detailed accounts remained under the supervision of 2 matrons. Those records were burned by the matrons following her passing. It all matched. The Gong brothers roared internally. Their father had worn clothing made by their mother or the 2 matrons throughout his life, and they had crafted garments in feminine styles for him. Their father had been arranged this way for a lifetime, believing their mother still harbored unresolved feelings, unwilling to accept a masculine appearance. Thus, he had wished to be dressed in women's attire upon burial. They remained oblivious to how they communicated, completely misinterpreting each other's sentiments and thereby creating misunderstandings. Father, mother, you are both intelligent beings. Why could you not discern each other's affections? Why did you refuse to reveal your hearts to one another? Because of this. How could it have come to this? How could it have come to this? The brothers' eyes brimmed with crimson. What should we do now? Yu Yangji looked at his 2 nephews with pity and asked. Wei Qingyan pondered, deciding to send the 2 sets of garments to the tailor's shop, requesting them to alter them to the original measurements. Since Gong Qingyan had provided those sizes, the fabric would surely suffice. Such precious material. Any excess would be returned along with the garments. As her gaze shifted to Wei Shiran, she understood and replied, I will fetch the fabric from the storeroom. Wei Qingyan nodded, suggesting they add some funds to expedite the work. Wei Shiran understood and promptly went to the tailor's shop. By the following afternoon, the garments were returned. Yu Yangji visited the Gong residence once more. He cleansed his hands, rinsed his mouth, and prepared himself. He arranged the table, lit incense, burned paper, ground ink, and copied scriptures. Wei Qingyan instructed the Gong brothers to recount the events leading up to this moment accurately while copying the scriptures. The Gong brothers, Witnessing Wei Qingyan prick her finger and let a few drops of blood fall into the inkstone, dared not speak further, nodding as they dipped their brushes into the ink. Wei Qingyan also sat at the table, joining the brothers in copying scriptures. Wei Shiran and the others did not dare to leave, their eyes fixated on the three. And when Wei Shiran's gaze fell upon Wei Qingyan's writing hand, she became momentarily entranced. She then continued to watch Wei Qingyan's writing technique intently. Wei Qingyan sensed her gaze but was too preoccupied to pay heed, feeling the opposition of the vengeful spirit. They had only guessed half the truth. Just as she was about to turn and ask Gong Mingsheng something, a loud wail from outside interrupted. "Master, madam, young master has suddenly coughed up blood. He has passed." With that, Wei Qingyan too spat out a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling to a ghostly white. Chapter 57. Resolution of grievances. Those in the room were immediately struck with alarm. As Gong Mingsheng prepared to set down his brush and check on his son, Wei Qingyan swiftly grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Do not act rashly, do not stop, unless you wish for him to truly perish." Though her voice was faint, it carried a powerful command. "I will not allow him to die. Absolutely not." Removing the jade hairpin from her head, her long hair cascaded down as she swiftly cut her palm, blood gushing forth. Wei Qingyan let her blood drip into the teacup, addressing the Gong brothers. "We will copy scriptures with blood. Our hearts must remain steady." Gong Qingyan had long since transformed into a vengeful spirit, devoid of consciousness, fixated solely on his lingering resentment. Our previous assumptions were only half correct. The young master's incident serves as a warning to us. I will strive to negotiate a moment of incense time within that span. You must sincerely copy scriptures while answering my questions to help me uncover the other half of the cause to truly resolve this grievance. Miss Chong, are you saying my son is unharmed? Wei Shiran halted in her tracks, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Wei Qingyan. Wei Qingyan continued to drip blood into the teacup without turning her head, stating, "For now, he is unharmed." She turned back, approaching Wei Qingyan and asking, "Miss, what should we do?" She understood. Finding the other half of the cause within the incense time meant her son could survive if they could not unravel it. Her son's life would be irrevocably lost. Watching Miss Chang's pale face and bloodied palm, Wei Shiran pulled out a handkerchief and stood beside Wei Qingyan, ready to offer it whenever needed. Her son's predicament stemmed from the vengeful spirit, an affliction no ordinary physician could remedy, even if she were to intervene. It would be futile. It was better to place faith in Miss Chong. Perhaps there was still hope. Yu Yangji's body stiffened mid-rise upon hearing Wei Qingyan's words. He slowly sat back down. Qin hurried to the door to instruct Donghua, her voice trembling. "Do not panic. Let the eldest son guard the youngest." Donghua, having failed to detect Gong Jin's breath, felt as though the sky had fallen, rushing over in tears, shouting for help, only to find that none of the masters followed him. Young master is no longer breathing. He believed the masters had not heard him clearly, repeating himself. This statement tightened the hearts of those in the room once more, and Gong Mingsheng, unable to stop his hand, commanded, "Donghua, go watch over Jiner. The time of incense is limited. Do not waste it." Gong Mingsheng felt his hands trembling. Although Donghua had heard Wei Qingyan's words, he was certain the young master had already passed. A person who had lost their breath could not possibly survive. Yet, he could not disregard the master's orders. Turning, he cried, you master, you cannot die." What will Donghua do? With Donghua's departure, the room fell into an eerie silence. As time ticked away, Wei Qingyan remained silent, and beads of sweat formed on the foreheads of the Gong brothers. In addition to their concern for Gong Jin, they felt an inexplicable resistance, as if their pens weighed 1,000 pounds. Wei Shiran's heart felt as though it were being fried in hot oil, her hands continuously offering the handkerchief. Yet, Wei Qingyan persisted in squeezing out blood, filling 2 teacups. Her complexion approached a bluish gray. One cup was placed before Gong Mingsheng, and the other before Gong Minglu. Just as Wei Shiran thought she would cease, Wei Qingyan's other hand began to swiftly sketch in the air with her blood. Gong Mingsheng's pupils contracted. The resistance in their writing vanished. Cough. The blood talisman was completed, followed by a cough from Wei Qingyan, causing blood to spill from her lips as her straight back leaned back, fatigued. Wei Shiran, alarmed, forgot everything else and rushed to support her, tears blurring her vision as she looked at the 2 swirling patterns above Wei Qingyan's head. "Miss Chong, what can we do?" Her voice trembled violently, trying to steady Wei Qingyan's frail form. Meanwhile, in a meditation room, an emaciated old monk suddenly opened his eyes and sighed heavily. Foolish child, my foolish child. Within the Prince Rong's residence, Shiyu, engrossed in a book in his study, suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over him, hastily exiting the room. Wondering what Miss Chong was up to today? In the imperial palace, the emperor, accompanying his concubines in the royal garden, was suddenly struck by a sharp pain in his chest, causing him to double over and fall heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, on the official road to the capital, a woman clad in black with a hood was riding swiftly on horseback. Suddenly, her previously pallid face turned even more ashen. Raising her whip high, she urged her steed onward. Wei Qingyan felt all her strength dissipate, leaning against Wei Shiran for support as she closed her eyes in contemplation. Sweat dripped down the brows of the Gong brothers, this time in urgency, as time was of the essence. Yu Yangji could no longer remain still. He approached Wei Qingyan, his mind racing with thoughts of what grievances Gong Qingyan could possibly harbor, yet he found himself at a loss. Wei Shiran's heart was torn in two, each half aching painfully, one half in worry for her son, the other in sorrow for her beloved. Qing's nails dug deep into her palm, her gaze darting between the door and Wei Qingyan, yet none dared to disturb her. Everyone had eyes, even if they did not understand what she had just done. They could see the blood she had shed and the spirit she had momentarily lost. She had exerted herself to the utmost for the Gong family, sacrificing her own well-being in the process. Wei Qingyan furrowed her brow deeply and, after a long pause, inquired whether Gong Qingyan had instructed his sons regarding the gravestone before his death. No, this matter was handled by his mother and the old steward, Gong Mingsheng replied swiftly. Then asked him if he requested that his origins be inscribed on the gravestone, and whether he wished for it to mention his connection to the Hua family. Gong Mingsheng had no time for further contemplation, acting on instinct. Yu Yangji's eyes brightened slightly. Indeed, when Gong Qingyan passed away, his eldest son Gong Mingsheng had been in charge for many years. Despite this, he had not entrusted the matter to his brother, instead assigning it to his wife and the steward. According to the old steward, Qingyan desired the Persian fabric for two reasons: to honor concubine Hua and to please his younger sister. Qingyan was a man of integrity throughout his official career, deeply influenced only by two individuals, concubine Hua and his sister. He donned female attire in memory of concubine Hua, for he could not repay her life-saving grace. Thus, he acted as her daughter. Given his sentimental nature, it was quite possible he requested that this be noted on the gravestone, for after all, a gravestone is the final testament of a person's journey through life. Unlike a burial garment, which remains unseen within a coffin, a gravestone cannot be hidden. Whether to protect his sister from scrutiny or for the sake of the Gong family and his son's reputations, it was likely that she would not want such a gravestone to be visible to others. Hence, she violated her promise. He looked at Wei Qingyan with newfound admiration. Meanwhile, Gong Mingsheng had voiced Wei Qingyan's speculation while transcribing scriptures, yet no one responded. The room remained unchanged, save for the sound of sweat dripping onto the paper. Gong Mingsheng reiterated his words, only to hear Wei Qingyan state, on his request, "We shall erect a new gravestone, and upon its completion, burn 2 sets of garments for him. This grievance is resolved." As she spoke, she slowly closed her eyes and collapsed weakly into Wei Shiran's embrace. "Miss Chong." Wei Shiran barely had time to rejoice at her son's safety before calling out urgently. Seeing this, Qin hurried forward to assist. A dark figure swiftly appeared, lifting her up and leaping out of the Gong residence with agility. Chapter 58. If she does not awaken, she will force Prince Rong to marry her. Wei Qingyan remained unconscious for 3 full days. Upon awakening, she found herself staring into 2 pairs of bright, dark eyes. "Sister Chong, you're awake," called out Gong Jin and Xiao Xiao in unison, leaning over her bedside. Outside, Du Shui and Yin Lan hurried in upon hearing their voices. "Are you well?" Du Shui asked anxiously. Wei Qingyan scanned the room. She was in the Fengshao courtyard of the Yuan Marquisate. "How long have I been asleep? How did I come back?" She only recalled that the blood talisman had drained her vitality, causing her to faint in her elder sister's embrace. Knowing the nature of the Gong family, they would surely care for her well and not send her back to the Yuan Marquisate. Du Sui glanced at Yan Lan. "The 2 children have been keeping vigil here for half a day. You should take them to eat something and then bring some for Qingyan." Yanlan understood that he had something to discuss with Miss Chang and took Xiao Xiao's hand. Though Gong Jin felt it was unfair for Du Shuwei to treat him like a child, he comprehended Du Shuwei's intentions. He smiled at Wei Qingyan. Sister Chang, I will come to see you again later. Seeing his cheerful face, Wei Qingyan felt her spirits lift. All right. Once they departed, Du Shuwei's expression turned serious. Eldest, you cannot risk your life to resolve others' grievances. You have barely returned alive. What if something happens again? Others' lives are important, but so is yours. You have been unconscious for 3 days. If it weren't for your pulse still beating, I would have thought. Who brought me back? Wei Qingyan interrupted his rambling. Prince Rong knew that the Gong family had resolved their grievances. Concerned for your elder sister, he also went to the Gong residence. Just as he arrived, you fainted. The prince's residence has skilled physicians. He felt responsible for having asked you to aid the Gong family and took you there for treatment. Duc Sue Adid. I thought perhaps the merit seal might help you regain your vitality, using his concern for you as an excuse to have him personally care for you. This morning, when your pulse returned, I feared he would grow suspicious if you remained unconscious for too long, so I brought you back. If you did not awaken, I was prepared to force him to marry you. Wei Qingyan's eyes flickered. In truth, it was her own desire to resolve the Gong family's grievances, not a demand from Shiryu. She focused her inner strength and found that her vitality had fully returned. Previously, when she had physical contact with Shiryu, she had indeed felt some vitality return. However, this time, she had nearly gambled her life. It could not merely be attributed to close care or simple contact. She pursed her lips, sighing softly to herself. Shiryu was clever. He likely suspected that her closeness to him restored her vitality. Eldest, are you completely well now? You should eat something to replenish your strength, Du Shuwei urged. Yanlan has been simmering ginseng soup since early morning. Wei Qingyan glanced at her tightly wrapped body, then lifted the covers to rise. Shuwei, you should practice your drinking skills a bit more. If Shiryu had enabled her to recover so swiftly, it must have been through a kiss. Thus, when she had him drink excessively during that occasion, he must have been pretending to be drunk. Only Du Shuwei had truly been drunk, while she had been deceived by Shiryu. As for the subsequent hand-holding and being carried, those were all intentional actions. If he had guessed this, why did he not expose her? Why did he continue to cooperate? Wei Qingyan could not help but touch the mask on her face. Shiryu, how much do you know? Seeing her rise, Du Shuwei turned away, confused. Eldest, why are we talking about alcohol? You are fully recovered. You cannot drink. After a little more time, I will buy you as much as you want. Without a response, Wei Qingyan had already dressed and stepped outside. Just as she finished washing up, Gong Jin and the others arrived with the food box. Sister Chang, thank you for saving me. Gong Jin sat opposite her and used public chopsticks to place a piece of cherry meat on an empty plate before her. My mother said that you saved my life, so I must honor you, otherwise she will break my legs. I will honor my aunt as well, Xiao Xiao chimed in, eager to match him, stretching up to scoop a piece of shrimp for Wei Qingyan. Over these past few days, this brother had been competing with her for her aunt's affection. Gong Jin had no sisters, only a serious 3-year-old nephew, and he found himself quite fond of soft, sweet little girls. With a smile, he supported her, yes, yes. Let us both honor Sister Chang. Xiao Xiao glanced at Wei Qingyan, and upon seeing her nod, revealed a toothy grin. Wei Qingyan watched their interaction, silently smiling. And after finishing the food they had offered, she spoke. Now that you have recovered, what are your plans? To attend school. But my mother said that since I have delayed for these years, there is no rush. She wants me to enjoy a month of play first, and I can study hard once I enter the academy. Upon hearing this, Gong Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sister Chang, it feels wonderful to be in good health. I haven't enjoyed the streets in ages. My elder brother promised to take me horseback riding in a few days. Moreover, my father also promised to help me find a martial arts teacher. I must excel in both culture and martial arts in the future. Ambitious indeed. Wei Qingyan's eyes shimmered with admiration. Have you studied before? Gong Jin hurriedly nodded. My maternal grandfather arranged for a tutor for me, but after my health deteriorated, he left the capital. As he spoke of this, Gong Jin's expression grew somewhat despondent. My master said that one should begin martial arts early. Yet here I am at 15, uncertain if I can still catch up. I aspire to be a valiant general like my grandfather and uncle, even though I do not particularly enjoy studying. However, my uncle insists that to become a great general, one must first be literate, or else one cannot comprehend military strategy. Education brings wisdom. Wei Qingyan paused, momentarily taken aback. She could not recall ever having such a conversation with Gong Jin, and she was certain their interactions had been minimal. Did your uncle truly convey this to you? Not directly. I overheard him reprimanding his subordinate officers. Gong Jin replied with pride. You see, my uncle is quite formidable. If he were still alive, you might have liked him as well, and then you could have been my aunt. Cough, cough. Duke Xue, who had just reached the doorway, nearly choked on his own saliva upon hearing this. Wei Qingyan wore an expression of helplessness, possessing the innocence of youth. Gong Jin misinterpreted Wei Qingyan's demeanor as disapproval of his words. He turned to Du Shui. My uncle is not an outstanding person. Before the general, Du Shui dared not disagree. Remembering the previous relationship between Wei Shiran and the general, he cleverly inquired, is it your admiration for your uncle that drives you to willingly be his filial descendant? How did you know this? Gong Jin's eyes widened in surprise. This matter had been contentious. His grandmother had disapproved, and the Wei family's matriarch deemed it unnecessary. His mother secretly facilitated his visit to Bailing, and he returned a day before the coffin entered the capital. He then recalled the relationship between the Marquis of Anyuan and Prince Rong, realizing it must have been Prince Rong who informed him. Duke Xue nodded. Prince Rong informed the general, and the general related to him. Thus, it is not a lie to the child. I admire my uncle and wish to be a filial descendant, Gong Jin stated. But how could such a matter be decided by a child? It was my parents' directive. My mother said she owed my uncle, that she could not let him sacrifice himself without a blood relation to accompany him. Why does your mother feel indebted to the general? Duke Xue précède furté. Gong Jin shook his head. I do not know. All I am aware of is that my mother knelt before my grandmother over this issue. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Wei Qingyan suddenly recalled the lingering gaze that Wei Shiran had cast upon her during the resolution of the Gong family's grievances. Just as she was about to inquire further, Yin Lan announced, Miss Chong, the elder sister from the Wei family has come to see you. Chapter 59. The eldest sister knows she is a woman after Wei Qingyan had fainted in the Gong residence and was taken away by Prince Rong. Wei Shiran had been closely monitoring her condition. Upon hearing that Wei Qingyan had awakened, she hurried over with 2 large trunks. Upon meeting, she performed a deep bow and, taking Gong Jin by the hand, said, Miss, the Gong family owes you an immeasurable debt of gratitude. Allow my son to express it with a few respectful bows. Gong Jin complied, and before Wei Qingyan could intervene, he performed 3 loud bows, grinning at her afterward. Wei Qingyan gestured for him to rise and addressed Wei Shiran. There is no need for such formalities, madam. My assistance to the Gong family was merely a transaction with Master Gong. Wei Shiran shook her head. That cannot be considered a transaction. The Gong family is also under the protection of the National Defense Army. It is only right that we reciprocate. Yet, you have sacrificed so much for us. Her gaze shifted from Wei Qingyan's face to the hand that had been cut the other day. Opening one of the trunks, she revealed medicinal herbs for recuperation. You may find these useful, as your health seems compromised. She then approached the larger trunk, opened it, and revealed a 3-tiered arrangement filled with various snacks, dried fruits, candied treats, jerky, and fish. These are from our family shop. Every young lady loves them. I imagine Miss Chong would too. Wei Qingyan followed her gaze, recognizing the trunk as similar to one that Wani had, crafted specifically by her mother, which she had greatly envied in her childhood. Wei Shiran observed the subtle shift in Wei Qingyan's expression, and even though she had already come to certain conclusions, the sight of the trunk still made her heart ache. She bent down, retrieving a piece of paper from within, and presented it to Wei Qingyan. This is the deed to the shop, which has been modified at the government office. From now on, the shop will belong to you. I accept the snacks, but please take the shop and the herbs with you, madam. Wei Qingyan declined. I have no use for the herbs, nor do I need the shop. Wei Shiran smiled faintly. Wait until you hear the story behind the shop, and then you may decide whether to keep it. Turning to Du Shui and the others, she asked, Marquis, may I speak privately with Miss Chong? Du Shui glanced at Wei Qingyan, who nodded and replied with a smile, You too take your time. I happen to have official business to attend to. Young master, please entertain my family's laughter for a while. With that, he let everyone out, leaving only the 2 women behind. Wei Shiran remained silent, her gaze fixed on Wei Qingyan. Madam Gong? The look in Wei Qingyan's eyes mirrored the gaze she had received the day they resolved the grievances. Her father had followed the late emperor to achieve great feats. Despite his busy schedule, he personally taught each of his 4 daughters the art of writing. While men traditionally wrote in cursive script, their grandfather had passed away early. Thus, Their father had learned from their grandmother, who excelled in fine script. As women possessed weaker physical strength, they needed to hold the brush lower to ensure control, allowing the ink to flow smoothly and steadily. Consequently, their father had grown accustomed to holding the brush low, although his background in martial arts had led him to raise his wrist when writing to ease the pressure. This habit was inherited by his daughters. A sudden realization struck Wei Qingyan, for her father had also taught her. Wei Qingyan's eyes began to glisten with tears. Grandmother said that children with two whorls on their heads possess kind hearts and are intelligent. It is the nature of the Wei family. Little brother, is that you? Or should I perhaps call you fifth sister? Wei Qingyan's hands clenched into fists and then slowly relaxed. Why do you say that, madam? There are few who can make Prince Rong anxious, and even fewer who can command the Marquis of Anyuan. Yet, your penmanship is identical to your father's, and you two bear two whorls. Tentatively, she reached out, gently touching Wei Qingyan's bandaged hand. Even without Ming Lu's mention of the incident at Huangsha Ridge, the students outside have already begun to stir. Ming Lu's lectures are merely a flourish atop what is already there. You need not engage in this transaction with the Gong family. You risked your life to save me and Gong Jin, and if there were no ties, you need not have done so. Wei Qingyan silently regarded her, stunned. How could the eldest sister know she was a woman, and when had she discovered it? Her mother had mentioned that the eldest sister was unaware. Wei Qingyan provided the answer. During my father's last expedition, he summoned my husband and me to his study, revealing a shocking secret. My gallant little brother is, in fact, a daughter. Father wished for us to promise him that when little brother had repelled the Wudon and achieved success, we would proclaim that he was born as a twin, and that another daughter, weak in health, had been taken back to the family home by our grandmother. That daughter is you. Father understood that you were not one to covet power. More than being the general, you wished to live as an ordinary woman. Thus, he arranged for your escape from that heavy burden, allowing you to return to the life of a daughter. Yet he could not bear the thought of you suffering for so long, ultimately resigning you to an unremarkable existence. He envisioned you living as my daughter, a granddaughter of the Wei family, finding a good marriage in the family home, where your three sisters could protect you, ensuring a peaceful life. Suddenly, she knelt before Wei Qingyan, her voice filled with remorse. It is my folly for not executing father's wishes, which led to little brother's demise. My father left me several shadow guards, intending for them to impersonate the remnants of Wudon after its defeat, so that they could assassinate my brother, allowing him to feign death. However, I could not bear the thought of my brother achieving such great merit for the great Wei only to die so prematurely. I envisioned a time when he would return to the capital, receive the adoration of the people, and be bestowed honors by the court before he would vanish. As a woman, she surpassed men in excellence. The glory that ought to have been hers was unanticipatedly thwarted by the ambush from Biling. My own greed was the cause of my brother's plight. She was about to bow in reverence when Wei Qingyan stopped her. She never expected her usually formidable father would make such arrangements for her. Conflicted emotions swirled within her. Should she feel gratitude or bitterness? They had disguised her as a man without consulting her, and when it came to her feigned death, still no one sought her consent. It was not that her father did not care for her brother. Rather, as a former general of the previous dynasty, he had rallied followers to the late emperor. In the eyes of those from the former court, the Wei family were considered traitors. At that time, the foundation of the Great Wei was still fragile, and the late emperor, wishing to portray benevolence, retained many officials from the previous court. If her father fell in battle, with no Wei bloodline to command the Guardian Army, the royal family would seize it, leaving the Wei family vulnerable. Additionally, after the establishment of the Great Wei, constant warfare continued, and the valor of the Guardian Army was known to enemy nations. Once hostilities commenced, the court would undoubtedly send the Guardian Army to the forefront. The 100,000 soldiers followed her father out of loyalty. He cherished each soldier's life and dared not entrust their fates to anyone else. Thus, he personally nurtured his daughter. She presented the deed to the shop before Wei Qingyan once again. Her father, burdened with guilt over her brother, had bestowed upon her some properties, instructing her to manage them as future dowries for her brother. This shop was among them. Her father was aware of the injustices her brother faced, yet he insisted, having chosen to let her brother bear this heavy burden, that she must not show weakness. To show weakness would be to harm him. The matter of feigned death was kept secret because her father had tested her second mother, who disapproved, and he feared that her brother might learn the truth, thereby revealing their plan to her second mother. The second mother referred to by Wei Qingyan was Wei Qingyan's mother. As a daughter, if she were to feign death, she would indeed inform her mother, who would certainly oppose it. Wei Qingyan accepted the deed, lifting her gaze to Wei Qingyan. Do others know my identity? Grandmother and my 3 sisters are aware, are they not? Chapter 60. She is unlike others. Wei Qingyan's statement was tantamount to an admission of her identity. Tears brimmed in Wei Qingyan's eyes and fell. Had grandmother known from the beginning? Wei Qingyan seemed to comprehend something. Wei Qingyan nodded. Although grandmother had never looked down upon her granddaughters, the elderly lady naturally wished for a grandson. With her second mother having given birth to a son, grandmother would surely take notice. Little did they know that the so-called grandson was, in fact, a girl. Wei Qingyan interjected, "Yet my mother believed she had concealed the truth from everyone and forbade you from approaching me." The 4 sisters had grown up and matured, living under the same roof. No matter how much their mother tried to shield them, there would inevitably be occasions of interaction. Grandmother understood that this was a desperate measure taken by her father, thus pretending to be at odds with her mother and returning to their ancestral home with her 3 sisters. Correct? Yes, but not entirely. Wei Qingyan was pulled up by Wei Qingyan and seated opposite her, holding her hand. Grandmother always felt that her father's decision to have her masquerade as a son posed a risk to the Wei family. If the late emperor had tacitly approved of her cross-dressing to carry on her father's legacy, why could she not serve the court as a woman? As long as she possessed the capability, what did it matter if she was a man or a woman? Although there were no precedents of women serving as generals in the previous dynasty, the establishment of the Great Wei coincided with the formulation of new regulations. Once she entered the court disguised as a man, it would be an act of deception. In the future, when peace prevailed and there was no need for military generals to stabilize the realm, her identity might become a means for the royal family to manipulate the Wei family. She returned home to secure a fallback plan for the Wei family. Yet none of us anticipated that you would encounter misfortune on the path of triumph. I am sorry. It is all my fault. This cannot be laid at your feet. Wei Qingyan rose and paced the window. Indeed, her father understood her. She had no interest in standing in the court. She turned to Wei Qingyan. However, even if I, Wei Qingyan, were to reject this power, I would do so openly and with dignity, rather than through the guise of death. Therefore, even if you truly send my father's shadow guards to assassinate me, I will not cooperate. My father loves his soldiers and, not trusting others with them, entrusts them to me. I too must ensure their well-being before I leave. My brother. Wei Qingyan covered her face. She knew that Wei Qingyan might genuinely think this way, but there was surely an element of consolation in her words. Does my elder sister treat me well out of guilt? Wei Qingyan turned once more, gazing out the window. We have had little interaction in the past. Despite our blood ties, it should not lead to such dedication on your part. My mother passed away less than a year ago, and my second mother married soon after. I do not like her, nor does she favor us, the elder daughters. This has led me to distance myself from you, in one. Yet you are still my sisters, and the blood of the Wei family flows through you. How could I truly dislike you? However, upon discovering you are a woman, my curiosity was piqued. What manner of girl could be so extraordinary as to rival men? I began to inquire about you, and upon learning the sacrifices behind your brilliance, I felt a twinge of compassion. After our father's death, you were only 15 yet bore the weight of the entire Wei household. I came to admire you. The more I learned, the more respect I held for you, and the more I felt for you, perhaps due to our blood connection. In my heart, even though we rarely met, a profound bond had already formed. Is it truly so? Wei Qingyan lowered her gaze slightly. Does Prince Rong know my identity? I do not know, Wei Qingyan replied, rising to stand beside Wei Qingyan. She approached him not only out of gratitude, but also to gauge his awareness. My father informed me that you had a shadow guard who resembled you, and that it was your second mother who had prepared your coffin. For all these years, Prince Rong has never revealed that you are a woman. Perhaps he is unaware. Wei Qingyan's eyes gradually darkened. Father knew, Abu. He intended for you to vanish immediately after the great victory, yet my sister was only delayed a short while before encountering the battle at Huangsha Ridge. Was it mere coincidence, or did my father foresee something? My brother, how did you escape death? Wei Qingyan's words echoed once more. After your incident, I dispatched all the shadow guards left by my father. They scoured the battlefield, even digging through the mass graves. when they reported they could not find you. I held on to hope. But soon, they returned with news that some bodies, too mangled to identify, had been burned by Prince Rome. They said you could not have survived the battlefield unless you were gravely injured, unconscious, or taken away after death. So it was not that no one sought her out. Her sister had indeed searched for her. Observing Wei Qingyan's swollen eyes, Wei Qingyan approached the wardrobe and retrieved a porcelain vial, pouring out some liquid and applying it to her face and behind her ears. Before long, her skin began to shift, and a delicate human skin mask fell into her palm. She held the mask tightly, slowly turning to face Wei Qingyan. As Wei Qingyan beheld her face, she quickly covered her mouth with her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her brother bore a scar upon her brow. As the daughter of a general, even without martial prowess, she could recognize it as a wound from an arrow to the forehead. How could her brother have survived? No wonder. After she had fainted from the grievances, she had shown no breath or pulse, yet still awakened. Her brother had never possessed such abilities to exorcise grievances. She stepped closer, reaching for Wei Qingyan's pulse. Nothing. No pulse. She pressed her fingers against Wei Qingyan's nostrils, feeling no breath. I'm sorry, I have harmed you. I have harmed you. She crumpled to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Her earlier guess that Chong girl was her brother's affections had completely vanished. Her brother was indeed unlike others. How could she still harbor joy? Wei Qingyan gently touched the scar on her forehead. If the merit seal had not been lost, the red lotus mark would have concealed the scar completely. However, after dissolving the ghostly resentments of the Fong and Gong families, 2 of her scars had surprisingly faded. Perhaps it was due to the absence of the chubby monk's involvement. Her solitary act of merit had yielded such an effect. If that were the case, as long as she continued to resolve resentments, the mark on her forehead would eventually vanish. She comforted Wei Qingyan, assuring her that the scar would gradually disappear. And apart from lacking breath and a pulse, she was no different from an ordinary person. Learning to breathe and feel a heartbeat was something she had mastered while journeying with the chubby monk. As long as one had consciousness, these actions became instinctual. Upon hearing that her appearance could be restored, Wei Qingyan's tears ceased. Although her brother had previously disguised himself as a man, he was indeed a beauty in the capital. To avoid revealing his identity as a woman, he had adopted a rough appearance. Now that he had returned to being a woman, without the mantle of a general, her beauty had become significant. Who harmed you? Wei Qingyan suddenly lifted her face from the crook of Wei Qingyan's arm, her voice laced with anger. Sister, even if you divorce your brother-in-law and return to the Wei family, you must take revenge and make those who harmed you pay dearly. Not yet discovered. Wei Qingyan replied with a smile, feeling her sister's sincerity. Let's not rush. The truth will eventually come to light. If you seek vengeance for me and choose to part ways with your brother-in-law, he will undoubtedly pursue me in anger. He dares, Wei Qingyan replied, her brows furrowing. The entire Gong family owes you their lives. They ought to do something. Yet, she added, but you, sister, are selfish. You can risk your own life, but cannot spare the rest of the Gong family. I understand. Wei Qingyan walked to the mirror and donned her mask once more. Seeing her sister's red-rimmed eyes filled with pain for her brother and hatred for their enemies, she strode out of the room, declaring, I shall return shortly. Though the true mastermind remained elusive, she could first seek vengeance against Madame Wu in prison. Fueled by hatred, she nearly collided with someone approaching from the opposite direction. Chapter 61. Matters between women. Gong Mingsheng, filled with murderous intent, nearly collided with Wei Qingyan, but quickly pulled her aside. Madam, where are you going? Wei Qingyan stumbled slightly, but regained her footing with his support. You arrived just in time. Devise a way for me to visit Madame Wu in the Ministry of Justice's prison. Seeing her tear-streaked eyes and recalling his wife's recent speculations about Miss Chang's identity, Gong Mingsheng quickly grasped the situation. It was evident that Miss Chang, likely his sister-in-law, had endured considerable suffering, which explained his wife's fierce demeanor. Madam, please wait a moment. I shall first speak with Miss Chang and then accompany you. No need. Just have someone prepare it. Matters between women do not require men's involvement. Gong Mingsheng comprehended her intent. Wei Qingyan's visit was a personal vendetta, and his presence could complicate political matters. He summoned his attendants, who promptly guided Wei Qingyan away. Watching his wife leave with the fierce determination of a warrior, he silently chuckled, recalling how he had first been drawn to her spirit. Inwardly mourning for Madame Wu, he turned to Dongsong and apologized. I beg your pardon. My wife is usually gentle and kind. Today, however, it seems she has been provoked by the malice of the Wu family. Dong Song managed a faint smile. Had it not been for General Wei's reputation, he might have believed Gong Mingqing's words. The first 4 daughters of the Wei family had been raised under the watchful eye of the formidable old lady Wei, known for her fierce temperament. Upon hearing of the founding of the Great Wei, the Wei family had settled in the capital, and during a banquet, the noble women of the city had openly mocked them for their humble origins, claiming that old General Wei had only attained his rank through trickery and that the women of the Wei family were merely riding on his coattails, akin to mere sparrows. Old Lady Wei had spat in the faces of those women, recounting tales of her son leading troops against the enemy, enduring hardships for the former emperor, and the countless scars he bore as a testament to his valor. She had then detailed how the noble women had sought protection from military generals amidst the chaos of war, while the women of the Wei family had sewn winter garments and cultivated crops to support their husbands on the front lines, silencing their mockers with scathing retorts. Despite the provocations, the noble women had ultimately retreated under the weight of old Lady Wei's fierce words, which were not empty insults but grounded in truth. The daughters raised by such a matriarch could hardly be described as gentle. Indeed, when not provoked, the women of the Wei family were quite agreeable. Moreover, currently, his lord and Gong Madam were on the same side. He clasped his hands together and remarked, "Lord Gong speaks truth. The Wu family is undeniably despicable." Gong Mingqing nodded in agreement. They had come to see Wei Qingyan, but as she was a lady, they ought to first pay their respects to Du Shui and then visit her together. Upon their arrival, Wei Qingyan happened to be in Du Shui's study. Like Wei Shiran, Gong Mingqiang bowed deeply, expressing, "Miss, your kindness is unforgettable." Originally there to express gratitude and escort his wife home, he encountered Dong Song, who now knew that Miss Chong was Wei Qingyan, and some discussions were unsuitable in his presence. Instead, he turned to Dong Song. Dong Song responded, "Miss, the wet nurse Chan beside Madame Wu is not dead. She is currently imprisoned in the temple where the prince is recuperating. The prince has sent me to inquire if you wish for her to be brought to you." "Not dead?" Du Shui exclaimed in astonishment. Before Dong Song and his companions arrived, he had discussed this very matter with the general. The secret guards had been monitoring the Wu residence, and after the heads of the Wu family were imprisoned, the wet nurse Chun was reported to have succumbed to poison. The secret guards had examined her body and confirmed her death beyond doubt. This information should have been relayed to the general that day, but he had been busy resolving grievances with the Gong family and had fallen into a coma for 3 days thereafter, missing the opportunity to report. Just as he was about to do so, Dong Song announced that the woman was still alive. Dong Song was aware that Du Shui also had people watching the Wu residence and explained, the prince suspected that Madame Wu intended to kill the wet nurse Chun, so he replaced the poison with a drug that induces a state of apparent death. After taking this drug, one appears lifeless for 12 hours. This elixir is unique, which is why the secret guards were oblivious to it. This drug had been developed by the esteemed Jing Lao, who had left it for the prince before departing the capital. The only one of its kind had been used on the wet nurse Chun, prompting Du Shui to glance at Wei Qingyan. Wei Qingyan nodded and replied, "Please extend my gratitude to your prince. I shall visit the wet nurse Chun tomorrow evening. There is no need for courtesy. Our prince shares your objective." Dong Song responded with another bow. "The prince also asked me to convey a message. On the day you fell unconscious, His Majesty also collapsed in the Imperial Garden, only regaining consciousness the following day." "The emperor collapsed as well? Do you know the reason?" Wei Qingyan inquired, pondering why sure you had specifically instructed Dong Song to inform her of this. Dong Song shook his head. The imperial physicians found no discernible issues. His pulse was normal, and he exhibited no symptoms of poisoning. His Majesty has always enjoyed robust health. The imperial physicians were not inept. Had the emperor fallen ill, they would have discovered something amiss. Wei Qingyan's gaze fell slightly, contemplating the coincidence of their simultaneous unconsciousness without any apparent cause. Could it somehow be related to the life-saving talisman she had used that day? But she had sacrificed part of her own life. What connection could it possibly have with the emperor? Was Shiryu informing her out of suspicion that she had meddled? Or was he testing her in some manner? After delivering his message, Dong Song took his leave. Uncertain whether Wei Qingyan had revealed her identity to Wei Shiran or the extent of their conversation, Gong Mingqing hesitated to acknowledge her directly. Instead, he discussed the matter of the Gong family's ghostly resentments. After uncovering the cause of the second half of the resentment, he promptly erected a new gravestone for Wei Qingyan, burned 2 sets of garments before her grave, and recounted the entire situation in detail at their resting place. That evening, everyone present during the resolution of the resentments dreamt of Wei Qingyan holding the hand of the old lady Gong, who cradled an infant boy in her arms. The 2 individuals first apologized to their descendants before pushing the infant boy forward, causing him to vanish from sight. With smiles, they walked towards the road of yellow springs adorned with the flowers of the other shore. In Qing's dream, she was gifted with a plump baby boy who fell in her arms. The Gong family speculated that the boy was a child sent by the elderly couple to Qing. The following day, Gong Minglu invited a doctor to care for Qing's health. With a matter of parenthood established, they were likely to open their hearts to each other, which Wei Qingyan listened to with a smile. Gong Ming was still preoccupied with his wife, so after exchanging a few pleasantries, he took his leave. Once everyone had departed, Du Shui pondered the words he had extracted from Jingzhe earlier, intending to share them with the general, but just as he was about to speak, Gong Jin arrived with a smile. He had to swallow his words back down. Meanwhile, Dong Song returned to the Prince Rong's residence and recounted Wei Qingyan's reaction to Shiryu in detail. Shiryu furrowed his brow slightly and murmured, "If that's the case, she is unaware of the Emperor's unconsciousness. I sensed something amiss with her the other day, perhaps due to my offering of soul fire to aid in her revival, or possibly because the secret of her resurrection now resides within me. But what is the Emperor's true reason? I am merely anxious, yet the Emperor is entirely unresponsive. What connection lies between them?" This question left Dong Song unable to answer as he stood quietly by, hesitant to intrude upon his master's thoughts. He couldn't help but wonder how Wei Shiran would deal with Madame Wu. Chapter 62. The Assault on Madame Wu in the Ministry of Justice's Prison. Wei Shiran seized Madame Wu's hair and slammed her head against the wooden bars. The impact caused a dull pain without drawing blood, nor would it lead to death. Madame Wu was taken aback by the audacity of Wei Shiran, a woman of status, who acted without regard for her dignity, resembling a shrew in her aggression. In agony, she cried out for help, but the jailers were blocked at the entrance by several young women brought by Wei Shiran. The matter of the tragic deaths of a National Defense Army had stirred great unrest, and anyone with a sense of justice scorned Madame Wu's actions, especially since the shift leader on duty was a relative of the slain soldiers. As long as no one died, they would merely face a fine, and Wei Shiran's compensation was sufficient to cover their salaries for years. Cease this at once. There is no evidence to implicate my husband. Every grievance has its source. Seek the true murderer of your brother. Madame Wu shouted, "I'm merely a woman of the inner chambers. Why must you torment me? The Emperor has not condemned the Wu family. On what grounds do you strike me? You know full well that heaven is watching. Lu He, you will face retribution for this." Lu He was Madame Wu's maiden name. Wei Shiran pierced her flesh with an embroidered needle, declaring, "The evidence you desire will eventually surface. What unfolds today is merely an appetizer. When the truth is revealed, I, Wei Shiran, will ensure your family is utterly destroyed." She believed in Qingyan's words. If she claimed the Wu family was responsible, then they were indeed guilty. Once Qingyan made the matter public, the Emperor would be compelled to imprison Lu He, revealing her culpability. She had faith that Qingyan would soon procure evidence. Her visit to the prison to confront Lu He, while not dignified, was justified in her eyes. The torment Lu He faced was minuscule compared to the suffering endured by the 20,000 brave souls. With this thought, she intensified her assault. Although Madame Wu did not suffer punishment in the ministry, she was rendered unconscious by Wei Shiran's blows. Yin Lan, accompanying her, splashed water onto Madame Wu's face, wrapped her hand in cloth, and struck her pain points with force, then landed a punch on her front teeth. Blood gushed from Madame Wu's mouth, and 2 front teeth fell to the ground. Yin Lan delivered another blow to her jaw. The art of inflicting pain was taught to her by her father, while the technique of removing another's teeth without injuring her own hands was imparted by her brother. By the end, Madame Wu was left toothless, and Yin Lan wiped the blood from her lips before retrieving a razor used for shaving pigs, shearing Madame Wu's hair clean off. Women value their appearance above all. Madame Wu had caused the deaths of 20,000 soldiers for wealth and status, so Yin Lan was determined to expose her vanity. As she watched Madame Wu tremble in anger from the loss of her hair, she knew her actions were justified. After 3 bouts of unconsciousness, Madame Wu had revealed nothing. However, her silence mattered little. After Wei Qingyan struck her down for the 4th time, she cleaned the blood from the prison floor and awaited outside the cell with several women. The Deputy Minister of Justice, Lord Wang, rushed in upon hearing the news. Wei Qingyan bowed respectfully and began, "Lord Wang, my servants learned from Nurse Chun, who was close to Madame Wu, that 3 years ago, it was Wu Yuchu who ordered the county magistrate, Wei Qingyan, to pursue Yanqing. Moreover, Wu Yuchu has always followed Madame Wu's directives in matters of state. She is the true mastermind behind the schemes. They accepted 50,000 taels of silver from the Northern Ridge Army, secretly allowing their entry and ambushing the National Defense Army, which amounts to treason. Upon discovering this, I intended to confront Nurse Chun for clarity, only to find that she succumbed to poison after Madame Wu's imprisonment. Surely, this was Madame Wu silencing her. My brother fought valiantly for years, ultimately repelling the Yuden and protecting the territory of the Great Wei, only to fall victim to such treachery. As his sister, how could I contain my fury? Thus, I struck Madame Wu a few times, but as a mere woman, I know the Emperor is wise and will surely deliver justice for my family and the fallen soldiers. I dare not truly harm her. I implore the esteemed officials of the ministry to extract the truth from her during her interrogation. I admit my violence was wrong, and I ask that you punish me according to the laws of Great Wei." This statement was conveyed to her by Wei Qingyan on her way to the ministry, with some embellishments. Before Lord Wang could respond, he found himself speechless at her words. According to Great Wei's laws, fights resulting in bloodshed warranted punishment. Scanning Madame Wu, he noted her pale complexion and swollen forehead, but no visible wounds. How could he sanction her under the law? Although Madame Wu had lost her hair, she had not injured her head, indicating a mere brawl between women. He took a calming breath and said, "I understand that Madame Gong is distressed over the National Defense General's fate, but currently, there is no evidence implicating Madame Wu. I hope you will not trouble me further. Regarding the matter of Nurse Chun, I will report it to the Minister and the Crown Prince. We will send someone to the Gong residence to bring her in for questioning, and Madame Wu will also be thoroughly interrogated. Then allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of my brother and the 20,000 fallen heroes," Wei Qingyan replied, wiping her eyes. "They are surely waiting above for the Emperor and the esteemed officials to deliver justice." Lord Wang's expression was inscrutable as he nodded, indicating for them to leave. After a slight bow, Wei Qingyan turned to depart, her eyes veiled with resentment. No wonder Qingyan knew of her commotion at the ministry. Not only did he refrain from stopping her, but he also instructed her on what to say. This case was supervised by the Crown Prince, with the ministry conducting the investigation. However, with Madame Wu having been imprisoned for several days without a single bruise, it was clear the ministry had no intention of employing torture. Without torture, how could the truth be uncovered? She finally understood why Qingyan had concealed his identity upon returning. The true villains behind this plot were far from ordinary. As Wei Qingyan and her companions exited the ministry, news of the Wu couple's acceptance of 50,000 taels from the Northern Ridge, Madame Wu's unexamined imprisonment, and the poisoning of Nurse Chun spread. Scholars once again gathered at the palace gates. Wei Qingyan sat quietly in the courtyard, waiting for news of Madame Wu's actions and her pleas for assistance. To her surprise, Madame Wu sought help from the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Yu Jingde. The most astonished by this news was Gong Mingchen. The Yu family was loyal to the court and the people. His cousin should not be complicit with Wu Yuchu. In other words, the emperor wished for the Yu family to engage in unethical acts, which they were unwilling to do. Wei Qingyan had heard similar sentiments from her father. However, since Madame Wu had approached Yu Jingde, there must be a reason. She needed to pay a visit to the Yu residence. Before she could reach the Yu residence, Yu Yangji had already brought Yu Jingde to her door. Chapter 63. The Handle Miss Chong. I wish to inquire how we might alleviate my half-brother's grievances. After exchanging pleasantries, Yu Yangji posed his question. The affairs of the Gong family had instilled in him a sense of trepidation regarding the supernatural. Wei Qingyan raised her gaze to him. Has something occurred in the manor? Yu Yangji glanced at his son and nodded. Indeed, we are facing a troubling matter. I trust you have heard of the incident at Huangsha Ridge. Wu Yuchu's wife has been imprisoned and seeks my son's assistance. If the rumors are true, the Wu family is not without blame. However, our Yu family owes her a debt and has promised to fulfill a request. We have never been a family known for betrayal. Yet should we intervene to rescue her, it would dishonor the fallen soldiers of Huangsha Ridge, and our family would inevitably be implicated. To be candid, my half-brother cursed our family before his passing, wishing for us to fall into irretrievable ruin. This has weighed heavily on my mind, and I wish to ask you, Miss, whether this calamity be connected to my half-brother's resentment. If so, how might we resolve it? What else is there? Wei Qingyan's dark eyes turned toward the reticent Yu Jingde. Is there another matter? If it were merely Wu's plea for help, Yu Liangji, having served as an official all his life, would surely have had a solution without needing to come to her. Although Yu Jingde had heard of the Gong family's troubles from his father, he did not agree with his father's approach in seeking Wei Qingyan's counsel. In his view, even if there were a supernatural grievance, the family's predicament could not simply be resolved by dispelling it. Seeing Wei Qingyan's polite inquiry, he smiled. Aside from that, the Yu family as well. Is that so? Wei Qingyan smiled slightly, lifted her teacup, took a sip, and addressed Yu Liangji. Every person has their fate, as does each family possess its own fortune. I would ask you to return, sir. Though his half-brother bore resentment, he had led a life of mediocrity, and given his unstable mind, it would be difficult for him to cause true harm to the Yu family. Wei Qingyan did not provide a direct answer to Yu Liangji, but discerned that the father and son duo were not being entirely forthright, and what she sought was their honesty. Before Yu Liangji could respond, Yu Jingde spoke first. Then we shall not trouble you further, Mississippi. Wei Qingyan had already poured tea to see them off, and with her son bidding farewell, Yu Liangji could only let out a heavy sigh and follow his son out. According to the family tradition, once a son assumed the role of head of the household, even the father must heed the head's authority to avoid chaos. Du Shuai approached from the corridor and sat opposite Wei Qingyan. She poured tea for both of them, took a delicate sip, and remarked, "Traditions are commendable. However, if the chosen head is not competent or fails to heed others' advice, it can become problematic." Du Shui nodded in agreement and, gathering his courage, remarked, "Elder sister, you seem a bit effeminate at present." Seeing Wei Qingyan sip delicately like a young lady, he still found it hard to adjust. Wei Qingyan paused her drinking, glanced at him, finished her tea, and stood to return to her room. Initially, she had considered pointing out that she was indeed a woman, but she opted to refrain from doing so. "Wait, elder sister, do not be angry. I have something to discuss with you." Du Shui hurriedly smiled. "What is it?" Du Shui pulled her down to sit again, glanced around, and whispered, "You asked me to inquire about why the Empress Dowager poisoned Prince Rong, right? I have the answer." Wei Qingyan raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. "It pertains to you." Du Shui spoke mysteriously. "The Empress Dowager disapproves of his preferences. When Prince Rong mobilized troops to Bailing, she personally penned a decree for him to withdraw. He did not comply, prompting the Empress Dowager to think he disregarded the royal dignity for your sake, treating war as a mere jest. Thus, when he returned to the capital, the Empress Dowager poisoned him with a lethal toxin. Recently, when Prince Rong demanded a thorough investigation into the Huangsha Ridge incident, the Empress Dowager felt he was fixated solely on one man, leading her to administer poison once more. Wei Qingyan listened attentively, responding with a soft "em." She turned to head back to her room. "Elder sister, are you not moved?" Du Shui followed her. His desire to unite them had only solidified after her recent fainting spell. "Do not follow me. I need to step out. If anyone from the Yu family returns, find an excuse to deflect them." Without pausing, Wei Qingyan shut Du Shui outside the door. Her recollections of the Empress Dowager painted a figure of compassion. Though aware that the women of the inner palace donned dual masks, none were simple. It was hard to believe that a mother would resort to poisoning her already frail son merely out of disappointment. Wei Qingyan felt keenly that the situation was not as straightforward as Jingzhe had suggested. Du Shui rubbed his nose, muttering, "Is it dislike or mere embarrassment? Being a female general is not as straightforward as before." He remained perplexed when the door swung open, revealing Wei Qingyan in black attire exiting the courtyard. After escorting his father Yu Liangji back to their residence, Yu Jingde had yet to enter the house before heading to the Ministry of Revenue. As soon as he arrived, before he could settle in, the family's steward rushed over, his face a mask of distress. Sir, the third miss has encountered trouble." "What has happened?" Yu Jingde's expression shifted. The third miss was reading in her chamber when she suddenly fainted. The family physician could not determine the cause, and the old master has asked you to summon the imperial physician to examine her. The steward spoke rapidly, not daring to pause for breath. Though the third miss was born of a concubine, she held greater significance in Yu Zhengde's heart than his two legitimate daughters. He could not afford to delay. True to the steward's expectations, Yu Zhengde valued this daughter most dearly. Upon hearing the news, he hurried to summon Physician Wang to the Yu residence. However, although Physician Wang was skilled, he too could not discern the issue with the third miss. Her pulse was normal, and she appeared merely asleep. Yet no amount of coaxing could rouse her. Recalling the sudden, fainting spell of the emperor from days past, he hesitated to speak too much. Merely shaking his head and apologizing, I cannot ascertain the cause. His relationship with Yu Zhengde was amicable, and admitting his inability did not embarrass him. He suggested, perhaps we should ask another physician to examine the third miss. Physician Wang was among the best at the Tai hospital, and if even he could not diagnose the issue, Yu Zhengde's heart truly sank. Just as he pondered his daughter's condition, the matron beside his legitimate wife rushed in. Sir, it is dire. The eldest son has broken his leg, and the lady is beside herself, wishing for Physician Wang to attend to him. I shall go and see. Physician Wang responded first. This I can handle. Despite his deep affection for his daughter, Yu Zhengde held his legitimate son in even higher regard and promptly accompanied Physician Wang to his son's quarters. Fortunately, it was merely a fracture. Physician Wang set the bone, assuring that with a month of rest, all would be well. Yu Zhengde then summoned several physicians to examine his third miss, but all left shaking their heads. He stood by his daughter's bedside for a long while, exhaustion weighing heavily upon him as he made his way to his father's quarters. Could this truly be the work of supernatural grievances? How could it be so coincidental? He gazed blankly at his father. Yu Liangji's expression was equally grave. Edestisson, do you recall that the calamity at the Gong residence began when Ming Lu's son encountered misfortune? In his youth, your father did not believe in such matters, but he witnessed the monk Ilian's abilities firsthand. This time, his disciple has resolved the Gong family's peril. Our Yu family comprises over 100 souls. Your father, in his old age, prefers to believe in such things rather than risk it. I desire my half-brother to rest in peace. However, father, if that matter were to reach Miss Chong, and she were to use it against me like Lu He, our Yu family would be in equal danger. Chapter 64. He hopes she will have him by her side for all her days after leaving the Yu residence. Wei Qingyan headed directly out of the city to the temple where Shi Yu was recuperating. Coincidentally, he was present. I have come to see Matron Shun. Wei Qingyan regarded him. Was the incident with the third miss of the Yu family orchestrated by you? The eldest son of the Yu family had sustained his injury by her design, intended to convince the Yu family of the existence of supernatural grievances, thereby revealing the truth. However, the third miss's sudden fainting led her to suspect Shi Yu's involvement, as he had managed to feign Matron Shen's death. Shi did not deny it, but nodded slightly. Yu Zhengde cherished only his daughter and legitimate son. It was only when both individuals he cared for encountered misfortune that he would be willing to trust you. Wei Qingyan's expression was intricate. As before, many matters required no words from her. He could anticipate her thoughts and make the necessary arrangements. She inclined her head in gratitude. Shi Yu curled the corners of his mouth and instructed Dong Song to take her there. Thank you for your trouble, Wei Qingyan replied, nodding as she looked towards Dong Song. There were no further words exchanged between them. Shi Yu gazed at Wei Qingyan's departing figure, his eyes darkening with a hint of sorrow. The day she had fainted, he had held her in his arms throughout the night, and she showed no signs of improvement. Du Shuai feigned anger, insisting that he personally care for her, and he understood then that his previous suspicions were correct. Du Shuai knew that their physical contact would aid in her recovery, which was why he made such a request. Gazing at the lifeless figure in his embrace, the pain of witnessing her death at Huangsha Ridge resurfaced, and he realized he could no longer bear the agony of losing her. He kissed her, recalling how she had once done the same when intoxicated. Yet, she still showed no signs of awakening. On the following night, he shed their garments, laying bare before each other, cradling her once more, and kissed her again. Only then did she finally have a pulse. How could someone as astute as she not deduce how he had roused her? Why did he know the secret to her revival? Why did he treat her with such kindness? These were questions Xiao Yin must have pondered. Yet, upon their meeting today, she asked nothing. She still did not wish to acknowledge him. She had come to the capital for vengeance. Perhaps from the very beginning, Xiao Yin had planned to leave once her objective was fulfilled. He had thought that as long as she was alive, that would suffice. Yet now, his desires had grown greedy. He wished for her to have him by her side for the remainder of her days. Shiryu clasped his hands behind his back and descended into the basement. Wei Qingyan, having spent over a decade with Shiryu, had not failed to notice the peculiarity of his emotions. However, for her, revenge was paramount. There was no need to give hope for a matter destined to yield no results. She strode up to Granny Chun and inquired, "Whose daughter is Luo Songyun?" Granny Chun was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed that the people from Prince Rong's household had brought her in to question her about Huangsha Ridge. Yet unexpectedly, the inquiry was about this. After a brief hesitation, she finally spoke, "The child of His Majesty and Consort Shu." Wei Qingyan's gaze swept over her, noting the signs of torture upon her body, evidently indicating that she had been treated by Prince Rong's people, which explained her candor. She pressed further. "Where's the other child?" "Dead." "Dead?" Wei Qingyan's brows furrowed. "Who orchestrated this child exchange, and how did that child die?" Granny Chun lowered her head, not answering immediately. Dong Tsang interjected, wishing to avoid reliving the earlier ordeal, advising her to speak the truth, for perhaps the prince would spare her life. Hearing the glimmer of hope for survival, Granny Chun gritted her teeth. It was Consort Li. Consort Li had been another concubine of the emperor when he was crown prince and was no longer alive. Jealous of Consort Shu for having garnered the emperor's favor and bearing a child, she had arranged for 2 skinned kittens to replace the 2 children. One of them had died at birth. Consort Li had instructed my lady to take the child out of the palace and bury it. My lady, seeing how deeply His Majesty cherished Consort Shu, concealed the fact from Consort Li and kept the surviving child, hoping to return her to Consort Shu one day for a better future. But unexpectedly, Consort Shu could not withstand the blow and went mad. The emperor's affection for her was no longer what it used to be, yet the child had already been sent to the Luo family for upbringing. Coincidentally, the Luo family had no daughters, so Madame Wu decided to take a gamble. Eventually, she realized she had made the right choice, as the emperor still remembered the mad Consort Shu. Thus, she sought an opportunity to bring Luo Songyun before the emperor. Having preserved the daughter of the emperor's beloved, her merit was not insignificant and could ensure a promising future for the Wu family. But why, despite Consort Li having been dead for many years, did she still not dare betray her and send the child to the emperor? Wei Qingyan interrupted her. "Because Madame Wu's backer is not Consort Li, but the empress." Shiryu shot an accusatory glance at Dong Tsang, who lowered his head in guilt. Wei Qingyan nodded inwardly. That was precisely why she had interrupted Granny Chen's ramblings. Granny Chen's pupils constricted sharply, but she quickly regained her composure. "No, it was Consort Li who had my lady take the child away. My lady initially intended to inform His Majesty, but with Luo's reputation ruined by that incident, she did not dare take the risk and decided to wait." Seeing her still lying, Shiryu turned to Dong Tsang. "You have a quarter of an hour." Granny Chun comprehended Shiryu's intent. She had just spoken half-truths, and Prince Rong was prepared to subject her to further torture. She hurriedly said, "I will tell you, I will tell you." She could not bear to endure the torturous punishments again. Yet Wei Qingyan was not inclined to listen anymore and shifted to another question. Was it the empress or the crown prince who ordered Madame Wu to pursue Yin Qing and prevent the Guoguang army from returning to the capital alive? Granny Chun suddenly lifted her head to stare at Wei Qingyan, stammering, "The empress. It was the empress who commanded my lord and lady not to mobilize the troops." Shiryu regarded Wei Qingyan with appreciative eyes. The moment she had linked the empress to the true harm against Consort Shu, he felt a sense of admiration. Yet, why had the empress acted thus? Wei Qingyan did not inquire. It was rare for a servant like Granny Chun to discern that Madame Wu's backer was the empress, let alone know the empress's intentions. However, Dong Tsang dared to ask, "Why would the empress wish to harm General Wei?" "I do not know," the servant replied. "Previously, I only knew my lady had support in the capital, and that person was the empress. It was only during this visit to the capital that I inadvertently learned of it. I have not lied. I truly do not know." While Granny Chun remained ignorant, Wei Qingyan had pieced together some clues. The empress had once sought to win her over for the crown prince's sake, but she had refused. Yet, her relationship with Shiryu was close, and Shiryu was deeply favored by the late emperor, wielding control over an army of 100,000. The emperor must be wary of their alliance, and the empress would undoubtedly be cautious as well. It was not unheard of for an imperial uncle to usurp the throne from a nephew. In that deep palace, anyone involved with power, even a hint of potential disadvantage, had to be eliminated by any means necessary. If the emperor entertained such thoughts, she could take the opportunity to win his favor. But did the emperor truly know nothing of the empress's schemes? Whatever Wei Qingyan could fathom, sure you could surely as well. He cast an apologetic glance at Wei Qingyan, who again turned her gaze towards Granny Chun, who killed Yinqing. At this moment, her eyes revealed the intent to kill, causing Granny Chen's heart to tremble as she dared not conceal the truth. It was the empress's people. Where did he die? In the mountains outside Yongzhou. Granny Chen stammered, recalling Yinqing's death. She did not know who this person was, but the murderous aura emanating from her when mentioning Yinqing was more terrifying than any noblewoman she had encountered in the capital. Afterward, when Wei Qingyan posed her questions, Granny Chun dared not withhold any information and answered truthfully. As she departed, Wei Qingyan thought of the Yu residents and asked, "What is the relationship between Madame Wu and Yu Jingde?" Chapter 65. The Woman Who Sleeps with the Emperor. Yu Liangji and his son waited an entire day and night for Wei Qingyan's return. Du Xue informed them that Wei Qingyan had gone out to relax, and they assumed she was deliberately ignoring them due to Yu Jingde's earlier mistrust. Only upon seeing Wei Qingyan return did they realize their misunderstanding. The safety of the two children prompted Yu Jingde, the Minister of Revenue, to set aside his pride and bow to Wei Qingyan, saying, "I apologize for my previous indiscretions. I implore you, young lady, to assist my Yu family in this crisis, and I shall be eternally grateful." Wei Qingyan fixed her dark gaze upon him, finding it difficult to fathom how this seemingly astute man could commit such audacious acts for love. Motioning for them to sit, she slowly began, "Minister, do you intend to speak the truth now?" "I beg your pardon, young lady. I indeed concealed certain matters before," Yu Jingde replied, embarrassment evident on his face. Madame Wu's original name was Lu He, and the Lu family has had ties with the Yu family since the previous dynasty. In my childhood, the elders from both families arranged a betrothal between Lu He and myself. However, as time passed, the heads of our respective households took different stances, causing our relationship to gradually deteriorate. Moreover, I harbored no romantic feelings for Lu He, leading me to withdraw from the engagement, an act I felt indebted to her for. Lu He, surprisingly composed, did not weep or protest. Instead, she assisted in persuading her family, which made the dissolution of our engagement remarkably smooth, further deepening my sense of guilt towards her. 3 years ago, she sent me a sum of 10,000 taels of silver, expressing her discomfort in Guangzhou and her desire to return to the capital, asking for my help in facilitating Wu Yuchu's transfer back to the city. At that time, the position of the former Minister of War had become vacant due to the death of its occupant, and Wu Yuchu's political achievements were commendable. Thus I, alongside the Minister of Personnel, recommended him to His Majesty. It is only now that I realize the implications of Wu Yuchu's actions, and the fact that they accepted 50,000 taels from Biling. Lu He used this incident to coerce me into aiding her escape. Although Wei Qingyan had learned the truth from Chun Mama, the anger within her still burned fiercely upon hearing it again. Her eyes, cold as ice, reflected her disdain for a mere circuit governor who could casually produce 10,000 taels. Did Lord Yu not consider the origins of that money when he accepted it? The Lu family had fallen from grace, and Wu Yuchu, hailing from humble background, should have suspected that such funds were extorted from the common folk. How could a person like him, despite his commendable record, be trusted? One wonders how many Yu Jingdes inhabit this capital, accepting favors from that couple. Miss Chong, being outside the realm of politics, may not grasp the reality, but it is well known that in the Ministry of Revenue, everyone is corrupt, compelled to be so. To resist would mean exclusion and a lack of recognition. I did not initially ascend to the position of minister. Rather, I climbed the ranks step by step, hence my own indulgences, albeit within certain limits. I did indeed accept a portion of Lu He's money. Pondering its origins, perhaps it was taken from the people's sweat and blood by Wu Yuchu. Yet, I felt compelled to accept it. After all, we once shared an engagement. Refusing the money might lead Lu He to misconstrue my intentions, and I feared she might pursue me in the future. Furthermore, in the political arena, failing to accept bribes could lead others to doubt your dedication. How could I have known that those 10,000 taels were from Biling, or that they were obtained at the cost of harming the national military? Now, the entire world watches this affair. Should Madame Wu reveal my acceptance of bribes, the stain on the Yu household would be irreparable. Yet, at this moment, your efforts to save her would similarly entangle you, would it not? Wei Qingyan's lips curled into a sardonic smile, mocking Yu Zhengde for his unwillingness to face the truth even in dire circumstances, as well as his self-serving rhetoric. Both she and her father had navigated the treacherous waters of politics without ever pilfering a single tale not rightfully theirs. Did her father comprehend the depths to which the Wei court had sunk? He bore the ignominy of being labeled a traitor for the previous dynasty, leading troops in service of the late emperor, all because that emperor promised to establish a harmonious realm where officials served the people, and the people trusted their officials. Her father fought a lifetime for such peace and sacrificed much. Would he have regretted knowing that this so-called peace was predicated on the exploitation of the populace? Wei Qingyan's mockery unsettled Yu Zhengde. He held the position of Minister of Revenue, and had already lowered himself sufficiently in front of a woman. Were it not for the supernatural matters requiring her intervention, she would not even deserve to sit with him, much less deride him. Wei Qingyan, keenly aware of his thoughts, retorted, "Indeed, I may not possess your understanding of political survival, but I do know that the chaos of the previous dynasty ultimately led to its downfall. If governance requires colluding with corrupt officials to succeed, then this Wei realm is destined to follow the same path as the last. One can only wonder if the Yu household will escape unscathed once again." "Miss Chang, tread carefully." Yu Zhengde's expression drastically altered. How dare a woman presume to speak on matters of national destiny? Yu Yangji's eyes brightened momentarily, a hint of amusement surfacing as he sipped his tea. His son had changed significantly over the years, becoming almost unrecognizable, and if someone could awaken him, perhaps this visit would not be in vain. Wei Qingyan took a sip of tea, contemplating the crisis facing the Yu household, one I could resolve. Yet I questioned if the minister would be willing to pay the price. Upon hearing that I could provide a solution, Yu Zhengde suddenly exhaled in relief, stating his willingness. After speaking, he paused, caught off guard by his own readiness to comply. What if the cost was beyond his means? But Wei Qingyan offered him no chance to reconsider, declaring, "I need you, Minister Yu, to inform Madame Wu that those behind her wish to silence her. This is not something you can remedy. She must honestly disclose the events concerning Huangsha Ridge. Assure her that you will save her children, or else both the Wu and Lu families will face annihilation. If she wished for my help, how could I expect her to easily divulge the identities of those behind her?" Yu Zhengde suddenly found it laughable to place his hopes in Wei Qingyan. She was being utterly reckless. "Just follow my instructions, and I shall find a way to extract the truth from her." Wei Qingyan's tone was icy, suggesting she also had methods to ensure she would not reveal his involvement. Yu Zhengde, intrigued yet doubtful, asked, "And who exactly are those behind her?" Wei Qingyan met his gaze and replied, "The Empress." With a clatter, the teacup in Yu Yangji's hand fell to the ground. Yu Zhengde's face contorted in shock and then anger. "Miss Chang, do you mean to pit the entire Yu household against the Empress? I came here seeking your assistance to resolve our grievances, not to push us into the abyss. If the price of your solution is this, then consider this visit null and void." "Huh." Wei Qingyan's cold laughter echoed. "How could it possibly be me? It is the minister who has recklessly put the Yu household in peril. Has the third young lady awakened? I heard that the emperor suddenly fell ill a few days ago, exhibiting symptoms akin to those of the third young lady. If he learns that the daughter of the late consort Li has also fallen ill, will he not wonder if she shares the same affliction? And might he ponder whether the third young lady is his child with consort Li? It would put you in a precarious position to explain why the deceased consort Li bore a daughter 2 years after her death." Yu Zhengde stammered, "Why you?" Fear rendered him speechless, unable to complete his thoughts. He looked toward his father, who, pale and shocked, mirrored his astonishment. If it were not for his father, who could have informed Miss Chang of such matters? Wei Qingyan smirked. "Minister Yu, when my master roamed the streets, he was known as a diviner. As his disciple, I possess a modicum of that talent myself. That consort Li faked her death and resided in your household's backyard for 3 years, bearing a daughter before departing the capital. That daughter is none other than your third young lady. I presumed Minister Yu to be audacious enough to harbor the emperor's woman as a concubine in his own backyard. Surely, this is trivial for you." "Trivial? How dare you say such a thing?" Yu Zhengde glared at Wei Qingyan, but internally he was engulfed in tumultuous waves. This secret had been guarded for years, only revealed to his father recently. How could Miss Chang possibly know? Confounded, he sought his father's silent plea for clarity. Was she implying that her knowledge came from some supernatural source? Yu Yangji, uncertain but inclined to agree, nodded. This matter had been a thorn in his throat for years, fearing discovery. Yet as the saying goes, walls have ears, and Lu He had indeed caught wind of something. Though Yu Liangji was unaware that Consort Li had been sheltered in his backyard, he knew that she had faked her death with the help of a son. The mere implication of a connection between a minister and a woman from the imperial harem was enough to ruin the Yu household. If the emperor delved deeper, how could they conceal their transgressions? No member of the Yu family would be spared. This was the true reason he sought out Wei Qingyan. Decades ago, a lotus saved the Yu family. Now, he encountered the disciple of that lotus, believing it to be divine providence offering a lifeline. Yu Zhengde, oblivious to his father's thoughts, wiped the sweat from his brow and asked Wei Qingyan, "Do you know that the empress hails from the Xie family? That is the emperor's maternal clan, the family of the empress dowager. Are you aware that the emperor's request for the Xie family and the crown prince to investigate Huangsha Ridge is merely a fade, meant to avoid a thorough inquiry? How could I, Yu Zhengde, confront the emperor, the crown prince, and the Xie family? What chance do I have? Does the esteemed Yu Darin have any avenue of escape?" Wei Qingyan observed him silently. Although the empress was behind Lu He, why would she seek your assistance? Is it not to divert everyone's attention? Or perhaps you're the scapegoat chosen by the empress from 3 years ago. This statement struck Yu Zhengde and his son like a thunderclap. Yu Zhengde mechanically blinked, realizing the truth. Lu He did not require her salvation. If matters escalated, Lu He would be implicated alongside him. If the situation were to cease, Lu He would not need her aid. Yet, in the presence of so many, she sought his help, thereby openly indicating that he, Yu Zhengde, was her backing. Wu Yuchu ascended to the position of governor of Ganzhou within a few years, suggesting that someone powerful was aiding him, likely the empress. Thus, upon his return to the capital, he would need no assistance from Yu Zhengde, the minister of revenue. Lu He presented him with silver, preemptively securing a scapegoat for her master should the truth emerge. He had felt guilty over the annulment of their engagement, believing her to be understanding, yet she had been calculating against him all along. Cursing inwardly, he heard Wei Qingyan solemnly promise, "I assure you, I will do my utmost to protect the Yu family. I will convince Lu He that the empress intends to kill her. The only person she can trust is you. As long as she wishes for her children to live, she will not divulge your secrets. As for the emperor, after your meeting with Lu He, you shall enter the palace bearing that 10,000 taels, seeking forgiveness and confessing that you had accepted her money to speak favorably of Wu Yuchu. I will ensure that the world knows that your 10,000 taels did not come from the people of Biling, according to Granny Chen's instructions. The 50,000 taels sent by the Biling people bore their mark, and the Wu couple had profited from the common folk over the years, lacking for nothing. Therefore, those 50,000 taels were neither used nor hastily melted down, but hidden in a small courtyard within the capital. After leaving the temple last night, she had verified its existence. The silver was indeed there, currently guarded by Dong Song and others. Once Yu Zhengde meets with Madame Wu, she will present that silver to the public. Thus, my son can claim that his meeting with Lu He was under duress. Yu Liangji interjected. Accepting bribes may lead to demotion and fines, but as long as one is alive, there is still hope. Furthermore, considering the assassination of the National Protector General, he felt that it might not be a bad thing for his son to withdraw at this moment. Yu Zhengde understood the crux of the matter. As Wei Qingyan had stated, he indeed had no retreat and could only gamble alongside her. Fine, I will heed your counsel, but Miss Chong, you must also promise me that this matter remains confidential. No, that is insufficient. You must guarantee, as a seer with your mystical abilities, that this incident shall never be revealed to the world. Yu Zhengde, somewhat petulantly, played the rogue, feeling disgruntled that a mere woman had him cornered. Wei Qingyan smiled. I can assure you that I will never betray you. When investigating the matter concerning concubine Zhao, it was uncovered that Madame Wu's true master was the empress. If Madame Wu could discern concubine Li's feigned death, might she not have informed the empress? She could have relayed to Granny Chan that Yu Zhengde assisted concubine Li in her escape from the palace, giving Yu Zhengde's favoritism towards his illegitimate daughter over his legitimate one, as well as the grievances observed during that day at the Yu residence. It was plausible that others could deduce that Miss Yu San was the daughter of concubine Li and Yu Zhengde. Who could say how many others knew this secret, or whether concubine Li, now outside the capital, might be recognized? Wei Qingyan could not guarantee anything. Yu Jingda knew he was being unreasonable and under Wei Qingyan's cold gaze. He felt inexplicably intimidated and dared not press further. He recalled the woman who had abandoned him, living freely and leaving him in a state of anxiety in the capital. And he could not help but grit his teeth in frustration. Women in this world truly provoke trouble, both the one he thought of and the one before him. He cast a resentful glance at Yu Liangji, silently complaining, "Father, I told you this girl knows my secret and will threaten me, just like Lu He, didn't I?" Yu Liangji stifled a smile with his hand, suppressing his amusement at seeing his son on the verge of tears, a sight he had not witnessed in years. Having voiced his concerns and found a potential solution, he felt much lighter and asked, "Why do you wish for Madame Wu to identify the Empress? Do you desire the truth of Huangsha Ridge to be revealed to the world?" Wei Qingyan remained steadfast in her response. "This is my conviction. I am merely a conduit, and it is my duty to rectify the grievances of the wronged." Hypocritical, Yu Jingda muttered under his breath, speaking with such righteous indignation, unaware of what benefit she had gleaned from the spirit of General Wei. He had already concluded that Wei Qingyan was someone who would not act without gain. Wei Qingyan, wishing to avoid further elaboration, chose to end the discussion. Yu Liangji shot a disapproving look at his son before turning back to Wei Qingyan, recounting the grievances regarding his half-brother. "My father once imprisoned my half-brother, ostensibly for protection. He had disrupted the plans of a certain prince who would never let him go, confining him at home, merely refraining from killing him out of respect for the Yu family. Eventually, he became obstinate, and my father could not allow him to pursue an official career, relegating him to a life of leisure, yet we never neglected him financially. Wei Qingyan believed that if the Yu family had truly mistreated that half-brother, he would not have lived to old age. Remembering something, she inquired, "Did the Yu family secretly pledge allegiance to the late emperor due to disappointment with a previous dynasty, stemming from the matter of old Madame Gong?" "Indeed," Yu Liangji nodded, revealing no intention of concealment. "As far as I know, the late emperor rose from a southern rebellion, and my family in the capital recommended none other than my master." Wei Qingyan, uncertain why she asked, felt a connection to the plump monk. Chapter 67. A ghostly encounter. Yu Liangji nodded, clarifying, "To be precise, it was Lien who introduced me. Not the late emperor, but General Wei." "Father?" Wei Qingyan asked, somewhat surprised. Yu Liangji gazed outside as if lost in memory. "Initially, I had my reservations. If it succeeded, it would be a great achievement. If it failed, it would be treason. However, General Wei stated that a man should stand tall, taking it upon himself to save the world, lest he waste his life. I still vividly remember him clad in armor, freshly returned from battle, blood still unwashed from his face. He asked me whether a nation or a family came first, and whether the nation at that time could truly be considered a nation. Once I comprehended those two questions and resolved to lead my family in following him, he insisted we remain in the capital, only to provide assistance in secret when needed. After the chaos unfolded, the royal family descended into disarray. Ministers executed orders with impunity, seizing properties without consequence. The Yu family survived through that turmoil, thanks to General Wei's covert protection. He sighed heavily, yet now, knowing that the death of the young General Wei is suspicious, I cannot step forward. I feel a deep sense of guilt. Wei Qingyan's eyes half closed, understanding that the old man's final words were meant for Yu Jingda. Yu Jingda, perceptive enough, grasped his father's implications. "Father, I assure you, under the premise of safeguarding our family, I will do my utmost to avenge the young General Wei." Hearing his son's vow, Yu Liangji felt content. As the head of the Yu family, protecting his loved ones was his fundamental duty. They were his flesh and blood, and he could not demand more. He turned to Wei Qingyan with a smile. "Speaking of past matters, I just realized, my dear girl, you bear a resemblance to General Wei in spirit. You speak fiercely, yet possess a tender heart. General Wei urged the Yu family to join the rebel forces, yet always shielded us from exposure. What you ask of my son may seem burdensome, yet how is it not a resolution to our family's predicament?" Wei Qingyan smiled in return. She was indeed her father's daughter, embodying his essence. Unbeknownst to her, the corpulent monk was a friend of her father. Was it for this reason that he saved her? When she initially regained consciousness without any memories, she had inquired about her origins and the reason for her rescue. Each time, the monk merely rolled his eyes, muttering that he was merely burdened with an unwelcome responsibility, having wandered to Huangsha Ridge and inadvertently picked up a stray. His complaints were abundant, yet he treated her with utmost kindness. During the times when her aunt was absent, she remained bedridden. On sunny days, the monk would carry her to the mountain top to bask in the sun, and on rainy days, he would take her to the pavilion to listen to the soothing sounds of the rain, asserting that nature was the finest remedy for healing. He learned to prepare meat dishes for her and utilized his skills to extend her life, frequently reminding her that her existence was of paramount importance and that she should live for herself. His actions reflected his words, as he consistently prioritized her well-being. It was precisely this kindness that prevented her from doubting the monk's truthfulness. However, upon reflection, it seemed he had neither lied nor told the full truth. Just as she contemplated probing Yu Liangji for information regarding the monk, she noticed a figure approaching briskly, led by a Lu. The newcomer was the steward of the Yu residence, who whispered a few words into Yu Jingda's ear. Yu Jingda's expression shifted slightly as he rose hurriedly, exclaiming, "Miss Chang, Lu He has sent word again." Lu He threatened him, stating that if he did not act to save her, she would expose his secrets. It was only after Miss Chang pointed it out that he realized how Lu He, imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice, could possibly relay messages. It was likely that the common folk and scholars outside were stirring up trouble again, and the Empress was probably anxious for him to serve as a scapegoat. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "I shall go meet her at once." "Good." Wei Qingyan nodded, providing him with a few details. The father and son from the Yu family arrived discreetly and departed through a side entrance. After their departure, Wei Qingyan changed into a black outfit, disguising himself as a man before stepping outside. Madame Wu, Lu He, had suffered greatly since being assaulted by Wei Shiran. Days had passed, yet the pain persisted. Upon waking, she demanded that the officials of the Ministry of Justice capture Wei Shiran, but the jailers retorted that there were no visible wounds on her. And even if they went to the Gong residence, they could not implicate Madame Gong in any wrongdoing. Her frustration only exacerbated her pain. Wei Shiran had struck her on her waist and chest, regions that were difficult to expose. Even if she were to shamelessly reveal herself, she knew that no significant injuries would be found. Wei Shiran had used fists and needles, leaving no apparent marks. Furthermore, after Wei Shiran's visit, the Ministry of Justice had summoned her for interrogation and subjected her to torture, which, while not fatal, had nearly cost her life. "Poisonous woman," she muttered under her breath, vowing that one day she would make Wei Shiran pay 1,000-fold to see her suffer and her lineage extinguished. "You shall not have that opportunity." A faint, ethereal male voice resonated, as if the speaker were standing right behind her. Startled, she turned swiftly, only to find the wall behind her devoid of anyone. She scanned the surroundings of her cell, but saw no shadow of a person. "Who are you?" "Wei Qingyan." The voice echoed again, now imbued with a sinister tone. Upon hearing those 3 syllables, Lu He felt an unexpected calm wash over her, scoffing, "What a farce. Wei Qingyan is dead. Otherwise, how could Wei Shiran be here, causing havoc? I am indeed a ghost. There is no need for pretense. You know this better than anyone." The voice grew closer, whispering ominously in her ear, sending a chill down her spine. She glanced at the 2 guards stationed outside her cell. "Hey, did you hear any voices?" The guards exchanged glances before one replied, "Aside from your ramblings, there is nothing." Lu He recalled how the guards had stood idly by while Wei Shiran assaulted her, stirring suspicion that they were colluding to frighten her. She ceased her inquiries, covering her ears and sitting on the ground. Yet the voice persisted, "You have harmed me enough, and yet you dare to plot against my sister. Alas, the Empress will not grant you that chance." The people are enraged over Huangsha Ridge. They press the Emperor daily for answers. How could the Empress allow you to live and give you the opportunity to expose her? Impossible. Lu He's expression shifted dramatically as she turned her head, finding nothing once more. "Stop your ghostly charade. I fear no specter. I do not know who you are or why you involve the Empress. The events at Huangsha Ridge have nothing to do with me. The Emperor will surely clear my name." The voice retorted coldly, "Only the dead can keep secrets. Lu He, your retribution is upon you. Show yourself. Quit scaring me." The lack of a visible figure began to unsettle her. "Reveal yourself. I am innocent and fear not the shadows. If you possess any courage, come forth and face me." "My lord, the prisoner is in this room." A guard's voice broke the tension. Lu He turned towards the source of the voice, seeing Yu Zhengda and fuming. "Is it you, conjuring spirits? Is it you who refuses to save me?" intending to frighten me? Yu Jingde appeared confused. What ghost? I just arrived. What is the matter? She shot a glance at the guard. Someone has entered the Ministry of Justice, seeking to harm me. Did you intentionally let someone in? Do not slander us. We have been guarding the prison. No one has entered, the guard quickly denied. They had no desire to be punished for allowing an intruder inside. Frustrated, the guard remarked to Yu Jingde, I will remain outside. If you have anything to say, please be quick. Yu Jingde produced a pouch from his sleeve and offered it to the guard, exchanging pleasantries before leaning closer to Lu He. Speak frankly. Have you truly engaged in treasonous acts? I have gone to great lengths to arrange this, not only to rescue you, but even to secure a mere meeting with you. Lu He did not respond, but instead asked, as a dignified minister of revenue, why do you need to be so courteous to a few jailers? Yu Jingde's expression darkened in frustration. Do you think I desire this? Had I not leveraged past favors to coerce the head jailer, I would not have gained entry at all. Was it you behind the events at Huangsha Ridge, or did you simply offend someone? I had a decent relationship with Minister Xie and intended to seek his assistance, yet I could not even enter the Xie residence. Many acquaintances of mine have distanced themselves upon hearing your name, refusing even to speak with me. It is the first time in my years in officialdom that I have encountered such obstacles. Lu He scrutinized him, as if evaluating the sincerity of his words. The commotion outside suggested that the Empress would be eager for Yu Jingde to arrive at the prison, serving as a scapegoat. The Minister of Justice, Xie, was the Empress's brother, rendering the ministry effectively her domain. If Yu Jingde were to come, the Empress would surely facilitate his entry. How could it be as difficult as he claimed? Yet, she had indeed seen him treating the jailers with undue politeness while slipping them silver. A hint of suspicion flickered in her eyes. Perhaps Yu Jingde was merely performing for her benefit. But why would he go through such theatrics? Speak. I have little time left. Yu Jingde glanced anxiously toward the prison's entrance. Lu He, I had hoped that if you were not responsible for that incident, I would utilize all connections within the Yu family to save your life. However, it appears that regardless of your involvement in Huangsha Ridge, there are forces at play that seek your demise. The Yu family lacks the power to protect you. All I can do is ensure the safety of your child, as a means of atoning for past wrongs. If you agree, I will negotiate to safeguard your child. If you continue to use past grievances to threaten me, I will be powerless. The past was merely an encounter. You possess no other evidence against me. I could easily proclaim my innocence and see whether the Emperor believes a dying woman like you or me. Lu He remained silent. Say something. A nod or a shake of the head will suffice. Yu Jingde exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration. Just as he finished speaking, a guard hurriedly approached, urging, we must leave quickly. Someone is coming. I understand. Yu Jingde replied to the guard, then turned to Lu He. The decision is yours. Lu He observed that his face had turned the hue of a liver, and she implored, save my children. Regardless of whether Yu Jingde was feigning or not, it was undoubtedly a good thing for her children to leave this place sooner. Yu Jingde sighed in relief, then sternly declared, now that you have consented, some matters must remain buried within you. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our childhood bond and silencing you. The phrase silencing you reverberated in Lu He's mind, echoing the sentiment of the male voice she had heard earlier. Although she did not fully believe it, she understood the underlying truth. Only the deceased could safeguard secrets. Otherwise, why would she have killed Granny Chun? A sense of unease washed over her as she watched Yu Jingde depart with the jailer, desperately grabbing the prison bars and reiterating, first, save my children. If she could slay Granny Chun, who had accompanied her for decades, surely the Empress could also kill her. In her fluster, the cloth covering her head slipped away. What happened to your head? Yu Jingde gaped in shock. Before Lu He could respond, the jailer pulled him away, answering for her. She was shaved by Madame Gong's men that day. How can they act with such impunity in prison? I can barely get in here. Yu Jingde's voice faded into the distance. Lu He couldn't hear the jailer's subsequent words, yet they only intensified her anxiety. Indeed, why did the Empress allow Wei Qingyan and her cohorts to humiliate her? Just as she was grappling with this thought, a figure in black approached, carrying a food box. Lu He recognized him as an emissary of the Empress. The man stated, now that Yu Jingde is here, if the Ministry of Justice interrogates you again, you must expose him. Expose him? Is there still a way for me to survive? Lu He retorted, if I reveal that the mastermind is Yu Jingde, and those events were orchestrated by my Wu family, how will the Empress absolve us? Doubt began to creep into her mind. Do you question the Empress? The man appeared displeased. The Empress has her own methods. This is not for you to meddle in. You only need to obey orders. With that, he turned and left in annoyance. Upon returning to the palace, the black-clad man relayed Lu He's words to the Empress, who reclined elegantly on a pillow, toying with two small birds in a cage beside her, her eyes never lifting. No matter, it will not stir great upheaval. Once she exposes Yu Jingde, we can bring this to a swift conclusion. Leave some evidence pointing to him. I have heard from the Crown Princess that the Crown Prince has recently lost his appetite, perhaps troubled by this matter. It needs to be resolved sooner rather than later. Investigate who is truly behind this. You mentioned that all those from that year are dead. So how could anyone still be aware of these events? The man quickly knelt, pleading for time, swearing he would uncover those who instigated the chaos. Enough, you may leave. The Empress waved dismissively. Ensure the matter is handled cleanly. Do not let any messy affairs come to my attention. The man bowed and retreated, but soon returned in haste. Your Majesty, Yu Jingde has arrived bare-chested, bearing a bundle of thorny branches and 10,000 taels of silver, walking from the Yu residence to the palace gates. He confessed that the 10,000 taels was a bribe from Lu He, who intended to coerce him into rescuing her. The common folk followed him to the palace gates. And now Yu Jingde was heading towards the imperial study. How could this be? The Empress suddenly sat upright. Has Yu Jingde lost his mind? Your Majesty, could it be that Yu Jingde has guessed your intentions? The man inquired cautiously. What intentions do I have? The Empress's eyes narrowed fiercely, glaring at him. What does this have to do with me? Forgive my indiscretion. I deserve the gravest punishment, he replied. The Empress rose and began to pace the room. Did Lu He not claim that Yu Jingde had been deceived by her for years and felt indebted to her? Why then does he act this way? A thought struck her, and she commanded, Go, inform my brother to interrogate Lu He immediately. She must extract Yu Jingde's name before her demise. And let it be known that the 10,000 taels were sent by the people of Bailing. I have no inclination to delve into their schemes. I want them to be unable to refute their claims and take the blame upon themselves. They must not dare to implicate me. Your Majesty, if that is the case, might Lu He turn against you? The man expressed concern. If Lu He knew I wanted her dead, would she still conceal it from me? I am the Empress. She is my servant. Dying for me would be her honor. Moreover, her children depend on me. If she disobeys, I will first take her daughter's life as a warning. No. In the Ministry of Justice's prison, Lu He watched the scene in the Empress's palace, hearing her words, shaking her head repeatedly in disbelief. This cannot be true. She could not fathom why such a vision had appeared before her. Someone must be meddling, just like the sudden voice she had heard earlier. Yet she had been to the Empress's chamber, and the scene depicted therein was unmistakably that of the Empress's quarters, with the Empress and her chief shadow guard present. The Empress intended to kill her and her children. No. A surge of anger and fear welled within her. She had merely followed the Empress's orders. Why should she and her children face death when they had committed no wrongdoing? But if she did not comply with the Empress's wishes, would her children have any chance of survival? Yu Jingde, he had vowed to rescue her children. Without the Empress, the Minister of Revenue Yu Jingde would undoubtedly save them. Your Majesty, you are heartless. Do not blame me for being ruthless. In a vacant room not far from the Ministry of Justice's prison, Wei Qingyan collapsed upon hearing Lu He's words. Mississippi. A shadow rushed in like a whirlwind, catching her before she could fall. Forgive me. Agu has arrived late. Chapter 69. The spoiled Wei Qingyan leaned against Lan Shu's embrace, smiling faintly. It is not too late. Agu always arrives just in time. Why are you so weak, miss? Have you been using blood symbols to control the resentment? Lan Shu, observing the pallor of Wei Qingyan's lips, gently took out a handkerchief to wipe the beads of sweat from her forehead. She recalled how the plump monk had taught the young lady to channel resentment. She had appeared similarly frail then. Wei Qingyan softly affirmed, I asked them to assist in conveying some matters. The palace and the prison were rife with resentment. She used it to transmit her thoughts, breaking Lu He's psychological defenses. Then let Yu Jingde play his part in the charade, sowing suspicion in Lu He's mind. Ultimately, she would channel the resentment to unveil the Empress's schemes before Lu He, convincing her that the Empress indeed had no intention of sparing her life. This secret method was a transaction between her and the resentment. It obeyed her commands, and in return, she would grant it merit to aid its reincarnation. Lan Shu typically refrained from interfering in her affairs, only concerned for her well-being. "What will you do now, miss?" "Agu will handle it." Wei Qingyan stretched out her hands, lifting her face as she whined. "My legs are weak. Agu, carry me back to the Yuan Marquis' residence." Without the merit seal on her person, many matters became inconvenient. Wei Qingyan cast a wistful glance into the shadows. "All right." Lan Shu supported Wei Qingyan's arms, helping her steady herself, then lowered herself to the young lady's height, wrapping her arms around her knees and lifting her onto her back. She felt the weight of her burden. The young lady had grown thinner, lighter, with a more angular face. "Agu, how did you notice I'd lost weight when I'm wearing a mask?" Wei Qingyan chuckled, laying her head against Lan Shu's neck. "However, I truly crave the food you make." Lan Shu had cared for her for nearly 3 years, and this was their first separation. She missed her dearly. "Rest for now, Mississippi. Once we arrive, Agu will cook for you," she gently coaxed, noting the frailty in Wei Qingyan's voice. Wei Qingyan chuckled softly. "Agu, if I fall asleep, who will guide you?" Lan Shu paused, realizing she had been foolish. "I am reluctant to see you suffer," and forgot about this matter. She was not well acquainted with the capital and had been away for years, unsure of the location of the Yuan Marquis' residence. But soon she asked, "The tailing figure behind us, could he be your man? May I let him lead the way?" Wei Qingyan considered for a moment, then let him guide us. With that, she no longer held herself up and closed her eyes. Agu would follow closely behind her. The truth about Sure You would eventually come to light. Lan Shu discerned that the hand resting before her had relaxed its grip, indicating that the young lady had reached a state of exhaustion. With a gentle shake, she adjusted the girl on her back, utilizing her toes for propulsion, and swiftly positioned herself in front of Shiryu. Her gaze swept over Shiryu from head to toe, his countenance like jade, his stature tall and poised, with a slight furrow in his brow that exuded an inherent nobility befitting one of distinguished lineage, though he paled in comparison to her own young lady. In her mind, Lan Shu assessed Shiryu and inquired, "Might you direct me to the Yuan Marquis residence?" Shiryu was also appraising Lan Shu. Clad in black, her face concealed beneath a dark hood, she possessed skills that were not inferior to his own, and from her voice, he discerned that she was a middle-aged woman. Having known Wei Qingyan for many years, he had never witnessed her display such a girlish demeanor, nor had he seen her so completely at ease while resting on someone else's back. This indicated a profound trust between them. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and asked, "Might you be aware of how she can recover from her current condition?" Lan Shu's brow furrowed slightly. She had merely asked for directions, yet this young man spoke of matters beyond her inquiry. Her young lady was still fatigued and needed to return for rest. As for how to restore her well-being, that was a matter of the merit seal, which could not be divulged to outsiders. Noticing her silence, Shiryu continued, "What if the secret to sustaining her life is lost?" "What do you mean by that?" Lan Shu's gaze sharpened, and before she knew it, she had drawn a soft sword to Shiryu's throat while securely cradling Wei Qingyan on her back. Shiryu's eyes fell upon Wei Qingyan, and he extended his hands, saying, "Allow me to carry her. We could discuss the rest upon reaching the Yuan Marquis residence, or when she regains consciousness." Wei Qingyan's face was devoid of color, reminiscent of her pallor during the incident at the Gong residence. Her eyes filled with concern. Lan Shu did not know Shiryu and could not trust him based solely on his words. Ultimately, however, she relinquished her hold, permitting Shiryu to carry Wei Qingyan, for the sleeping girl had gently tugged at her clothing, as if to express her consent. Thus, the three swiftly made their way to the Fengshao courtyard of the Yuan Marquis residence. After placing Wei Qingyan on the bed, Shiryu instructed the accompanying shadow guards to fetch hot water, then sat at the bedside, holding Wei Qingyan's hand, showing no intention of leaving. Lan Shu felt uneasy and remained, her mind racing with thoughts. What did it mean if the secret to sustaining her life was lost? Could it be that the merit seal was gone? This was a matter of great significance concerning her young lady, and she chose not to question Shiryu, fearing her guesses might lead to unwanted revelations. She decided to wait for Wei Qingyan to awaken, as she would surely provide the answers. Thus, when Shiryu questioned her again about how to assist Wei Qingyan's recovery, she opted for silence. Shiryu recognized her wariness and refrained from further inquiries. Although he harbored feelings for Wei Qingyan, they were both unmarried, and he could not repeatedly engage in intimate contact with her. Despite his joy at being close to her, he yearned for a rightful union, one that would be publicly acknowledged. Moreover, Wei Qingyan's intermittent loss of vitality deeply troubled him. And while he endeavored to remain by her side, he sought additional means of assurance. In the midst of his contemplation, the shadow guards returned with hot water, approaching the bed with utmost care. Before sure you could act, Lan Shu stepped forward to take the water from the guard's hands, asserting, "I shall handle this. The young lady has just broken a sweat. She must change into dry undergarments." Sure you concurred with her sentiment. He checked Wei Qingyan's pulse, relieved to find it stable, and noted that her condition was not as dire as it had been at the Gong residence. He anticipated her awakening soon. He nodded slightly to Lan Shu and exited the room. As he arrived, Yu Zhengde had already entered the palace, and it was now time for Dong Song to lead the discovery of the 50,000 taels of silver. To thwart the Empress from silencing Lu He, he needed to promptly bring forth a request to the Ministry of Justice for a public interrogation of Lu He. Only then would the efforts of Xiao Yin not be in vain. Once Shi Yu's footsteps faded entirely, Wei Qingyan slowly opened her eyes, meeting Lan Shu's concerned gaze. She offered a reassuring smile, saying, "Annie, I'm fine." "Auntie sees you are not well," Lan Shu replied, placing the cloth back into the basin and taking a seat at the edge of the bed. "Is it possible that the merit seal has encountered a problem?" Wei Qingyan gestured for Lan Shu to assist her in sitting up, relaxing her shoulders against the headboard, and proceeded to recount the events since her arrival in the capital. As Lan Shu listened while tending to her, upon hearing that the merit seal had been absorbed by Shi Yu and could not be reclaimed, she tossed the cloth into the basin in exasperation. "Auntie, let us eliminate him. Will the merit seal return then? How can a young lady be without her merit seal?" However, contemplating that Wei Qingyan had sacrificed her merit seal to save Shi Yu, it was evident she could not bring herself to harm him, or else she would not have waited until the moment presented itself. "Then let us avenge ourselves, and take him to Punglai to seek the fat monk. If even he cannot assist, we shall find a remote mountain to hide, where he can serve as the young lady's husband. We cannot remain in this capital, where the royal men take many wives. The young lady must not endure such indignities." Chapter 70. Public trial to identify the Empress Yu Zhengde approached the palace gates, loudly confessing, "I once received 1,000 taels from Lu He to persuade Wu Yuchu to return to the capital and speak favorably. However, I had no knowledge that the Wu family would dare to accept 50,000 taels from Biling." By the time he reached the palace gates, news of Wu Yuchu and his wife's acceptance of 50,000 taels from Biling had spread like autumn wind sweeping through fallen leaves across the capital. Not long after entering the palace, a small courtyard in the city caught fire. As people rushed to extinguish the flames, they discovered numerous ceramic jars hidden beneath the bed, filled with gleaming silver. Once the fire was quelled and the silver was brought out, it amounted to precisely 50,000 taels. Experienced merchants recognized the silver bore the Biling clan's emblem, and soon someone shouted, "This must be the 50,000 taels Wu Yuchu received. Let us go to the officials and investigate if this courtyard belongs to the Wu family." "I will go." A young man, dressed as a scholar, raised his hand. His family had a relative working in the government office. "We will accompany you," echoed others, adding, "If this courtyard indeed belongs to the Wu family, then this silver is the result of treason and the betrayal of loyal subjects. We implore everyone to keep watch. This nation has only recently achieved peace. How dare corrupt officials endanger it? Please proceed. We shall guard this silver and await the officials' arrival," declared an elderly man. The establishment of the Great Wei dynasty was still in its infancy, having only been 30 years since its founding, and those who had lived through the previous chaos cherished the tranquility. Several other elders echoed his sentiments. The news of the incident quickly reached the ears of the crowd gathered at the palace gates, prompting a rush to the small courtyard. The officials arrived promptly, but the Prince of Rome arrived even sooner. His men swiftly confirmed that the courtyard indeed belonged to Lady Wu, Lu He, and the evidence was irrefutable. Outraged, the Prince of Rome proceeded to the Ministry of Justice, demanding a public trial for Lu He, with a populace following in a fervent throng. Inside the ministry's prison, Lu He was brought into the interrogation room, where two officials roughly bound her to a wooden post. High at the front of the room, the Minister of Justice, Xie Shun, spoke coldly. "Lu He, to whom were you beholden in colluding with Biling to harm the National Guards? Speak the truth, or do not blame me for the severe penalties that will follow." His words fell like a bucket of ice water upon her, jolting Lu He from her lingering fantasies. Despite having viewed the incriminating evidence, she had clung to a shred of hope. Yet, Xie Shun's statements shattered her illusions and ignited her hatred for the empress. She had never admitted to her involvement in the Huangsha Ridge incident, and Xie Shun's words had solidified the accusation against her. Her only hope lay in implicating Yu Zhengde. Once she did so, her life would hold no further value. "You are truly ruthless," Lu He bitterly laughed. She had schemed against many and committed numerous misdeeds. Yet she had always considered herself loyal to the empress. But what of the empress? She regarded Lu He's life as mere straw. Clenching her jaw, she remained silent. "Lu He, confess honestly. Who orchestrated all of this?" Xie Shun's brow furrowed deeply, his expression darkening. He had just received word from the empress that he needed Lu He to swiftly provide the testimony identifying Yu Zhengde, lest they encounter further complications. Yet Lu He remained unyielding, her gaze icy. "Apply the torture," Xie Shun commanded, impatience flickering in his eyes. He had just learned that the incident at Huangsha Ridge was orchestrated by none other than the empress, who happened to be his sister from the Xie family. The fortunes of the Xie family were intertwined with hers. They rose together and fell together. Moreover, should this matter implicate the empress, it would certainly not bode well for the crown prince. Upon the orders of Minister Xie, officials armed with torture instruments approached. "Hold on." Shi Yu, supported by Dong Song, entered the interrogation room. He glanced at Xie Shun. "Minister Xie, it has come to our attention that 5,000 taels of silver from a northern tombs have been discovered in the possession of the Wu family, providing irrefutable evidence of their treachery. This matter has stirred public outrage. I have requested Lord Anyuan and the Vice Minister of the Court of Judicial Review to present this to His Majesty, seeking a public trial of Lu He to quell the people's anger. I ask that you remain calm and await His Majesty's decree." Xie Shun, upon receiving a letter from the empress, hurried to the Ministry of Justice, unaware of the discovery of the silver. He immediately attempted to stop Shi Yu, but failed to restrain his close attendant, who nodded in affirmation. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Upon arriving at the ministry, he had instructed someone to accuse Yu Zhengde before the emperor, claiming he had accepted silver from the northern tombs. With Lu He's testimony, the blame for Huangsha Ridge would be pinned on Yu Zhengde. Now that the silver had been uncovered, it was impossible to tarnish Yu Zhengde's reputation. He fiddled with a prepared testimony, which he intended to present after Lu He had been tortured. However, with Prince Rong's involvement, how could he still manipulate the situation? His gaze darkened. "I understand that the prince shares a deep bond with General Wei and will surely find the true culprit behind General Wei's misfortune. You need not worry. Your Highness," he sighed, expressing concern, "cousin, your health is fragile. This prison is no place for you. If your condition worsens, the empress might blame me for failing to care for you. You should return for now. As soon as I have results from the interrogation, I will inform you immediately." He attempted to appeal to emotions, hoping to send Shi Yu away while subtly reminding him that he was the son of the empress, who belonged to the Xie family. They ought to be united. "There is no concern. My intentions are pure, and I fear no malevolence." Shi Yu sank into a chair. "If Minister Xie truly cares for me, he may escort the others outside. Ultimately, we must proceed to the main hall for public trial. It is merely a matter of time, and there are many citizens awaiting outside." "Your Highness, this is no trivial matter," Xie Shun replied, his demeanor chilling as he sensed Shi Yu's indifference. Internally, he was frantic, devising ways to remove this plague of a person. Yet, Shi Yu would not grant him that wish. He had witnessed Wei Qingyan toil to create the current situation. How could he possibly relent? Thus, despite Xie Shun's efforts, Shi Yu remained languidly reclined in his chair, not even lifting his eyelids. Until, at last, Du Shui and Gong Mingsheng arrived with the emperor's decree, accompanied by the crown prince, Shi Mingxi. With no other recourse, Xie Shun darkly led them to the main hall for public trial. The crown prince shared his grim demeanor, displeased that the emperor was being pressured by Shi Yu and the populace. In his view, imperial authority was sacred and inviolable. How could it be coerced? He cast a cold glance over the gathered crowd, exuding an unsettling chill. When he heard Lu He proclaim that the true mastermind behind the Huangsha Ridge incident was the empress, a palpable murderous intent ignited within him. His fists clenched as he rebuked, "Do not speak such nonsense." Having opened her mouth, Lu He had no retreat. "It was the empress who used the lives of my children to compel us to obey her commands. Even while imprisoned, she wielded my children's lives to force me to implicate Yu Zhengde, the Minister of Revenue. This matter is solely the result of my husband and me following orders. My children had no part in it and were oblivious to the details. If anything befalls them, it is the Empress's doing. Knowing she had no escape, she only hoped these words would protect her children. She cried out to the heavens, Your Majesty, the Empress's malice extends far beyond this. The consort of the East Palace and her children were also harmed by the Empress. I know where that child is. I beseech you to allow me to enter the palace and speak to you directly. Before she could finish, a pair of delicate, cold hands seized her throat. The newcomer trembled. Where's the child? Chapter 71. The identity of Aunt Gu. No one anticipated the newcomer's speed. She approached Lu He like a shadow. By the time the officials reacted, Lu He was already in her grasp. How dare you? Who are you to disrupt the court? Xie Shun rose angrily. Seize her. Lan Shu seemed oblivious to Xie Shun's words, her gaze fixated on Lu He. Where's the child? Her grip tightened, lifting Lu He off the ground. Lu He struggled for breath, but insisted, I demand to see His Majesty. I will provide all details once I do. At the command, officials drew their swords. But with a flick of her sleeve, Lan Shu sent several tumbling to the ground. Both Lu He and Xie Shun's expressions changed. The crown prince furrowed his brow, signaling to his guards to swiftly inform the Empress of the unfolding events. Sure, you glanced at Dong, who understood and followed the crown prince's guards with two hidden protectors. Stop! Xie Shun, seeing the officials fail, shouted again, Catch her! Wait! Sure, you looked at the disguised Wei Qingyan in the crowd and spoke at the opportune moment, Minister Xie. This elder's question is one I too wish to know. Is the child Lu He speaks of the Emperor's heir? This is part of the interrogation. Do you not wish to inquire? The interrogation is my duty. She is an unknown entity, disrupting the proceedings. Her crime is punishable. The involvement of the Empress in the Huangsha Ridge incident was already troublesome enough. Allowing Lu He to reveal the Empress's schemes against the heir would complicate matters further. The crown prince shared this sentiment, urging his guards to assist. Wei Qingyan, hidden among the crowd, interjected, This lady's agitation is understandable. Why not ask her why she has appeared, and why she is so eager to inquire about the child's whereabouts? Indeed, if there were no reason, who would willingly rush into the court? Wei Qingyan altered her tone, prompting the gathered crowd to echo her sentiment. Lan Shu recognized Wei Qingyan's voice and understood her intent. Initially, she had thought that the girl came to seek revenge, fearing her identity might cause trouble. However, the girl's words implied she need not worry and could act as she wished. She had come merely to observe the trial. Never did she expect to hear Lu He's declaration. Pulling off her hood, she fixed her icy gaze on Xie Shun, Minister Xie. Do you believe I lack the qualifications to stand here? Xie Shun had an inkling upon her arrival, but seeing her face left him stunned. Consort Shu? How can you still be alive? Consort Shu? Is she not the victim harmed by the Empress? The victim undeniably had the right to stand here. Wei Qingyan spoke again. She had only known that Aunt Gu had been wronged in love, suffering a mental breakdown for years. But she had no idea that the man who harmed Aunt Gu was the Emperor, and Aunt Gu was the former consort Shu. Recalling the news she had learned from Nurse Chun, Wei Qingyan's heart burned with anger, more so for Aunt Gu's pain. No wonder, upon first meeting Aunt Gu, she had clung to a pillow, refusing to let go. No wonder Aunt Gu had shown her such affection. Aunt Gu had been longing for her child, believing her child dead, transferring all maternal love onto her. Having received Aunt Gu's love for nearly 3 years, how could Wei Qingyan deny her the chance to seek her own child out of fear of being implicated? Though she had come to realize that the child Lu He mentioned was Luo Songyun, the thought of Luo Songyun being Aunt Gu's child weighed heavily on her heart. The onlookers lamented, no wonder she is so agitated. What mother wouldn't be stirred upon learning her child is alive? Lan Shu's eyes glinted with more than mere coldness. Indeed, knowing her child was alive, how could she remain calm? Where's my child? She drew a thin blade from her waist. Just as everyone expected her to use it to threaten Lu He, she plunged the blade directly into Lu He's right eye. Lu He, already struggling for breath, succumbed to the pain and fainted. Sure, you blinked lightly, as if understanding why Wei Qingyan had such a close relationship with the consort Shu. Their decisive and efficient demeanor was remarkably similar. He rose and declared that since Lu He wished to enter the palace and would only speak upon meeting His Majesty, they should proceed to the palace. Surely, the crown prince also desired to know the whereabouts of his child. Your Highness, the authenticity of this matter remains uncertain. How can we rashly bring someone into the palace based solely on the ramblings of a madwoman? The crown prince interjected, cautioning that Lu He was in collusion with Bailing, and should she enter the palace, it could pose a threat to the emperor. Xie Yunyan's son is nothing of significance. Lan Shu turned her gaze towards him, her eyes laced with mockery. Is it not true that even if I cannot restrain her, the palace is guarded by the imperial army, and countless hidden guards surround the emperor? How could a defenseless Lu He possibly cause any trouble? Or is it that you feel guilty and wish to shield your mother from disgrace? As she spoke, she released Lu He's neck, swiftly twisting her arms behind her back and kicking the hood. When the hood rose to her hand, she pulled it down, tearing away the black veil. In mere moments, she had bound Lu He's hands with the veil and lifted her, casting a glance at Xie Shun. Xie Guojiu, if you are concerned about keeping her under control, you may follow along. The crown prince, filled with indignation, retorted that the Ministry of Justice had numerous officers. It was not for her to escort a prisoner. He shot a meaningful glance at Xie Shun, who immediately comprehended the implication. Lu He must not survive to enter the palace. Sure you, fully aware of the unspoken tension between the two, chuckled, then let it be escorted by Master Gong, the vice minister of the Dali Temple, and Marquis Anyuan. Given the stakes surrounding the empress, it is only prudent for the crown prince and Lord Xie to avoid any semblance of bias, especially with so many citizens accompanying us. What is there to be concerned about? His words transparently conveyed his distrust to the crown prince and Xie Shun. Lan Shu observed Wei Qingyan discreetly, and upon receiving a nod, she acquiesced. Du Shui stepped forward, taking Lu He from Lan Shu's grasp. Your Highness, rest assured, I and Master Gong will ensure she reaches His Majesty safely. The crown prince seethed with rage, directing a dark look at Shuryu. Your Highness has always been one for mischief. 3 years ago, you disrespected the emperor and launched an unauthorized attack on Bailing. Now you disregard the laws of Dawei yet again? In the time of the late emperor, this uncle had taken advantage of his favored status, showing little regard for his position as the crown prince and future emperor. Now, trapped within the capital and in frail health, he continued to act so brazenly. It was infuriating. Bailing had been treacherous, laying traps to harm the pillars of our Dawei. Should we not retaliate? What law of Dawei have I contravened? Yet the crown prince hesitates. Even a mere woman like Consort Shu has given her consent. What is he still worrying about? As he spoke, he stood and began to exit. The crown prince had no choice but to follow, fuming at Shuryu for being a crown prince who paled in comparison to a mere woman in terms of courage, while inwardly praying that the guards who had just departed would timely inform his mother, allowing her to devise a strategy. Xie Shun was also in a state of anxiety. The Xie family valued their reputation above all else. They could engage in many clandestine actions, yet in public, they must not leave any incriminating evidence. With so many individuals present, and Lu He accompanied by Du Shui and Consort Shu, an assassination seemed nearly impossible. He discreetly signaled to a trusted attendant to return home and inform his father, the prime minister, hoping he might devise a solution to extricate the empress from her predicament. Chapter 72. Shedding the empress's facade in truth, there was no need for Xie Shun to dispatch an attendant for communication. Upon learning that the incident at Huangsha Ridge was orchestrated by the empress's daughter, the prime minister had already sent someone to monitor the proceedings. By the time Xie Shun's attendant arrived at the Xie residence, the prime minister had already boarded a carriage heading to the palace. However, the guards dispatched by the crown prince were ambushed in a dark alley by several men clad in black, rendered unconscious. Thus, when the group finally arrived at the palace gates, the empress realized that Lu He had indeed implicated her. Furious, she smashed a tea set. How dare she summon my children and have them executed? She could not fathom that Lu He would dare betray her. Your Majesty, please reconsider, the man in black implored, kneeling. If anything were to happen to Lu He's children now, it would be even more difficult to explain your position. Calm yourself, Your Majesty. Let's wait a moment longer. Once this passes, dealing with them will be as simple as raising a hand. Though the black-clad figure attempted to soothe her, he felt no assurance himself. Hearing these words, the empress gradually regained her composure. Yet the thought that someone she had always relied upon could turn against her incited her fury once more, leading her to shatter another set of teacups. Prepare my adornments, she commanded vocally. Upon hearing that Consort Shu had returned, she was eager to see what tempest a madwoman could stir. The man in black withdrew, casting his gaze downward, yet unease lingered in his heart. In her youth, the empress had been astute and cunning. Yet she lost her composure when it came to matters regarding consort Shu. After all these years, even the mention of consort Shu could unsettle her. The empress had enjoyed a life too smooth, so much so that she had shed the vigilance and wisdom she once possessed. Lu Ha had publicly accused her. Even without evidence, the implications for her reputation were dire. Furthermore, Lu Ha had claimed that a child still lived. If she had managed to keep one, could there be evidence remaining? Yet the empress remained preoccupied with her appearance, still mulling over her past defeat to consort Shu in the emperor's favor. With the crown prince now 20 years old, the emotional ties of the past paled in comparison to his future prospects and the empress's potential future as empress dowager. What did those past grievances truly matter? The man in black silently harbored many thoughts but dared not voice a single word. While the empress meticulously prepared herself, the emperor had already sent emissaries twice to hasten her arrival at the council hall. Upon her eventual entrance to the council hall, Lu Ha immediately knelt and admitted that the General of National Defense had indeed dispatched Yan Qing to Ganzhou for troop deployment. But at that time, they had received orders from the empress forbidding any reinforcements. To prevent the matter from being exposed, they had sent someone to pursue and eliminate Yan Qing. The prime minister inquired immediately, "Is there any evidence?" He had already asked the leader of the hidden guards beside his daughter, and there was no incriminating evidence left behind. Lu Ha smiled wryly. At that time, I was loyal to the empress and indeed left no evidence. Moreover, the messenger who saw the empress's handwritten letter burned it on the spot. However, Yan Qing is skilled, and our people failed to kill him. He escaped to Yongzhou, where he was ultimately slain by the hidden guards beside the empress outside the city. Your Majesty can verify the movements of the hidden guards at that time to discern the truth of this matter. Utterly absurd. The empress had just arrived at the council hall. She stepped in gracefully, saluted the emperor, and then rebuked, "How could I, residing in the inner palace, know that the Biling people would ambush General Wei? If I was unaware, how could I have instructed you to harm anyone? It is utterly ridiculous to concoct slander against me based on the movements of hidden guards." 3 years ago, when Wu Dan surrendered, and the crown prince went to sign the surrender document, as the crown prince's mother, I naturally worried for my child. Thus, I dispatched the hidden guards for his protection. Having said this, she turned to the emperor. "Your Majesty, Lu Ha has colluded with Biling. Now that the matter has been exposed, she seeks to frame me. It is truly despicable. I implore your Majesty to avenge General Wei and restore my honor." Finishing her words, she scanned the hall, searching for familiar faces but found none. The empress furrowed her brows. Had it not been said that Consort Shu was also present? How could I know that the Biling people would ambush the General of National Defense? I, a guilty woman, do not know. But my lord indeed acted under the empress's orders. Lu Ha covered her injured eye and suddenly laughed bitterly. My lord holds no grudge against the General of National Defense. If it were not so, why would he act this way? As for receiving the 50,000 taels, that was after we received the empress's directive. Since we decided to follow the empress's orders, we were at odds with the General of National Defense. Only with her death could we avoid future troubles. At this time, Biling sends 50,000 taels, asking us to stand by idly, which aligns with the empress's intent. We would be foolish not to accept this silver. She knew her words were too feeble to absolve the empress of her crimes, yet they had to be spoken. The crown prince and the Xie father and son both felt a wave of relief wash over them upon hearing those words. Lu Ha truly had no evidence. The empress, meanwhile, could not suppress a hint of satisfaction as her lips curled slightly. Standing outside the hall, disguised as a guard from the Ronwang Manor, Wei Qingyan's mind began to churn with thoughts. Previously, she had found it perplexing how the empress could possibly know that the Biling army intended to ambush her. As the empress of the Great Wei, she surely would not conspire with Biling. However, after hearing the empress's words, a train of thought began to form. The empress's refusal to allow Wu Yuchu to mobilize troops for her was a clear indication that she wished her dead. Could it be that even before the Biling ambush, the empress had conceived the idea of assassinating her to prevent her from returning to the capital alive? If that were the case, she would have dispatched shadow guards long ago to closely monitor her movements. When Wei Qingyan was ambushed by the Biling soldiers, the shadow guards would be nearby, and they could send messages quickly enough to inform the empress. There was another possibility. If the empress wished to eliminate her, it could be to sever the crown prince's support for Shiryu. After defeating Wudong, the emperor had sent the crown prince to Wudong to take over negotiations for surrender, ordering her to return to the capital to report on her duties. The crown prince, concerned that Wudong might still harbor ill intentions and cause further trouble, insisted that she leave behind 80,000 guards, while she returned with only 20,000. If the crown prince indeed harbored murderous intentions, he too would send someone to follow her, ensuring he knew the situation immediately and would inform the empress. Wei Qingyan's eyes narrowed slightly. The plump monk had said that the process of unraveling resentment and dispelling demons was akin to peeling an onion, requiring the removal of layers to reveal the true essence within. Unraveling the events of that year was her fixation, regardless of the truth. The empress's hands were stained with guilt. It was time to peel back this layer of the onion. As for whether the inner layer involved the crown prince, she would eventually uncover that as well. Inside, Luha had just finished recounting the events at Huangsha Ridge when she shifted the conversation, saying, "Your Majesty, the sinner knows her sins are grave, but my child is innocent. Please, Your Majesty, in light of the sinner's willingness to risk offending the empress to raise the Shushi Fei's child for you, spare my child's life." The Shushi Fei had returned, and news of her child's survival had reached the emperor as soon as they entered the palace, reported by the eunuchs. Yet, he was determined to be a wise ruler who prioritized state affairs. In the presence of his ministers, Luha had already mentioned the Huangsha Ridge incident, making it inappropriate for him to hastily inquire about the child and the Shushi Fei. Finally, when Luha willingly brought it up, he hurriedly asked, "Where's the Shushi Fei's child? And where is the Shushi Fei herself? For the sake of my careful upbringing of the little princess, please spare the lives of my children." Luha persisted, kneeling and pleading, "This is outrageous. Your Majesty is not someone you can threaten." The empress rebuked her. "The child born to the Shushi Fei, whom your Majesty has seen with your own eyes, how dare you, an unknown child, impersonate a royal heir and so brazenly pressure his Majesty?" The emperor shot her a cold glance. Others might not know, but he understood all too well what the empress had done regarding Huangsha Ridge. He turned to Luha, saying, "If what you say is true, once it is confirmed that the Wu family's children are innocent, I shall spare their lives." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Luha raised her hands high, prostrating herself on the ground in gratitude. She then revealed how, driven by jealousy over the Shushi Fei's pregnancy before her, the empress had bribed a midwife and a maidservant by the Shushi Fei's side, replacing the Shushi Fei's twins with a pair of skin kittens. Such nonsense. At that time, I was the crown princess. Even if the Shushi Fei bore children, they would merely be bastards. Why would I resort to such measures? The empress maintained a calm facade, attempting to refute the claims. "Your heart is malicious. What more reason do you need to commit evil?" A voice suddenly interrupted. Lan Shu entered, dragging a legless old woman into the hall. She performed a salute to the emperor on the dragon throne, and then turned to the empress, Xie Yunyan. "Do you still recognize this person?" Chapter 73. Lan Shu falls into madness upon seeing the two figures. Both the empress and the emperor were taken aback, fists clenched in disbelief. The woman clad in black was indeed his Shushi Fei. She had truly returned. And the legless woman she dragged along was his wet nurse, Mama Song. Mama Song had perished years ago, having fallen off a cliff while visiting a temple. How could she be here? His confusion was echoed by the empress's incredulous voice. "Mama Song, how is it that you are not dead?" Seeing the empress's reaction, the prime minister's eyes reflected disappointment. Indeed, a life of comfort could render one foolish. The empress, recovering from her shock, resumed her regal demeanor and glared at Lan Shu. "After so many years, sister, you have become increasingly unruly. You do not even greet His Majesty and me properly, and you dare to call me by my name." Lan Shu ignored her entirely, addressing Mama Song instead. "Speak." She had originally planned to enter the palace with Roan Wang, but received word along the way that Lu Ha had secretly raised an old maid who knew the truth about the swapped children. This old maid had been kept in the back courtyard of the Wu residence, and Lan Shu had followed Wei Qingyan there. The guards of Roan Wang had been waiting. As soon as she arrived, they led her and the old maid into the palace. Mama Song did not respond to the empress, but instead bowed her head, tears in her eyes. Addressing the emperor, "Old servant is grateful to see your Majesty once more. Even in death, I have no regrets." "Mama Song, what on earth is going on?" The emperor struggled to shift his gaze from Lan Shu to Mama Song. Mama Song raised her head, bowing again. her upper body touching the ground as she cried, "Old servant is ashamed to have betrayed your majesty's trust. Back then, your majesty, out of compassion for the Shushi Fei's solitude in the Eastern Palace, entrusted me to serve her during her pregnancy, demonstrating your trust in me. Yet, during the Shushi Fei's childbirth, I colluded with outsiders to harm her and even swapped her children. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths." What? The emperor stood up in shock. The children were truly swapped? He turned his gaze back to Lan Shu, who kept her eyes half lowered, never once looking at the emperor. Years ago, when she had awakened from a difficult labor, she had heard that she had given birth to monsters. She could not believe it. She was a woman, a healthy one at that. How could she possibly bear monsters? She demanded to see the children. But the crown prince, now the emperor, her husband, had told her that the children were indeed not human. Such a royal birth was ominous. They had been incinerated. She refused to accept it. She was a mother, and from the moment she felt the first movement, her heart had connected with her children, as if they were linked. She spoke to them, and they would kick and respond. Occasionally, she would see her belly bulging as if they were using their little bottoms or heads to nudge her. Her heart melted, and she would coo at them, "Be good, my darlings, you're going to break your mother's belly. Once you are born, we'll roll in the grass and frolic in the woods." And they would indeed settle down. How could such children not be human? She wanted to find everyone present at that time to demand answers. But her husband dismissed her, saying that their birth was a scandal and had silenced all witnesses. Except for Mama Song, who insisted the children were monsters, and he believed her. Despite having seen her interact with the children, he chose to trust his wet nurse over their children. Mama Song replied, "Yes, the Shushi Fei was indeed in good health and could have easily given birth to twins." However, the midwife, using massage techniques, turned the fetus, which was initially head down, into a breech position. With both children positioned feet first, the labor naturally became complicated, and the midwife reached inside to pull the children out. Having served in the palace for many years, Mama Song considered herself well-versed in the tragedies of childbirth. Yet recalling that moment made her shudder. She continued, "I believe the midwife's actions were intended to harm the Shushi Fei, but I never anticipated." She paused, tears streaming down her face. "I never anticipated that they would pull out one child halfway and then push it back into Shushi Fei's womb, pulling and pushing, causing her immense pain. Perhaps sensing something was wrong, she attempted to rise, but it was I who—" Mama Song, with tear-streaked cheeks, closed her eyes. "It was I who told her that childbirth was akin to walking through the gates of death, that it was normal, especially with twins, to experience difficulties. Just bear with it a little longer, just a little longer, and it would be fine. Your Majesty, the old servant knows she is not a good person. Yet she is also a woman, a mother who has given birth. How could she dare to commit such a cruel act? But she has no choice. For she too is a mother. Her daughter is held captive, and without taking such actions, her only child will perish." As Lan Shu listened to Mama Song's account, a shiver ran through her. Such pain is etched in her bones, yet it pales in comparison to the agony of losing a child or a loved one. Suddenly, she felt an intense chill, a throbbing headache, and her body ached severely. A wave of profound sorrow washed over her. She clenched her fists, her eyes turning crimson, filled with rage, as her hand moved towards her lower back. Wei Qingyan had been observing her closely, and upon witnessing her state, his pupils constricted in alarm. Without a second thought for his own safety, he yanked a hairpin from his hair, letting his long locks cascade down as he rushed into the hall. He embraced the almost frenzied Lan Shu, pressing her hand down. Aunt Gu was armed with 1,000 thread blade. Once unleashed, it would surely draw blood. If Aunt Gu were to lose herself in madness, she would wreak havoc in the council hall, causing collateral damage and rendering herself defenseless against multiple opponents. Aunt Gu, she called out repeatedly, "I am here, and your child is too." It had been over 2 years since Aunt Gu had succumbed to illness. Mama Song's words had struck her deeply. This sudden turn of events caused the faces of everyone in the hall to shift dramatically. Initially, the emperor was furious to see a man-dressed individual rushing in to embrace Lan Shu. However, upon noticing the long hair and hearing the gentle words spoken to Lan Shu, he realized it was a woman. His displeasure shifted to Shi Yu, for the woman was clad in the attire of the guards from the Rhone prince's residence, audaciously disguised to enter the palace. Shi Yu, disregarding the emperor's feelings, focused intently on Lan Shu. He sensed the intense murderous intent emanating from her. Recognizing her demeanor, as that of a skilled practitioner who had gone astray in their training. Those who succumbed to madness would lose their sanity, and he worried that Wei Qingyan might be harmed by Lan Shu. He prepared himself to intervene swiftly to prevent any harm to Wei Qingyan. The Empress, frightened by Lan Shu's appearance, took a step back, recalling the time when she had witnessed Lan Shu's madness in the East Palace, an unruly woman who had even struck the emperor in a fit of rage. Soon, a flicker of relief washed over her. Lan Shu still appeared to be in a frenzy, and the emperor had grown weary of her madness. However, under Wei Qingyan's comforting presence, Lan Shu gradually regained her composure, the bloodlust fading from her eyes. She collected herself, grasped Wei Qingyan's hand, and bowed respectfully to the emperor. "Your Majesty, I beg your forgiveness. My child, worried for my safety, followed me into the palace. Upon seeing me on the verge of madness, they rushed into the council hall. I implore your Majesty for your leniency. Why does Prince Rong insist on bringing a madwoman into the palace? Does he not care for the safety of our sovereign?" The crown prince seized the opportunity to voice his concerns, casting a glance at Lan Shu and Wei Qingyan. One has disrupted the Hall of Justice, and the other has trespassed into the council hall. Both deserve punishment. Guards! Before the emperor could respond, the crown prince appeared to overstep his boundaries. "Sure," you interjected calmly, interrupting the crown prince. Lan Shu scoffed. "The crown prince is concerned with punishing us. Yet has he ever pondered why I've gone mad?" Chapter 74. The descendants of the Lan family need not bow to the imperial family. Lan Shu nearly branded the crown prince with the label of fool. How could he not understand the expression on her face? Anger ignited within him. "How dare you, ignorant woman? This court is not your playground. To stand before the emperor without bowing is a blatant disrespect to imperial authority." He knew he should remain silent at this moment. Yet he could not allow the noble consort to tarnish his mother's reputation while also testing his father's stance on the matter. The late emperor had established the rule of primogeniture. He was the legitimate heir, and his father had always valued him. By speaking up, he aimed to remind his father that any scandal involving his mother could adversely affect him as the future monarch. His father had always cared for his image. Before he could elicit a response from the emperor, Lan Shu spoke again. When the late emperor rose to power, I, from the sword-forging manor, offer 100,000 weapons. The late emperor promised that when the Great Wei was established, the descendants of the Lan family would not have to bow before the sovereign of the Great Wei. She finally raised her gaze to the emperor. "Your Majesty, do you still remember this agreement?" The emperor looked at her, the memory of their initial encounter vividly resurfacing. The sword-forging manor was the oldest sect in weapon crafting, hidden in the Yingyang Mountains, a range of mountains known for its treacherous paths, where only one route led to the manor, while the other was a dead end. The paths were ever-changing. Today it could be a safe passage. Tomorrow it might lead to doom, thus earning the name of the Yingyang Mountains, deterring many from approaching. The late emperor, fortunate to receive assistance, had faced numerous hardships to enter the Yingyang Mountains and persuade the Lan family to supply weapons to stabilize the realm. After the establishment of the Great Wei, the late emperor intended to reward the Lan family and invited their head to serve in the Ministry of War to develop weaponry for the court. But the Lan family flatly refused. In his youth, he had thought the Lan family ungrateful. At 17, under the guise of travel, he ventured into the Yingyang Mountains but was unable to enter the sword-forging manor, nearly losing his life. It was Lan Shu who saved him, and they fell in love at first sight. However, the Lan family was unwilling to be entangled with the imperial family and coerced Lan Shu, stating that if she insisted on marrying him, she must sever ties with her family. Lan Shu, being resolute, took only a sword and followed him to the imperial city. Entering the East Palace, life in the palace was not as she had envisioned, yet she never wielded her identity as a Lan family woman for leverage. And now she publicly asserted. The emperor's gaze shifted to Wei Qingyan. Lan Shu's invocation of the Lan family was for this woman. What was their connection? Seeing that Lan Shu was still looking at him, he nodded. Indeed, the descendants of the Lan family need not bow before the imperial family. Lan Shu slightly nodded, directing her gaze at the crown prince. I hope the crown prince will not use this as an excuse to trouble my family in the future. With that, she turned her attention back to Mama Song. Please continue. Mama Song had accompanied the Empress Dowager in her youth and was well aware of the formidable status of the Lan family's sword-forging manor. Shocked by this revelation, she pondered why the noble consort had allowed herself to be bullied. Simultaneously, as the emperor's wet nurse, She understood him better than the crown prince. Noticing that the emperor did not immediately respond to the crown prince, she realized his inclination was toward Lan Shu. She quickly added, "Those two children are fortunate. After such turmoil, they are still alive." The midwife, fearing their cries would be heard, had them discreetly taken away. I intended to follow, but the noble consort has already fainted from the pain. They used scissors. That is enough. You need only tell me who threatened you and where the two children are. Wei Qingyan suddenly interjected sharply, cutting Mama Song off. They used scissors to mutilate Aunt Gu, then carelessly stitched her up, making it impossible for her to relieve herself properly for an extended period. This was what I heard from Mama Chun, and my desire for vengeance against the Empress is so intense that I would wish for her demise. Why must Mama Song publicly disclose this, causing Aunt Gu further humiliation and suffering? Wei Qingyan's defense caused the turmoil within Lan Shu to dissipate once more. Yet, even without Mama Song's words, the emperor understood. Since Lan Shu's childbirth, she had resisted his touch and had since refused to allow him to see her body. He had assumed it was merely due to the matters concerning their child that she had grown distant. Yet, it turned out to be more complex than that. The emperor's gaze burned fiercely at Mama Song, who orchestrated this. Mama Song pointed at the empress. It was Her Majesty. While Your Majesty was away, she administered labor-inducing drugs to the noble consort and had my daughter bound. The midwife sought by Your Majesty for the noble consort was also paid off by the empress. She appears dignified and virtuous, yet harbors the most malevolent intentions. I felt guilty and intended to go to the Great Awakening Temple to establish memorial tablets for the crown prince and the princess. But she ordered my fall from the cliff. She also drugged my daughter, creating the illusion of her death. It was all her doing. As she spoke, her eyes reddened. Your Majesty, I have stumbled time and again, and the plight I face today is my own retribution. The Empress will also face her reckoning. Unjust. The Empress, witnessing the Emperor's fury, finally felt a twinge of fear. Your Majesty, I am wronged. I have never done such things. You did it. You are the one who suffocated the crown prince. Lu has suddenly spoke up, asserting that the Emperor's legitimate son must emerge from your womb. You were envious of Consort Shu's favor and feared that His Majesty would extend his affection to her son. You instructed me to bury the crown prince's corpse alongside the grand princess, but it was already deep into the night, and the palace gates were firmly locked. I anxiously awaited the following day to return with both children to my residence. Before I could act, I heard the cries of my own daughter, who was just a few months old. Perhaps there was a connection between the children. The usually quiet grand princess began to wail upon hearing my daughter's cries. In a moment of compassion, I resolved to accumulate merit for the children. I sought out a recently deceased beggar child to bury with the crown prince, while secretly sending the princess out of the capital. She glanced at the emperor. Your Majesty, the grand princess has been raised in my sister's home in Linzhou, where she was given the common name Luo Songyan. Over the years, I, the guilty one, have dared not treat her poorly, providing her with the best and nurturing her tenderly. All of this can be verified by Your Majesty. Luo Songyan, the one who consorts with her own brother? The Empress laughed. Your Majesty is wise and formidable. How could such a child possibly arise? Do not slander me with your unfounded accusations. There is no child. What Consort Shu bore were merely monsters. The initial unease in her heart settled considerably, for the emperor valued his reputation above all. He would rather accept that Consort Shu gave birth to monsters than acknowledge the existence of a daughter like Luo Songyan. My child is not a monster. Suddenly, Lan Shu approached her, and Mama Song and Luha pointed at you, yet you still refuse to admit it. As for the matter of Huangsha Ridge, do you think that denying it outright can erase your actions? Seize those by the Empress's side and conduct a thorough investigation, the Emperor commanded suddenly. He understood Lan Shu's character all too well. If he did not deal with the Empress, Lan Shu would surely take matters in her own hands and eliminate her. He curled his fingers. He owed her once, regretted it for many years, and could not afford to disappoint her again. Your Majesty, to suspect the Empress based solely on the words of two traitorous individuals is indeed inappropriate. The Chief Minister, Xie, quickly knelt. Then let us investigate your Xie family. Shall we? Lan Shu turned to him. The Empress sees me as a thorn in her side. Chief Minister Xie must certainly have done some unspeakable deeds to alleviate his daughter's burdens. Consort Shu, cease your unfounded accusations. Chief Minister Xie was flustered. One must speak based on evidence. Then you should be silent. Your daughter has committed numerous wrongs, and an investigation will naturally yield evidence, Lan Shu retorted. As long as the emperor is present, this great Wei is not for your Xie family to dictate. The emperor appeared somewhat dazed. In the past, Lan Shu frequently offended many who did not need to be offended to protect him. His gaze shifted towards the crown prince, the Xie father and son, the empress, and finally landed on the chief eunuch Feng Ruobao. You shall go personally, regardless of life or death. You must uncover the truth. He also ordered the commander of the Imperial Guard to bring Luo Songyun into the palace. After Lu He was imprisoned, the Luo family left the capital for Linzheng. But Luo Songyun was secretly hidden outside the city by Lu He's orders, watched closely by Du Xue's men. Both sides acted simultaneously, nearly in tandem. Feng Ruobao and the commander of the Imperial Guard returned to the council hall. The empress was deposed. The head made by the empress's side could not withstand the palace's punitive measures and ultimately revealed the truth, corroborating what Mama Song and Lu He had disclosed. However, before Feng Ruobao could interrogate him, the leader of the empress's hidden guards bit through his poison pouch and committed suicide, leaving the question of whether the empress was involved in the Huangsha Ridge incident unanswered. The head maid and the others were oblivious to the empress's external orders. Feng Ruobao knelt and pleaded, "This servant is incompetent. I could not foresee his suicide. Please punish me, your majesty." The emperor's expression darkened, seemingly filled with extreme rage. Coldly gazing at the empress, she bit her lip, her neck stiffened. "I am wronged. I have done nothing. Your majesty cannot condemn me based on the words of a few servants." The crown prince hastened to kneel. "Father, perhaps these servants could not withstand the torture and were forced to confess. I believe mother would never commit such acts." The emperor suddenly hurled a memorial at the crown princess' head. "Are you implying that I would coerce confessions? I would not dare. I simply believe in mother." The emperor scoffed coldly, turning to the Xie father and son. "Do you share this sentiment?" The Xie father and son hurriedly replied, "We would not dare." However, the empress is ultimately the mother of the nation, representing the dignity of the royal family. "We implore your majesty to deliberate carefully." "Would not dare?" The emperor's tone softened, his expression gradually calming. Then, according to Minister Xie's perspective, given the identifications from Mama Song, Lu He, and the empress's trusted aides, can we deny the empress's guilt in conspiring against the heir? Yes, but Xie Shun knelt in silence. Yes, but cannot condemn the empress. The emperor's voice was once again faint. Minister Xie has held the position of Minister of Justice for many years. Are you truly unfamiliar with our Great Wei's laws? Is such a simple case worthy of prolonged contemplation? Or do you believe you are unfit for the position of Minister of Justice? These words caused the faces of the Xie father and son to change drastically. The emperor intended to hold the empress accountable, knowing they would obstruct him, thus forcing them to choose between protecting the empress or retaining the position of Minister of Justice. "Your Majesty, you cannot do this. I am truly wronged." The empress panicked. She knew her father and brother would protect her, but that was contingent upon the Xie family's interests remaining unthreatened. If family interests were involved, she would have to take a back seat. Her resolve crumbled. Indeed, as long as Lan Shu was involved, the emperor would show favoritism, disregarding his relationship with the Xie family and overlooking her as his legitimate wife. She suddenly laughed. "Thank goodness. Thank goodness I once ruthlessly dealt with those two wretched offspring and drove Lan Shu mad. Otherwise, I might not have been able to maintain my position as empress, nor would my son have the opportunity to become the crown prince. His heart will forever belong to that wretched woman, Lan Shu." She cast a fierce glare at Lan Shu, her eyes landing on Lan Shu's unchanging face, and her anger surged even further. Why? Why should such a coarse woman from the streets linger in the emperor's thoughts for decades, while she, a refined lady nurtured by a prestigious family, could not catch his eye despite her countless sacrifices? Her gaze shifted back to the emperor. "Your Majesty, all my thoughts and actions over the years have been for the royal family, for you and the crown prince. You cannot treat me this way." The emperor, still half-closed eyes fixed on Xie Shun, upon hearing the empress's words, gritted his teeth and spat out, "Minister Xie is truly unfamiliar with our Great Wei's laws? Your Majesty." The empress suddenly shouted loudly, unable to bear the emperor's disregard. "Your Majesty, are you truly forcing me?" "Empress, a prince's crime is equal to that of commoners. The empress is, the crown prince is, and so is the Xie family. Do you understand, Empress?" The emperor finally turned his gaze to her, enunciating each word. No, no, no. The empress's face turned pale, tears welling up. Her demeanor finally shifted, her eyes pleading. Yet the emperor's gaze spun towards Lan Shu and then landed on Xie Shun. Xie Shun felt the pressure on his scalp, anxiety creeping down his back as he glanced at his father. Seeing him close his eyes, Xie Shun bowed his head, murmuring, "Guilty, brother?" Despite being prepared, the empress still wore an expression of disbelief upon hearing her brother's words. Xie Shun kept his head down, avoiding her gaze. There were too many witnesses, and countless citizens surrounded them outside. As Minister of Justice, if he was indeed ignorant of the laws of Great Wei, the emperor could rightfully strip him of his position. As the designated future head of the Xie family, how could he afford to lose his official title? The empress looked to Chief Minister Xie, finding him still with his eyes closed, then turned to her son, the crown prince, whose face was etched with worry and anger. Men were unreliable, and neither her father nor brother could be counted on. At least her son was sincere. She collapsed to the ground, gazing at the emperor, a bitter smile tugging at her lips as she shook her head slowly, tears streaming down her face. After a moment of silence between the emperor and her, he commanded in a deep voice, "The empress, Lady Xie, has conspired against the heir and is unworthy to be the mother of a nation. Henceforth, she is to be deposed and moved to the cold palace. Take her away." The accusation of conspiring against the heir was made. Yet the matter of Huangsha Ridge was not mentioned, causing Wei Qingyan's gaze to darken slightly. Lan Shu's lips parted, ready to utter the words "a life for a life." But her arm was gently squeezed by Wei Qingyan, who subtly shook his head at her, though she did not understand his reasoning for stopping her. The words lodged in her throat were swallowed down. "Father, the crown prince is pleading for mercy. You too shall depart. And reflect carefully on your words and thoughts today. I am not yet so senile as to lose my judgment." The emperor's gaze was somber as he regarded the crown prince, asserting his authority over the dynasty. This statement was directed at both the crown prince and the Xie family. The crown prince wished to say more, but was silenced by the empress's glare. She slowly rose, approaching Lan Shu with eyes filled with hatred. "Do you think you have one? No, you have not, nor will anyone else." With that, she turned and strode toward the palace doors without waiting for the eunuchs. Perhaps due to kneeling for too long, her steps were slow, as if reluctant to complete the journey. Observing this, the crown prince stepped forward to assist her. Feng Ruobao promptly followed suit. The Xie father and son, along with the other officials, wished to leave but were unable to do so, as the matter of Huangsha Ridge remained unresolved. The emperor turned to Xie Shun, instructing concerning Huangsha Ridge. "I expect you to continue your investigation and deliver justice to the general who defends our nation." "I shall obey," Xie Shun responded hastily. The emperor fell silent, and the hall was so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The commander of the Imperial Guard, with a stiff demeanor, announced, "We have brought Luo Zhongyun." The emperor was aware of the situation regarding Luo Zhongyun, having heard it as idle gossip from Feng Ruobao, not expecting that it would involve his own daughter with Lan Shu. As he observed the timid figure entering the hall, a frown creased the emperor's brow. He saw no trace of Lan Shu in her. Lan Shu gazed at Luo Zhongyun, her heart swelling with emotion as she realized this was her child. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she took a step forward. Luo Zhongyun, entering the palace for the first time, felt a mix of fear and joy, knowing she was about to reclaim her identity as a princess. When she caught a fleeting glimpse of Lan Shu, dressed in ordinary attire, she quickly averted her gaze. Kneeling before the emperor, "Daughter pays her respects to father." "Your Majesty, you are Luo Zhongyun?" the emperor inquired. "Yes, it is my mother who named me so," Luo Zhongyun replied. Noticing the silence from above, her peripheral vision caught sight of the woman in black approaching her. The woman squatted beside her, reaching out to grasp her hand, causing Luo Zhongyun to flinch back in fright. "What are you doing?" Chapter 76. "She is not my daughter." Seeing her fear, Lan Shu quickly withdrew her hand. "I merely wish to see the top of your head." "What do you want to see?" Luo Zhongyun asked uneasily. "In Depun Lan Su." She had heard that the royal family placed great importance on bloodlines and would not tolerate any confusion, thus requiring various witnesses and evidence to prove her identity. She was certain she was the emperor's daughter, having known for quite some time. However, the tokens that could substantiate her identity had been swapped while she was at the Wu residence, and she discovered this only when preparing to leave the capital. Realizing she could no longer search for them, having lost her evidence, she felt anxious as she was brought into the palace. Keeping her head down and not noticing Lu He was present. When Lan Shu approached, she instinctively thought Lan Shu was the one sent by the emperor to verify her identity. Without evidence to prove she was indeed the emperor's daughter, she blinked her eyes and cried out, "Don't come any closer, I'm scared." Her plea was heart-wrenching. Lan Shu's tears fell instantly, and she froze in place, no longer daring to approach. Seeing that Lan Shu no longer insisted on examining her, Luo Tsongyun breathed a sigh of relief and chose not to ponder why Lan Shu was crying. Turning to the emperor, she spoke in a delicate, aggrieved tone, "Father, I have known since I was very young that I was not a daughter of the Luo family. Upon learning my true identity, I have thought of you every moment, dreaming of returning to your side." The emperor, with countless beauties in his harem, noticed Luo Tsongyun's calculating gaze and felt a twinge of disappointment. However, observing Lan Shu's excitement, he spoke again. "How do you intend to prove that you are my child?" "It was my aunt who told me," Luo Tsongyun explained. "Initially, I was unaware, but my aunt treated me so well that it raised my suspicions, leading me to pry the truth from her." She took pride in this revelation, recalling how, at just 10 years old, she had discerned the truth from Lu He's demeanor and thus demanded more from both Lu He and the Luo family. She believed she was quite clever. Sharing this with the emperor was also an attempt to gain favor in his eyes. "If I were not your daughter, my aunt would not have fawned over me," she asserted confidently. The emperor cast a glance at Lu He, who lay prostrate on the ground, unsure if she was conscious or unconscious. After deliberation, he considered Luo Tsongyun's words. While they seemed somewhat lacking in depth, there was a kernel of truth. If Lu He did not regard Luo Tsongyun as his princess, there would be no need for her to curry favor. Yet, upon examining Luo Tsongyun more closely, he found no trace of Lan Shu or himself within her. He questioned her again. "Do you know why Lu He did not inform me of your identity sooner?" Suspicion was ingrained in every emperor's nature. Luo Tsongyun had faintly overheard some conversations outside the hall, where her aunt had often claimed that the time was not right, perhaps fearing that those who once sought to harm her would do so again. Now she realized that her aunt was among those who had conspired against her. "Father, you must stand for me. I have suffered greatly these years. In Linzhou, I was bullied, and even upon arriving in the capital, I continued to be mistreated. Had my aunt returned me to your side sooner, I would not have endured such suffering." "Who has bullied you?" It was Lan Shu who asked this question. Luo Tsongyun then scrutinized her, noting her beauty but lack of adornment, which suggested she was merely a palace maid. She ignored Lan Shu and continued addressing the emperor. "Father, I was in love with my foster brother, Luo Qingzhou, and were to be wed. However, the vice commander of the National Defense Forces forced him to marry his daughter, tearing us apart. After that woman married into the Lin family, she abused me. Upon arriving in the capital, she incited Prince Rong to bully me and ultimately led to Luo Qingzhou's death. Father, Luo Qingzhou is the father of my child, and thus your son-in-law. Please have compassion for your twin grandchildren, who have lost their father at such a young age. I beseech you to intercede for us three." "Prince Rong?" Lan Shu's brows furrowed slightly. The news had reached her through Mama Song, but upon arriving at the Wu residence, she found Prince Rong's people waiting there, indicating that the matter involved both the girl and Prince Rong. She did not know much about Prince Rong, but she understood enough about the girl. Her daughter was not one to be trifled with. If someone were to be bullied, it would be due to their own shortcomings. Yet, the individual before her could very well be her daughter. "Did you say you bore a pair of twins?" The women of the Lan family, upon conceiving twins, invariably bore one boy and one girl. She, along with her brother, were fraternal twins, and she too had given birth to twins, making it quite possible for her daughter to have done the same. Luo Tsongyun did not comprehend why Lan Shu was asking such questions, yet she nodded. The Luo family had always cherished the twins. Surely, the emperor would feel the same. "How many swirls do the children have on their heads?" Lan Shu inquired again. "Swirls?" Luo Tsongyun finally sensed something was amiss. She began to wonder whether this was yet another test from the royal family, or perhaps a unique characteristic of the royal bloodline. Hesitating, she replied, "One, perhaps two. Usually they are cared for by the wet nurse, so I do not remember very well. As a mother, how can you be unaware of your own children's circumstances?" "Lan Su questions, get the goal." Luo Tsongyun covered her face and wept, It is not my fault. It is all Yinlan's doing. Ever since she married into the Luo family, she has not only bullied me, but also taken away my children. It is difficult for me to even see them. A pair of children were recorded under Yinlan's name, and she reasoned that such an excuse could hardly be deemed treasonous. However, she heard Shiryu assert, "Your Majesty is wise. The veracity of your words can be easily verified. How could Yinlan, shackled by iron chains, possibly bully you? How could she seize your children? Moreover, I have not harmed your brother. Rather, I find your identity rather dubious." Luo Qingyan, feeling guilty, could no longer maintain her composure. Lan Shu turned her gaze away from her and inquired of the kneeling Song Mama, "Have you seen my children? How many swirls do they have on their heads?" Without much thought, Song Mama replied, "Two. I remember clearly both children had thick, jet black hair, quite apparent like those of ordinary infants a few months old." Her genuine reluctance to part with them had compelled her to observe closely. Lan Shu approached Luo Qingyan once more, deftly removing the hairpin from her hair, causing it to cascade down. With a fleeting glance at her head, she felt a chill in her chest and uttered, "She is not my child." Suddenly, she turned to Luha, seizing her collar, demanding, "Tell me, where are my children?" Hope had ignited only to be extinguished. A far more maddening fate than having no hope at all. Lan Shu's expression grew increasingly agitated, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Luo Qingyan, taken aback by her intensity, pieced together Lan Shu's words in her frantic state, realizing that this woman was indeed her biological mother. Yet the mother denied her identity, and in desperation, she exclaimed, "I possess the tiger-headed shoes you made for me, and a small embroidered belly band with a tiger's head, poorly stitched, yet I cherish it dearly." However, Lan Shu remained unmoved. If she could exchange her own children, what value did those items hold? Luha, who had been in a daze, was suddenly jolted awake by her grasp, exclaiming, "It cannot be. She is the little princess. After the matters in the capital were resolved, I personally visited the Luo family and recognized this child. You cannot dismiss her based solely on the swirls on her head." Luo Qingyan was not a royal princess. The emperor was somewhat pleased. But let us not mention her unsavory behavior, nor the scandal of her having 2 children before marriage, which would bring disgrace upon the royal family. Yet, seeing Lan Shu's countenance, he felt a pang of sympathy. The Lan family bore twins, and their heads would surely have 2 swirls, oppositely directed, resembling a harmonious yin-yang diagram. She did not possess them. "She is not my daughter." Lan Shu suddenly felt drained of all strength. Wei Qingyan quickly supported her. The emperor was aware that Lan Shu had 2 swirls and a twin brother, yet Luha had no reason to fabricate a false child to deceive him. She raised the princess to gain favor. Knowingly nurturing a falsehood would be tantamount to courting death. Urgently, she asked Luha, "Before you left the palace, did anyone handle the 2 children, or was there any sign of tampering on the way to the Luo residence?" Luha, her eyes frantic, bit her lip as she struggled to recollect the events of that year. Finally, she gasped, "Concubine had approached me back then, bare-chested and bearing thorns. She had knelt silently in a corner since the arrival of Prince Roan and the others." Upon hearing this, Yu Jingde involuntarily shivered. In Chapter 77, A Flower Blooms in Despair, both Wei Qingyan and Luha instinctively thought of Yu Jingde. Perhaps he alone knew the whereabouts of Concubine Li, who had faked her death to leave the palace. Regardless of the nature of this person, considering the countless lives lost in the Yu family, Wei Qingyan would not divert his gaze toward Yu Jingde at this critical moment, lest it incite the emperor's suspicion. Luha, torn between anxiety and turmoil, ultimately chose to conceal the fact that Concubine Li was still alive. How could she have imagined that her painstaking efforts to please Luo Qingyan would lead her to discover that she was not a princess? The emperor had previously promised to spare her children's lives because she had raised the princess, but now that she had misplaced the true princess, would he still uphold his word? Luha felt her heart plummet into a frigid abyss. In this dire situation, Yu Jingde became her last hope. She hoped that he would, in light of her not revealing Concubine Li's whereabouts, endeavor to save her children. Thus, she quickly altered her statement. "It is possible that they were switched after I returned home. The princess had not cried before, yet upon arrival, she wept incessantly. Perhaps this was because the infant was no longer the same. The newborn was tightly swaddled, and out of guilt and fear, I did not dare to closely observe the child's appearance when I received her from the palace. It is also possible that they were swapped on the way to the Luo family. The journey to Linzhou is long, and anything could have happened along the way. I truly did not intend for this. In a state of panic, she fumbled for words, eventually bowing her head before the emperor. If the emperor insisted on investigating the events of that year, it was likely he would uncover Yu Zhengde's involvement in concubine Li's escape. If Yu Zhengde fell, her children would be left with no hope. Wei Qingyan, understanding Lu He's change of heart, grasped her thoughts. Lu He was not a virtuous person. She had committed many wrongs, yet she was a devoted mother. Her misdeeds had never tainted her children's hands, and now her heart was solely devoted to their well-being. Inopportunely, Wei Qingyan suddenly recalled her own mother, wondering if she had begun her journey back to the capital. Listening to Lu He's incoherent words, Lan Shu felt engulfed in despair. Concubine Li was dead. Lu He's words provided no clues. 21 years had passed, and in the vast sea of humanity, how could she possibly find her daughter? Did her daughter even still live? Aunt, do not worry. I will certainly help you find your children. Wei Qingyan's soothing words resonated in her ears, planting a seed in the barren soil of despair. Slowly, she turned to Wei Qingyan, meeting her steadfast gaze. She raised her hand to caress her head. Very well. The seed blossomed in despair. Lan Shu unconditionally believed in Wei Qingyan. Her daughter never boasted and would surely fulfill her promise. Her fingers brushed the two swirls atop Wei Qingyan's head. She felt an immediate connection to the girl, as if she were gazing upon her own daughter, who would also possess two swirls and be of similar age. Seeing her covered in wounds, with only her eyes able to move, Lan Shu's maternal love surged forth, overwhelming her with pain. Ultimately, her daughter had survived resiliently, and her fixation had eased considerably with her daughter's companionship. If her daughter promised to find her children, then she would undoubtedly succeed. Lan Shu grasped Wei Qingyan's hand tightly. My dear, Aunt wishes to return. Her children were not here. This place held no significance for her. Very well, we shall return. Wei Qingyan replied, turning to bow farewell to the emperor. The descendants of the Lan family need not kneel before the sovereign, and departing was also permissible. This privilege had been fought for by her aunt. She would not squander it. Feng Ruobao, who had become a significant eunuch by the emperor's side, was no fool, yet he allowed the leader of the secret guards to take his own life. Wei Qingyan understood that the emperor was reluctant to delve into the matter of Huangsha Ridge. Feng Ruobao was the emperor's man, and even without words, a glance or subtle gesture could convey the emperor's intent. It was clear that the emperor desired the death of that leader. The empress denied any involvement, accusing Lu He of being a spy from Bailing. Lu He had no evidence to counter this claim, and with the empress having been consigned to the cold palace, the matter of Huangsha Ridge would be shelved. There was no longer any need for her to remain. Ultimately, some lives the emperor was unwilling to sacrifice. She would take matters into her own hands. Some inquiries the emperor would not pursue. She would investigate herself. The emperor had intended to keep Lan Shu, having much to discuss with her, but seeing her state, he felt uneasy. Coupled with her past self-harm in seeking to leave the palace, it left him with lingering shadows. He nodded. As long as she was in the capital, there would always be opportunities to meet again. You cannot leave. I am truly your daughter. Luo Tsongyan cried out desperately. I am indeed a princess. The number of swirls on my head cannot be determined by mere mortals. Perhaps I am an exception. There will be no exceptions. This is the legacy of the Lan family. Lan Shu did not look back. Ro Tsongyun turned her gaze towards the emperor. Father, I am truly of royal descent. The emperor glanced at the eunuch beside him, who immediately understood and barked. How dare you? Your majesty is not someone you can address so casually. Impersonating a princess could lead to beheading. The eunuch's words silenced Ro Tsongyun. She had entered the palace to enjoy wealth and honor, not to face death. She turned and crawled to Lu He, pleading, Aunt, please tell the emperor that I am indeed his daughter. Lu He yearned even more for her to be a princess, yet the truth was otherwise. All her efforts over the past 20 years seemed in vain. The thought of the exquisite silks and jeweled hairpins she had to part with for Ro Tsongyun was unbearable. She had merely wished to nurture her, hoping that one day, when Ro Tsongyun regained her status, both the emperor and Ro Tsongyun would remember her kindness and subsequently elevate the Wu family. However, Ro Tsongyun's recent utterances not only failed to evoke gratitude, but instead cast blame upon her. Lu He smiled bitterly, realizing her own folly. Your majesty is wise. How could you possibly be such a foolish child? I should have been suspicious. This remark extinguished Wei Qingyan's hopes. Ignoring her fear, she cried out hysterically, "You are lying. You are lying. I am a princess, born of noble blood. How can I not be a princess? I'm a princess." The eunuchs in the palace were adept at reading the room. When Wei Qingyan had referred to the emperor as father, he had not objected, but now he disallowed it, indicating that Wei Qingyan had no hope left. They signaled for her to be dragged away. Shiryu coughed at an opportune moment, and the other officials took their leave. The emperor cast a glance at him, pinched the bridge of his nose, and gestured for everyone to withdraw. In a corner, Yu Jingde slowly shifted, and after everyone had departed, he quietly called out, "Your Majesty." He had come to atone for his sins, and without a resolution from the emperor, he dared not leave. The emperor's gaze fell upon him, inscrutable, and he remained silent for a lengthy moment. Yu Jingde felt the weight of his scrutiny, his heart pounding in his chest. Just as he began to worry whether the emperor suspected him of his dealings with Consort Li, the emperor spoke slowly, "Yu Jingde, your duty is to manage my treasury." Chapter 78. The emperor knows the truth. In an instant, Yu Jingde comprehended the emperor's implication. His role was to oversee the emperor's finances, not to enrich himself. Nor should he involve himself in the Huangsha Ridge incident. The emperor would surely see through his blatant disclosure of Lu He's dealings in Biling. The emperor did not wish for the Huangsha Ridge matter to escalate, which Yu Jingde confirmed in his mind. But why? After some contemplation, he could not fathom it. Suddenly, he jolted back to reality and hastily said, "I acknowledge my mistakes. Please punish me, Your Majesty." In this crucial moment, he could think of nothing else. Pinching his own thigh to ground himself, the emperor observed this subtle gesture, his eyes dark and profound. "Indeed, I could punish you in numerous ways, Yu Jingde. You have taken my person. Now you must assist me in recovering my child." Yu Jingde felt as if struck by lightning. What did the emperor mean? Had he taken the emperor's person? He had indeed taken Consort Li away. Did the emperor know? His eyes widened in disbelief, his complexion shifting from pale to green. Utterly stunned. How could the emperor possibly know? When did he become aware? To what extent? If he knew, why remain silent about it? Cold sweat began to bead from every pore of Yu Jingde's body. The emperor, preoccupied with matters concerning Lan Shu, was impatient to linger, stating plainly, "I trust you understand my meaning. Bring her back and tell me whether it was she who exchanged my child. If it was not, then find my child. If you cannot, then let your own child's life suffice." He glanced at Yu Jingde's slightly plump figure, adding, "You have had a good life these past years. I assume you have not lacked benefits. The treasury is not yet full, so you shall contribute 200,000 taels. Your command shall be obeyed." Yu Jingde finally regained his composure from the shock, responding with a trembling voice. 200,000 taels could nearly deplete the Yu family's resources, but compared to life, money seemed trivial. He bowed deeply, saying, "I thank your majesty for your great grace." Regardless of the emperor's intentions, holding that secret without implicating the Yu family, Yu Jingde felt genuine gratitude towards the emperor, for he had committed a heinous act, effectively cuckolding the emperor. "Enough, your words of thanks are worth little." The emperor waved his hand. "I await your unwavering loyalty to me. Depart now. Perhaps you can still catch up with Xieshun. I have heard that you two share a good rapport." With that, the emperor cast him a meaningful glance and left the council hall. Yu Jingde summoned all his strength to land a punch on Xieshun's face. Before the attendants could react, he threw another punch, seizing Xieshun by the collar. "You scoundrel! I once considered you a brother, yet you sought to coerce Lu He into incriminating me as the mastermind behind Huangsha Ridge. I was at home, and trouble fell from the sky, nearly costing me my life. I will make you pay for your hypocritical, heartless actions." As he cursed, he relentlessly struck Xieshun. Though Xieshun was the Minister of Justice, he was a frail scholar, unprepared for Yu Jingde's sudden assault, and found himself utterly defenseless against the blows. By the time Xieshun cried for help, beseeching others to pull Yu Jingde away, his face was already bruised and battered. Wiping the corner of his mouth, which was scratched by Xieshun, Yu Jingde spat in the direction of the Xie family, exclaiming, "To hell with your friendship. The Yu family shall have no dealings with the Xie family from now on. Brute! You reckless brute!" Xieshun trembled with rage, pointing at Yu Jingde's retreating figure. Yu Jingde shot him a fierce glare before strutting out of the palace. The Yu residents had long dispatched a carriage to fetch him. upon climbing into his family's carriage. He slumped down, cold sweat still pouring from his forehead. The day's shocks had been overwhelming. He bit down on his own palm, the pain sharpening his mind. The emperor knew that consort Li had been taken by him, but had held his tongue for years, perhaps due to a lack of feelings for her, or perhaps to hold leverage over him for future use. Just like today, whether out of gratitude or fear, he would now have to be entirely loyal to the emperor. Reflecting on how his impulsive actions nearly led to the demise of his entire family, Yu Jingde felt a deep regret and wished he could slap himself twice. The second shock was the emperor's earlier words, clearly indicating that he and the Xie family were at odds. The relationship between the emperor and the Xie family was far from what it appeared. Yu Jingde even dared to entertain a bold guess. The emperor intended to act against the Xie family, but had not found the opportune moment or the right people, hence holding on to his leverage until now. But why now? Yu Jingde bit down on his hand, contemplating until he reached the door of the Yu residence. The news of his altercation with Xie Shun swiftly reached the emperor's ears. Upon hearing it, the emperor merely nodded in silence. After a moment, Feng Ruobao entered, bowing. "Your Majesty, I have learned that Consort Shu has gone to the Yuan Marquis's residence. The young lady accompanying her is Chang Qingyan, the Marquis's sister, who was lost years ago and has only recently been found. Consort Shu has just arrived in the capital today." The young lady calls her aunt, while Consort Shu refers to her as Miss, appearing as if they share a master-servant relationship, yet it is unclear. Feng Ruobao cautiously gauged the emperor's expression, hesitating to continue. Miss is typically a term used by servants for their masters. Consort Shu, unwilling to be a master even in the palace, now chooses to serve Chang Qingyan. The emperor likely felt anger rising within. It remained uncertain what the young lady's true identity was. Further investigation was needed to uncover the nature of Chang Qingyan and whether Lan Shu had been with her all these years and her current situation. Seeing the emperor's countenance darken, Feng Ruobao promptly nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to bow and withdraw, he heard the emperor command, "Proclaim my edict. The crown prince is to be confined in the eastern palace for 3 days. Keep a close watch on the cold palace." The emperor paused. "If Lan Shu arrives, do not let her be harmed." Did the emperor mean that Consort Shu would seek trouble with the deposed empress? Feng Ruobao pondered and inquired. A complex expression flickered across the emperor's face. Xie Yunyan had harmed her child, and if she did not seek vengeance, she would no longer be Lan Shu. Reflecting on Lan Shu's temperament, Feng Ruobao realized this to be true. The emperor's earlier directive caused her heart to sink. His Majesty was fully aware that the Shusi concubine would come seeking revenge, yet he still confined the crown prince, effectively paving the way for the concubine. The empress's fate was sealed. Grasping the crux of the matter, Feng Ruobao became increasingly invested in the situation concerning Lan Shu. Over the years, the emperor's disdain for the empress had been palpable, a truth that only he, as the grand eunuch, could fully comprehend. Yet, despite his aversion, the emperor had endured. But today, he harbored murderous intent against the empress, all for the sake of the Shusi concubine. In the emperor's eyes, the concubine held greater significance. Feng Ruobao reminded herself to show greater deference to the Shusi concubine as she hurried towards the eastern palace. In the Yuan Marquis's residence, Wei Qingyan recounted the details of Luo Songyun's affair to Lan Shu, subsequently handing her the items she had exchanged. "Aunt, these belong to their rightful owner. I will do my utmost to help you find your child." Lan Shu gazed at the items, her eyes reddening. "I lost my mother at a young age. My father cherished me and never compelled me to learn what I did not wish to. Thus, I reached maturity without ever having touched a needle or thread. Upon having children, I yearned to create something for them. It was Lady Li who suggested I make small garments and shoes for my little ones, teaching me step by step. I never anticipated." She paused, her heart heavy with unfulfilled dreams. "The things I made with such joy would never be used by my children." Wei Qingyan considered another angle. "Aunt, were you and Lady Li quite close?" Lan Shu offered a bittersweet smile. To share a man and claim a close relationship would be disingenuous. Yet there is no great enmity, merely the petty rivalries that exist among women. Our true connection arose after the Li family fell into misfortune. My father was demoted to a local magistrate, and our family was slaughtered by mountain bandits on their way to their new post. Once a family of prominence, we suddenly had no support and were vulnerable to bullying. I once encountered her and, unable to ignore her plight, lent her a hand. Later, as I became pregnant and spent my days in the palace, I grew increasingly bored. She would occasionally visit, and our acquaintance deepened. Aunt, if she knew the empress intended to harm her child, would she assist you? Wei Qingyan speculated on the possibility of Lady Li swapping children. Lan Su pondered. Perhaps she would not. By then, she had lost her own family support and was not favored by Shurjin. Her position as concubine was precarious. I understand that her visits were twofold, to forge a bond with me and to get closer to Shurjin. She was pregnant and could not share a chamber with him. Thus, it was the perfect opportunity for Lady Li to approach him. Yet, I could not shake the hope that she might feel a sense of kinship and assist my children. If she truly did swap my child, where'd she take them? She contemplated this in silence. Wei Qingyan noted the ease with which Lan Shu addressed the emperor, indicating a familiarity from the past. The emperor must have held genuine affection for her, or else she would not have entered the palace for him. Today, despite his efforts to conceal his feelings, his gaze towards her betrayed a lingering affection. Yet, why had he driven her to such a plight? Having spent many years in Lan Shu's company, Wei Qingyan understood her unspoken doubts. Lan Shu proactively shared, "Miss, my departure from the palace was not solely due to matters concerning my child. It was also related to the deaths of my father and brothers. They were harmed by enemies on their way to the capital." Lan Shu wrapped her arms around herself, recalling how the Blue family, once a large clan, had dwindled to her father as the sole heir, with only her and her brother remaining, and her sister-in-law being an ordinary woman without martial skills. Their family was vulnerable. When her father and brothers died, the sword-forging manor lost its backbone, and she had to return to protect her family and preserve their legacy. Entering the palace was arduous, but leaving proved even more challenging, especially since the deaths of her father and brothers could not be publicly disclosed. Otherwise, those coveting the Blue family's swordsmanship would disturb their peace. Therefore, she feigned madness, knowing a madwoman could not be a concubine in the Eastern Palace. Besides, to the world, she was merely a nameless woman from the rivers and lakes. Even if Shurjin permitted it, the late emperor and the empress dowager, along with civil and military officials, would have never allowed it. She gambled on his affection, believing he would not let her languish in the palace. Her gamble paid off. Yet she did not feel gratitude towards him, for he had concealed from her the letter he sent to her father and brothers, informing them of her impending childbirth. Her mother had died giving birth to her and her brother, and her father hurried down the mountain out of concern, only to encounter their enemies. She knew Shurjin might have had good intentions, wanting to mend her family ties, but her father and brothers were lost. Their children were also gone for lives, dear to her, that he could not absolve himself of responsibility for. She harbored resentment towards him and also towards herself, striving to hone her skills for vengeance against her family's enemies, eager for swift success that led her to the brink of madness, from which she could only be saved by a plum monk. Consequently, when she received his letter asking her to care for the young lady at Lianhua Dock, she complied. Wei Qingyan had only known that Lan Shu bore a sorrowful heart. If Lan Shu did not mention it, she refrained from probing. But now that Lan Shu had voluntarily brought it up, she asked, "So, Aunt, have you exacted your revenge?" Lan Shu noted that, "I have avenged them, yet my father and brothers can no longer return to life. My obsession has not been quelled. It resurfaces with the slightest provocation. My sister-in-law fears for my safety, and during those years, I devoted myself to managing the manor and educating my nephew. Will you return to the sword-forging manor?" Wei Qingyan inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. After all, Lan Shu had healed and could care for herself. Lan Shu had only come to her side to repay the monk as kindness. "I will not return. My nephew has grown into adulthood and taken over the manor. Without me, he can truly take charge." Lan Shu gently stroked her head, feeling fortunate to have encountered such a grateful person after receiving the monk's letter. Wei Qingyan nestled into Lan Shu's embrace, holding her tightly. "Aunt, do you feel wronged?" Whether it was the Shusi concubine or the master of the sword-forging manor, they were all served by others, yet Lan Shu had devoted herself to caring for her. The days spent looking after the young lady were the happiest for Lan Shu. Lan Shu returned the embrace, sensing that her dear girl was reluctant to part from her. The years spent nurturing the children were not in vain. She held Wei Qingyan closely, often wishing, "If only you were my child. Then consider me your child, Aunt. I shall care for you in your old age. No matter what kind of life you desire, I will accompany you." Wei Qingyan nuzzled into her embrace, silently vowing to help Lan Shu find her child, thus honoring the love she had received from her. Whether the child was swapped by Lady Li remained uncertain. Wei Qingyan contemplated this, but ultimately decided against revealing to Lan Shu that Lady Li was still alive, for fear of disappointing her if they could not find any clues regarding the child. Lan Shu gently patted her back, having regarded her as her own child since their first meeting. Reflecting on her young lady, she could not help but worry about the matter of the merit seal. Dear girl, the merit seal is with Wang Rong. If we cannot retrieve it, the best course of action would be for you to marry. Yet royal men have many wives and concubines. Have you considered how you will manage? Having already endured the trials of being a royal woman, she wished to spare her young lady from experiencing the same suffering. Wei Qingyan lifted her face. Aunt, why did the merit seal end up with Shiryu? And why is he unwilling to return it? I find this matter rather suspicious. However, I currently lack the time to contemplate it. Once this matter is settled, I will devise a plan to retrieve it. Do not worry, your girl is the cleverest. Her words carried an air of certainty, and Lan Shu found solace in them. In truth, Wei Qingyan harbored a vague notion based on her previous encounters with opportunities for survival. After lingering in Lan Shu's embrace for a while, Du Shuai arrived. Mindful of Wei Qingyan's desire for her culinary creations, Lan Shu followed the servants of the Yuan Marquis's residence to the kitchen. Before leaving, she did not forget to tidy up Wei Qingyan's hair once more. Wei Qingyan had grown accustomed to being attended to by her, leaning against her as she fashioned a demure hairstyle. Du Shuai watched Wei Qingyan in front of Lan Shu, appearing as a young girl, his expression akin to seeing a ghost. Ignoring his look, Wei Qingyan spoke earnestly, though Aunt has been away from the palace for many years. Judging by the emperor's reaction today, it seems we must pay her more attention in the future. Shuai, the Yuan Marquis may no longer enjoy the peace it once had. You should exercise caution in your actions. Once this matter is resolved, I will take Anne away. You want to leave? Du Shuai exclaimed, his heart racing with anxiety. This is your home. Where will you go? Let them watch. I am not afraid. You and Aunt can stay as long as you wish. If you leave, it will only be me and Xiao Xiao remaining in this manner. You cannot go nowhere. This was the first time Du Shuai spoke so assertively to Wei Qingyan. The general had no home left. How could he bear to see her wandering outside? Lan Su, returning to fetch something, caught this exchange and smiled slightly, understanding why the young lady was willing to trust Du Shuai. Noticing Du Shuai's agitation, Wei Qingyan refrained from further discussion and instead reminded him of a few matters. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Xiao joined them. Yanlan was still away on business, and the group had dinner in the Fengxiao courtyard. After Du Shuai left with Xiao Xiao, Wei Qingyan glanced at the sky, returned to her room to change into a night outfit, and as she stepped outside, she saw Lan Shu, similarly attired, waiting at the door. Chapter 80. Entangled with the Empress Dowager Aunt, something feels amiss. Once they infiltrated the palace, Wei Qingyan whispered, the defenses are exceedingly lax. She was familiar with the palace layout. Although she was confident in her ability to navigate stealthily to the cold palace, the lack of resistance tonight was concerning. How could the palace be so poorly defended? Only a few individuals could mobilize the palace's defenses. Someone must have anticipated their arrival, or perhaps guessed that Aunt would come. Those familiar with Aunt were either her enemies or close associates. With the Empress already in the cold palace, could it be the Emperor? Lan Shu pondered briefly and realized Wei Qingyan's thoughts, instinctively positioning herself protectively in front of her. As they stealthily entered the cold palace, the Emperor was stepping towards the Empress Dowager's Sinang Palace. The Empress Dowager, her hands clasped around prayer beads, was seated with her legs crossed, meditating. Upon hearing the old maid's whisper, she spoke softly, why does the Emperor have time to visit this old woman tonight? After the Emperor bowed, he took a seat opposite the Empress Dowager. My son has been preoccupied with state affairs lately, and it has been some time since I last visited you. I thought I would come and chat. What does the Emperor wish to discuss with this old woman? The Empress Dowager slowly opened her eyes, revealing a piercing glint within their murky depths. Is it to explain how you banished your own Empress to the cold palace? Or perhaps to justify the persecution of your maternal family? Mother, the Emperor softened his tone, elongating his words, as if speaking to a typical mother, with a hint of helplessness. You are aware of the recent events outside. Luha publicly accused the Empress of conspiring against the national army. Where there is smoke, there is fire. Even without evidence, public opinion demands an explanation. Furthermore, the evidence against the empress regarding the heir is irrefutable. According to the law, she should be punished. Yet, considering her years of filial piety towards you, I could not bear to subject my uncle to the pain of losing his daughter. So I sent her to the coal palace. He sighed deeply. Mother, Shuer's children are also my children, your grandchildren. A dragon and phoenix pair, when Shuer was pregnant. It was my first experience of fatherhood. I was overjoyed, dreaming of two faces resembling each other, sweet and round, running towards me. Mother, the lives of my son and daughter are at stake. The empress has enjoyed stability and wealth all these years. A little hardship in the cold palace is no injustice. The empress dowager ceased her actions, her gaze fixed downward. I understand now. The emperor has come today to caution me against interfering in this matter. You may leave, for I am but a woman of the inner palace, and I am too old to manage many affairs. I only hope you remember that the Sief family is your maternal clan. My son will never forget. The emperor replied, tugging at the empress dowager's prayer beads. Mother, please have someone prepare some food for me. I have not yet dined and am quite hungry. Hearing this, the empress dowager could no longer maintain her composure. She hurriedly glanced at the old maid beside her. Quickly, it is already late. Soon, my stomach will be in pain again. After a moment's thought, she turned to another maid. First, bring a bowl of bird's nest porridge for the emperor to have a snack. The maids and old women hurried off to prepare. Soon, a table laden with food was presented. The empress dowager had focused on health and moderation over the years, and seeing the emperor sitting alone, eating, evoked a sense of desolation within her. She joined him, having a bowl of porridge served at the table. The emperor smiled. Mother still cares for her son. The empress dowager swallowed a small sip of porridge and said tenderly, This old woman knows the emperor's burdens. I have heard the news from the Yijing Hall today. How could I not be concerned for my son? Yet, the emperor must also understand my position. The empress is my niece, raised like a daughter. How could I not feel anguish? The concubine Shu caused such a commotion back then, and now she returns, stirring trouble. My son acknowledges his mistakes. The emperor interjected, placing a piece of bamboo shoot on her plate to redirect the conversation. Today, I noticed that Yudi's health seems improved. If he remains unwilling to marry, I shall arrange a marriage for him. The empress dowager recognized the emperor's intention to change the subject and inquired, Does the emperor have someone in mind? Not yet. The emperor lowered his gaze and shook his head. He is not young anymore. He must settle down. I do not wish for him to marry into a family of too much prestige, lest ambition arise. The Great Wei is not yet truly at peace and cannot withstand internal strife. However, he is my brother, and I hope for his happiness. So I will take care to find someone suitable for him. Then you should look. The empress dowager set down her spoon. No matter how unworthy, he is still my flesh and blood. There must be heirs so that I may meet the late emperor in the afterlife. My son understands. The emperor replied, noticing the empress dowager's intention to rise. He added, I have heard that you have used the fracture poison on him again. Mother, he cannot survive 3 doses of that. It has already been used twice. The empress dowager's body stiffened, her expression growing increasingly somber. After a long pause, she said, I am left with no choice. Some matters he should not be involved in. He suffers, and, as his mother, how could I not feel the pain? With a heavy sigh, she slumped her shoulders and walked towards the inner chamber, her voice laden with fatigue. The emperor may eat slowly. I am weary and wish to rest. Mother, please rest early. I will return after I am full. The emperor watched her retreating figure, chewing thoughtfully on a piece of fish. Feng Ruobao entered from outside, giving him a barely perceptible nod. In the cold palace, the empress sat unhappily on a low couch, though not as opulent as the Fengyi palace. It was clean and adorned with brocade. Some furnishings, incongruous with the cold palace, had been secretly sent by the crown prince upon her entrance. The courtyard was separate from other deposed consorts, and despite being in the cold palace, the empress had not suffered much. Furthermore, the empress dowager had promised to find a way to return her to the Fengyi palace after some time. Yet, the empress remained furious. The entire courtyard was hers alone. There was not even a servant to attend to her. The items she had just smashed in her rage lay scattered on the ground, untouched. The crown prince, no matter how bold, would not dare send anyone to serve her in the cold palace. She could only wait for herself to clean up. But the empress had no mind for such tasks. Her thoughts were consumed by Lan Shu. Her brow furrowed in fury. She thought, so what if you have returned? You will grow old, and in the future, this world will belong to my son. Ultimately, it is I who will be buried alongside him. At that time, I shall leave your body exposed to the wilderness for the wild dogs to feast upon. Lan Shu, I will ensure that in your next life, and the lives after, you will never be human again. I shall make sure that you and I are eternally separated. Whether she saw him or not was of little import to her. A cold voice interrupted the Empress's curses. But you shall surely die before me. Chapter 81. Intrusion into the palace to slay the Empress. How dare you invade the palace at night? The Empress gazed at Lan Shu, her face a portrait of astonishment. You truly are boorish and ignorant, utterly lawless. A laugh erupted from Lan Shu's chest. How can I slay you without entering the palace? You still dare to threaten my life? Years spent in the palace, revered and pampered by all, had led the Empress to believe she was above all, untouchable even after the Emperor had deposed her. The incredulity in her voice, I am the Empress. Even if you kill me, you shall never escape, belied her instinctual retreat. Why do you think I could so easily enter here? This is the palace. Lan Shu approached her step by step, her demeanor calm. Someone has allowed me to come in and will certainly allow me to leave. The Empress instinctively thought of the Emperor, but refused to acknowledge it. Impossible. His Majesty would never kill me. Otherwise, he would not have relegated me to the cold palace. He cannot, and dares not. Why would he not dare? He has already stripped you of your title and could just as easily take your life. Lan Shu glanced at the bed curtains and drew a slender blade from her waist. A glimmer of cold light flashed before the Empress's eyes as Lan Shu severed the curtains into strips. Unhurriedly, she knotted the fabric, testing its strength before tossing it over the beams of the room, securing it with a tight knot. The deliberate slowness of her movements sent shivers down the Empress's spine. Suddenly, the Empress turned to flee, only to be blocked by a dagger held by Wei Qingyan, who stared at her with an icy gaze. The Empress, having lived in luxury, had only ever seen the confines of the palace, failing to comprehend that both Lan Shu and her aunt stood before her, resolute in their intent. Step aside. The Empress recoiled slightly, raising her chin defiantly, her voice trembling. If you kill me today, do you not fear that my son will avenge me, exterminating your entire clan? Then let your son die alongside you. Wei Qingyan pressed the dagger against the Empress's heart, her expression frigid. You harmed my aunt's son. It is only just that you pay with your own child's life. She paused, her dark eyes fixed unwaveringly on the Empress, her voice chilling like a death chant from the depths of hell. Moreover, the 20,000 loyal guards await retribution for their fallen comrades. What do you mean? The Empress's face turned ashen. Suddenly, she ceased her retreat, her eyes bulging as she fixed her gaze on Wei Qingyan. What do you mean? My son's fate is unrelated to the guards. He knows nothing. You shall not tarnish his name. Wei Qingyan remained silent, her stare unyielding, causing the Empress's knees to tremble. Born as the cherished daughter of the Xie family, she had ascended to the status of crown princess and then empress, always looking down upon others. Yet today, she found herself unable to meet the gaze of the woman before her. Her eyes flicked to Lan Shu. Do not act recklessly. This is the palace. My son is the crown prince. If you dare harm him, there will be no place for you in this realm. Lan Shu exchanged a knowing glance with Wei Qingyan, both of them curving their lips into a faint smile. Without uttering a word, they each seized an arm of the Empress, hoisting her up onto the fabric she had prepared. The Empress struggled fiercely, but the more she fought, the tighter the binding became around her neck. In that moment, teetering on the brink of death, she truly believed that Lan Shu would kill her and that the Emperor indeed sought her life. Otherwise, how could no one have come to her aid in this desolate palace? Even the Empress Dowager had abandoned her, and the Crown Prince had not sent anyone to guard her. Surely, the Emperor had delayed their arrival. As her mind grew hazy from lack of oxygen, she was suddenly released. Ferryman, from the moment I decided to enter the palace with him, I knew he had a fiancée, and I was aware he could never have just one woman. Thus, I never aspired to monopolize him. He has fulfilled his duties as a husband and has not neglected you. Yet you have persistently targeted me. You, a woman raised in high society, should understand better than I that a man of his stature cannot be limited to one. Yet you, in the name of love, refuse to accept others by his side. I can endure your attempts to win his favor and will retaliate as necessary, but you should never have harmed my child. Lan Shu kicked a stool beneath the Empress, forcing her neck back into the noose. Ferryman, you are too greedy. You desire not only his undivided love, but also the exalted position of empress. In this world, one cannot have it all. Look around. Without me, there will be others. For over 20 years, you have yet to receive his wholehearted devotion. Now, as a deposed empress, you shall have no right to be buried alongside him. Your lifelong scheming leads to nothing more than a farce. The empress struggled to catch her breath, her legs trembling. Yet she was compelled to clutch the fabric tightly to maintain her balance on the stool, for a dagger pressed against her back. Rationality urged her to remain silent, to prolong until the crown prince or empress dowager discovered her plight. Yet Lan Shu's words pierced her heart, compelling her to retort, "I am no farce. My son will ensure we are buried together. I swear it. You have harmed my 2 children. I merely seek the life of your son, which is already generous. How could you be so naive as to believe I would allow him to ascend the throne alive?" Lan Shu stepped closer, kicking the stool from under the empress. "Are you pondering whether Shurjin and the empress dowager will protect the crown prince? Consider this. If they have allowed me to enter and kill you, they have surely foreseen that the crown prince will one day learn the truth. Do they not fear his wrath? Or perhaps Shurjin never intended for the crown prince to inherit the throne. Your son's position is merely a remnant of the late emperor's decree regarding the succession. He has more than one child. If he looks down upon you, how can he favor your son? It is likely that once you and your son are gone, he will quickly remarry and father a legitimate heir, for he is still in his prime. The CF family may oppose, but what if his new wife is also from the CF family?" Each word struck the empress like a multitude of needles, inflicting unbearable pain and inciting a tempest of agitation within her. "You lie. His Majesty has high hopes for my son. He personally entrusted my son with statecraft." The empress clutched the fabric, her feet flailing in search of footing. Lan Shu kicked the stool back beneath her feet, mocking her. Entrusted with statecraft? Then why is he so foolish, lacking the wisdom and authority of crown prince? Far inferior to Shurjin of your Xie Yunyan, it is time for you to awaken from your delusions. Finally, the empress steadied herself, gasping for air, yet her hands remained clenched, fearful that Lan Shu would kick the stool away once more. Lan Shu granted her but a moment of respite before repeating the act, and Wei Qingyan followed suit. After several rounds of this torment, the fear of death and the depletion of her strength completely shattered the empress. "Lan Shu, what do you truly desire? If you kill me, what then? Killing me will not ensure your child's survival. You cannot return to his side. If I cannot have him, neither can you. You cannot take my son's life. Even if the emperor truly despises him, you still cannot. He will not dare to harm my son unless we all perish. All perish." Chapter 82. What catastrophic conspiracy lies beneath? All perish. What does that mean? No matter how Wei Qingyan and Lan Shu pressed, the empress had completely lost her sanity, repeating those words, alternating between laughter and tears. In the end, she hung her own neck in the fabric, causing a sense of unease to stir within Wei Qingyan. The emperor had shown reluctance to investigate the events of the past, and now, in her mental collapse, the empress refused to divulge a single word. What catastrophic conspiracy lay behind the events of Huangsha Ridge? They made no attempt to prevent the empress from hanging herself, as there was no longer any meaning in her survival. It was time for her to pay the price for her sins. After the empress had breathed her last, Wei Qingyan extracted her lingering obsessions. Without any clues regarding Huangsha Ridge or the whereabouts of Lan Shu's child, the queen's obsession lies in sharing a lifetime with the emperor, ruling the world together. Driven by this fixation, she indiscriminately harms others. Wei Qingyan finds this both detestable and pitiable. In a world where polygamy is commonplace, it is exceedingly rare for a couple like the elder sister and her brother-in-law to share such deep affection. Moreover, she covets wealth and power, having chosen an emperor as her husband. How could the emperor belong solely to her, even if he desires it? The entire court would contrive to fill his harem with women, unless the emperor possesses the strength to withstand all external pressures, which clearly he does not. Or perhaps he deems that women and love pale in comparison to power and dominion. Otherwise, the beloved Agu of yesteryears would not appear in this cold palace seeking vengeance. "Let us depart, Agu," Wei Qingyan said, grasping Lan Shu's icy hand. Lan Shu nodded, returning the grip and stepping ahead, leading the way. The two exited the queen's courtyard and slipped into an adjacent dilapidated courtyard. Entering the palace is no easy feat. Those who perish in this cold palace were once women defeated in the palace intrigues, most of whom harbor resentment. Wei Qingyan hoped to see some images within the cold palace to uncover useful clues. However, to her astonishment, the cold palace was remarkably clean, devoid of any trace of resentment. How could this be? She traversed nearly the entire cold palace, encountering only a few either mad or sleepless souls, yet found no lingering malice. She relayed her findings to Lan Shu. Agu, this is highly unusual. I wish to investigate the penal servitude quarters. Wei Qingyan's thoughts were persistently occupied with a boozed background. If the cold palace lacked malice, what the penal servitude quarters? She felt compelled to explore further. Lan Shu, having spent time in the palace, understood that those in this most opulent place often nurture even deeper obsessions than those outside. Ordinary folk may only seek to survive, but those within the palace pursue grander desires, and their unfulfilled ambitions lead to even greater resentment after death. The circumstances you describe are not merely unusual. They're downright eerie. My lady, have you encountered such a phenomenon on your way here? Is it only the cold palace that is devoid of malice? Or is the entire palace so? Lan Shu inquired softly. Having accompanied Wei Qingyan and the portly monk for years, she had acquired some understanding of resentment. If the entire palace were devoid of malice, it would spell significant trouble. The palace is the most insidious place in the world. How could it lack resentment? Fortunately, Wei Qingyan replied, I have encountered some, but currently only the cold palace exhibits abnormalities. Then let us proceed to the penal servitude quarters. Lan Shu concurred immediately. Wei Qingyan was not unfamiliar with the penal servitude quarters, and the two soon made their way there. Those imprisoned there were either royal relatives from previous dynasties or the kin of bureaucrats who had committed crimes, transforming from exalted nobles or officials' families into prisoners. Confined within high walls day after day, devoid of hope, the resentment after death is palpable, yet akin to the cold palace. The penal servitude quarters were also devoid of anything. This led Wei Qingyan to question her own vision, wondering if it had faltered. Thus, she departed the penal servitude quarters and entered another palace of the consorts, where she finally encountered some lingering malice from a few palace maids and eunuchs. This assured her that her eyes were indeed functioning correctly. It was merely the cold palace and the penal servitude quarters that had lost their resentment, or perhaps it had been purged. Someone knowledgeable in esoteric arts must be at work in the palace. This was Wei Qingyan's immediate thought. That person had siphoned off the malice. The potential uses of resentment are manifold, but she could not immediately discern the purpose. Ghostly resentments that turn to malevolence may consume other resentments to enhance their power. Yet Wei Qingyan dismissed this possibility. Malevolence is, after all, not akin to human consciousness. It lacks the awareness and caution that humans possess. If true malevolence resided in the harem, it would surely devour the resentment of the entire palace, even the entire capital. Moreover, she sensed no presence of malevolence. Thus, it must be a person, someone capable of traversing the cold palace and the penal servitude quarters. Did the absence of malice in the rest of the palace signify that this individual could not access those locations, or were they simply unable to arrive in time? Wei Qingyan resolved to return to the palace in a few days to ascertain the truth. The two had no choice but to leave the palace for now, only to be halted outside the Yuan Marquis residence by a shadowy figure. The figure halted a distance of about 10 feet away, bowing to Lan Shu. Your Highness, the master requests a moment of your time to converse. The one waiting here must be the Emperor. Lan Shu glanced at Wei Qingyan. My lady, you should return first. I shall come shortly. When she decided to remove her hood and reveal her true self, she had anticipated that she and the Emperor would eventually meet. From their smooth entry and exit from the palace this evening, as well as the Shadow's attitude toward Agu, Wei Qingyan discerned that the Emperor would not harm Agu, but still, a lingering fear remained in her heart. Noting that Lan Shu hesitated to leave, knowing she was worried about her, she addressed the Shadow. I shall wait for him in Fengshao courtyard. With that, she nimbly leaped over the wall and entered the Yuan Marquis residence, with Wei Qingyan following closely behind. The Shadow was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how someone dared to defy the Emperor's wishes and require him to seek her out personally. Yet, having lost sight of them, the Shadow had no choice but to return to a nearby courtyard and relay Lan Shu's words to the Emperor. Meanwhile, Wei Qingyan and Lan Shu entered Fengshao courtyard. Before the Emperor arrived, A hidden guard from the Yuan Marquis residence appeared first. Miss, there's been some movement in the Ministry of Justice's prison. Is it the Sief family? Wei Qingyan furrowed her brow. She had suspected someone sought Lu Ha's life and had instructed the hidden guard to keep watch. But she had not anticipated the Sief family would be so impatient to take action. The hidden guard nodded. Wei Qingyan hesitated slightly. She ought to visit the Ministry of Justice, but the Emperor was likely to come looking for a Gu. What if, in discussing past matters, it triggered a Gu's distress? My lady, go ahead. I will explain some matters to him before seeking you out. Nothing will happen. Lan Shu reassured her. Their relationship had evolved. After they had slain the queen tonight, they needed to provide the emperor with a reason for lingering in the palace, lest he direct his attention toward Wei Qingyan and jeopardize her quest for vengeance. Had she not discovered the absence of malice in the cold palace and the penal servitude quarters, Wei Qingyan would not have been so eager to head to the Ministry of Justice. Lu Ha had already divulged all she knew, and her accusations against the queen, met with the queen's denial and the suicide of the head of the secret guards at Feng Yi Palace, had come to naught, unlikely to stir any further ripples. Now that Lu Ha was imprisoned on the Sief family's territory, and with the Sief family intent on killing her, Wei Qingyan could prevent it once, but not perpetually. She had no intention of stopping it, either. Rather, she was more concerned about Lu Ha's resentment before her death. With her discovery in the cold palace this evening, Wei Qingyan could not shake the worry that Lu Ha's resentment might also vanish. Yet leaving Lan Shu alone to face the emperor filled her with unease. Therefore, she utilized a blood talisman to draw Lu Ha's resentment to the Yuan Marquis residence after her demise. Although this would cost her some vitality, it was not insurmountable. However, none could have predicted the unforeseen turn of events. Wei Qingyan spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground, as the emperor, who stood outside facing Lan Shu, had not yet uttered a single word before he too fell. Chapter 83. My innocence is lost. You must take responsibility for me. Wei Qingyan remained conscious, though utterly exhausted. She sensed someone entering the room, arms enveloping her, followed by soft lips pressing against hers. It was Shi Zhu. Though she had not detected his pursuit during her time in the palace, she felt an inexplicable certainty that he was near. She heard a Gu's startled voice outside. What happened to you? Followed by the panicked voice of a shadow who had previously intercepted her and a Gu. Master. Wei Qingyan recalled the last incident when both she and the emperor had fainted simultaneously. She held Shi Zhu's lips, her body gradually regaining awareness. When she had summoned Lu Ha's resentment, a force had contended with her for it, draining her vitality entirely. It had happened similarly before. Were the emperor's two fainting spells connected to her vitality depletion? Or was it mere coincidence? For a monarch to faint in the Yuan Marquis residence would undoubtedly be troublesome. She needed to recover swiftly. A Gu's previous voice had clearly startled her, and the commotion outside was impossible for her to miss. Yet, she had not acted in time, prompting a Gu to worry that something had happened to her. Anxious to regain her vitality, Wei Qingyan inadvertently applied more pressure with her lips. The sound of pain escaping the man's lips made Wei Qingyan's eyes snap open. Their gazes met. Her lips continued to linger on his. Wei Qingyan saw herself reflected in Shi Yu's eyes, enveloped by his tender gaze, causing her heart to race and leaving her somewhat flustered. In previous encounters, she had solely focused on survival, never contemplating the tender thoughts that now surged within her. Under his gaze, it felt as if Shi Yu's eyes were capable of melting her entirely. A strange and unfamiliar sentiment surged within Wei Qingyan, making her shy away from his gaze. She lowered her eyes, maintaining a calm demeanor, and slowly released his lips. I apologize, she said softly. Is your body all right? Shi Yu looked at her with lingering affection. Wei Qingyan nodded, rising from his embrace, eager to step outside. However, her hand was grasped by Shi Yu, who remained seated. Gazing up at her, he was unhurt. Upon hearing his words, Wei Qingyan focused her attention on the sounds outside, and indeed, she could hear the emperor speaking. He had awakened. The coincidence of their two fainting spells, both occurring simultaneously, stirred a sense of concern within her. The emperor's fainting was undoubtedly linked to her. What connections lay beneath this? Her thoughts were interrupted by Shi Yu's voice. I have something to discuss. He pointed to his slightly swollen lips with the other hand. Should you not take responsibility for this? Wei Qingyan was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a declaration from Shi Yu. He continued, A woman's honor is paramount, and so is a man's. I have never been close to another woman. You are the first and the only one. His expression was earnest. Wei Qingyan noted he did not refer to himself as this king this time. She was certain he recognized her. Perhaps he had from the very beginning, which explained his deliberate approach. Previously, she had agreed to assist the prince in investigating the matter of Daju Temple, but circumstances had delayed her promise. She looked at him intently. Once I retrieve Yin Qing's remains in a few days, I will help you investigate Daju Temple. Once the transaction is complete, will we then cease to have any further relations? Shi Yu's expression turned serious, tinged with a hint of grievance. I am not a frivolous person. Wei Qingyan felt a sense of frustration. Neither was she a frivolous individual. Yet, fate had cast her into such a ridiculous situation, where her meritorious deeds had led her to him, and she had to reclaim her vitality in this manner. She suspected that perhaps the heavens were playing tricks on her. As the outside noise subsided, likely indicating that a gu had invited the emperor inside, she chose to sit down, pressing her fingers against her forehead. What do you wish for me to do in terms of responsibility? Men and women should not engage in close contact unless they are married. Now that we have reached this point, there are only two paths before us. Shi Yu gazed at her intently. You may either marry me, or I shall marry you. A flutter stirred in Wei Qingyan's heart, as if something had been touched. The notion of becoming Shi Yu's spouse had been mentioned before by Du Shui and a gu, yet none had made her feel as unsettled as his direct proposal did. She slowly shook her head. I have no intention of marriage, nor do I plan to remain in the capital long term. She stated her truth, hoping to dissuade Shi Yu from his intentions. After a brief pause, she added, I can offer you a sum of silver as compensation. A gu had managed the treasures from Yulan Mountain, and now she had ample silver at her disposal. Shi Yu also shook his head, reiterating his previous words. I am not a frivolous person. Only my wife may share such intimacies with me. If you do not wish to stay in the capital, I will accompany you in leaving, but you cannot evade your responsibility to me. His lips were pressed into a firm line, his expression resolute, as though he bore the weight of betrayal while trying to maintain his last vestige of strength. Seeing him in such a state, an inexplicable irritation welled up within her, and she shook off his grasp. Shi Yu promptly released her hand. Her palm was slick with sweat, though it was not her own. Realizing this, her heart softened unexpectedly. Prince Rong had always been able to obtain whatever he desired. When had he ever humiliated himself in such a way? He feigned calmness, yet his palms were already damp with anxiety. Do you truly wish to marry me? Wei Qingyan met his gaze. Yes, Shi Yu nodded firmly. He wanted to stand by her side in an honorable manner, to restore her life at the very moment it began to fade. Wei Qingyan closed her eyes, then turned her back to him, slowly loosening her own belt. Her slender back, devoid of excess flesh, bore scars, deep and shallow, covering her entire back. She swept her hair to one side, revealing a dark red scar on the back of her neck, startling to behold. I have similar scars on my arms and legs. Do you still wish to marry me? Silence lingered behind her. Wei Qingyan forced a smile, yet found no relief, only bitterness, as if something vital was missing. She attempted to lift her garment, but two hands moved faster than hers. Now, whether she wished to marry or not, the decision had been made for her. Shi Yu gently adjusted her clothing, murmuring, having seen your body, I must marry you. Once her attire was arranged, he bent down to tie her belt, but it took quite some time. Wei Qingyan lowered her gaze to the trembling hands at her waist and, driven by an inexplicable impulse, grasped them. Her heart wrestled with itself, and, after a moment, she said, I am not a suitable match. Shi Yu smiled. I have a childhood friend. Initially, we did not see eye to eye, but before long, we became the best of friends. Let us proceed similarly. Perhaps one day, we shall discover each other's merits. Ultimately, you remain responsible for me. His words stirred memories of their first meeting and many shared moments, softening her expression. Shi Yu, where lies my flaw? Shi Yu stiffened, the tension in his mind unraveling suddenly. Chapter 84. Thus, I must commit myself, Xiao Yin finally acknowledged her identity before him. This was Shi Yu's first thought. If he were to confess that he had recognized her from their first encounter in the hot spring, would she resent him for concealing this truth until now? This was Shi Yu's second concern. After a brief hesitation, he chose honesty. The scars on your body were stitched by me. Every wound on her body had been meticulously treated by him. His heart ached for her, and he could never find it within himself to despise her. As he recalled the scars on her back, he wondered if she still felt the pain of a normal person after surviving such grievous injuries? If she did, how had she endured such suffering with her body in such a state? She had faced death with her eyes wide open. Witnessing her in that condition had shattered his composure. Having eliminated the enemies surrounding her, he was left staring at her, battered and broken, unsure how to extract her from the mountain of corpses. Her feet were sunk deep among the dead, surrounded by the bodies of the Northern Ling army, and he feared that a single misstep would leave her in tatters. After removing the layers of corpses surrounding her, he cautiously lifted her into his arms. It was his first time using needle and thread to mend the body of his beloved, transitioning from heart-wrenching pain to a state of numbing agony. All he wished was for her to depart this world cleanly and with dignity. Though she is a woman, she embodies the spirit of a formidable heroine. She deserves to be whole. When did the rotund monk arrive? Wei Qingyan, witnessing his sorrowful visage, could not bear it and interrupted his painful reminiscences. Once he had arranged everything for her, he appeared. It was then, Shiryu replied. Suddenly, it struck him that, including the recent incident, he had actually seen her body 3 times, causing his demeanor to shift uncomfortably. Wei Qingyan, unaware of the change in his expression, furrowed her delicate brows, lost in thought. She then inquired, did the rotund monk arrive before the troops of Prince Rong? Indeed, Shiryu affirmed, his tranquil gaze fixed upon her. As she had surmised, the monk had not lied, yet he had also refrained from telling the whole truth. Wei Qingyan's emotions were tumultuous. He had not waited for the army, but had hurried to Huangsha Ridge instead. How could she fathom that Shiryu had disregarded his own life to save hers? Shiryu nodded again, confirming that he had been deeply concerned for her and could not wait for the army to arrive. Thus, the truth was that Shiryu had reached Huangsha Ridge first, preserving her body, and afterward, the rotund monk arrived just before Prince Rong's forces, who swiftly annihilated the remaining troops of Bailing. The monk had only mentioned to her that he had arrived before the army and had taken her body, neglecting to disclose that Shiryu had come even earlier. Consequently, she had always believed that the rotund monk was her savior, assuming that Shiryu had never laid eyes on her lifeless form and was unaware that she was a woman. The rotund monk, aware of her misconception, chose not to clarify and even seemed to mislead her intentionally. Why? A flicker of anger arose within Wei Qingyan towards the monk. Upon her return, she resolved to deprive him of meat for several days. Xiaoyan, Shiryu, noticing her silence, felt a pang of anxiety. Wei Qingyan pulled back from her thoughts, gazed at him for a moment. When you arrived, there were still nearly 20,000 troops from Bailing. How could you dare to go alone without waiting for the army? She lowered her gaze, refraining from continuing. Aware of Shiryu's feelings for her, she had deliberately chosen to ignore such matters, fearing that knowing too much of his affection would leave her at a loss in how to confront him. Yet deep down, she understood that whether she wished to acknowledge it or not, Shiryu had always been silently devoted to her. A bitter smile graced her lips. How could she repay such unwavering dedication? It seemed she might have to offer herself in return. However, she had come seeking vengeance, and ultimately, their paths diverged. She did not wish to burden him. Xiaoyan, upon returning from Tiger Leopard Ridge, I mentioned to you that regardless of who the true culprit behind Huangsha Ridge is, I will stand with you. Shiryu suddenly spoke, no matter who it may be. He always seemed to know her thoughts. Wei Qingyan yearned to rest her head upon her arms to quell her tumultuous emotions, her gaze falling upon his cascading silver strands, and she became momentarily entranced. The rotund monk often admonished her, "Disciple, you must live joyfully for the rest of your days, and it is permissible to be a little selfish." Why did he repeatedly impart such a sentiment? Why did he conceal the fact that Shiryu had arrived at Huangsha Ridge before him? Wei Qingyan pinched a strand of Shiryu's hair between her fingers, holding it before her, and asked Shiryu, "Is there still something you are withholding from me?" Shiryu followed her gaze to his hair, clarity dawning in his heart. Xiaoyan had deduced the truth. If she had guessed, there was no longer need for concealment. "Do you wish to inquire about the reason for my white hair?" Wei Qingyan nodded earnestly. Shiryu withdrew his hair from her grasp and gently brushed her head, saying, "There exists a method to bring you back to life, but it requires me to offer a portion of my soul fire." I deemed it a fair trade and thus agreed. He spoke lightly, yet Wei Qingyan's eyes brimmed with tears as realization dawned upon her. She understood now why the rotund monk had concealed the truth. He wished for her to live without the burden of guilt, desiring her happiness above all else. She comprehended why sure you had been frail all these years. A mortal possesses only 3 portions of soul fire. To lose one could lead to madness, while a lesser loss results in frailty. The monk had made such a request, yet he could not have been ignorant of its repercussions. Still, he had sacrificed. She also grasped why the merit seal had transferred to him and refused to return. In her youth, she had followed her father to protect the homeland, subsequently repelling the Wudong and benefiting the people of Wei, accumulating merit. However, this was insufficient for her resurrection, though she remained unaware of the monk's exact methods. It was evident that Shiryu's soul fire had played a crucial role in forging the merit seal. The soul fire recognized its master, which fortuitously returned to Shiryu's body, allowing him to recover swiftly. As astute as Shiryu was, he must have long understood the key to this situation. Hence his concern for her and his constant presence in the shadows. Wei Qingyan, too, did not withhold information from him, revealing the matter of the merit seal. As she expected, Shiryu displayed no surprise. Rather, a hint of worry crossed his features. Xiaoyan, do you have a way to reclaim the merit seal? Yes, Wei Qingyan replied. After discussing the matter with the Gu during the day, she had meticulously reviewed the notes provided by the rotund monk and her previous attempts to restore Shiryu's vitality, growing increasingly confident in her earlier hypothesis. However, once reclaimed, how could she ensure that Shiryu's body would no longer languish in weakness? She was not entirely certain and needed to consult the monk. Ultimately, she shook her head at Shiryu. Suddenly, another thought struck her. When I was unconscious, did you feel anything? Shiryu comprehended her inquiry almost instantly and responded, yes. I felt unease in my heart, yet no physical discomfort. Both turned their gazes toward the door. What of the emperor? Why did he faint? During the process of reviving me, what did the rotund monk take from the emperor, causing him to now be influenced by me? Chapter 85. The reason for the emperor's fainting. The emperor, typically robust in health, was certainly not like Shiryu, who had lost his soul fire. Had the emperor experienced any sudden fainting spells over the past 3 years? Wei Qingyan questioned Shiryu. Although Shiryu had been stripped of military power and confined to the capital, he was not one to passively accept his fate. Knowing that the emperor was wary of him, he would certainly keep a vigilant eye on palace affairs. As expected, after a moment of thought, Shiryu shook his head. No, he has always been well. Thus, when he had fainted unexpectedly in the imperial garden, coinciding with Wei Qingyan's own incident, he found it peculiar and had ordered Dongsong to inform Wei Qingyan. Have you thought of something? He asked. Wei Qingyan, uncertain, replied. Perhaps my revival is not solely due to your soul fire, but also because of his imperial aura. For her situation, the essence of the Dragon King might, in some respects, surpass the effects of the merit light. Previously, when I followed the rotund monk in my studies, I had also experienced fainting spells. Yet you said he had not exhibited such occurrences in years. However, this time he fainted alongside me, and the only difference was that the merit seal was no longer with me. If my speculation is correct, previously the merit seal sustained me, while the imperial aura merely served as an auxiliary. Once the merit seal was lost, the imperial aura became the primary sustenance for my revival. The rotund monk had repeatedly cautioned, as long as a person is alive, the seal exists. If the seal is lost, the person perishes. Having come to the capital and lost the merit seal, aside from experiencing a few instances of diminished vitality, there had been no signs of her demise. Yet, the imperial aura is not something to be trifled with. Even if the rotund monk had indeed taken a portion of the emperor's essence to revive her, it would have been but a trifling amount, insufficient to impact the emperor. Otherwise, meddling with the essence would incur backlash, jeopardizing the stability of the realm. The rotund monk would not act so recklessly unless the imperial aura had unexpectedly become her primary sustenance, a possibility the monk could not have foreseen. All of this remained merely conjecture on Wei Qingyan's part. Raising her gaze to Shiryu, she found him looking at her with gentle eyes. A stirring in her heart prompted her to validate her hypothesis, while simultaneously testing whether she could tap into the resentment of Lu He that had previously clashed with her. Having previously drawn blood to invoke Lu He's resentment, the dried blood on her finger now required a bit of effort to express anew. She raised her hand and traced a blood symbol in the air. Observing her fluid movements and recalling her earlier words, Shiryu, after a moment's contemplation, surmised her intention and, filled with concern, took a seat opposite her. Moments later, Wei Qingyan swayed slightly, and just before she would faint, she reached out to grasp Shiryu's collar. Shiryu instinctively lowered his head, aligning his lips with hers. The infusion of vitality was timely. She did not succumb to unconsciousness. They both held their breaths, attuned to the sounds outside, and all remained tranquil. Wei Qingyan once again inscribed a blood talisman. Having just traced that powerful force, and still lingering near the Ministry of Justice's prison, she audaciously attempted to turn the tables and track her down. This blood talisman served as a means to repel her adversary. The contest unfolded silently, yet soon, beads of sweat adorned Wei Qingyan's forehead, and ultimately, she collapsed in Shiryu's embrace. Although Shiryu was concerned for her, he did not hastily act, but rather remained still, gathering his thoughts. After a moment, faintly, the sound of Lan Shu's voice could be heard, followed by hurried footsteps passing through the courtyard. The emperor had fainted once more and was taken away by the secret guards. Wei Qingyan's suspicions were validated. It was only then that Shiryu replenished her vitality. Upon awakening, Wei Qingyan was informed by Shiryu of the emperor's condition. Truly, it was as she had surmised. With a furrowed brow, she contemplated the implications. The first time her vitality had completely drained, she had replenished it in time, negating the need for the emperor's life force to sustain her. Thus, the emperor remained unharmed. In the second instance, after she fainted, her vitality had not recovered promptly, compelling the life force of the emperor to be summoned to keep her alive, which in turn placed a burden on him, resulting in his own fainting. Why did the emperor's life force sustain her? Or rather, how was she capable of absorbing the emperor's life essence? Wei Qingyan found herself in a state of confusion. If in the future she failed to replenish her vitality in time and perished, would the emperor also meet his demise? Or would she completely usurp the emperor's life force, her survival equating to his death? At present, her lifeline was held in Shiryu's hands, and the emperor's fate hinged on her. If the emperor were to seek harm against Shiryu in the future, would he not be endangering himself? As the candlelight flickered, Wei Qingyan's thoughts became ensnared in this perplexing relationship, momentarily lost in contemplation. Shiryu raised his hand and waved it before her, his expression grave. Xiaoyan, from now on, any endeavor that depletes your vitality must be undertaken with me by your side. It was imperative for her to be promptly replenished. Without vitality, she was exceedingly fragile. Moreover, her vitality directly affected the emperor. His frequent fainting posed a risk to the realm. Though Shiryu harbored no fondness for this elder brother, the crown prince and several other princes had already matured and were ripe with ambition. Should the emperor's health falter, it could incite internal strife, leading to turmoil in the realm, ultimately burdening the common people. Additionally, emperors are often suspicious. If he were to faint inexplicably, he would undoubtedly suspect foul play, leading to further investigations. Eventually, it was inevitable that the inquiries would circle back to Xiaoyan. Wei Qingyan understood the rationale and nodded in agreement at Shiryu's gaze. With the emperor's matters clarified, the two fell into a peculiar silence. It was at this moment that Lan Shu entered. Upon seeing Shiryu, she exhibited little surprise. Wei Qingyan inquired, "Has he departed?" The arrival of her aunt broke the awkward atmosphere in the room, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief, and she casually asked, "Lan Shu not dead, Gan Li?" I informed him that our visit to the palace tonight is to seek clues about the child. The young lady had questioned the emperor in the presence of Prince Rong, showing no intention of avoiding him. She spoke the truth. Wei Qingyan did not probe further into this excuse, whether the emperor believed it or not. He had not seen her aunt in the palace, but awaited her at the Yuan Marquis's residence, undoubtedly wishing to conceal the fact that her aunt entered the palace tonight. It seems she aimed to substantiate that the empress's death was a suicide rather than a homicide. Wei Qingyan glanced at Lan Shu and noticed that she bore no expression of concern over the emperor's fainting, leading her to conclude that in her aunt's heart, the emperor's matters had truly turned a page. At present, her aunt's primary concern must be the child. Wei Qingyan spoke. "Aunt, it is possible that the child the empress strangled is not yours. Perhaps Lu He had only recently given birth to a daughter, making the news of the empress killing the child profoundly impactful, to the extent that the scene she recalled before her death was that very moment. During her travels with the plump monk, Wei Qingyan had witnessed childbirth. Freshly born infants were often stained with blood. Mama Song had mentioned that the midwife, fearing the child's cries would expose their conspiracy, hastily took the child to see the empress, undoubtedly without time to clean up. Most importantly, Mama Song had stated that the child was born with pitch-black hair, as if nurtured for several months. Yet the child in Lu He's dying vision was pristine, with only sparse fuzz on its head, devoid of dark hair, and Wei Qingyan distinctly recalled that the child's head bore but a single swirl. She pondered why Lu He had not countered Mama's song in the council chamber, whether it was due to the passage of time rendering her memory unclear, or if there was another reason altogether. However, Wei Qingyan was certain that the images one sees before death are never mistaken. Upon hearing Wei Qingyan's analysis, Lan Shu's expression became animated. Are you suggesting that my son might still be alive? Chapter 86. Wei Qingyan understands her heart. Even if the child who perished at the Empress's hands was not Lan Shu's, after so many years, whether that child still lived remained uncertain. The individuals who exchanged the child had merely two options. Either they took the child out of the palace or left it within. Extracting a child from the Eastern Palace was no simple task, especially with the numerous palace gates and obstacles. Lu He, with the backing of the then Crown Princess Xie Yunyan, had panicked enough to not even dare glance at the child's appearance. For others, it would likely be even more challenging. The likelihood of the child being left within the palace was considerably higher. The palace was a place that devoured lives, and survival was difficult even for adults, let alone for a child. Observing the hopeful gleam in Lan Shu's eyes, Wei Qingyan found herself at a loss for words. Yet sure you spoke up. I will seek out some of the palace elders. Perhaps they may provide a lead. Having grown up in the palace, he possessed some connections. Lan Shu expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Prince Rome. With this revelation, her aunt's anticipation grew, and there was no need to conceal the fact that concubine Li was alive. Wei Qingyan shared the news of concubine Li with Lan Shu. I will find an opportunity to meet Yu Zhengde, and he can inform us of concubine Li's whereabouts. Missy was still in a coma. For the sake of her daughter, concubine Li ought to tell them the truth. After a moment of silence, Wei Qingyan reassured her. Aunt, do not worry. If we search earnestly, we will surely find her. I understand. Thank you, my lady. Lan Shu sniffed, regaining her composure. Noticing that Wei Qingyan lingered with Shiryu, she surmised they had matters to discuss and chose to take her leave. Xiao Yan, what do you plan to set off to find Yin Qing? Shiryu inquired, knowing the approximate timeline would allow him to make arrangements. If Wei Qingyan were to leave the capital, he insisted on accompanying her. Otherwise, he would be restless in the capital. Wei Qingyan knew that even if she did not voice it, he would follow her, and she replied truthfully, I will wait a few more days. I will have Du Shuai inform you in advance. Although the Empress had staged her suicide, the Crown Prince would undoubtedly suspect her aunt. Departing the capital at this moment would only raise further suspicions, and she also needed to visit the Yu residence. Very well, Shiryu smiled. Their long-standing rapport allowed him to be certain that Wei Qingyan was resolute in her intention to take responsibility for him. The suddenness of happiness made him involuntarily smile. However, he also recognized that the transformation in their relationship would not be an easy matter for Wei Qingyan. She was intelligent, but often slow to grasp matters of the heart. Feeling somewhat flustered under his gaze, Wei Qingyan said, Shiryu, you should return first. Yet Shiryu had no intention of granting her the chance to evade. He grasped her hand firmly. Come with me to a place. It was time for Xiao Yin to comprehend her own heart. Wei Qingyan found herself led to a private room in Yuyan Building. The room retained its previous furnishings, and the thin quilt on the low couch lay somewhat disheveled. Xiao Yin, I am sorry for what happened back then. His hand remained clasped around hers, standing closely together. Wei Qingyan understood he was referring to their estrangement. I have come to understand the reasons. I do not blame you. She shifted her hand within his grasp, feeling a strange sensation that left her somewhat disoriented. Shiryu, for the first time, disregarded her feelings and pulled her onto the couch. Have you seen the things I left behind? You intentionally left them? Wei Qingyan was taken aback. Shiryu nodded with a smile. Xiao Yin, when I left back then, were you angry? Of course I was angry. Wei Qingyan thought to herself. Were you still saddened? Shiryu pressed further, his gaze intense. Indeed, I was saddened. Shiryu has always treated her kindly, and she cherishes this friendship deeply. Thus, when their bond abruptly fractured, she felt an overwhelming sense of abandonment. Wei Qingyan, being astute, quickly grasped Shiryu's intentions upon reflection. The secrets concealed in the elegant chamber were deliberately left for her to discover, not for her present self, but for her younger self. Shiryu had recognized his feelings for her. aware that they were unlikely to yield a fruitful outcome. Yet, he was unwilling to surrender entirely, thus leaving clues in the chamber. Given her temperament, she would initially react with anger and sorrow, but ultimately, she would come to investigate the reasons behind his actions. This would lead her to unearth Shiryu's true sentiments towards her. If she reciprocated his feelings, she would seek him out. If her ambitions took precedence, she would feign ignorance, allowing Shiryu to relinquish all hope. Indeed, Shiryu understood her remarkably well. Yet he did not foresee the sudden outbreak of war that propelled her onto the battlefield for 2 long years, culminating in her demise at Huangsha Ridge. Xiaoyan. After I left the capital, I went to the countryside, only truly arriving at my fief after your deployment. His words confirmed Wei Qingyan's suspicions. He could not jeopardize her future. He would wait for her to make her own choice. Xiaoyan, what would you have done had you seen those things back then? Shiryu gently prodded. I would seek him out, was Wei Qingyan's immediate response. You would seek me out, wouldn't you? Shiryu articulated her innermost thoughts, revealing that an old friend had stirred such feelings within her. Initially, she would surely find this hard to accept. She had always been wise, but had previously never contemplated matters of the heart. Once her thoughts wandered in that direction, she would swiftly realize that she too harbored affections for him. Correct? Wei Qingyan felt her ears flush uncontrollably, her other hand fidgeting beneath her sleeve, alternating between clenching and relaxing. Though others were oblivious to her identity, she was acutely aware that, as a woman, a future with him was indeed possible. Upon recognizing her own feelings, she would begin to contemplate their future together. Shiryu's eyes curved like crescent moons as he tightened his grip on her hand, saying, to be precise, you would be contemplating our future together. Xiaoyan, am I not correct? Indeed, Wei Qingyan's heart roared in affirmation. But could you not consider my dignity as a woman? Must you dissect my feelings so bluntly before me? Will I have any face left to maintain? Even if her expression remained unchanged, Shiryu could discern her thoughts, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Xiaoyan, despite the years and the many trials we faced, we have ultimately found our way back to one another, have we not? He suddenly leaned closer, his voice a mere whisper. Xiaoyan, henceforth, let us interact as we did before. Do not feel uncomfortable in my presence, all right? I have awaited this day for an eternity. As he murmured, he edged closer, their unspoken words sealed between their lips, resonating in their hearts. Wei Qingyan's heart trembled imperceptibly, instinctively clutching his sleeve. A sudden force at the nape of her neck drew her into his embrace. The psychological barriers she had painstakingly constructed crumbled at last. Shiryu was right. She too harbored feelings for him. That was why she had hurried to rescue him at the hot springs. Why she had refrained from killing him to reclaim the merits after the loss of the merit seal, and why she had not exposed him during their staged encounters. Shiryu had boarded her ship, and from that moment on, no matter the circumstances, he was destined to be hers. With newfound determination, she forcefully pushed him down. Leaning forward, her hands braced on the low couch, gazing down at him. Very well. The kiss was interrupted, yet Shiryu felt no regret. Rather, his eyes sparkled with delight, relaxing into her grasp as if to yield to her every whim. His slender lips could barely conceal his bright white teeth, each inflection imbued with joy. Xiaoyan wishes to go east. I shall not venture west. Whatever you desire to pursue, I shall accompany you. Is that agreeable? Indeed. Wei Qingyan replied softly. Shiryu's hand then caressed the back of her neck, pulling her into his embrace. As the world spun around her, Wei Qingyan found herself beneath Shiryu, enveloped by a passionate kiss that swept over her like a fierce flame, penetrating deep in her heart. It warmed the coldness that had lingered for far too long. She could hear Shiryu murmuring in her ear, Xiaoyan, from now on, I shall not allow anyone to harm you in the slightest. Chapter 87. The struggle between mother and son outside the imperial study. The crown prince had been kneeling for half the day. The emperor sat at his desk, dealing with memorials, and inquired, is the crown prince still there? Feng Ruobao bowed and replied yes. Noticing the emperor showed no inclination to speak further, he cautiously probed, Your Majesty, if he continues kneeling, I fear it may disturb the Empress Dowager. Do you think mother does not know? If he wishes to kneel, let him kneel. It is only fitting for a son to show filial piety for 3 days and nights after his mother's demise, the emperor said without lifting his head. He underestimated the crown prince. Just yesterday, he had sent a message ordering him to reflect on his actions in the Eastern Palace for 3 days. Upon hearing of the Empress Dowager's death this morning, he dared to kneel outside the imperial study, demanding justice against those who conspired against her. He nearly named Lan Shu directly. Feng Ruobao, upon realizing this, lowered his head even further, refraining from speaking. The palace's secret guards, wary of being discovered by the consort Shu, did not dare approach the cold palace too closely. Yet he understood the late Empress Dowager was a woman who could still dream of returning to Fengyi Palace despite being imprisoned. How could she have taken her own life? It was more likely that consort Shu had either hanged her or forced her into such a desperate act. Meanwhile, the emperor tacitly permitted all of this, having even visited consort Shu the night prior. The crown prince's demand for the emperor to punish consort Shu was tantamount to provoking the emperor's wrath. However, kneeling like this was not a sustainable solution for the crown prince. Feng Ruobao sighed inwardly. Just as he finished his thought, footsteps approached, causing him to glance worriedly at the emperor. The emperor tossed aside the completed memorials and picked up another volume, stating blandly, "Summon the imperial physician." Feng Ruobao's expression turned alarmed. "Your Majesty, are you unwell again?" The previous evening, the emperor had seemed well, only to faint and be carried back by the secret guards, which had nearly frightened him out of his wits. Though the emperor quickly regained consciousness, the shadow of that fright lingered. Hearing the emperor's words now, he instinctively felt that he was about to suffer another episode. The emperor shot him a glance and grunted in acknowledgement. Feng Ruobao quickly responded, "Your Majesty, what do you feel unwell? Please do not frighten me." He then called out, "Quick, summon the imperial physician." As the Empress Dowager and her retinue approached the imperial study, they overheard Feng Ruobao's panicked voice and hastened their pace. Upon entering, they found the emperor pressing a fist against his chest, his brow furrowed in pain. "Your Majesty, what is the matter?" the Empress Dowager asked anxiously. The emperor waved his hand, struggling to catch his breath. "Do not worry, mother. I am fine." He sighed deeply. "My son must remain unharmed. The crown prince has grown audacious, disregarding my words and even daring to threaten me. If my health deteriorates further, I fear he will see me as less than a father." These words darkened the Empress Dowager's expression, her nails digging into her palm. If the child is disobedient, the emperor should gradually teach him, not jeopardize his own health. The sudden departure of Yin Mian was difficult for the crown prince to accept. Without his mother, he could only rely on his father. His rebellious behavior was an acknowledgement that the emperor, as a father, would feel pain for him. "You speak wisely, mother," the emperor replied solemnly. "Yet the crown prince has been spoiled by both me and the empress. Now he dares to defy my orders. He arbitrarily claims that Lan Shu harmed his mother and demands that I apprehend her. As the crown prince, the future emperor of Wei, how can he act on his whims? I am deeply concerned." The stability of the Wei dynasty was hard-won. A significant reason the late emperor succeeded was the previous dynasty's tyranny, which lost the people's support, allowing the late emperor to rally them. If the future emperor of Wei acts recklessly, disregarding the law and abusing his power, when the day comes that he loses the people's favor, who can assure that new forces will not rise to overthrow him? Such words weighed heavily upon the Empress Dowager's heart. However, the intention was merely to uncover the identity of the murderer who took the queen's life. How did it escalate to a discourse on the path of a sovereign? She gently patted the emperor's hand. "My son, the circumstances surrounding Yunyan's demise are indeed suspicious. She was not one to take her own life." The crown prince, overwhelmed by the loss of his mother, was engulfed in sorrow and sought the truth, which reflected his filial piety. "Mother, the queen has always been proud and unable to endure the abrupt fall from grace. It is conceivable that in a moment of impulsiveness, she succumbed to despair." The emperor spoke solemnly. "On the day Lan Shu departed the palace, I granted her a letter of release. She is no longer a member of this court. In the past, the crown prince may have wronged her, yet now she has revealed her true identity. Who does not know of the Lan family's contributions to the Great Wei through their military provisions? Now, to apprehend a daughter of the Lan family for questioning over the death of a deposed queen. How will the common people perceive my family?" The crown prince was merely investigating, not acting recklessly. The Empress Dowager, moved by her grandson's grief, could not help but intercede on his behalf. To discern the larger implications, "Do you recall why the late emperor confined the former royal family within the palace?" Without waiting for her response, he continued, "The late emperor established the penal institution within the palace as a warning to our descendants, to dissuade them from emulating the former royal family. He turned to the Empress Dowager. Do you understand the fate of the former royal family confined within that institution? The Empress Dowager was well aware of their fate. The previous dynasty was obliterated, the tyrant's bloodline extinguished, and the remaining royals confined within the penal institution. Those who could not endure perished or descended into madness, while others, enduring the relentless passage of time, devoid of hope, lived like beasts. The instinct of beasts is to eat, drink, relieve themselves, and reproduce. It was unclear when that courtyard descended into chaos. Brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, mothers and sons, aunts and nephews, all sense of ethics utterly vanished. The mere thought of such a fate befalling the descendants of the Shur family sent a shiver down the Empress Dowager's spine. Meanwhile, the emperor continued. Many covet the throne of the Great Wei. Throughout history, deposed royal families have seldom met with a favorable end. From the day my son was named crown prince by the late emperor, he aspired to be a wise ruler. The term wise no longer applies to him. I beseech you, mother, to assist my son in becoming a crown prince endowed with benevolence and a heart for the people. At the very least, when he eventually takes his place, he will not face those valiant soldiers who expanded the territory of the Great Wei with shame. The Empress Dowager was rendered speechless. The inner palace must not meddle in governance. The education of the crown prince was the responsibility of the previous dynasty and the emperor, not something a mere concubine could undertake. The emperor was subtly reminding her that she had overstepped her bounds and that the current crown prince was not a suitable heir. With a darkened expression, the Empress Dowager took the crown prince away, instructing the attendants to confine him to the Eastern Palace for 3 days as per the emperor's previous decree. She herself proceeded to the penal institution within the palace, standing outside the courtyard that housed the former royal family. She gazed at the gate in silence for a long time. A gatekeeper approached with a wooden bucket, unlocking the gate to open a small door, just large enough for a person's head. The gatekeeper tapped the bucket containing food with a spoon and called out, "Dinner is served." Soon, a bowl was placed at the small door. One eunuch ladled porridge into it, while another handed over a steamed bun. The bowl at the small door was soon replaced. When the eunuchs finished distributing the food, the Empress Dowager inquired, "How many are left inside?" The eunuch respectfully replied, "Most of the older ones have perished. Only those born